The love you traded with your life means nothing compared to a mere sister call from your younger brother. You gave everything for your 7 sisters, only to be scoffed at and ignored. They didn't know, you risked paralysis to save them. To master a skill, you knelt for 7 days and nights while seriously ill, all for soothing their headaches. Playing the piano till the middle of the night, merely to help your sister sleep. Now, you have stomach cancer with only 15 days left, and you've gone to the deep mountains alone so as not to disturb your 7 sisters. But what you don't know is that right now in your family mansion, 7 sisters are discussing a birthday banquet for their dear brother Lin Xiaotian. And the gift big sister Lin Youyu has prepared for your brother is actually to drive you out of the family. After hearing her idea, the other 6 sisters agreed without hesitation. Only because Lin Xiaotian has a destined calamity, they adopted you to serve as the blocker for his disaster. And you were the one who was supposed to bear the disaster and prolong life for the Lin family's younger brother. Now that Lin Xiaotian's calamity is over, you have no value. Just a few days before Lin Xiaotian returned, the eldest sister had you moved out of the Lin family. To prevent any problems at her dear brother's birthday banquet, she came to the slum where you usually live that afternoon. Upon learning of your death from stomach cancer, the other 6 sisters were taken aback for a while before they managed to smile. After all, she's not from our Lin family. It's no big deal if she's dead. In their view, your staying in the Lin family before was a great favor to you. Not long after Lin Xiaotian returned to the Lin family, the second sister, Lin Ruoyan, saw a video of Lin Xiaotian gambling online. The video clearly captured his face, full of emotion, like a seasoned gambler. His habit of gambling, betting millions per game and losing tens of millions in 10 minutes, became a hot topic in minutes, with millions of comments and shares. There were wild bullet comments throughout the video. Some people are born lucky, losing millions without a care. How frustrating to compare oneself with others. What else can we do other than envy him for having such good sisters? However, Lin Ruoyan earns less in a year of hard work than what Lin Xiaotian gambles away casually. What on earth does the Lin family do to make so much money? I suggest a thorough investigation. All at once, the Lin family was under scrutiny. On the other hand, in the CEO's office of the Lin Corporation, Lin Ruoyan rushed to discuss this problem with the eldest sister as soon as she heard about Lin Xiaotian's trouble. Big sister, have our public relations department figure out a solution. Many people are watching the Lin family closely. Moreover, Xiaotian also borrowed from loan sharks outside, and the evidence has been released. The large amount of gambling might attract the attention of the police. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xiaotian's face changed drastically. He immediately turned to his 2 sisters for help, saying, "It was someone else who deliberately tempted me to play. I was just doing it for fun. I never thought it would escalate to this point. I'm your dear little brother, please help me, I know I was wrong. From now on, I will listen to whatever you say." Seeing Lin Xiaotian finally admitting his mistake, how could they not take care of their dear little brother? So, they immediately arranged for the public relations department to come and have a meeting. Seeing that his sisters would help him solve the problem, Lin Xiaotian left carelessly. The Lin Ruoyan sisters looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. Although the situation was beginning to escalate, it was still within a controllable range. Lin Ruoyan first had someone find the source of the leaked information, then, at all costs, cut off the source, and finally asked the internet navy to control the comments. Lin Youyu did not intend to respond to this matter. Once a response was made, it would only be held against her. She was waiting for the heat of the situation to gradually subside, naturally calming things down. A feeling of weariness swept over her body. After arranging everything, Lin Youyu breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes to rest, and unknowingly fell asleep. Not knowing how long she had slept, Lin Youyu felt a bit lazy. She opened her eyes drowsily, expecting to find herself wearing a coat as before, but to her surprise, there was nothing. A cold feeling spread throughout her body, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She gazed absent-mindedly at a spot on the ground, and in her mind, the name Lin Tingqing surfaced again. Before, she didn't think much of it, but now that Lin Tingqing is gone, she realizes that he had already become a part of her life, the massage to wake up, the clothes draped over her when she wakes up. As for second sister Lin Ruoyan, although she's a star and thriving in the entertainment industry, the matter of Lin Xiaotian hasn't been suppressed, and it's quite a big deal. Even directors and agents have called to inquire about the situation. She went home and lay down for the whole morning, but still couldn't sleep. Lin Ruoyan took a deep breath, feeling hungry. Only then did she realize that she hadn't eaten for nearly 24 hours. She opened the fridge and found nothing inside except for a few packs of instant noodles. The fridge magnet had a handsome and elegant font, but there was nothing else. Second sister, your health has always been poor, and the quality of your sleep is very bad. Please don't stay up late. If you have insomnia due to work issues, Remember to apply a warm compress to your dark circles, find someone to massage you, and relieve physical fatigue. There was no name left below, but Lin Ruyan knew it was from Lin Tingcheng. A sourness surged in her heart. She bit her lip and coldly set the fridge magnet aside, then lowered her eyes to eat instant noodles. The pain in her eyes and the fatigue of her body were truly unbearable. She stood up but almost fainted, holding onto the wall and trying to open her eyes wide, just to support herself. She slowly crouched down. She couldn't collapse, couldn't faint. After taking a deep breath, she struggled to stand up, swaying as she walked towards the stairs. She wanted to go home, take a shower, and then have a good sleep. Ling Ruyan lay in the bathtub, the murky water covering her pale skin. She raised her arm, revealing a web of bruises from her self-harm during insomnia. It was truly distressing to see. Thinking back, whenever she stayed up late, Lin Tingcheng would prepare a hot towel early in the morning and help her massage. But she seemed to have never thanked him, and even detested his closeness. Ling Ruyan closed her eyes, pushing all the unpleasant memories out of her mind, gradually falling into a coma. When she woke up again, she found herself in the hospital, about to sit up and ask about the situation. The steward came over and said that young master got into trouble. Someone posted online about the tens of millions of gambling debts he owed, and now everyone is saying that he is a complete gambler. Our Lin family's reputation has been affected, and the stock has plummeted significantly. After hearing this, Ling Ruyan's hands trembled as she asked, "Who spread the rumor?" The steward gave a bitter smile and said, "Indeed, there is no evidence yet, but miss, you have forgotten that young master did have similar behavior before, but it was all suppressed by miss." Hearing this, Ling Ruyan pursed her lips, enveloped in an indescribable weariness. Yes, Lindian had done this before. Back then, they loved their little brother and thought it was normal for him to make mistakes, so they pushed Lin Tingcheng out to take the blame. Now that Lin Tingcheng is gone, there's no one to cover for Lin Xiaotian. At this moment, the phone suddenly rings, and the assistant calls to inform Lin Ruyan that the brand side is about to terminate the contract, and it's almost unsustainable. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruyan feels absolutely terrible. She didn't expect Lin Xiaotian to do such a thing. The more she thinks about it, the worse she feels. She walks into the bathroom in the ward and washes her face. Lin Ruyan slightly curls her lips. Even without Lin Tingcheng, she can definitely easily solve this crisis. But things often don't go as planned. For 2 consecutive days, the situation continued to ferment. Netizens even dug up a lot of other negative information about Lin Xiaotian. For example, Lin Xiaotian used to be a speed driving champion, and he had a violent and irritable personality. He often liked to beat up his classmates. In short, he had the image of a reckless rich young master. There are photos and videos, and netizens have accused him of being a despicable second-generation rich kid. Some passers-by even vented their anger on Lin Ruyan. Crazy insults. Lin Ruyan sits in the office, looking extremely haggard. She stares at the screen of the computer, her expression unchanged. She reaches out and touches her forehead, then suddenly smiles softly. "Lin Ruyan, you also have today." As her mindset was on the verge of collapse, a video floated onto her homepage. It was viewed by millions, received countless likes, and within a few hours, it surged to the top of the trending list, even overshadowing the recent scandal involving the Lin family. Lin Ruyan, curious, clicked on the video. The title was simple: a young man stopping a bullying gang. On the cover was a slightly frail silhouette of a young man, tightly holding an untimely little panda. The familiar teddy bear made Lin Ruyan's pupils shrink. She had an identical teddy bear, which was currently placed on her office desk. As for who gave it to her, she couldn't remember anymore. Initially, she kept it because she simply found the teddy bear cute. She just thought the teddy bear was very cute, so who was the person who gave it to her? Lin Ruyan clicked on the video. The content of the video matched the title. It began with a group of delinquent teenagers bullying a seemingly timid girl. Viewers were very angry. Just as they were about to strip the girl's clothes, a young man stepped forward. The moment he revealed his face, the barrage of comments exploded. Almost everyone was shocked. Even without any beauty filters, he still looked handsome and refined, like a refreshing breeze in the forest, instantly lifting people's spirits. Then, he swiftly reached out, with clean and fierce movements, quickly putting an end to the bullying, giving the delinquent youths a good beating. Wow, who is this handsome young man? Oh my goodness, he's so cute and yet so fierce. It's really hitting my weak spot. Isn't this puppet familiar? I've seen it in the photos Lin Ruyan posted on Weibo. Could it be related to Lin Ruyan? As the video continues, Lin Ruyan's expression suddenly changes, full of surprise and disbelief. It's Lin Tingcheng. She stares at the computer screen in disbelief, completely stunned. How could it be you? You actually have such skill and efficiency. At the end of the video, the young man rejects the girl's gratitude and leaves limping. After a while, Lin Ruyan finishes watching the entire video, her face clouded with gloom. She suddenly sweeps everything off the table, making a loud bang. Damn it, she's consumed by anger, her chest heaving violently. How could the person in the video actually be Lin Tingcheng? Lin Ruyan is holding back an inexplicable anger. She doesn't even know why she's so angry. It's probably because Lin Tingcheng, the eternal haunting presence in her life. Hypnosis, instant porridge, and convenience store stickers, your shadow is everywhere. Now, a video from your lifetime is somehow related to her. Everyone is tagging her, asking what her relationship is with Lin Chengcheng. She doesn't want to admit any connection with Lin Chengcheng, but she has to admit it. This feeling is absolutely terrible. It's as if Lin Tingcheng has become someone she can't live without, developing a dependence on a deceased person. What's going on at this moment? Her Weibo has completely fallen. Sister, what's your relationship with the doll boy? I seem to remember seeing a photo of you celebrating your birthday with your sisters on Weibo, and that little bear was there too. Are you and our idol a couple? So cute. Upstairs, stop talking nonsense. Sister is single, how could she be in a relationship? No. And I think there's something wrong with this picture. Look closely. That little bear doesn't match the personality of our idol at all. It must have been a gift. Also, I feel like our idol looks a bit like her. At this moment, the assistant walked in, with a happy expression on her face. Sister CI, this is great, we're saved. Lin Ruyan frowned and didn't say anything, just looking at the little bear in the video, lost in memories. She remembers that day was her birthday. Her sisters and Lin Xiaotian came back early to celebrate for her, but you were the only one who arrived late. She was very unhappy, had the butler lock the door, and didn't let you in. I don't know how long you waited outside. In the end, the butler said she left despondently. She only picked up a dirty little bear, which she threw into a corner in disgust. Later, it was probably picked up and cleaned by a servant, and appeared by her side in a new look. I always thought that the Lin family only had Lin Xiaotian as the young master. Where did this Lin Tingcheng come from? It's not that simple. Lin Tingcheng is quite low-key. To raise such an upright young man like Lin Tingcheng, the Lin family's upbringing can't be that bad. Lin Xiaotian should just be an accident. Whether Lin Tingcheng debuts or not, if he does, I will immediately become his fan. I am a fan of Lin Tingcheng. Lin Tingcheng, I love you. After Lin Ruyan posted a message on Weibo, she immediately logged out and set her phone to silent mode. She doesn't want to see fans' comments anymore because every comment seems to be a big sarcasm towards them. Before this, Lin Ruyan had never thought that one day the Lin family would have to rely on Lin Tingcheng for proof. And you have already left. You will never know that so many people like you. Not long after you posted this adoring Weibo, public opinion gradually subsided. That night, the assistant happily called Sister CI. Don't worry. The endorsers have all withdrawn their thoughts of terminating the contract. They even said to continue the contract with you, and it would be best if they could sign a contract with young Master Lin Tingcheng, with a substantial endorsement fee. Although this ending is beyond expectations, the matter is considered resolved. Even though it was relying on Lin Tingcheng, whom she usually looks down upon, thinking of that slender and weak figure, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but sigh. You have poor health, always getting sick, don't like to talk, and don't show much expression, making it hard for people to see what you are really thinking. As a result, everyone in the Lin family thinks you are just an extremely ordinary waste. Now that a useless person has saved himself, Lin Ruyan's feelings are extremely complicated. For a moment, she fell silent. But the Lin family raised him for more than 10 years. It's his responsibility to help Lin Jia after their death. Lin Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, took a sip of red wine, closed her eyes to relax, which was quite rare. Finally, she began to feel a little sleepy. She got up and returned to the rest area of the office. She took the teddy bear from the bed and thought about the past with Lin Tingcheng. Slowly, she fell asleep. You should know, she hasn't really slept for a full 3 days. Just managed to fall asleep. Lin Xiaotian, this ungrateful person, called to question, Sis, have you gone crazy? Why did you suddenly cancel my credit card? I can't do anything now. This is insane. Elder sister stopped her credit card so that Lin Xiaotian could calm down for a while. Sis, why aren't you speaking? What are you doing? Don't you even care about me anymore? Lin Ruyan frowned. She originally wanted to scold him, but then she thought, he's my dear little brother. So, she patiently and gently said, Xiaotian, don't worry for now. The rumors have just settled down. Don't rush to go out and play. Wait until this blows over. Lin Xiaotian, this ungrateful person, doesn't care about the well-being of the Lin family and his sisters. Sis, you just don't understand. All the limelight was taken away by Lin Tingcheng, that dead guy. I'm still being scolded. I feel terrible. Hurry and ask Big Sis to unlock my credit card for me. Don't you understand? I want to live freely and happily. Lin Xiaotian completely doesn't realize how rude and unreasonable he sounds. He even feels like no one in the world understands him. Lin Ruyan was really tired. She casually said a few words and promised to get Lin Youyu to unlock the credit card as soon as possible, then hung up the phone. It was not until the sky turned white that she managed to sleep for less than an hour. When she woke up, Lin Ruyan's whole body was sore. The dreams from last night seemed to torment her like a curse, making it difficult for her to sleep all night. Lin Ruyan rubbed her forehead and looked at herself in the mirror, realizing how much she had aged. When passing by the refrigerator, she found another sticky note. Second sister, remember to have breakfast. Even if you're busy, you should take care of yourself. I've left your favorite porridge for you on the third shelf of the second storage room. The handwriting was neat and clean, with the unique youthfulness and innocence. Something that she shouldn't have seen again, yet it made her feel warm. Lin Ruyan stood there, staring blankly at the paper, with an indescribable feeling surging in her heart. She bit her lip and, as the sticky note indicated, found a specially packaged instant breakfast porridge on the top shelf. The preparation was very simple, just heat it in the microwave for a few minutes, and it would be ready to eat. In fact, Lin Ruyan doesn't have much of an appetite right now. Instead, she just wants to find a quiet place to rest. But an inexplicable urge is guiding her. Even so, Lin Ruyan sits down slowly and starts to drink from the bowl. She's very slow, each spoonful is cooled down before being put into her mouth. She tastes it carefully, refusing to drink more. The warmth of the porridge in her stomach, with a hint of sweetness, warms Lin Ruyan's heart. She lowers her eyelashes and chews the remaining porridge in her mouth methodically. The taste of the porridge is very familiar. She has tasted it with her own mouth countless mornings, but never paid attention. But now, a complex feeling surges in her heart. This scene used to be something she had to go through every day in her life, but now it's completely gone with your passing. Whenever she thinks of the past, she thinks of that person. Even though she repeatedly tells herself she doesn't care, that kind of heart-wrenching pain would drive her crazy. Drinking the porridge, Lin Ruyan feels like something is tightly clutching her heart, making her breathing unusually difficult. She lets out a sigh, casting aside the jumble of thoughts in her mind, and focuses on drinking the porridge. She quickly drank half of the porridge and then saw the fridge magnet lying in the trash can out of the corner of her eye. After some thought, she walked over, picked up the fridge magnet, wiped it clean with a tissue, and put it back on the fridge, looking at her handsome young self. She felt a little better. Perhaps hearing the commotion in the kitchen, the housekeeper walked over to check and was slightly surprised to see Lin Ruyan. Miss Lin, when did you come back? These instant kanjis were prepared for you when you were in a rush to film, as per the orders of Master Lingting. You've never liked eating things from Master Lingting. Shall I make a fresh bowl for you? Lin Ruyan pursed her lips, a familiar expression flashing across her face. She shook her head and said, no need. I think the kanji tastes fine. The housekeeper was also puzzled. Miss Lin used to detest young Master Lin Tingcheng the most. How come now, after his passing, she suddenly changed her attitude? It was truly incomprehensible to her. Perhaps reluctant to finish the kanji, or feeling awkward, Lin Ruyan stopped drinking and looked at the last remaining box. She then instructed the housekeeper to buy more, but the housekeeper, responsible for the daily lives of the 7 sisters, didn't know where to get them. With no other choice, Lin Ruyan brought the instant kanji box over and dialed the number of the manufacturer listed on it. Hello, is this the ABC company? I'd like to order 100 boxes of instant kanji. There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by an elderly and helpless male voice. Thank you for your love for our product, but our company went bankrupt due to a shortage of funds a week ago. We can no longer produce this instant kanji. I'm sorry. Lin Ruyan stood still, looking at the phone, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Tingcheng is dead, so the taste that belonged to her has completely disappeared from this world. A wave of sadness rushed into her heart. Why does her heart ache so much when she thinks of Lin Tingcheng's death? She took a deep breath. Putting these thoughts out of her mind, Lin Ruyan didn't understand, and she didn't want to. Looking at the half box of instant porridge left on the table, she didn't want to finish it all at once. She simply put the remaining porridge aside, put down the chopsticks, and instructed the housekeeper to keep the rest in the refrigerator for next time. Seeing the slightly surprised expression of the housekeeper, she didn't want to explain. She returned to the room, lay down on the bed after washing up, but even so, she felt no drowsiness. She lay with her eyes wide open, staring at the white ceiling, her mind a blank. She thought she didn't care about you at all, even treating you as a stranger, but now your shadow is everywhere in her life. She tried to erase the emotions from her mind, and Lin Ruyan closed her eyes slightly, forcing herself to sleep after taking the medicine. When Lin Ruyan woke up, it was drizzling outside the window. The phone rang, and it was Lin Xiaotian. Thinking of what her disobedient brother had done, Lin Ruyan sighed, feeling reluctant to answer. But the phone kept ringing, and in the end, Lin Ruyan couldn't resist and answered the call. On the phone, came the voice of Lin Xiaotian, full of grievance and anger. "I know I was wrong. Please don't ignore me like big sister. I'm already feeling bad enough. I don't want to have conflicts with you." Lin Ruyan rubbed her temples. "You still call me second sister. Xiaotian, let me tell you, I hope you can change your selfish and willful bad habits. You shouldn't take advantage of big sister's indulgence to act recklessly, especially now that you are grown up." As Lin Ruyan spoke, the anger in her heart slowly diminished. After all, no matter how bad Xiaotian was, he was still her dear little brother. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiaotian seemed to be crying, choking as he said, "Sorry, second sister. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to make you angry in the future, and I won't cause trouble for big sister again. Sister, come to Sunshine Dessert Shop. I have ordered a gift for you here. I guarantee you'll like it." After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruyan's heart also calmed down a lot. No matter what, Lin Xiaotian was still her brother. No matter how much of a mess he was, no matter how weak he was, she should still protect him. Moreover, he already knew how to repent. With this in mind, Lin Ruyan drove to Sunshine Dessert Shop. Sunshine Dessert Shop is one of the top dessert shops in the capital city. Every dessert inside is extremely popular. Just as she arrived at the entrance, she smelled a strong, creamy scent. Stepping into the hall, a girl in uniform came up respectfully. "Hello, welcome. Are you here to taste desserts? How many seats do you need?" "I'm not here to eat desserts. My name is Lin Ruyan. Someone has ordered a gift for me." The girl turned and left for a while, then came back with a gift box in her hand, with a gentle smile. "This is a gift someone ordered for you. You can taste it directly in the store." This is the surprise that Lin Xiaotian mentioned. Lin Ruyan was a little happy, found a seat, sat down with the gift box, and opened it. Inside were 2 pieces of cake. One was a rich tiramisu. The other one was a Black Forest chocolate cake. Very delicate, just looking at it makes one's mouth water. Lin Ruyan tasted a piece. Her taste buds were instantly conquered. In between eating the dessert, Lin Ruyan looked at the cupboard as if she had discovered something special. Her gaze suddenly froze. She walked to the counter and looked around, finding a strawberry chocolate cake among them. It was something Lin Tingqing used to bring home for her to eat. Although she despised Lin Tingqing, the taste of that cake was exceptionally good. It was a fresh memory, but coincidentally, Lin Ruyan raised her eyebrows and looked around again, confirming that she had not made a mistake. The uniformed store clerk came over again, smiling and said, "Would you like to taste this one? The taste is very good." There was a store employee before who used to buy it every week to take home. "Would the employees here buy it too, sister?" Lin Ruyan asked subconsciously. The uniformed girl nodded, as if thinking of something interesting, and said with a smile, "Miss, you also saw it. This dessert is quite expensive. 1 piece is about half of our monthly salary." But she is still willing to buy it for her sister. "This dessert looks really delicious." Lin Ruyan suddenly thought of something, her face suddenly changed. "What's her name?" "Her name is Lin Tingqing." "Oh, is he a very handsome and likable boy?" Upon hearing the name Lin Tingqing, Lin Ruyan's pupils dilated. When she said Lin Tingqing, her heart beat violently for a moment. It's Lin Tingqing again. Unfortunately, she resigned a long time ago. It seems to be due to health reasons. The uniformed girl shook her head. "It's really a pity. She is very gentle, and her service attitude is also very good. Everyone likes her." Lin Ruyan bit her lip. "I know her. It seems not as good as you said. It seems only to say so, to make her feel a bit more comfortable." The uniformed store clerk looked at her slightly surprised. "How could it be? Look here, this is our group photo. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally let her stand in the middle. She is very popular in our store, and many customers specifically request her service." Lin Ruyan pursed her lips, lowered her head to look at those photos. Indeed, Lin Tingqing's expression in the photos was very gentle, and his smile was particularly bright. At that time, she was full of vitality. With a smiling face, it was the most beautiful appearance of youth. Not to mention the movies here, even after many years in the entertainment industry, she has seen all kinds of handsome men. But when she saw Lin Tingqing in the group photo, she couldn't help but feel a jump in her heart. "She's really handsome. How come I never noticed before?" It seems like it's the first time she's carefully looked at Lin Tingqing's appearance, using her gaze to sketch her features, touching her heart through those clear and transparent eyes. Unfortunately, this is just a photo. The person in the photo will never appear again. Lin Ruyan suddenly felt sorry for Lin Tingqing, as if he wasn't really that bad. Is that so? The uniformed store clerk didn't notice her uneasiness and continued with the introduction. Lin Ruyan couldn't bear to listen anymore, declined the clerk's offer, returned to her seat, and felt a little better upon seeing the 2 cake gifts from Lin Xiaotian. Her own younger brother isn't that bad. As long as she knows she was wrong, she will definitely change for the better. What's so good about that waist? It's all for the Lin family's property. But just then, a pair of hands rested on her shoulders, and in a flirtatious tone said, "Are you Miss Lin? You really live up to being a big star, so good-looking." When she turned around, she saw a greasy-looking middle-aged man. Her eyes were full of aggression, as if she wanted to strip Lin Ruyan naked. Comrade Lin Ruyan frowned and pushed away the man's hand, coldly telling him to back off. "Oh, little girl, you've got quite the temper. I like that." After saying this, he reached out and touched Lin Ruyan's cheek inappropriately. Lin Ruyan lifted her leg to kick her, but she dodged it. She laughed heartily. "That's spicy enough. I like this kind of boldness, but I prefer gentleness." Lin Ruyan glared at her. "Try taking one more step closer." "What are you afraid of? I won't eat you." The middle-aged man smirked and leaned in. "Miss Lin, are you single? I warn you, if you dare to mess around, I'll call the police and have you arrested." Lin Ruyan said sternly. "Ha ha, do you think the police station is your home? I am a decent person." The middle-aged man's laughter became more lewd. After saying this, he reached out to hug Lin Ruyan, frightening her to step back immediately. "What are you doing?" Lin Ruyan panicked and struggled desperately. "Let me go, you thug. Help!" The middle-aged man saw the situation. On the contrary, he became more and more delighted. Licking his lips, he said, "Screaming your lungs out won't help. Who will come to save you? Be a good girl and just submit." Lin Ruyan tightly closed her eyes, twisting and struggling desperately, but still couldn't escape the clutches. This is a private room, and conveniently, there are no staff around. No one came to help her. A chill ran down Lin Ruyan's heart. She knew she might not escape today. Her eyes reddened as tears slid down her cheeks. "Please let me go. I'm begging you, please let me go." The middle-aged man's face twisted into a sinister expression. "I paid for you, so you're mine." Saying this, he eagerly pounced towards Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan was extremely afraid and screamed. She gritted her teeth and pushed the man away with all her might, and also gave him a slap. The despicable man covered his face in rage. "Damn it, how dare you slap me? I'll kill you." Lin Ruyan trembled all over, involuntarily stepping back, but there was a wall behind her, and she had no way to escape, so she could only use all her strength to protect herself. Questioning, "Who are you and what do you want? In broad daylight, what are you planning to do?" The man covered his face and angrily said, "You little brat, your brother gambled and owes me tens of millions. It's only right for you to sleep with me. So that's it, it's all about money." Lin Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, forcibly calming herself down, and asked, "My brother owes you money, Lin Xiaotian? My older sister has already repaid all the debts, how could he owe you money?" The middle-aged man snorted, took out his phone, and played a recording. "Listen for yourself, did she owe me tens of millions?" The recording played Lin Xiaotian's crying voice. Her tone was very sad. "I really can't do it, I really can't pay the money back. My second sister is a star, very beautiful, maybe I can let her accompany you." Lin Ruyan's eyes widened, feeling as if a row of needles was piercing her heart. It was so painful. It turned out that Lin Xiaotian had deceived her into coming here to pay off this old man's debt. She couldn't believe she had been happy about Lin Xiaotian's gift. In the end, Lin Ruyan used money to get rid of the old man, turned and left. Outside, the sunlight was warm, but Lin Ruyan's heart was still cold. She could hardly believe that her own brother would do such a thing. Looking back now, her recent excitement seems like a joke. She thought Lin Xiaotian had grown up, thought she had become sensible. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. As older sisters, they always believe their younger brothers will grow up, and they unconditionally tolerate their mistakes. But what if Lin Xiaotian's nature is like this? What if she will never change her whole life? They say Lin Xiaotian is still young, but Lin Tingqing is not much older than Lin Xiaotian. Why is Lin Tingqing so sensible, so considerate, and understanding, while Lin Xiaotian and Lin Ruyan? Involuntarily comparing Lin Xiaotian and Lin Tingqing, she increasingly feels uncomfortable. She felt that things couldn't continue like this. She had to take good care of Lin Xiaotian. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ruyan called Lin Youyu. On the other side, Lin Youyu had just finished a meeting for a billion-dollar project. Weary, she walked out of the meeting room and received a call from Lin Ruyan. "Ian, can it wait? I just finished a meeting, and I've been really tired these days." Her headache hasn't stopped. She has been to the hospital, tried all kinds of medications, attempted acupuncture, hired one masseuse after another, but it's still of no use. "Sorry, elder sister. I interrupted you. Can you briefly explain about the middle-aged man's matter? Lin Yoyu was furious at the words, loudly cursing the scoundrel. How dare she? I'm coming over right away. She hung up the phone, instructed her assistant to bring Lin Xiaotian back, and, her face pale with anger, took 2 steps forward, feeling dizzy. She held onto her throbbing head, as if there were shards of glass stabbing into her brain. In the blink of an eye, a strange scene flashed before her eyes. It was a dark basement, and a middle-aged man reeking of alcohol walked in from outside, glaring fiercely at her and the little boy beside her. You little brats, watch how I'll beat you to death today. The man kicked over the table and chairs, then rushed over with a beer bottle, viciously smashing it on her head, waiting for her to wake up again. What caught her eye was a bright white ceiling, snow-white wallpaper, and white sheets, with a faint scent of disinfectant lingering. She blinked and tried to sit up. The door to the ward was gently opened, and a girl in a white dress quickly walked in. She exuded an air of intelligence and elegance, smiling as she said, "Sister, you're finally awake. What on earth happened? How did you suddenly faint?" It turned out that the third sister, Lin Xiaoxue, had returned from overseas training. Although young, Lin Xiaoxue was a national treasure in the medical field. She had achieved outstanding results in the field of neurology, and it was only a matter of time before she won the Nobel Prize. Upon hearing her sister's question, Lin Yoyu bit her lip and lowered her eyes, concealing the complex emotions in her eyes. She whispered, Xiaotian got into trouble. She was forced into debt, and Ah-Si helped her pay it off. I helped her pay it off once before, but she still didn't repent and even sold her second sister. Upon hearing her say this, Lin Xiaoxue furrowed her brows and said, Big sister, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? After a pause, she added, Xiaotian is young and may go astray, just talk to her nicely. She has always been a good kid. I initially hoped to use this matter to educate her, but I never expected it to develop into this. Lin Yoyu's Minchuan's mood had reached its lowest point. Lin Xiaoxue patted her on the shoulder and comforted her, don't worry too much. Xiaotian, this child, may be a bit disobedient, but deep down she is kind. As long as you are a bit more understanding, she will definitely come around. More than this, I am more worried about you. I just examined you. The CT scan showed that the small piece of glass in your skull had shifted position, putting pressure on the central nervous system. Lin Xiaoxue looked at her with concern. Lin Yoyu has a small piece of glass remaining in her brain. She has always known about this. It's this piece of glass that caused her to lose some of her memory. However, as it hasn't had much impact on her life and the surgery risk is high, Lu Xiaoxue also doesn't recommend her to undergo surgery. But thinking of the scene that just flashed through her mind, Lin Yoyu couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could the lost memory be related to Lin Tingcheng? How is that possible? Maybe it's just a coincidence. If it's really true, how could she not remember anything at all? Lin Xiaoxue advised, don't get agitated. I can find a professional to treat you. I have done a lot of research in the field of neurology and can perform the surgery on you. Once the surgery is done, everything will be fine. Lin Yaoyu certainly believes this. Although she detests hospitals, she decides to have the surgery in order to find out what happened to Lin Tingcheng. Lying on the operating table, Lin Yoyu closes her eyes, falls into a deep sleep, and then has a long dream. She feels as if she is in a dark and icy abyss, empty and without any light. Lin Yoyu screams in fear. Lin Chengcheng suddenly appears by her side, his pale and thin face filled with seriousness. Sister, step on me to escape, he says. She hesitates, but her body has already stepped on him. She says coldly, be careful, don't fall. After a pause, she adds, wait until I'm safe. Find someone to save you. I got it. Sister, hurry and escape. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yoyu has already escaped back to the old house in the countryside. She hides in the inner room and sees Uncle, with a dark face, also rushing in, his expression ghostly, grabbing the frightened Lin Xiaotian. He loudly presses, where is your sister? Lin Xiaotian is scared stiff, too frightened to speak, trembling, shaking her head, stammering, I don't know, I didn't see anything, please don't grab me, please spare me. Seeing her remain silent, Uncle picks up a bottle of wine and threatens, if you still don't speak, then he twists his face and raises his hand to slap Lin Xiaotian harshly. With the crisp sound of a slap, Lin Yoyu was extremely shocked, couldn't help but cover her mouth. Lin Xiaotian was stunned by the hit, holding her swollen cheek, and burst into tears, saying big sister has returned, she's in the inner room. Uncle Lin gave a sinister smile, released her, and pushed her away. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xiaotian scrambled and left the room in a stumbling manner. Lin Yoyu held her breath, remaining silent without making a sound. Uncle Lin forcefully pushed open the door, rushed in, and roared, Lin Yoyu, get out of here, thinking she had hidden well, but half of her clothes were already exposed. Uncle Lin directly dragged her out and fiercely smashed a glass bottle onto her head. Ah, blood gushed from the wound, soaking Lin Yoyu's hair and face. The excruciating pain made her uncontrollably scream. Uncle Lin cursed frantically while waving his fists and feet, pressing her to the ground and beating her black and blue. Lin Yoyu trembled in pain, her legs too weak to stand. She could only hold onto her sleeves to avoid passing out. Her forehead dyed red with blood. The intense pain on her scalp made her dizzy. Her vision gradually blurred. At this moment, Yu pushed aside the trembling Lin Xiaotian at the door, ran over to protect Lin Yoyu, and loudly said, "Don't hit me, big sister, don't hit her." Uncle certainly couldn't let it go. He grabbed Lin Tingqing and pulled him up. "She grabbed your hair, her ferocious face extremely cruel. I'll kill you, you damn bastard." Her fists rained down on you, and you were defenseless, beaten all over. Finally, you were dragged to the corner, and a hard blow directly broke your right arm. Uncle smirked and stuffed a knife into your left hand. "Kill Lin Yoyu, and I'll let you go." You hung your head, glaring at the tip of the knife, gritting your teeth. "You won't kill her, you think I won't dare to act? Don't forget, you've never been part of the Lin family," Uncle roared. Lin Tingqing shook his head with all his might. "You can't do this. My sister can't die, I can't harm her." Seeing her desperate and pained expression, Lin Yoyu couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness. She also had something to fear, and would compromise to protect herself. Uncle impatiently urged, "Hurry and kill Lin Yoyu, or I'll kill you now, and you both will go to hell together." Lin Tingqing slowly calmed down, his gaze dark and menacing as he stared at her, like a venomous snake. She slowly reached out her blood-stained left hand, gripping the sharp blade. "Let me think about it." Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Uncle's face. He picked up a bottle of wine, glanced at the few children present, believing he had the upper hand and paying no attention to them. "I'll give you 10 minutes to think. I want to witness you siblings fight each other. After that, I'll go to the yard to drink." Lin Tingqing looked at Lin Yoyu, didn't speak for a long time. For some reason, facing this non-biological brother, Lin Yoyu felt a hint of fear. She bit her lip, forcing herself to suppress the fear, gathered courage to look at the other person. "Are you really going to kill me?" You looked at her, a hint of complex emotion flashed in your eyes, pursed your lips without speaking, just gripping the handle of the knife more tightly. Lin Yoyu felt panic again because she was very clear that if it were her, she would probably really act. Lin Tingqing pursed his lips, hoarsely said, "Big sister, I will absolutely not let you die." After speaking, seemingly afraid of blood splashing on him, he took off his coat, raised the knife, and stabbed without hesitation. Lin Yoyu closed her eyes in fear, but after a long time, she didn't feel any pain, and there was not a single wound on her body. She opened her eyes blankly. Lin Tingqing cruelly pierced his own arm into the ground, leaving a large pool of blood. "Lie here and play dead. Then, wait for the opportunity, and we'll escape together." Saying this, she used the old clothes nearby to quickly bandage her wounds, looking somewhat hesitant at the motionless Lin Yoyu. "I know this is very dirty, but this is the only way. Bear with it." Struggling to stand up, she moved towards the courtyard gate. Due to excessive blood loss, her steps became unsteady, almost falling several times. Eventually, she managed to reach the courtyard gate and kicked open the broken wooden door. "Uncle, I've made up my mind. I have already killed Lin Yoyu." Lin Tingqing bit his lip forcefully, enduring the pain, and tried to calm himself down as he spoke to his uncle inside the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the uncle immediately walked out excitedly to look at her. "Ah, well done, you little rascal. I knew I didn't misjudge you," he exclaimed. Lin Tingqing narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold and sharp glint passing through them. "So, can you let me go now?" he asked. The uncle smiled at her and said, "Don't be in a hurry. You have so much potential. I won't let you go back to being a dog of the Lin family. From now on, I will help you take back everything from the Lin family. You are my only son." With almost no hesitation, Lin Tingqing nodded. "Okay," she agreed so quickly. The uncle, on the contrary, became somewhat suspicious and looked inside, only to see a glaring bloodstain and Lin Yoyu lying in a pool of blood, motionless, clearly lifeless. It was so easily resolved, he thought. The uncle frowned, feeling that something was a bit strange. She then asked, "I didn't expect you to be quite decisive." Lin Tingqing glanced at her indifferently and casually said, "I never had any feelings for the Lin family. Helping you is also helping myself." Seeing the situation, Uncle completely trusted her, patting Lin Tingqing's shoulder, praising, "Good job, worthy of being my child, so tough." Lin Tingqing lowered his eyelashes, hiding the disgust in his eyes, "But still need to check to know the truth." Uncle, being an old fox, even after seeing so much blood, still wanted to go and see if Lin Yu was really dead, and walked over quickly. Lin Yu lying on the ground tensed up, her heart pounding, extremely nervous. She took the opportunity while Uncle wasn't paying attention, secretly lifted her eyelids, but only saw Lin Tingqing's back, her figure weak. The lonely and desolate figure seemed as if it could dissipate into the darkness at any moment. Just as Uncle's hand touched her, she launched a sudden attack, holding a beer bottle and fiercely smashing it onto Uncle's head. Uncle was caught off guard, and blood splattered instantly. She widened her eyes in surprise, pointing at Lin Tingqing. A mouthful of hot blood spurted out, tremblingly saying, "You." Before she could finish her sentence, Uncle fell straight to the ground, looking as if he had fainted. Lin Tingqing helped Lin Yu sit up. "Sister, we have to leave here quickly. If Uncle wakes up, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Wait," Lin Yu called out to her, her voice weak. "You're injured. Let's stop the bleeding first." Lin Tingqing shook his head and pulled her out of the old house. The new little brother Lin Xiaotian had long since disappeared. Lin Youyu felt a pang in her heart, unable to help but remember the recent actions of Lin Xiaotian, afraid of betraying her. Looking ahead, Lin Shengcheng held her hand, the warmth of his palm giving her a sense of security, even though he was not a big person at this moment. The two of them quickly walked to the town station. Before long, Uncle caught up. How could two children resist an adult? Uncle brandished a sharp knife and fiercely stabbed at Lin Youyu. Lin Tingqing rushed over to shield her, a sharp, icy-cold dagger mercilessly piercing your back. You groaned in pain, fresh red blood gushing out along the blade, staining your shirt. The intense pain and numbness made your legs go weak, and you fell to the ground. You struggled to prop up your body, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing completely, never to rise again. Lin Youyu stood there in a daze, hands tightly clutching her skirt, tears streaming down her face. She trembled, reaching out, but could no longer touch your face. Lin Youyu let out a pained cry, and tears rolled down Lin Tingqing's cheeks. "What's wrong, big sister?" Lin Rushua's voice awakened Lin Ruyan, her eyes trembling as she opened them. "I dreamt that my memory has returned. Lin Shengcheng saved me in the dream, while Xiaotian almost killed me." Lin Youyu covered her chest, her eyes filled with tears, and she recounted all the memories she had recovered. After listening, Lin Xiaoxuat also felt a bit surprised. She remained silent for a long time before awkwardly explaining to Lin Xiaotian. At that time, Xiaotian was still young. It's normal to be scared when encountering such things. Don't overthink it. Lin Youyu wiped away her tears. How could she not take it to heart? It was a matter of life and death. Besides, Lin Tingqing was not that old at the time. How could you accomplish what he did? But Xiaotian couldn't. She has given all her love to Xiaotian. Lin Xiaoxua noticed that her sister's emotions were fluctuating greatly and didn't want to cause internal discord within the Lin family. She suddenly felt that even if Lin Shengcheng died, she would still be a troublesome ghost. She forced a smile and said, "Don't overthink it, sister. I've already contacted that kid Xiaotian. I'll call her over to take good care of you. After all, we are siblings. Don't take it too hard." Lin Youyu nodded at the words and said, "Thank you. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, so I hope you won't tell the other sisters, to avoid worrying them." Lin Xiaoxua quickly promised not to spread it. After she left, the ward was quiet, with only the sound of the needle and the steady drip of the four remaining. Lin Youyu opened her eyes, gazing at the white wall, her thoughts drifting away. She has now regained all her memories. She understands what happened originally. She lost all her memories, but how could Lin Xiaotian not remember? Over the years, he never mentioned it once. Is this what they call close relatives? As time passed, Lin Xiaotian happily entered the ward. As soon as he walked in, he covered his nose, disliking the strong smell here, and without regard for his sick sister, he opened the window. A cold wind blew in, causing Lin Youyu to shiver, but Lin Xiaotian was completely oblivious, not even saying a word of concern. He sat on the nearby sofa and started playing with his phone. After about half an hour, Lin Xiaotian finally looked up from his phone screen, lazily stretched, and said, "My takeout is here. I'll go get it. See how considerate I am, just to make sure you don't go hungry." Upon hearing this, Lin Youyu faintly curved her lips without commenting. Not long after, Lin Xiaotian walked in with several large takeout boxes. As he opened one of them, an extremely spicy smell wafted out. Lin Youyu was taken aback. She's a patient, yet Lin Xiaotian ordered all spicy Sichuan dishes. Seeing Lin Youyu frown, Lin Xiaotian immediately explained, "The hospital food is all vegetarian, and since you don't eat that, I ordered these. They're all your favorites." Lin Youyu lowered her gaze, remaining silent, and simply stared quietly at the dishes. Lin Xiaotian was originally enjoying the food, but when she saw her sister not eating, she cleared her throat and said, "Sister, all of this is ordered for you. Try it and see if it suits your taste." "Are you sure all of this is prepared for me?" Faced with her sister's questioning, Lin Xiaotian naturally replied, "Of course." "Sister, are you not feeling well? You definitely need to supplement your nutrition. Please eat more. See how well I am treating you." Lin Yoyu looked at the table full of dishes, unable to hide her disappointment. Lin Jiaxi only likes spicy food, which is clearly ordered according to her own preferences. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxue walked in, rubbing her arms as soon as she entered. Why didn't anyone close the windows? It's so cold. Do you want to give big sister a cold? I just wanted to get rid of the smell of disinfectant in the ward, Lin Xiaotian replied impatiently. I came here to take care of big sister. Can't you guys stop bothering me? One isn't eating, and the other is picking on me. Lin Yoyu pursed her lips and didn't speak, unable to help but think of a few years ago when Lin Tingqing took care of her in the hospital after her appendicitis surgery. He was exceptionally attentive, taking care of every detail, which was a world of difference from Lin Xiaotian. Whether it was the meals he personally prepared for her or the days he spent with her in the hospital, he never complained. Instead, he accommodated and took care of her everywhere. He even took time off to stay in the hospital, not wanting to delay taking care of her. He stayed for almost half a month, just to hear her talk about food. Lin Xiaoxue looked down, her face turning extremely pale. Big sister Xiaotian just had surgery, and what did you give her? Sichuan-style sliced meat. Lin Xiaotian sneered, who said patients must eat bland food? Big sister's body is so weak, she needs some meat to replenish nutrients. Ah, you're really annoying. If you don't eat it, forget it. I'll throw it away later, as she started to throw things into the trash can. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxue was infuriated, but considering this was her own younger brother, she patiently said, hurry up and clean up, then go back. You're not needed here. Lin Xiaotian slammed the door and ran out happily. She really didn't want to stay here for another second, leaving only the two people in the hospital room in silence. Big sister, I don't know what's going on with Xiaotian lately. I'll find time to talk to her. Lin Xiaoxue said, breaking the heavy atmosphere first. Hasn't she always been like this? Lin Yoyu forced a bitter smile and slowly continued under Lin Xiaoxue's puzzled gaze. She has always been like this. It's just that before, Lin Changchang did everything she should have done. Whether it was taking care of us or managing the household chores, Lin Changchang could do it all very well. And Xiaotian only had to enjoy our love. Now that Lin Changchang is gone, we need someone who can take care of our brother like she did. But Xiaotian can't take on that role. She has already been spoiled by us. On the other side, Lin Ruyan got off the long unridden bus, looked around, and saw a rather desolate and backward town, which was also their hometown. Before the Lin family became prosperous, they all lived at their grandmother's house in the countryside. However, not long after, their parents brought them to the city, so their memories of that time were not very deep. These days, the figure of Lin Tingqing kept circling in her mind. She wanted to come back and see if there were any traces of the past in this village where they had once lived together, and to find out what kind of person Lin Tingqing really was. As soon as she walked in, a group of old people recognized her. Oh, isn't this the second girl from the Lin family? Is there something you've come back for? I want to come back to inquire about a few things related to Lin Tingqing. You mean that kid? I remember you two didn't get along well when you were young. Is it Lin Ruyan who's feeling jealous after all these years? She only has some vague memories. I also remember Lin Tingqing. That kid usually looked quiet and honest, but he just didn't get along with the second girl and always teased you. A wave of memories rushed to her mind. When they were young, Lin Tingqing often bullied her. For example, they would go out to play together, and he would end up leaving her alone in the deep mountain forest, or he would throw caterpillars on her, and so on, countless mischievous acts. Every time, she would run home crying first, and then tell her parents to scold Lin Tingqing. She gradually understood that Lin Tingqing just didn't like her father. Later, she gradually became smarter, and no longer went out alone with Lin Changchang. Lin Changchang was scolded by her parents many times because of this, but she didn't care at all, and even mocked her for being a coward. Thinking of this, Lin Ruyan's expression froze, and her nostalgia for you also decreased a lot. She always disliked her since she was young. How could she be so good to her when she grew up? It must be fake. She politely smiled at the old men and women at the village entrance, got up and left, and arrived at the elementary school, where she found the former class teacher, Songping. Songping was a very good teacher, strict in teaching, but also very caring towards the students, especially the girls. He was always very gentle, even to the naughty ones, but Lin Changchang was very gentle. Why did you come back alone this time? Your other sisters are busy, I understand. Did Lin Changchang not come back? She said she would come back to see me before, didn't she? Lin Ruyan pursed her lips and didn't want to tell the teacher that Lin Changchang had already passed away. She's been quite busy recently and hasn't had time. She was so smart when she was a child. She should have graduated from college by now. She must have made a name for herself. I've taught all the kids in your family, and she was the one I had the highest hopes for. When Lin Ruyan heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Teacher, my grades are much better than hers. I remember her previous academic performance was very poor. Song Ping was incredulous. How could that be? I still have her perfect test paper. It was the provincial math test, and she was the only one in the whole city who got full marks. After a pause, Lin Tingcheng continued, I really like that child from the bottom of my heart. She is a particularly sensible child, obedient and hardworking since she was young. Lin Ruyan frowned. Didn't I get a perfect score in the math Olympiad back then? Even though she chose to enter the entertainment industry after graduating from college, her academic performance has always been excellent. She even ranked top in the college entrance examination. Lin Ruyan has always believed that this is due to the outstanding genes of her family. Song Ping shook his head, sighed. It seems you have forgotten everything from before. When you were in elementary school, you were ill for a period of time and had a mild intellectual disability. How could you have achieved a perfect score? Intellectual disability, she didn't remember at all. She pursed her lips and furrowed her brow. I don't remember this at all. I once had an intellectual disability? Yes, not only the intellectual disability, but it also affected your personality. During that time, you had a bad temper, behaved strangely, and were easily agitated. If someone said something wrong, you would attack them. You couldn't concentrate, which is why you always scored 0 in exams later on. Lin Ruyan lowered her eyes. Then how did I get better later on? I don't know about that. You can go and ask the village doctor or the elders in the family. After bidding farewell to Song Ping, Lin Ruyan walked uneasily towards her old house, the head teacher's words echoing in her mind. How could she not know that she has a mild intellectual disability? With a mind full of questions, Lin Ruyan returned to her hometown. She walked into the main room, sat on a chair, propped her forehead with her hand, closed her eyes, and stayed there for a long time, without recalling when she had ever had an intellectual disability. But since the teacher had said so, it was probably true. Lin Ruyan got up and walked into the main room, prepared to see if there were any examination reports. She walked to the room where her parents had once lived in her memory, rummaged through everything, and busied herself for half a day. Finally, she found something like an examination report. After unfolding the report paper, the original skeptical look gradually disappeared, replaced by a sense of shock. This was really her medical report. The fact that her intellectual disability was real. She actually had an intellectual disability. Then why didn't she become an idiot, and why did she inexplicably recover again? Lin Ruyan widened her eyes, full of shock. She took a deep breath and looked at the signature, only to find out it was an appraisal report from a small hospital not far from her hometown. After a moment of silence, she decided to get to the bottom of it and go to the hospital again to see what was going on. Lin Ruyan handed the test results to the village doctor and asked, Can you tell me about my childhood intellectual disability? Are you sure you want to know? He asked me. Please tell me. Well, you are a prodigy, a patient with cerebral deficiency syndrome. It often starts in childhood, and as you grow older, your intelligence gradually declines, eventually leading to intellectual disabilities. But you've grown up without any symptoms, so it seems like there's nothing to worry about. So did my parents take me for treatment? She knows very well that the medical technology back then was simply incapable of curing this disease. Moreover, at that time, people had a low awareness of seeking medical help, especially in poor villages. Children rarely went to the hospital for any illness, relying on various unscientific folk remedies. So almost every village had a few fools. She didn't become the village fool, which was also considered very fortunate. This kind of illness cannot be treated with medication. Your family was initially very disappointed and even considered sending you away. But then your younger brother, Lin Tingcheng, found me. He said he found a method of emotional stimulation in a book that could gradually restore your intelligence. He asked me if this method was good. Lin Ruyan seemed to have heard something unbelievable. She paused for a moment, and seeing that the doctor had no intention of continuing, she lowered her eyes slightly and asked, What happened next? Later, I discussed it with some of my classmates who graduated from medical school and found that this method indeed had some scientific basis. So, I told your brother to give it a try. Unexpectedly, your brother succeeded. Through continuous emotional stimulation, he helped you regain your intelligence. Not only that, you also showed talent in acting. No wonder you've become a big star now, the doctor joked. Lin Ruyan couldn't force a smile, so Lin Tingcheng's constant pranks on her were actually to provoke her emotions. She has always hated Lin Tingcheng for these pranks, but she didn't realize that if it weren't for Lin Tingcheng, she would have been abandoned by her parents. Perhaps she would have been the village idiot. And the reason her parents didn't abandon her later was not because they had a change of heart, but because she recovered from her illness and showed her own talent. Lin Ruyan couldn't believe it. She looked at the doctor with a numb expression. "Thank you for telling me this," she said, then got up and left the hospital. Her mind was still a mess. She actually has intellectual disabilities. No wonder her childhood memories were always very fuzzy. Many things that her other sisters remembered, she didn't. It was because of this. The thought that even her closest parents once considered abandoning her made Lin Ruyan feel extremely cold-hearted. The doctor's words kept flashing through her mind, like blunt knives cutting into her heart. Enduring the discomfort in her heart, Lin Ruyan took a few steps, her face growing paler. Eventually, her legs gave way, and she sat on the ground, unable to move for a long time. The three words Lin Tingqing were deeply engraved in her heart. The only person who never gave up on her back then was Lin Tingqing. She misunderstood. "You are really cruel. You died before letting her know the truth, depriving her of the chance to apologize to you." Lin Ruyan raised her eyelids and looked into the distance. The sun was already setting. The remaining sunlight shone on the street, casting a more dilapidated shadow on the surrounding buildings, as if the air here was tinged with a sense of sadness. The doctor's words may not be trustworthy, she couldn't just believe them. She decided to ask her grandmother, who had always loved her the most since she was a child. Her grandmother would never lie to her. With this in mind, Lin Ruyan boarded a bus and soon arrived at her grandmother's house. Lin Ruyan knocked on the door and soon saw an old lady with silver hair and a cane appear at the doorway. Ruyan, the old grandmother, slightly surprised, looked her up and down. "I haven't seen you for quite some time. What brings you here all of a sudden?" "Grandma, I want to ask you something. Did I have a mental disability when I was young?" At these words, the grandmother was taken aback. She was about to shake her head in denial, but suddenly remembered something. She sighed. "Since you're asking this, you must have seen something, or someone must have told you something." Ruyan bit her lip and said, "Grandma, I only believe in you. When you were young, you were indeed different from other children. Except for Lin Tingqing, no one in the family believed that you could be cured. They even thought you might end up like the child from the Li family on the east side of our village, a fool. Your parents even considered sending you away." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but widen her eyes. But that child was very talented. He knelt down and begged your parents not to send you away. He said he could definitely cure you. Later, he actually did cure you. Not only that, you became very smart, went to college, and became a big star. Lin Ruyan's eyes turned red, her throat choked up. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Because you became a big star, Lin Tingqing was afraid this would affect your image, so he told us not to tell you. He kept it from you all along." Grandma earnestly comforted you. "Your parents had no choice. Don't blame them." "I know, I don't blame them. If anyone is to blame, it's her for discovering it too late." Returning to the old family home, I thought I, who was somewhat of a neat freak, wouldn't be able to sleep in this messy environment. But unexpectedly, I fell asleep shortly after lying down. She had a long dream. The scene in the dream changed, turning into your appearance. The young man was wearing simple black and white checkered clothes, sitting straight in a wheelchair. His handsome face carried a hint of aloofness, giving off an icy feeling that made people not dare to approach or disrespect him. Lin Ruyan ran after the young man, shouting, "Lin Tingqing, wait for me." However, no matter how hard she tried, the young man remained out of her reach. Lin Tingqing urgently called out to her, "How long do you intend to avoid me?" The boy's figure paused, then slowly turned around, but he looked seriously ill. She gave a wan smile, covering her abdomen. "Second sister, I'm an unlucky person, plagued by illness. I don't want to burden you or Lin Jia." In the blink of an eye, the boy lay on the sickbed, lifeless, with sunken cheeks and a sallow complexion, like a forsaken corpse. Ling Tingqing, Lin Ruyan woke up, opening her eyes to find that it was already light outside. The dream still flickered before her eyes, and Lin Ruyan couldn't help but cover her face, crying out. The boy from before was truly gone. She took a deep breath, as if wanting to reminisce about Linting City, and entered the smallest, darkest room of the old house. She seemed to hear something under her feet, a hard object, making a clinking sound. She turned on the flashlight on her phone and discovered it was a piggy bank. Lin Ruyan picked up the piggy bank, its old piggy body, the paint chipped off, looking miserable and pitiful. She opened the bottom cover, and a pile of coins spilled out. In the middle was a yellowed piece of paper. Lin Ruyan hesitated, then bent down to pick it up. By the dim light of her phone, she carefully read the words written on it. "Elder sister, this is 2 years' worth of my pocket money, all saved up inside. Although you haven't fully recovered yet, I believe you will. If our parents ultimately decide to send you away, you can use this money to live outside. Even if you become a fool, you are still my beloved elder sister. I will continue to save money to buy you beautiful clothes and a big house, to make you happier than anyone else. I know my current behavior disgusts you, and your disdainful gaze hurts me deeply. I am truly afraid that you will hate me for the rest of my life. But Dr. Uncle said this method is good for your illness, and soon you will recover. We made a promise, if you recover, please don't hate me. I will still be your little brother. I remember every word you said and every place you wanted to go. When you're better, we will go together. You must live well, elder sister, I love you. The handwriting was childish, but it was clear that it was a letter left by Lin Tingcheng. Lin Ruyan clenched her fists, trembling, her eyes welling up with tears, then she lifted her head and held back the tears. She carefully picked up all the coins, a total of 243, not knowing how long the other person had been saving them. Lin Ruyan looked down at the money, a smile on her face uglier than crying. This fool, thinking that saving this little money would be enough for her to live. What a joke! But she must have saved this money for a long time, from ignorance to maturity. Perhaps as Lin Tingcheng saved up, he himself knew that his thoughts were too naive. That's why he didn't give the money to her, but sealed it in his own cabinet, as a commemoration of those ignorant years. Lin Ruyan took a deep breath and placed the coins carefully. In fact, she still had a deep doubt in her mind. If she really had an intellectual disability, then what the homeroom teacher Song Ping said must be true. If Lin Tingcheng is really smart, then how could he not pass junior high school? She really couldn't figure out this question. After daybreak, she returned to the school and found Song Ping again, asking her doubts. Teacher, do you know why Lin Tingcheng didn't pass junior high school? Song Ping, slightly surprised, said, who said she didn't pass? Her grades were the best in the city at the time. But your family didn't have the money to support her education, so it was delayed. Lin Ruyan was stunned. How is that possible? Although the village is very poor, my family's conditions were still okay. When I was young, we never lacked food or clothing. How could that be? Song Ping sighed. I also find it strange, but the situation is indeed like this. I haven't fully understood the specific circumstances. Thank you for telling me this. Lin Ruyan left the school and returned to the old house, then began to rummage through everything. In her memory, the Lin family's financial situation was not difficult. Even if Lin Tingcheng is an adopted son, he shouldn't have been unable to afford the tuition. The Lin family may not have treated Lin Tingcheng well, but when it comes to studying, his parents did take it seriously. Later, she sought help everywhere to get Lin Chengcheng into college, because they didn't want the Lin family to produce an idiot. It was a matter of the Lin family's reputation. So Lin Ruyan was very clear that if Lin Chengcheng passed the exam, her parents would never not let her go to school. What is going on here? She bit her lip slightly, abandoned her cleanliness, and searched through the dusty room, just to find evidence that the Lin family was also wealthy when she was young. Inside the wardrobe were her childhood clothes. The fabric quality looked very good, and some delicate dolls and toys, which seemed to be expensive. Even now, these things would belong to a middle-class family, able to give their children the best gifts, not to mention more than 10 years ago. After some thought, Lin Ruyan walked towards Lin Tingcheng's room, stood at the door, and looked quietly at the room. Memories flashed through Lin Ruyan's mind. The windows were old and drafty, spider webs hung on the walls, and the broken air conditioner was not fixed. Lin Tingcheng lay on a small wooden bed, covered by a thin layer of blanket on her thin shoulders. Lin Ruyan's heart felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. It hurt badly. She reached out to touch your forehead, but as soon as she touched your skin, she withdrew her hand. This was an illusion. She could no longer touch you at all, because that boy was already dead. Lin Ruyan felt bitter in her heart, walked into the room, and sat lightly on the wooden bed. When she was young, Lin Chengcheng lay in such a lousy room, seeing other people being favored by their parents. Her eyes became deep and dark, as if brewing darkness, and it took a while for her to come to her senses, almost being engulfed by the gloomy emotions. Lin Ruyan lowered her gaze, closed her eyes, and forced herself to look away, refusing to look outside. She was about to leave when she noticed a locked drawer at the head of Lin Tingcheng's bed. She tried to pry it open, but the ordinary iron chain, which was already quite old, couldn't withstand her actions and soon broke into two pieces. Lin Ruyan pulled open the drawer, only to find several simple and cheap toys neatly wrapped in cloth, like the ones you'd find in a convenience store for a few dollars, just 2 or 3 of them. What's even more shocking is that these toys all have bloodstains on them. Underneath the toys, there are several pieces of torn and tattered cheap children's clothing, also stained with blood. Lin Ruyan wondered, what on earth is going on? Lin Ruyan wondered, what on earth is going on? How could there be bloodstains? She pursed her lips, her doubts growing, as she had never known anyone to lay a hand on Lin Tingcheng. They may not treat Lin Tingcheng well, but it has only been reflected in their coldness and indifference in words, never physical violence. Even if the elders were in a bad mood and occasionally took it out on Lin Tingcheng, they wouldn't have been so physically violent. Looking at the bloodstains on the clothes, piece by piece, the colors after the blood dried are different. Obviously, it has been beaten many times, and each time was very serious. The clothes are soaked in blood, unable to be washed clean. That's why they haven't faded over the years. Just by looking at these bloodstains, it's clear that Lin Chengcheng has been abused. Lin Ruyan's heart sank. Who could be so cruel to have beaten Lin Tingcheng like this? Maybe it's not necessarily Lin Tingcheng's blood. What if it's someone else's, or even from some small animal? Thinking about this, Lin Ruyan felt somewhat relieved and put the bloodstained clothes back. But just then, woo-woo, mommy, I want my mommy. Suddenly, from the nearby house, there came a piercing and distressing scream, a sharp and painful sound that made one's hair stand on end. Hearing this, Lin Ruyan felt extremely frightened. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and then followed the direction of the sound. The sound was coming from a rather secluded alley, just behind their house. She walked along the path to the back of the house. The sound of the whip cutting through the air was followed by the crisp sound of it striking flesh. There was laughter, cries of pain, and a voice calling out, "Mommy, it hurts, mommy. Mommy, it hurts, mommy. Please don't hit me. I'm begging you, don't hit me, it hurts." Ah! There was a fierce and cruel laughter, filled with the perverse delight of a child, amidst the wailing and crying, and yet this voice only seemed to further excite the male voice. Lin Ruyan felt terrified just listening. Oh my god, she tiptoed forward, peered through the crack in the window, and was so scared that she tightly covered her mouth with her hand, almost screaming. The room was dimly lit, and a burly man could be vaguely seen standing inside, holding the collar of a 7 or 8-year-old boy in his hand, lifting him up like a little chick, and unskillfully slapping the boy's face. The little boy cried and sobbed, tears and mucus streaming down, his body trembling with fear, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. She didn't understand what mistake she had made to deserve such a beating. The boy's appearance at this moment was extremely pitiful, the man's actions were far from skillful, his face was ferocious and terrifying, with a cruel smile. Excitement flashed in his eyes, and hearing the child's miserable cries made him even happier. Lin Ruyan's pupils trembled as she looked around. This room didn't look like a living space at all. It was more like a torture chamber. The dim light made it difficult to see, but one could vaguely make out the torture tools hanging on the wall, with unidentified marks on the sticks and several bundles of ropes. This can't go on like this. Seeing the boy about to be beaten to death, Lin Ruyan finally realized that she had to do something. She trembled, took out her phone, and called the police. "Hello, is this the police? There's someone here abusing a child." Lin Ruyan lowered her voice, afraid of alerting the enemy. After reporting her location truthfully, she knew the police would take some time to arrive. She couldn't just sit and wait to die, but she also knew she couldn't confront you directly. Lin Ruyan contemplated for a while, looked around, picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it in her hand, took a few steps back, and threw it at the window. The window was smashed with a large hole. Lin Ruyan immediately found a place to hide. After a while, there was immediately a shout of anger. "Which jerk is throwing things around? Dare to smash our window? If I catch you, I'll skin you alive." Lin Ruyan didn't dare to show herself. When it was quiet, she repeated her trick, found another stone, and threw it towards the house, this time seemingly hitting someone. A painful cry came from inside. "Which jerk is playing a trick here? Come out and face me." The man covered his forehead, blood slowly trickling down. He initially thought it was the mischievous kids from the village. This time, she cursed at the window for a long time, still not relieved. "Old Lee is making a fuss in broad daylight." The neighbors around were all alarmed and came out to see what was happening. "Don't know which brat threw a stone at my window, even hitting my head. Don't let me catch you, or I'll tear you apart." Old Lee gritted his teeth. Sirens sounded from the direction of the village gate. As the sirens sounded closer and closer, it stopped in front of Old Lee's door. A man and a woman in police uniforms got out, looked around, and then loudly asked, "Who reported child abuse here? Who reported it to the police?" "I don't know. There are still people in the village who love to meddle in others' business. Teach your own children a lesson." They actually made such a big fuss. Everyone looked at each other. Lin Ruyan then stepped forward. "I am the one who abused the child. It's her, in that room." She pointed at Old Lee indignantly. "Abusing children is illegal, even if it's your own child. It's a joke. Old Lee has been single for decades, never married. Where would the child come from?" Others chuckled. Lin Ruyan remained unfazed. "Kidnapping children is an even greater crime." Others didn't believe it at all. "We're all locals. Although Old Lee usually keeps to himself, we've known him for so long. He's a villager. There's no way he could be involved in kidnapping and selling children. You, this woman, clearly not from our village, what are you doing meddling here?" Suddenly, a plainly dressed middle-aged woman burst out from the crowd. Pointing at Lin Ruyan, she scolded, "I think you're deliberately slandering the people in our village. I remember now, I recognize you. Aren't you the celebrity who often appears on TV? As soon as this was said, Lin Ruyan instantly became the target of public criticism, and everyone started to gossip. If you don't believe me, let the police search. If they don't find anything, I'll let you handle it. Lin Ruyan said firmly. The middle-aged woman wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the police. Stop arguing. Let's see if it's true by searching, said the police as they walked towards the house. Old Lee's face looked extremely unpleasant, clearly showing signs of panic. Not long after, everyone saw with their own eyes the police carrying a child out of the house. Isn't this Zhao's eldest son? Someone recognized the boy's identity, and all eyes in the room focused on the middle-aged woman who had just spoken, clearly indicating that he was her son. Lin Ruyan didn't care about that. She breathed a sigh of relief seeing the child being rescued, but was also surprised when she found out that the woman was the child's mother. The middle-aged woman, although very surprised by her son's pitiful state, showed no resentment towards Old Lee, as if she had known about it for a long time. The experienced police officers immediately noticed that something was wrong. The female officer took out handcuffs from her pocket and coldly said, "Let's go. Come to the police station with us and make a statement first." Finally, Old Lee couldn't bear it and pointed at the middle-aged woman, saying, "Hey, this has nothing to do with me." She agreed to it. I didn't agree to anything, especially not child trafficking. What exactly is going on? The female police officer asked in a low voice. The middle-aged woman saw the situation was going downhill, and with just a smile from Lu, everything was revealed instantly. Yes, this was the plan we agreed on. It was only then that everyone understood the ins and outs of the whole matter. It turns out that this Old Lee was always destitute before, until suddenly the demolition happened, and he received a large sum of compensation. In an instant, Old Lee transformed from a welfare recipient to a wealthy man. She had a habit of enjoying torturing people. The more the tortured person screamed in fear, the more excited she became. For money, the middle-aged woman made a deal with her. As long as she sent her son over whenever she wanted, to let her torment him, she could get a considerable amount of money. Old Lee promised that he would be careful, and that nothing would happen to her son. The boy's mother hesitantly explained. But seeing her son's current miserable state, she clearly lacked confidence. Not to mention Lin Ruyan, even the villagers were astonished when they heard about this. They couldn't believe that there was such a mother in the world, selling her son for personal gain. A tiger does not eat its cubs. This is too cruel. This mother is really inhuman. I didn't see it coming. Old Lee turned out to be a pervert, torturing people to the point of dehumanization. The villagers were talking about it, and for a while, both Old Lee and the boy's mother couldn't lift their heads. "Miss, you are a witness and the one who reported the incident. Please come with us to the police station to make a statement." "No problem, I will definitely tell everything I saw truthfully. Lin Ruyan cannot shirk her duty, I will sign it without hesitation." Leaving the police station together with the police car. Humph, throwing the file heavily on the table, the police asked coldly, "Be honest. I advise you to voluntarily confess and explain the situation clearly. Leniency for those who confess, strict punishment for those who resist." Old Lee lowered his head, no longer having the previous arrogant demeanor. "I will definitely confess honestly. Apart from today, there were others who traded with me before. I didn't do anything, and the actions were not severe." "Nonsense!" The police scolded angrily. They all saw the child with their own eyes, almost no good skin left on their body. As police officers upholding justice, they detest the people who bully women and children the most. Bullies who are afraid of tough guys. They only dare to target women and children, and immediately arrest adults who are just like them. Old Lee shrank his head, didn't dare to argue, and continued to honestly confess his past actions. Lin Ruyan felt angry while listening, but was stunned upon hearing a familiar name. "I've forgotten the names of others, but there was a Lin Tingcheng, also a few years ago. The most impressive one among them is this Lin Tingcheng, who was only 7 or 8 years old, but incredibly brave. When the other children were brought in, they were either trembling in fear or crying in fright. Only Lin Tingcheng remains calm, doesn't cry or make a fuss, and is the only child who actively seeks her out. He also has the strongest will. No matter how I provoke her, she refuses to scream her whole life. The more she resists, the more excited I become, and the heavier my hand becomes. It wasn't until one time when I forcibly broke her finger that she finally screamed for the first time." Lao Li fell into deep thought, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to him. She is my favorite child, and no matter how severe the injury, she always comes to see me on time. But it's strange, she needs 5,000 yuan every month. It seems she really is short of money. I don't know why a child like her needs so much money. I continued to break her fingers one by one and forcibly pulled out her nails. You beast! Lin Ruyan couldn't bear it anymore. Her eyes were red, and she wished she could tear Lao Li apart. She suddenly got up and rushed towards Lao Li, but was stopped by the police. I'm going to kill you. It was always just a transaction between us. Who made her short of money? Lao Li didn't care as Lin Ruyan gasped for breath, like a fish out of water, on the brink of suffocation. Stop it, don't say anything more, she cried out in despair. Seeing her distressed, the police immediately took her outside, poured her a glass of water, and tried to calm her down. Miss Lin, please calm down. Do you happen to know Lin Tingcheng? Perceptive people can see that this person called Lin Tingcheng holds extraordinary significance for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't get so worked up at the mention of anything related to Lin Tingcheng. Lin Ruyan's heart feels like it's clenched, biting down hard, her forehead slightly protruding. In a hoarse voice, she said, I know Lin Tingcheng, he's my younger brother. For the first time, Lin Ruyan admits Lin Tingcheng's identity in front of others. The police seemed to anticipate this answer. She comforted, don't worry, the person has been caught, and she has confessed to her actions. The law will hold her accountable. Lin Ruyan looked dazed, as if she couldn't bear such a blow. The police also expressed understanding. After all, it's hard for anyone to accept when something like this happens to their family. But no one knows, at this moment, the person Lin Ruyan hates the most is not Lao Li, but herself. At first, Lin Ruyan couldn't understand why Lin Tingcheng would do this. It wasn't until she heard Lao Li mention the money given to Lin Chengcheng every month that she instantly realized Lin Chengcheng's reason for seeking her out was all for her own sake. At that time, every month's 5,000 yuan, Lin Chengcheng gave it all to the family. It turns out that the pocket money sent to her every month wasn't from her parents. It was Lin Tingcheng. For that 5,000 yuan, Lin Tingcheng had to endure so much abuse every month. At that time, she was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. She hasn't even told anyone about this, and no one knows what Lin Tingcheng has done. Even the money sent to her was not signed with her name, just to protect her fragile self-esteem. After Lin Ruyan realized everything, she was in excruciating pain, dazed and motionless at the police station, not knowing how much time had passed. When Lin Ruyan came to her senses, her face was full of weariness, no longer resembling the glamorous international movie queen. She didn't go home, but returned to the old Lin house. It was then that Lin Ruyan realized there weren't many things left by Lin Tingcheng in the Lin house. There wasn't even anything to remember him by, so she decided to take a few of Lin Tingcheng's things back as a memento. As she reopened the box containing Lin Tingcheng's miscellaneous items, Lin Ruyan's state of mind had already changed. She quietly packed up and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew through, and the door closed unexpectedly. Lin Ruyan didn't pay attention at first, but then she found that the door, which was fine just a moment ago, wouldn't open no matter what. She frantically turned the doorknob, feeling increasingly puzzled. After a while, Lin Ruyan also started to feel uneasy. Lin Tingcheng, she called out slowly, and suddenly shivered as she heard the sound of the window creaking. The temperature inside the house dropped suddenly, and Lin Ruyan felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that Lin Tingcheng was playing tricks on her? She remembered all the things Lin Tingcheng had done in the past and the misunderstandings between them. Perhaps now was the only chance to clear things up. Lin Ruyan let go of the door handle, turned to look at the empty old house, took a deep breath, and sincerely said, Lin Tingcheng, I know it's you. I already know everything you've done for me. Thank you. I'm sorry. If you're angry with me, I'm here now. It's up to you how to deal with me. After saying this, she put on a look of resignation, gritted her teeth, closed her eyes tightly, and waited for Lin Tingcheng's retaliation. Lin Ruyan waited for a long time, but there was no movement at all. Lin Ruyan waited for a long time, but there was no movement at all. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what was going on. Thinking she might have been mistaken, she turned around to open the door, only to find it still firmly shut. As time passed, Lin Ruyan, who had experienced so much in the past 2 days, was feeling exhausted and hungry. Her emotions were in turmoil, and now she was both tired and hungry. Feeling anxious, the old house was in a remote location with few passing vehicles. She had already booked her ticket, and it was time for the bus to depart. If she missed it, she would likely be delayed for some time. Bang! 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 Is there anyone outside? Is anyone there? Help! I'm locked inside. Can someone come and open the door for me? Lin Ruyan leaned against the door, pounding on it and calling for help, but received no response. She sat down on the ground, hugging her knees, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Tingcheng, is this your punishment for me? But I deserve it. No matter how long you want to keep me locked up, from now on, we are even. Creak! After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ruyan, in a daze, noticed that the door had opened. She quickly regained her composure, stood up, and cautiously pushed the door. It was indeed open. Lin Ruyan's face lit up with joy, Feeling relieved, she walked quickly outside. At this moment, there were many pedestrians on the street, all looking panicked. Oh my god! What bad luck! It has been peaceful all along. Who would have thought that something would happen suddenly today? It's really strange. Tisk tsk, did no one survive? I heard that no one on the entire bus survived, not even the driver. Walking on the road, Lin Ruyan listened to the gossip of the villagers, and the more she listened, the more something seemed off. She found out that the bus she was supposed to take had overturned on a mountain road, causing a massive explosion due to leaking oil barrels, leaving almost nothing of the bus. The situation developed too quickly, and no one on the bus survived. Lin Ruyan was shocked. If she hadn't been trapped in the old house and had boarded the bus on time, could it be? Lin Ruyan was not stupid, and in the blink of an eye, she understood the whole story. She turned to look in the direction of the old house and vaguely saw a familiar figure. Lin Tingcheng. It was Lin Tingcheng. Could it be that he wasn't seeking revenge, but was trying to save her by locking himself in the house for so long? Lin Ruyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had almost misunderstood Lin Tingcheng again. It took a while for Lin Ruyan to come to her senses. She had thought she was even with Lin Tingcheng, but unexpectedly, she owed him even more. Lin Ruyan felt unsteady, a bit lost, dizzy from hunger, and instead of rushing off, she decided to go to the noodle shop in the village to eat something. The noodle shop had been open in the village for many years, run by an elderly couple, and the tables and chairs showed signs of age. The elderly couple were already in their 70s, with white hair, and wore a friendly smile on their faces. She used to come here often to eat. I'll have a bowl of clear noodle soup. Okay, the landlady responded. Soon, a bowl of clear noodle soup was brought out. Even the bowls and chopsticks were the same as before, but the portion was much smaller than she remembered. Over the years, with the soaring prices, Lin Ruyan could understand the change. She took a sip, and it still tasted the same. Fresh and delicious. Landlady, your taste is as good as ever. Lin Ruyan praised. The landlady looked proud. Of course, we have been open for many years, honest and fair, no price increases or reductions in quantity. Really? I used to come here often, and the portions were much larger before, with 2 eggs. Lin Ruyan expressed doubt. Not only was the portion halved, but there was only 1 egg now. She remembered clearly that there used to be 2 eggs each time she ate. That's impossible, miss. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Our family's portion has always been this much, and there's only 1 egg, said the boss lady as she worked. Lin Ruyan wanted to speak but hesitated. In the past, she might have been puzzled by the reason behind things. Now, she understood. Every time they ate noodles, it wasn't just for her. It must be Lin Tingcheng who gave her his portion. Lin Ruyan felt ridiculous. After so many years, she still foolishly thought that 1 portion was that much. Details she had never noticed before now surfaced in her mind. Every time Grandma gave Lin Tingcheng money to buy 2 portions of noodles, but she never saw him eat. Lin Ruyan lost her appetite now, took a few bites, and left in a daze. Just as she returned, she received news that Lin Yuyu was hospitalized and rushed to the hospital without stopping for a moment. She could hardly bear it anymore. Memories weighed heavily on her, making it hard to breathe, and she urgently needed someone to confide in. Big sister. Upon entering the ward, Lin Yuyu lay on the hospital bed, her face pale, and Lin Ruyan felt sorry for her. You're back. Even though she was sick, Lin Yuyu still had the appearance of a strong woman who could handle anything. Lin Ruyan nodded, her thoughts in turmoil as she recounted recent events. Unable to hold back any longer, she said with a tearful voice, Big sister, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. If I had known earlier, I would never have treated Lin Tingcheng like that. But now, she didn't even have a chance to make amends. To relieve the pent-up emotions of the past few days, Lin Ruyan hugged Lin Yuyu and burst into tears. Thinking of how Lin Tingcheng had protected her, and hearing Lin Ruyan's words, Lin Yuyu felt a pang of regret. She placed her hand on her sister's thin back, holding her as tears welled up in her eyes. Ruyan, I think we should do something to compensate Lin Tingcheng. After a long silence, Lin Yuyu said, How do we compensate? Lin Ruyan raised her tear-swollen eyes. Have you forgotten? We know Lin Tingcheng's hometown address. Lin Yuyu patted her sister's head, a hint of sadness in her eyes and a touch of bitterness in her voice. Since Lin Tingcheng is no longer with us, let's take care of his parents more, as a way of making amends. Okay, I'll go with you. You still have filming to do, I can go by myself, and the company doesn't have much going on lately. After arranging company affairs, Lin Yuyu set off alone. Lin Tingcheng's hometown was in Jinyang Street, not far from here. As she reached the street corner, she smelled the scent of the slums. Dirty walls, dilapidated eaves, litter, and dust everywhere. Lin Yuyu frowned. Even a healthy adult man would probably not be able to bear such a harsh environment, let alone a weak teenager. It was no wonder he didn't want to return to his biological parents. But that was not her concern. She was here to repay Lin Tingqing's life-saving grace and make his parents' lives a little better. Lin Yuyu stepped into the narrow alley. There were some stalls on the street selling various cheap goods, with constant calls from the vendors. Lin Yuyu, dressed elegantly and with a noble demeanor, stood out from the environment, observing her surroundings somewhat awkwardly. The residents seemed accustomed to this environment and stared at her. A woman in a white dress suddenly approached her. "Miss, are you here to find someone or to buy something? Would you like to try my spicy dumplings? They're delicious." Lin Yuyu looked at her and nodded slightly. "Thank you, I'm here to find someone. Try it, it's very delicious. While you eat, you can ask around. I know this area well." The woman smiled and said. Hearing this, Lin Yuyu could only nod in agreement. The woman warmly pulled her to sit down. "Girl, would you like some dumplings? I'll make them for you right away. Who are you looking for here? You don't seem like you're from around here." She was skilled and eloquent, well known in Jinyang Street, with a good reputation. This time, it was just the right timing. Lin Yuyu explained her purpose. She hoped to gather useful information from this woman. "I am looking for a gentleman named Su Bingkuan." The woman paused for a moment, cooking skillfully while shaking her head. "I don't know anyone by that name, but if you're talking about someone surnamed Su, there's only one, and he's a big shot." "A big shot?" Lin Tingqing's parents were poor and destitute, so it couldn't be him. Lin Yoyu's mood suddenly became low. She had thought she could get some useful information from this woman, but now it seemed she was expecting too much. After hastily finishing the bowl of tasty mixed dumplings, Lin Yoyu continued walking inside, asking as she walked, trying to find clues about Su Bingkuan. Unfortunately, the houses here were all illegally renovated, complex, and most of them were rented out, with a chaotic mix of people. Lin Yuyu spent 2 to 3 hours circling the entire Jinyang Street, encountering many people along the way, but none of them knew the Su Bingkuan she was looking for. In the end, feeling a bit discouraged, Lin Yuyu walked towards the end of the street. She just wanted to repay Lin Tingqing, to feel a bit better, but she didn't expect even this wish to be so difficult. Not only could she not find the person, she didn't even get a single clue about him. Lin Yuyu could only silently pray in her heart, hoping that Su Bingkuan wouldn't move again, otherwise it would be even harder to find him. As she reached the end of the street, she happened to see a middle-aged man looking desolate and weary, sitting on a recliner. For some reason, there was a hint of Lin Tingqing in his eyebrows and eyes. Lin Yuyu stopped in her tracks, carefully examining him. The middle-aged man suddenly snapped out of his daze, looking at Lin Yuyu in surprise. Lin Yuyu also saw his face clearly. She was stunned for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Uncle." This face really bore a striking resemblance to Lin Tingqing. The middle-aged man showed a wary expression, immediately standing up. "Who are you looking for?" Lin Yuyu pursed her lips and straightforwardly said, "Uncle, I'm looking for you." "What do you want?" The middle-aged man's expression grew even more gloomy. "I'm here to help you," Lin Yuyu said. The middle-aged man sneered. "Help me? What do I need your help for?" "Uncle, I know you're facing difficulties now, so I'm willing to help you," Lin Yuyu said with a hint of pity, looking at the dilapidated house behind the man. "Does Lin Tingqing's father really live in such a place? If you're willing, I can provide you with a better place to live than here." Hearing this, Su Bingkuan was taken aback, seeming to not quite understand what the person in front of him was saying. He hesitated for a long time, then asked slowly, "What are you saying?" Lin Yuyu took out the prepared 20,000 yuan from her bag, speaking with unusual determination. "Uncle Su, please take this money for now." Seeing this, Su Bingkuan's pupils slightly contracted, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, and he said impatiently, "I don't need it." "Why don't you need it?" Lin Yuyu asked back. "Why do I need it?" Su Bingkuan looked at Lin Yuyu with great confusion. He really didn't understand why this girl in front of him insisted on giving him money. "Uncle, please accept it," Lin Yuyu said earnestly. "This is all I can do to help you." Upon hearing this, Su Bingkuan felt a sense of speechlessness in his heart. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of many people. Many passers-by cast puzzled and curious glances at Lin Yuyu. She pursed her lips, thinking that the people in the slums had never seen so much money before, hence their curiosity. Just as she was about to continue persuading, the woman who had helped her make dumplings before happened to pass by. "Oh, girl, so you're looking for Mr. Su. What do you need money from him for? All the houses on this street belong to him, and they are about to be demolished soon. He doesn't need money at all." Hearing this, Lin Yuyu was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect Uncle Su to be so lucky. If he can get the demolition compensation, he won't need these tens of thousands of dollars. His later years will be secure, and then I can rest assured." Unfortunately, Lin Tingqing missed the opportunity. Su Bingkuan's face twitched. The woman smiled and said, "You're mistaken again. The demolition compensation is just a drop in the bucket for Mr. Su. He doesn't need this money at all." Ah! Lin Yoyu was stunned, finding it hard to understand the meaning of these words. With so many houses on this street, the demolition compensation would be at least tens of millions. How could it be just a drop in the bucket for a poor family like Lin Tingqing's parents? Su Bingkuan had no desire to explain and just looked at Lin Yoyu as if she were a little confused girl, then turned and left without saying a word. Lin Yoyu stared blankly at his back, unsure how to react for a moment. She had finally found Lin Tingqing's father, but he had such a strange temper, and seemed to be a hidden big shot? In just 1 or 2 minutes, the person had disappeared. On Lin Yoyu's usually shrewd and assertive face, a rare look of confusion flashed. What should she do now? Should she turn and leave, or should she catch up and ask? But approaching rashly, Lin Yoyu gritted her teeth and finally decided to go and find out. She felt that she hadn't completely understood the matter yet. The people on this street didn't know Su Bingkuan, but as soon as Su Laoban was mentioned, they all knew who she was asking about, and soon Lin Yoyu learned Su Bingkuan's detailed address. Purple Sand Clear Water District. This was a well-known wealthy area in the city, where even the smallest and worst properties were worth billions. The further Lin Yoyu walked in, the more shocked she became. Su Bingkuan, Lin Tingqing's father. Who exactly was he? Until she reached a secluded and luxurious mansion, she stopped in her tracks. Her expression remained unchanged, but inside, her emotions were in turmoil. The mansion was located at the innermost part of the community, surrounded by dense forests, lush greenery, and the sounds of birds and fragrance of flowers. In the distance, there were rockeries and a dense forest, verdant and magnificent. Lin Yoyu explained her identity, and the butler hesitantly led her inside. Su Bingkuan still maintained his melancholic and listless state, lying on a chair lost in thought. When he saw her, his expression changed slightly, and he furrowed his brow. "What do you want?" Lin Yoyu looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. If Lin Tingqing's usual gentleness and quietness were all an act, the occasional glimpse of his hidden personality completely inherited his father's genes, noble, aloof, and arrogant. Lin Yoyu took a deep breath, calmed the chaotic emotions in her mind, and calmly said, "Uncle Su, I want to talk to you about your son." At these words, Su Bingkuan's face instantly fell, and he coldly snorted, "I'm not interested." With that, he waved his hand for the butler to kick her out. Lin Yoyu stood still, not leaving, but instead looked up at Su Bingkuan. She was neither humble nor overbearing, her gaze firm and unignorable. After a while, Su Bingkuan finally relented. Perhaps he also wanted to know about the matter related to Lin Tingqing. "Who are you, really?" "I am Lin Yoyu, the current president of the Lin Group, and also the eldest sister of the family that adopted your son. You can call me Xiaoyao." Facing elders, although not humble, she maintained the proper etiquette. Su Bingkuan's indifferent expression did not change because of her words, but instead appeared more hostile. "What are you doing here? Did Lin Tingqing cause trouble again, this kid?" Hearing Su Bingkuan's derogatory name for Lin Tingqing, Lin Yoyu frowned slightly. "Lin Tingqing. He got into some trouble, but I hope you won't blame him." Su Bingkuan sneered, "Ha, you're quite protective of him." Looking at this father who clearly didn't know the situation, Lin Yoyu whispered, "I am Lin Tingqing's sister. I just wanted to tell you some things about him." Su Bingkuan paused, then sarcastically smirked, "Don't forget, he's not surnamed Lin, and he's never been your real brother. I know very well how your Lin family treats him, a hypocritical fellow." Hearing this, Lin Yoyu felt a sourness in her heart. Yes, the Lin family's treatment of Lin Tingqing was indeed not good. "Don't waste time talking to me. Where is that kid now? I'm going to bring him back. This time I'll break his legs, see if he dares to run around again." Su Bingkuan's face turned red with anger. She bit her lip and said softly, "Lin Tingqing is dead." Su Bingkuan's eyes widened in shock. What? Lin Yoyu nodded. "Lin Tingqing is dead. He had stomach cancer and didn't receive timely treatment, so, by the time I found out, he had already been buried." Su Bingkuan seemed struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, his face showing a mix of shock, panic, and disbelief, various expressions flooding in. Seeing this, Lin Yoyu quickly said, "Please don't get upset." Su Bingkuan took a few deep breaths before slowly saying, "This can't be true, it's not real. How could that brat possibly die? He's so capable. How could he die? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Su Bingkuan couldn't continue. He suddenly clutched his chest, breathing heavily, as if he had suffered a great blow. Lin Yoyu was startled and quickly supported him. "Uncle, are you okay?" Su Bingkuan pushed her away forcefully, staggered back a few steps, then slowly slid down against the wall, curling up and hugging himself, as if he had lost the most precious thing. Tears rolled down his wrinkled cheeks, murmuring, "That kid won't die, he's so obedient, so smart, so hard-working, how could he bear to leave us and go away alone?" Lin Yoyu listened silently, feeling uneasy as well. "It's all Dad's fault, Dad shouldn't blame you." Su Bingkuan cried, then suddenly burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. "I'm truly a failure." Lin Yoyu stood still, at a loss. That child refused to leave the Lin family at all, even willing to sever ties with me just to stay in the Lin family. He was supposed to be the son I was most proud of, the heir to my lifelong savings. But for you all, he didn't hesitate to turn against me. I was really angry. So I threatened to cut ties with him, but I was just saying it casually. Why didn't he come back to me when he got sick? Even if your Lin family is heartless, how could I, his real father, not care for him? Su Bingkuan was clearly on the verge of a breakdown, muttering to himself, completely forgetting about the people around him. But these few words left Lin Yoyu shocked. The Su family. Lin Yoyu suddenly remembered. There was indeed a Su family. They were a prominent aristocratic family, on par with the Lin family, dominating the real estate and tourism industries with assets in the billions. However, they were extremely low-key and rarely made public appearances. I didn't expect that Lin Tingqing's true identity turned out to be the only son of the head of the Su family. So, Lin Tingqing staying in the Lin family was not for the Lin family's wealth at all. Lin Yoyu's heart ached, and her whole brain felt dizzy. Thinking back not long ago, she used to think that Lin Tingqing stayed in the Lin family for the inheritance, even guarding against her like a thief, which made Lin Yoyu feel ashamed. Lin Tingqing is the heir of the Su family, he wouldn't care about the Lin family's wealth at all. Even though the Lin family is wealthy and influential, with many descendants, as an adopted son, Lin Tingqing wouldn't receive much inheritance by staying in the Lin family. But in the Su family, he would get everything. Lin Tingqing wouldn't be unaware of this fact. Yet he still chose to stay and take care of them. Feeling a mix of emotions in her heart after leaving the Su family, Lin Yoyu called Lin Ruyan and told her everything she had seen and heard today. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruyan was particularly surprised. "Sister, are you sure you got the right person? How could Lin Tingqing's biological parents' family be so wealthy?" Lin Ruyan's disbelief was evident in her tone. If it were before, Lin Yoyu wouldn't have believed it either. But after personally visiting the villa, she was convinced that everything in front of her was real, and the Su family was definitely not inferior to the Lin family. To make her sister believe her words, Lin Yoyu turned on the camera. Behind her was the understated and vast Su family estate. Lin Ruyan had just returned from her hometown and was resting at the hotel. When she saw the scene behind him, she was slightly stunned. This is the home of Lin Tingqing's biological parents. You mean this is Lin Tingqing's parents' home? Lin Ruyan asked again, clearly showing her disbelief. Lin Yaoyu patiently explained, yes. Lin Tingqing once refused to return to the Su family. I thought it was because the Su family was poor, but I didn't expect that I was shallow. He stayed. Lin Yoyu lowered her eyes, clenched her lips, and trembled before saying, "It's probably because he cares about us." "Sister, I'm a bit confused right now. Let me calm down and call you back later." Remembering everything that happened in the countryside, along with the current situation, Lin Ruyan felt overwhelmed by the amount of information. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruyan sat blankly in the hotel room, her mind in chaos. She had thought that Lin Tingqing was just a child from an ordinary family, but she never expected that he was the son of a wealthy man. Not only that, he refused to return to the Su family, even willing to break ties with his father and not acknowledge his roots. Lin Ruyan couldn't help but ponder, what kind of person was Lin Tingqing? The more Lin Ruyan thought about it, the more confused she became. She rubbed her head in frustration and decided to take a shower to calm down. Just then, her phone suddenly played a birthday song. She picked up the phone and saw the words "Happy Birthday" on the screen. Lin Ruyan raised an eyebrow, surprised. Because her birthday coincided with her parents' death anniversary, she always postponed her birthday celebration by 5 days, and she had never received any birthday wishes on her actual birthday. Even her closest sister sometimes forgot that her birthday was 5 days later. Who could have set the birthday song for her? With a hint of doubt in her eyes, Lin Ruyan clicked on the window. A youthful voice sang, "Wishing you a happy birthday, wishing you a happy birthday. Dear sister, may you forget your worries on this birthday, be healthy and happy, and have peace and joy." It was Lin Tingqing. He was the only one who could remember her birthday. Tears welled up in Lin Ruyan's eyes, and she couldn't help but press the record button to save the birthday song. Her heart was stirred up by tumultuous waves, but she couldn't resist dialing Lin Tingqing's number. The phone rang for a long time without an answer, and eventually hung up automatically. Even though she already knew the outcome, she couldn't help but probe. Lin Tingqing. The boy who sang him a happy birthday song was already dead. and he died inexplicably, tortured before his death. Lin Yuyu's heart was filled with intense sadness, she clenched her fists, and tears welled up in her eyes. Along with the sadness, Lin Ruyan fell asleep in bed. Unexpectedly, she had a beautiful dream. In the dream, there was Lin Tingcheng. The boy was wearing a white shirt, black pants, standing under the shade of a tree, sunlight shining on his profile, gentle and serene. Lin Ruyan walked towards him, reached out to touch his cheek, and softly said, "Aluo." Lin Luo turned his head, smiled at her, showing 8 teeth, bright like the sun in the sky, dazzling but captivating. "Sister, happy birthday, I hope you will be happy every year." Lin Luo's smile gradually faded, replaced by deep sorrow and reluctance. "Aluo, wait for me. I will wait for you. I will wait for you." Bang bang bang. The loud knocking woke her up. Lin Yuyu opened her eyes abruptly. She breathed in the fresh air deeply. The image of Lin Tingcheng in her dream appeared in her mind. He was a handsome and sunny boy. Although thin and weak, he still had a dazzling charm, as if he could dispel all the gloom. She hesitated, got up from the bed, slightly displeased, and went to open the door. She had already instructed her assistant not to disturb her. Who was so blind? Opening the door, Lin Xiaotian stood casually at the hotel entrance, holding an unfinished cigarette in his hand. Lin Ruyan, who was somewhat of a neat freak, frowned, but still patiently asked, "Why did you come?" "I missed my sister. Second sister always dotes on me. Big sister doesn't care about me at all." Lin Xiaotian completely ignored the fact that Lin Ruyan was still sleeping and barged into the room. "Hey, Lin Xiaotian," Lin Ruyan hurriedly followed him in. "How many times have you annoyed big sister these days? Haven't you had enough trouble? You're getting more and more unreasonable as you grow up." Although Lin Ruyan appeared cold on the outside, she was always gentle with her family and rarely got angry. This was the first time Lin Xiaotian had seen her so angry. Lin Xiaotian stopped in his tracks, turned around with a playful smile, and looked at Lin Ruyan. "Second sister, don't be upset, I just wanted to discuss something with you." Lin Ruyan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger churning in her chest. "Lin Xiaotian, don't provoke me, or else get out." "Second sister, why are you being so harsh to me now? Did someone say bad things about me in front of you guys?" Lin Xiaotian was very dissatisfied with the recent attitudes of his sisters, but he didn't forget the main issue. "Sister, do you remember Zhang Wanting?" Lin Ruyan calmed down a bit. Yes. Of course, she remembered, the woman she hated the most, who liked to spread rumors behind her back and didn't know how many people's thighs she had clung to, was simply a mess. "I finally won her over. Impressive, right?" Lin Xiaotian seemed very pleased with this matter. "I have already informed the media about this today, and there is a lot of buzz outside now. It will definitely help restore some face for the Lin family." "Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with the family?" Lin Ruyan's face suddenly turned cold. Zhang Wanting didn't have a good reputation in the entertainment industry. Publicizing the relationship would only bring harm to the Lin family, with absolutely no benefits. "This is my own business. I'll do as I please." Lin Xiaotian was very dissatisfied with his own discipline, and rebelliously said, "Oh, I also promised Wanting that the female lead in the movie you are filming now should be given to her, otherwise she won't agree to be with me." He looked self-righteous, completely unaware of any problem. Lin Ruyan's face changed slightly. "Are you crazy? Anyway, I've promised her. Second sister, don't make trouble for me. You don't lack the popularity of this drama anyway, just let Wanting have it." Lin Ruyan's face turned pale. "Dare to repeat that statement." "Why should I repeat it?" Smack. Lin Ruyan couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him. Lin Xiaotian covered his swollen right cheek, looking at her in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" Lin Xiaotian trembled with anger. "None of my sisters at home would touch me, and you dare to hit me? Are you still my real sister?" Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. She raised her voice and shouted, "Get out, don't let me see you again. You!" Lin Xiaotian's face turned red with anger. He stared at her resentfully for a while before turning around and leaving, slamming the door shut. Lin Ruyan sighed in relief, leaned against the wall, slowly squatted down, burying her face in her knees. This was the first time she had hit her brother, feeling a complex mix of anger, regret for hurting her brother, and even a hint of guilt. Compared to Lin Tingcheng and Lin Xiaotian, they were like two extremes. Lin Tingcheng was gentle, considerate, and understanding, while Lin Xiaotian only knew how to take without understanding the difficulties of his sisters. In the past, when Lin Tingcheng was around, she didn't think much of it, but now that he was gone, she suddenly realized that Lin Xiaotian had indeed been spoiled by them. On the other side, Lin Youyu had just returned to the company from the Su family and saw the assistant looking particularly serious. As soon as she returned, the assistant came over to report on work. "President, something bad has happened. In a project previously managed by Young Master, there is a shortage in the funding chain. After investigation, it was found that the accounts were falsified, and someone had embezzled tens of millions of public funds. Now the client has discovered this and believes our products are counterfeit, demanding tenfold compensation. Lin Yaoyu's face turned pale. After the previous scandal involving Lin Xiaotian, the reputation of the Lin family had already been affected. If there were more problems now, she clenched her lips, forced herself to calm down, and walked into the president's office. Summon the executives who were assisting young master in this project to my office. Bring the finance team as well. I want to know where this money has gone. Yes. The assistant nodded and left. Shortly after, the finance team, vice president, and others arrived at Lin Yaoyu's office, sitting on the sofa with heavy expressions, full of worry. What's going on? Lin Yaoyu calmly scanned the group. Well, after a moment of hesitation, someone finally spoke hesitantly. Well, everyone knows what's going on, but no one dares to say. Now that the truth is out, speak up, I won't blame you. Lin Yaoyu's scrutinizing gaze fell on that person. This person was in charge of the project's finances. If they didn't explain clearly, they could face imprisonment, so they spoke up. It was young Master Lin who used the company's funds without authorization. As soon as this was revealed, the office fell silent. Lin Yaoyu's heart sank instantly. Was she going to be disappointed by her carefully nurtured brother once again? Where did these funds end up? Young Master bought some luxury items, as well as expensive jewelry, and gave them to the popular actress Zhang Wanting. The finance person explained in detail. Lin Yaoyu only felt an intense headache and waved for everyone to leave. After everyone had left, she rubbed her temples. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Hey, sis, what are you doing? Do you know that second sister actually hit me just now? You must stand up for me? Lin Xiaotian's voice, full of grievance and anger, came through. I warn you, stop getting involved with Zhang Wanting, break up with her immediately. I already know about you misappropriating company funds, ruining a project for a woman. You really disappoint me. Lin Yaoyu raised her head, no longer showing signs of fatigue, and calmly gave orders. Why should I? I am already an adult, I can be with whoever I want, and besides, if you hadn't cut off my credit card, I wouldn't have used company funds. You forced me into this. Lin Xiaotian retorted confidently. The more you grow up, the more irresponsible you become. By doing this, you are jeopardizing the entire Lin family. Are you really my brother? Lin Yaoyu scolded, accidentally breaking a water glass in her excitement. Cut off all contact with her immediately, no more involvement with her. I won't, all of you are selfish, sacrificing me for your own benefit. Lin Xiaotian shouted stubbornly. You. Lin Yaoyu was getting a headache. Lin Xiaotian showed no sign of backing down, and continued to rant. You and second sister are like two peas in a pod, deliberately bullying me. I won't listen to you. I want to be with Zhang Wanting. Smacked Lin Yaoyu, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him. Lin Xiaotian froze, holding his swollen face, then erupted in anger, cursing, You hit me too, all of you want to suppress me, right? Let me tell you, I am the only true heir of the Lin family, why should you women try to suppress me? With that, he pushed Lin Yaoyu. Enraged and powerless, Lin Yaoyu staggered and fell onto the shards of glass. The smell of blood filled the air. Lin Yaoyu felt a searing pain on her back, as if hot oil had been poured on her, burning intensely. She reached out and felt her hands covered in crimson, the pungent smell of blood making her head buzz, almost fainting. Gritting her teeth, she held onto the office desk, trembling as she stood up. Looking at her brother in front of her, she felt extremely estranged. Her heart was completely filled with disappointment. This was the brother she had cherished for over a decade. At this moment, Lin Yaoyu couldn't help but wonder, was it worth hurting Lin Tingqing's heart for someone like him? Lin Xiaotian seemed surprised by the consequences, standing there dumbfounded, his face showing confusion and weakness, just like when he was young and faced with his uncle betraying Lin Yaoyu. Past and present. Enduring the intense pain, Lin Yaoyu called the security guard. Get him out, he is not allowed in without my permission from now on. Lin Xiaotian, from now on, you are no longer my brother. I will not only cut off your credit card, but I will not give you a single penny. The Lin family's business has nothing to do with you from this moment on. If you disagree, you can try to take it from me with your own abilities. Lin Yaoyu, a graduate of a world-renowned university's economics department, who had led the Lin family through many years of ups and downs, naturally could not be dealt with by someone like Lin Xiaotian. If she didn't give it, Lin Xiaotian had no way to take it. Lin Xiaotian widened his eyes. Big sister, you can't treat me like this. Who do you think you are? Before he could finish, he was dragged out. Enduring the pain in her body, Lin Yaoyu first made an appointment with Party A to discuss compensation matters, then transferred a batch of funds from her own card to fill the gap. By the time she finished her work, the bloodstains had soaked through her shirt. She endured the pain, but caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous smiling doll on the desk out of the corner of her eye. It looked simple and plain, yet exceptionally warm. It was a cloth doll made by Lin Tingqing himself for her, symbolizing happiness and fulfillment every day. Lin Youyu, who was always calm and composed, couldn't help but blush for a moment. Due to Lin Xiaotian, the Lin family was facing an unprecedented crisis. But as the youngest sister of the Lin family, Lin Lulu was completely unaware of the family's situation. However, she had seen some rumors on the internet recently. Lin Tingqing's sudden outburst was something she hadn't expected. The afternoon at Jing University was always leisurely and quiet. Lin Lulu walked lazily out of the lecture hall, heading towards the library. Her young and beautiful figure stood out among the many students, and her stunning beauty made people stop in their tracks. As the undisputed campus belle of Jing University, Lin Lulu was used to being surrounded by onlookers as soon as she appeared. She walked forward with a faint smile. However, there were suddenly discordant comments in the crowd. "Have you heard? Our campus belle has a gambling younger brother. You guys shouldn't even think about pursuing her. In case you catch up, you might end up paying off her brother's debts. Is it true? Isn't her family wealthy? With that spendthrift younger brother, they'll go bankrupt sooner or later. The campus belle might be gambling too." Various speculations floated into Lin Lulu's ears, causing her face to turn pale. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, but she felt no pain. Ah, what a waste, but if she's willing to sleep with the creditor, it's still worth it. Hearing the girls around her making brazen jokes, Lin Lulu, who had always been proud and aloof, couldn't bear it any longer. She turned around abruptly, her eyes sharp as she stared at them. "Had enough?" Lin Lulu's cold and merciless tone echoed in their ears. "We didn't say anything wrong." "Oh, why so fierce?" We're scared. The girls seemed to no longer treat her as the lofty campus belle. After all, Lin Lulu's appearance did make them jealous. Lin Lulu clenched her fists. Her little sister beside her quickly spoke up in defense. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't forget that the national hero Lin Tingqing is also Lulu's brother. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll post what you said online and attack the hero's sister. Do you want to be cursed to death?" "TSK, I didn't say anything bad about Lin Tingqing. Lin Xiaotian should have gone to jail anyway, we're just telling the truth." "You." Lin Lulu was about to retort angrily. Seeing the tension rising on both sides, her friend quickly intervened. "Alright, stop it, don't make a scene, these things have nothing to do with Lulu anyway." Other students also fell silent and did not continue. Lin Lulu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Lulu, are you okay? They're just spreading rumors, don't take it to heart." Lin Lulu replied with her head down, feeling lost in her heart. She never expected that one day, she would have to rely on Lin Tingqing, that waste, to get out of trouble. And her beloved brother had become the only stain in her life. Seeing that the crowd hadn't dispersed, her friend added, "Lin Tingqing is Lulu's most cherished brother. If you bully her, you'll break Lin Tingqing's heart. Think about it yourselves." At that moment, Lin Xiaotian, looking disheveled, pushed his way out of the crowd. Upon hearing someone say that, he was instantly furious, almost shouting, "Bah! Lin Tingqing, that trash, isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes, what heartbreak! Who are you?" The best friend looked at him in surprise and disbelief. Lin Lulu didn't react for a while. As the popular beauty queen of Beijing University, she naturally had some pride in her heart. She couldn't understand how her little brother had become so unkempt, vulgar, and rude. In the past, the reason she liked Lin Xiaotian and disliked Lin Tingqing was because of Lin Tingqing's rustic appearance and humble background. She had never admitted in front of her classmates that Lin Tingqing was her brother because she didn't want people to know she had a low-born brother. Regardless of Lin Xiaotian's personality, he always carried himself like an upper-class gentleman wherever he went, and she subconsciously felt that her brother should be like that. But today, Lin Xiaotian made her feel embarrassed. "What, did I say something wrong? If it weren't for Lin Tingqing, that trash, taking away what belonged to me, how could I end up on the streets?" Lin Xiaotian almost cursed out loud. Hearing Lin Xiaotian slander Lin Tingqing like that, everyone was instantly furious. "Hey, watch your mouth, don't defame our little hero." "Exactly. Who do you think you are? You call Lin Tingqing trash? Then what are you, huh? Aren't you even worse than trash in your whole life? Ha, that's right, you indeed have no right to compare yourself to Lin Tingqing, who saved someone, while you're just here cursing." Lin Xiaotian's face turned red, and he angrily shouted, "Get lost! I am the true young master of the Lin family, and Lin Tingqing is just trash, a fighter jet in the trash." The crowd fell silent instantly. "Ha ha, so you're the gambler who doesn't pay his debts? You have no shame. You, as a grown man, not only squandered the family fortune on gambling, but also owe money to others, and now you dare to slander Lin Tingqing. Do you deserve it?" Do your sisters know about this? You scum, you should be castrated and thrown into the river to drown. The sharp and vicious insults made Lin Lulu instantly collapse. She felt her face was losing its light, wishing she could just drag Lin Xiaotian away now and save herself from embarrassment. Lin Lulu bit her lip slightly and said in a deep voice, "Xiaotian, what are you doing here? Stop causing trouble, go home now." At this moment, Lin Xiaotian was still angry and couldn't help but say, "So now even you are standing on the side of that useless Lin Tingqing? What are you pretending for? Are you Lin Tingqing's good sister? Have you ever cared about him at home, bought him anything? Even now that he's dead, you haven't shed a tear, pretending to be a good sister in front of others." Smack! A fierce slap landed directly on his left cheek. Lin Lulu glared at him with a dark look, as if she could breathe fire. "Shut up." She had always been proud and admired, a rose that people looked up to. It was the first time she had lost face in front of so many people. And she was very clear that by publicly saying these things, Lin Xiaotian was pushing the Lin family into a pit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have laid a hand on her beloved brother. Lin Xiaotian had acted without thinking too much. Because of this slap, the people around gasped in shock. Although Lin Lulu was usually arrogant, she was beautiful and had a very good temper, never as domineering as she was today. Lin Xiaotian stood there dumbfounded, covering his swollen right cheek, unable to believe it, looking up at Lin Lulu as if she were a stranger. After a moment, he covered his face, sneered, and looked at everyone. "Let me tell you, Lin Tingqing died of stomach cancer a long time ago." Stomach cancer? Do you know why he got stomach cancer? Isn't it because he didn't live well in the Lin family, couldn't even have a decent meal? Lin Lulu felt her head buzzing and exploding, staggering a few steps, swaying her body, almost falling. Eldest sister repeatedly instructed not to spread the news of Lin Tingqing's death. How could Lin Xiaotian say such news? The people around immediately exploded. Lin Tingqing is dead? How could this happen? Lin Lulu's body trembled, her eyes red, biting her lower lip tightly to suppress the emotions in her heart. I just. Enough, seventh sister, just admit it, eldest sister, second sister, and all of you, were never good to Lin Tingqing. Lin Tingqing was just a servant in the Lin family during his lifetime. Lin Xiaotian said loudly, ignoring the disgusted looks of others. The strange gazes of the crowd made Lin Lulu uncomfortable all over, as if millions of ants were crawling, almost driving her crazy. At this moment, she suddenly felt very sad. She was the envy and jealousy of others, the proud daughter of heaven, the princess cherished by her sisters. And the one who ruined all this was actually her beloved younger brother since childhood, Lin Xiaotian. It was he who made her the target of public criticism. Thinking of this, Lin Lulu glanced at Lin Xiaotian and walked away without looking back. For her, nothing was more important than her dignity. What Lin Xiaotian did today was really embarrassing for her. How will her classmates look at her in the future? How will they look at the Lin family? On the other side, Lin Ruyan opened her eyes. She was awakened by the assistant's urgent phone calls. She tiredly answered the phone, took a deep breath. What happened again? These days, she had hardly slept well. Lin Ruyan had to admit that Lin Tingqing's departure had a great impact on her life. Without Lin Tingqing, even getting a good night's sleep was a luxury for her. It's bad, Sister Ci, look at Weibo, your brother has caused another big trouble, now everyone on Weibo is cursing you, we're doomed. What's going on? It seems like young Master Lin had a quarrel with Miss Lulu at the university gate, accidentally revealed the news of young Master Lin Tingqing's death, and also said that the Lin family was not good to young Master Lin Tingqing. Lin Ruyan immediately logged into her Weibo account and casually glanced at the comments. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Popular actress Lin Ruyan's family abuses adopted son ##Lin Tingqing's death #young hero Lin Tingqing abandoned and died by the Lin family #Lin family is heartless and denies their son, leading to Lin Tingqing's wrongful death Various hot searches kept popping up, and within half an hour, Lin Ruyan's Weibo account was in chaos. Even the Lin family's corporate Weibo account was filled with criticism. Lin Ruyan suddenly sat up, sweating on her forehead, feeling dizzy, almost fainting again. This kind of rumor absolutely cannot continue. Otherwise her acting career will be ruined, and even the entire Lin family will be destroyed. Lin Ruyan forced herself to stay awake, quickly dialed Lin Xiaotian's number. The call was hung up as soon as she dialed, she redialed, still busy. Gritting her teeth, Lin Ruyan called Lin Yuyu. There was no response from the other end. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruyan got up from the bed and went to resolve the conflicts at the company first. Lin Yuyu was not deliberately not answering the phone, but was too busy to break free. This huge scandal was a devastating blow to the company. As for the culprit of all this, she no longer had time to deal with the idiot Lin Xiaotian. At this critical moment, Lin Yuyu personally handled every matter. Although the influence of the Lin Group was there, once these negative news broke out, it would be a devastating image overturn. Many partners were requesting to terminate contracts. Overnight, the stock price plummeted, and public opinion continued to ferment. This storm would cause heavy losses to the Lin family. Everything originated from Lin Xiaotian alone. Lin Youyu hadn't closed her eyes for 3 days in a row, running around trying to mend relationships and reduce public opinion turmoil, but the last partner also applied to cancel the cooperation. Even the board of directors started to pressure her, demanding that she hand over all the ownership of the Lin family. Looking at the final ultimatums from the partners and the board of directors, Lin Youyu's pale face was full of suppression and exhaustion, and she angrily smashed the cup on the table. Lin Xiaotian was simply incompetent in success and excessive in failure. Originally, he didn't need to do anything, he could just quietly enjoy. After all, the Lin family was wealthy and powerful. As long as he obediently listened, he could live worry-free and in luxury forever. Who would have thought that this fool would make such a mess? Now everything was over. Lin's stocks plummeted, the company's funding chain broke, and the old-fashioned board of directors specifically demanded that she hand over the position of CEO, or else they would take her and her sisters to court. Lin Youyu sat dejectedly on the sofa chair. She reached out and touched her neck, feeling a faint sting. With no way out, she could only sign the agreement to transfer the stocks to protect herself. She closed her eyes slightly, a hint of despair on her face. She couldn't help but think, if Lin Tingqing hadn't died, if she had cared more about him, would things not have developed to this point? But soon, she self-mockingly tugged at her lips. All of this was her own doing. If she had been kinder to Lin Tingqing in the beginning, Lin Tingqing wouldn't have died so tragically. It was too late. She had missed out for too long and lost too much. Lin Ruyan sighed, composed her chaotic emotions, lowered her gaze, picked up the pen on the table, and prepared to sign. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the assistant entered with a slightly impoverished-looking young nurse. "CEO, Miss Song wants to see you," she said. "It's about the young master." "Young master? Lin Xiaotian? Or Lin Tingcheng?" She looked at the young nurse. "Please sit." The young nurse sat nervously, looking at the serious and exhausted but still stunning Lin Youyu, and tentatively asked, "Are you Lin Tingcheng's older sister, Lin Youyu? He mentioned you to me." Lin Youyu narrowed her eyes slightly. "You know Lin Tingcheng?" The young nurse nodded and softly said, "I'm Song Qianya. I was an intern nurse at the Southern District Tumor Hospital before, took care of Lin Tingcheng for a while, and he told me a lot about the family." Lin Youyu nodded, indicating for her to continue. Song Qianya fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "He told me that if the Lin family remained peaceful, there was no need to mention him, but if something happened to the Lin family, he hoped I could do him one last favor, come to find you, and give you something. This is his final wish." With that, she took out a small USB drive. Lin Youyu was stunned and inserted the USB drive into the computer. Soon, a video of several tens of seconds appeared before her. In the video, Lin Tingcheng sat on the hospital balcony, his face pale, his body thin and weak, trying to make himself look comfortable and relaxed. "Sister, although I really don't want you to see this video, but if you do, please edit out what I say next to clear the Lin family's name." After a moment, the voice of the young man sounded again. "Dear friends, by the time you see this video, I will have gone to another world. About whether the Lin family treated me well or not. The Lin family has always been very good to me. The reason I passed away is because I did not take good care of myself. I had irregular habits, like to overeat and drink excessively. The fact that I had stomach cancer was my own fault, it had nothing to do with anyone else. I hope that those who watch this video can learn from my experience and take good care of themselves." After saying these words, the video abruptly ended. Lin Youyu was stunned for a moment, finding it hard to believe what she heard. Before his death, Lin Tingcheng was still thinking about her future. In that moment, Lin Youyu stared blankly at the computer screen, her eyes filled with confusion, her heart feeling like it had been stabbed hard by something, aching and sore. Lin Youyu clenched her fists, the veins on the back of her hand bulging, not feeling the nails digging into her flesh, as if she had exerted all her strength. But looking at the final scene, the thin face of the young man carried a warm smile. Lin Youyu suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes instantly turning red. "Sister, why are you crying?" Song Qianya was a bit flustered, quickly pulling out a tissue to wipe Lin Youyu's tears. Lin Youyu took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. "I'm fine. Thank you for telling me this, I really appreciate it." Song Qianya hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sister, there is something else I need to tell you. Although Lin Tingcheng asked me not to say, I think you should know." "Go ahead." Lin Youyu tried to control her emotions, not wanting to be affected any further. "Actually, because Lin Tingcheng has outstanding talents in various aspects, people from the Red Cross spontaneously raised funds for him. But there was a very important condition, that Lin Tingqing must publicly declare that the Lin family did not provide him with any assistance. He indeed did not have the ability to bear medical expenses, so the Red Cross could provide funding. Song Qianya gritted her teeth, mustering the courage to speak the truth. Lin Yoyu was stunned, not expecting this turn of events. But Lin Tingqing refused. Song Qianya's eyes reddened as she spoke, because he knew that once he publicly stated that the Lin family had not helped him, the Lin family would inevitably be affected. Lin Yoyu pursed her lips, trying hard not to reveal her emotions in the slightest. She bit her lip tightly, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, Lin Yoyu looked at the girl in front of her. "Thank you for telling me this. I will have someone give you some money. Please help me keep this secret." "Okay." Song Qianya stood up, bowed to Lin Yoyu. "Then I'll leave first." After everyone left, Lin Yoyu buried her head in the sofa, letting out a very faint but heartfelt cry. "Lin Tingqing, you fool. Why did you do such a stupid thing? By doing this, aren't you benefiting the Lin family? We indirectly caused your death, yet you still helped us. What exactly were you aiming for?" Lin Yoyu lay on the sofa, her beautiful eyes filled with pain. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by a big hand, aching and throbbing. If Lin Tingqing was willing to give up the Lin family, he wouldn't have died in such a tragic way. Whether it was the Su family or the Red Cross, they could have provided him with good treatment. With the advancement of medical technology today, stomach cancer is highly treatable if treated promptly, with a high 5-year survival rate. But Lin Tingqing, for the sake of the Lin family, forcibly gave up his hope of survival. Thinking of all this, Lin Yoyu felt a wrenching pain in her heart. But now, for the sake of the Lin family, she had to release the video and conceal the truth from the public. Compared to Lin Tingqing, she truly felt like a selfish and incompetent person. 3 days later, a video caused a huge uproar online. After much hesitation, in order to prevent the Lin family from completely falling, and also for the reputation and careers of the other sisters, Lin Yoyu chose to edit the video segment that Lin Tingqing had proven for the Lin family before his death, and posted it on the Lin family's official account. Once released, it instantly became a hot search topic. In the video, a young man dressed in hospital clothes sat under the sunlight, his face pale, exuding a sense of despair. Even though it was only a short clip of over 20 seconds, it was enough to break one's heart. Sob, Lin Tingqing, the little angel. Even in his final moments, he was still thinking of clearing things up for others. Lin Tingqing, such a handsome boy, why did he have to endure such suffering? Sob, so tragic. Lin Tingqing, the little angel, is truly too kind. May God bless him to reincarnate soon. It seems we misunderstood the Lin family. No matter how gentle Lin Tingqing was, he would never speak for his enemies. Agree with the above comment. Lin Yoyu had originally wanted to do some damage control, but after seeing the comments, she breathed a sigh of relief. Netizens had unconditional trust in Lin Tingqing, and Lin Tingqing, with this trust, gave the Lin family a chance to start over. What's the deal with that scoundrel Lin Xiaotian's words? By defaming Lin Tingqing, does it represent the Lin family's attitude? This comment also received many likes. Although netizens forgave the Lin family because of Lin Tingqing, they absolutely could not forgive Lin Xiaotian, the playboy second-generation rich kid, especially since he recently openly defamed Lin Tingqing. Lin Yoyu furrowed her brows, thinking of Lin Xiaotian's recent actions, anger swelling within her. She opened Weibo, her slender fingers tapping on the screen, quickly composing a Weibo post cutting ties. Lin Yoyu, from today onwards, I am cutting off the sibling relationship with Lin Xiaotian. From now on, he has no connection with my Lin family. As for the debts owed by Lin Xiaotian and the embezzlement of the Lin family's funds, I will let the lawyers handle it. Lin Yoyu clicked publish and then exited Weibo. This was just a warning. She was utterly disappointed in Lin Xiaotian. As soon as this Weibo post was published, it immediately caused a huge stir. Netizens expressed their relief and support for Lin Yoyu's decision in the comments section. It surged to another trending topic. On the other side, Lin Lulu, tormented by rumors, also came across the video on the official account. Seeing that familiar yet unfamiliar young man, enduring the pain of his illness, speaking up for the Lin family, Lin Lulu felt a twinge of guilt and bitterness in her heart. Before this, she had never paid attention to Lin Tingqing. That young man was less than a precious pet dog she raised in her eyes. But now, the endangered Lin family was actually saved by a video of Lin Tingqing. Lin Lulu clenched her phone, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. She bit her lip, forcibly suppressing the emotions surging in her heart. She was the true heiress of the Lin family, an existence that Lin Tingqing could never compare to. Why should she feel sorry for a stray dog? Lin Lulu closed her eyes, pushing aside the jumbled thoughts in her mind, returning to her cold demeanor. Soon, she came across her eldest sister's Weibo post announcing the severance of ties with Lin Xiaotian. Lin Lulu's expression changed, furrowing her brows. Why was her eldest sister suddenly so impulsive? Although they had a very unpleasant confrontation with Lin Xiaotian at the school gate a few days ago, he was still the brother she had cherished for over 20 years. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't just stand by and watch him be kicked out of the family. Thinking this, Lin Lulu called Lin Yoyu, and without beating around the bush, she questioned, "Big sister, what's going on? Why do you suddenly want to kick Qitian out of the family? Why didn't you discuss it with us?" Compared to her usual gentle demeanor, Lin Yoyu's attitude at this moment was extremely indifferent. "My decision doesn't need your questioning. If you want to persuade, then go with him." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Lin Lulu was stunned, biting her lip. What? Why is she still venting her anger on herself? It seemed that she couldn't reconcile for now. She thought to herself, she should first send some money to Lin Xiaotian. After trying to transfer the money for a while without success, she called customer service and found out that her own bank card had been frozen. Lin Lulu stubbornly tried to unfreeze it, only to discover that her eldest sister had much higher authority than her, which meant that she was now also a pauper. At that moment, the property management of the luxury apartment called, "Miss Lin, your rent will expire tomorrow. Are you renewing for 1 year or 2 years this time?" Lin Lulu clenched her fists, her beautiful face full of displeasure. The monthly rent of this luxury apartment was frighteningly high, plus all the expenses. It would cost at least 50,000 a month. And she couldn't come up with that money now. "Can I pay the rent next month? I can give you double. I'm facing some difficulties now. If you don't renew by midnight tonight, please move out of the apartment by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, otherwise we will take enforcement measures." Listening to the cold voice of the customer service representative, Lin Lulu couldn't hang up the phone, and in frustration, she smashed the cup in her hand. As the youngest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Lulu, like Lin Xiaotian, had been pampered a lot. Although she didn't have a formal job, she still spent money recklessly, a true spendthrift. So she couldn't come up with 50,000 now, not even 10,000. Venting was venting, and the reality was the reality. Even though Lin Lulu had 100 reasons not to, in order not to be forcibly evicted and become a laughingstock for other students living in the building, she moved out all her belongings overnight, sat downstairs with 3 or 4 suitcases, not knowing where to go. Lin's house? Too far from the school, commuting alone would take 2 to 3 hours. She bit her lip and called Lin Xiaotian. After a long time, he finally answered, his voice slurred, as if he had been drinking. "Hello? Qitian, it's me. What are you doing now?" I saw the Weibo where elder sister cut ties with you, went to argue with her, didn't expect her to freeze my credit card too. I don't have money to pay the rent now, holding a bunch of luggage, don't know where to go. If you have a place to stay now, can I move in with you?" Lin Lulu asked tentatively. Before she could finish her sentence, the phone beeped with a busy tone. Obviously, the other party had hung up. Lin Lulu gritted her teeth, feeling very aggrieved, and called Lin Xiaotian again. The phone rang 3 times before he picked up. "Hello?" Lin Xiaotian's lazy voice came through. This time, Lin Lulu was also a bit angry. How dare Lin Xiaotian hang up on her? "It's because of you that elder sister froze my card. How can you be so heartless? If you hadn't argued with me at the school gate that day, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. It's clearly your fault." Lin Xiaotian complained without hesitation, his tone indifferent to the extreme. "Besides, I have nowhere to stay now, no money in my account, and I'm waiting for you to send me money." "You? Alright, that's it. I still want to continue drinking. Don't bother me anymore." Lin Lulu held the phone that had been hung up, her face extremely embarrassed. Bastard! Her heart was filled with anger and grievance, even wishing to beat up Lin Xiaotian. But, after all, he was her beloved brother for 20 years. He must be in a bad mood recently. After all, he had just been kicked out of the house by their elder sister, so his mood couldn't be good. Once he calmed down, he would come back to himself. Lin Lulu thought, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm herself down. After some consideration, she decided to take a roundabout approach. She called Lin Yoyu again, this time with a much softer tone, and coquettishly said, "Big sister, why did you freeze my credit card? I don't have money to pay the rent. That landlord is so heartless, he kicked me out directly. I'm homeless now, can you unfreeze my card?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then Lin Yoyu's gentle voice came through. "The landlord kicked you out, find another place to stay." "What? You're not going to help me? You're my sister." Lin Yoyu's indifferent voice sounded firm as she made up her mind to make her sister see the truth. "So what if I'm your sister? I can't keep turning a blind eye to your actions. This time the Lin family almost faced a disaster because of both of you. This is what you deserve." Big sister, where should I go now? I'll send you an address, you can afford to stay there. With that, Lin Yoyu hung up without hesitation and sent a location via WeChat. Lin Lulu didn't know where she was going, she just held her phone, her eyes red. Lin Yoyu had never been so ruthless to her before. But she couldn't worry about that now, she had to find a place to live quickly, or she would truly be homeless. When she arrived at her destination, Lin Lulu was stunned. This was an unmistakable slum area, and it was the poorest section of the slum's low-cost housing. The air was murky, with almost no greenery, the roadside stalls were noisy, people were everywhere, and garbage littered the ground. The residents of the low-cost housing were even more ragged, dirty all over, some even wearing tattered pajamas they found somewhere. When the taxi stopped, everyone looked at her curiously. Carrying her few boxes of luggage, Lin Lulu looked at the dilapidated and dirty environment with disgust. She bit her lip and called Lin Yoyu, "Big sister, what kind of place did you send me to? People live here? Even dogs wouldn't live here. How can I stay here?" Lin Tingqing lived here until he died of lung cancer. With a cold tone, Lin Yoyu dropped this sentence and hung up the phone. This sentence hit Lin Lulu's heart like a heavy hammer. The words she had just said echoed in her ears. Not fit for humans, not even for dogs. Yet Lin Tingqing lived here until he died of stomach cancer. How much suffering did Lin Tingqing endure? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Lulu gritted her teeth and moved in. A low-cost housing unit of about 10 square meters. Dim and dirty toilet, walls stained with unknown filth, a dry wooden bed. Lin Lulu tidied up a bit, lay on the bed, feeling extremely painful, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Just then, her phone rang. It was Lin Xiaotian. Lin Lulu felt a surge of joy. Lin Xiaotian still cared about her. Answering the phone, she heard Lin Xiaotian's anxious voice, "Seventh sister, have you found a place to stay?" Lin Lulu's nose tingled, choking back tears, she said, "Yes, don't worry, I found a place to stay. Even though the conditions were extremely poor." "Oh, that's great, send me the address, I'll come to accompany you so you won't be afraid alone." Lin Lulu bit her lip, feeling touched. Even after an argument, Lin Xiaotian still worried about her. Thinking about this, she sent the address. "Okay, I'll be right over." After hanging up the phone, Lin Lulu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the dim night outside the window, feeling a bit aggrieved. As if to prove something, she called her big sister again. "Big sister, you're biased against Qitian. He's not that bad, he knows I'm living alone now, afraid of me being lonely, so he came to accompany me." "Ha, do you think he's treating you well?" Lin Yoyu pierced without hesitation. "He's broke now, can't even find a place to stay, just here to mooch off food and drinks." Lin Lulu was shocked. "Big sister, I'm your real younger sister, and Lin Xiaotian is your real younger brother. How can you be so cold-blooded and use such malicious thoughts to speculate?" "Shut up." Lin Yoyu coldly snorted. "I'm telling you, as long as you help Lin Xiaotian, don't even think about stepping into the Lin family's old mansion, and don't recognize me as your sister." Lin Lulu stared at the phone blankly, her mind in chaos. She never expected her big sister to have such strong opinions about her and Qi Tian. Looking at the already hung-up phone, Lin Lulu bit her lip, forcing herself to find comfort. At least she had her real brother with her, even if it was in a cheap rental. Comforting herself in this way, Lin Lulu finally fell asleep reluctantly. Meanwhile, in an apartment somewhere, Lin Yoyu looked at the phone she had just hung up, with a cold glint in her eyes. This time, she chose not to indulge anymore. She must make her naive and ignorant younger sister see clearly. Not long after, Lin Xiaotian knocked on the door of the cheap rental. But the warm scene of siblings that Lin Lulu had imagined did not appear. Lin Xiaotian, covering his nose in disdain, looked around. "I thought you lived in a nice place, didn't expect it to be so shabby. Don't you have any sugar daddies usually? Tell them to send some money over." Lin Lulu's cheeks flushed red, angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't want to stay, then leave. Why are you so hot-tempered?" "Sister, I'm just joking, we are now tied together like two grasshoppers on a string." Lin Xiaotian sat on the sofa, took out his phone to play games, showing no intention of leaving. Gritting her teeth, Lin Lulu said, "Then be polite, stop gambling, and let big sister change her mind about you, otherwise, what are we going to do if this continues? Do you have money?" Lin Xiaotian, full of annoyance, shut off his phone directly. "Those debt collectors keep calling me, so annoying. Anyway, I won't beg big sister for mercy. I am the only man in the Lin family, she will have to give in to me sooner or later." Lin Lulu's face stiffened. "Lin Xiaotian, what nonsense are you talking about? I'll stay in that room, don't bother me." With that, Lin Xiaotian didn't even bother to tidy up Lin Lulu's things. He went straight into the room and fell asleep heavily. Lin Lulu bit her lip, her eyes slightly red. Not long after, the room was filled with snoring. Lin Lulu lay on the hard bed, finding it even harder to fall asleep. Until, there's a rat. Sister! Help! Quick! Get rid of it! Hearing Lin Xiaotian's screams like a slaughtered pig coming from the room, Lin Lulu quickly pushed the door and ran in. With a glance, she saw Lin Xiaotian curled up in a corner, trembling, looking towards the door. Lin Lulu was startled. Qitian, are you okay? There's a rat, sister, a rat. Sniff sniff. Lin Xiaotian cried, shivering, I'm scared. I don't want to stay here, sniff sniff. Seeing Lin Xiaotian trembling in fear, Lin Lulu's expression was hard to describe. She frowned, took a broom, and began searching for the culprit rat. Lin Lulu found the little mouse in the bathroom. Enduring fear and disgust, she caught it and threw it into the trash can. She had always been well protected before, but this was the first time she had done such a thing. She didn't want to catch it, but as a big sister, she had to step up. Looking at Lin Xiaotian still in a state of shock, Lin Lulu sighed, stop crying. It's all because you found such a shabby place. I almost got bitten by this rat just now. What if I got the plague? What should we do? We have to find another place to live. Lin Xiaotian's fear faded, leaving only unreasonable stubbornness. Lin Lulu bit her lip, I don't have money. If you don't want to stay here, you can move out tomorrow. But I don't have extra money to give you. I have to go to school tomorrow, so please don't disturb my rest. With that, she walked out of the room. Lin Lulu lay on the hard bed, unable to sleep, her heart in turmoil. She never imagined she would end up like this. And she never expected Lin Xiaotian to be so uncooperative, not only failing to share her burden but also causing her more trouble. If it were Lin Tingcheng. This thought involuntarily crossed Lin Lulu's mind. When they lived in the countryside, whenever they encountered scary things like spiders, they would call Lin Tingcheng to come and catch them. Lin Tingcheng always came promptly, skillfully capturing these terrifying creatures and cleaning up the dirty floor. At that time, they didn't think much about it, just feeling that this dirty and disgusting work should be done by Lin Tingcheng. But now, thinking back, Lin Tingcheng was just a child back then. Lin Lulu had a sleepless night. Early the next morning, she walked into the inner room and looked at Lin Xiaotian, who was sleeping soundly, and reluctantly woke him up. I have to go to school now, and it's a bit far from the campus. I remember you still have a motorcycle that hasn't been taken back by your sister. Can you take me there? Being woken up from sleep, Lin Xiaotian was in a very bad mood and almost cursed out loud. Are you crazy? Why should I ride my motorcycle to take you to school? Can't you take a taxi yourself? Are you stupid? If you want to go to class, go by yourself. I'm not serving you. Lin Xiaotian got up in a bad temper and threw the pillow on the ground. Lin Lulu pursed her lips, holding back her anger, and said, you can't get a taxi during rush hour. I have no other choice. Lin Xiaotian buried his head in the pillow and ignored her completely. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lin Lulu felt a pang in her heart, lowered her eyes slightly, walked to the entrance of the low-rent housing area, and saw a slightly familiar old bicycle parked there, as if she had seen Lin Tingcheng ride it before. It wasn't locked because it was inconspicuous in the corner and no one would notice. Lin Lulu had no other choice but to pedal the bike laboriously towards the university. In less than 10 minutes, her legs were already aching badly. Suddenly, she remembered. It was less than a year ago that Lin Tingcheng would ride this bicycle to the university every 2 weeks to deliver various homemade delicacies and special products he had found somewhere. She even used to feel embarrassed by him. The more Lin Lulu thought about it, the sadder she felt, and she almost fell off the bicycle. She frowned and couldn't help but mutter, what a broken bike Lin Tingcheng rides. After cursing, she suddenly remembered that Lin Xiaotian always drove luxury cars, and not a single one of his cars was worth less than $1 million. Even the only motorcycle that hadn't been confiscated by his sister was worth tens of thousands. Yet Lin Tingcheng always rode this old bicycle. Thinking of this, Lin Lulu was lost in thought for a moment and accidentally fell into a muddy pit by the roadside. Ouch! Her arm was instantly scratched, blood seeping through her clothes. Her knees, elbows, and palms were all scraped. The piercing pain made Lin Lulu bite her lip tightly. Looking around, she realized she was on a secluded path with no one around to help her. She struggled to stand up, brushed off the dirt from her body and clothes, and turned to go back, but her legs felt weak, and she accidentally tripped, hitting her forehead on a hard rock, causing blood to flow. Lin Lulu covered her bleeding forehead, opened her teary eyes in a daze. She took out her phone, unable to call Lin Xiaotian, hoping he would come to take her to the hospital as she didn't want to ruin her appearance. Beep beep beep. A busy tone? Lin Lulu's heart sank, and she dialed again. This time it shut down directly. She bit her lip and forced herself to comfort. Qitian must still be sleeping. He simply didn't hear the phone call. It wasn't intentional to not answer. She leaned against the wall, swaying as she stood up, trying to calm her anxious heart, and finally arrived at the classroom just before being late after a simple visit to the school clinic. The teacher gave him a stern look, implying, the end of the term is approaching, And you're just coming to school now, don't you want to learn such an important course? Lin Lulu pursed her lips and explained, I woke up late today, teacher, I will pay attention. The teacher nodded and didn't say more. She returned to her seat, noticing that others were avoiding her, feeling extremely wronged. When she opened her book, she accidentally touched the wound, causing Lin Lulu to frown in pain. Although Lin Lulu had many admirers, she rarely maintained close relationships with the opposite sex, and didn't want them to touch her too much. So she felt very embarrassed in such situations. Almost uncontrollably, she thought back to when Lin Tingqing was still alive, and how he had rushed to the infirmary to take care of her during the sports meet when she was injured. He even gave her medicine, caring for her attentively. Lin Lulu took a deep breath, supporting her face with her right hand, her gaze empty. Those scenes flashed through her mind, causing her thoughts to drift away, as if she had traveled back to that time. At that time, Lin Tingqing looked anxious, holding her hand and asking, Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot? Lin Lulu's gaze turned cold, even pushing him hard, venting her anger on him. Who allowed you to touch me? You helped me in front of so many people, making them think we have a relationship. I don't want others to know you're my brother. Hearing this, Lin Tingqing almost fell to the ground, but still good-naturedly said, I was just worried about you. I didn't think about it that much, let the teacher take a look at you first. However, Lin Lulu felt even more resentful. Worried about me? Were you really worried about me at that time, or were you afraid of being blamed by my sister if something happened, deliberately trying to clear your name? Jie, don't speak, I'm annoyed just seeing you now. I'm sorry. Lin Lulu gave him a cold glance and then turned away, ignoring him. The young man didn't say much either, but sat quietly beside her. He was in a vocational school, not very close to Jingda University, and she didn't know how he had rushed over. After that, he came on time every day, bringing various disinfectants to treat her wounds. Lin Lulu looked at his clumsy appearance with extreme disgust. But now, he was no longer there, and there was no one by her side willing to skip classes and take care of her. They were all seniors, all striving for postgraduate admission, and this class was very important. At that moment, Lin Lulu suddenly realized that in the eyes of these classmates she spent so much time with, she didn't seem that important. At least not as important as their studies. Yet Lin Tingqing was willing to give up everything and rush to her side at the first moment. It seemed that Lin Tingqing really valued her. Unfortunately, such a person would never come back. A sense of desolation inexplicably surged in Lin Lulu's heart. Her mind in chaos, Lin Lulu was absent-minded throughout the entire class, thinking only of Lin Tingqing. When school was over in the afternoon, she checked her phone and found no missed calls. Qi Tian, could it be that he still hadn't woken up? As she walked to the school gate, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Lin Xiaotian holding a beautiful and well-built woman, both looking drunk, walking out from outside the school, not knowing where they were headed. Lin Lulu watched this scene, feeling short of breath. She gritted her teeth and quickly walked up to them. She hurried over and stopped the two of them. Why are you here? Why didn't you answer my calls all day? I thought you were sleeping. Get out of the way. Who do you think you are? How dare you block my path? Not recognizing the person in front of him, Lin Xiaotian, with drunken eyes, pushed Lin Lulu. Lin Lulu staggered and was knocked to the ground. Feeling a sharp pain in her waist, she frowned in pain and looked up at the boy in front of her. He was her beloved younger brother since childhood, but now he had become irritable, reeking of alcohol, and even laid hands on her. Memories flashed through her mind, and Lin Lulu finally couldn't control herself, tears streaming down her face. Trembling, she asked, Why? Why did you become like this? Like what? Lin Xiaotian sneered, hugged the girl next to him, and arrogantly said, Let me tell you, I have money and can do whatever I want. I don't know you, so why do you care? He insulted and cursed her. Smack! Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Lulu slapped Lin Xiaotian across the face. Lin Xiaotian was stunned, took a moment to come to his senses, and recognized the person in front of him, but still very angry, he shouted, Lin Lulu, have you gone crazy? Before she could react, the girl in red next to him coldly said, You're the woman who kept calling Qitian during the day, right? Let me tell you, we've been having a good time, you keep bothering us, it's annoying, can you stop bothering Qitian and leave? With that, the girl in red pulled Lin Xiaotian away. Before leaving, Lin Xiaotian turned back and glared at Lin Lulu. Watching them disappear, Lin Lulu felt weak and sat on the ground. She had thought Lin Xiaotian hadn't heard the phone ringing, but the girl had said so, indicating that Lin Xiaotian had clearly heard it. He deliberately didn't want to answer, even if he knew she might be in trouble. Lin Lulu hugged her knees, buried her head between them, crying uncontrollably, heartbroken. Her younger brother's indifference felt like a huge rock pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe, even difficult to take a breath. After what seemed like a long time, Lin Lulu returned to her cheap rental room. She walked in, took off her shoes, lay on the bed, closed her eyes, but still couldn't sleep. She wondered how her own younger brother could become like this. He used to be cute, obedient, sensible, and considerate. And he was also the pride of the family, bringing honor to the Lin family. But now, everything had changed drastically. Even knowing she needed him, he deliberately didn't answer the phone, showing such indifference. Was this still the brother she knew? The more Lin Lulu thought about it, the angrier she became. She got up, opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and drank it down. Tired and hungry, but feeling anxious before, she realized her stomach was empty after drinking the water, realizing she hadn't eaten for almost 2 days. Thinking that this room used to be Lin Tingqing's residence, there might still be some food left, Lin Lulu began searching around. The room was very dirty and messy, and she struggled to find 2 somewhat shriveled taro roots. Lin Lulu boiled the taro roots in a pot, then cut them into small pieces. She put the taro in her mouth, chewed a few times, and reluctantly swallowed it. However, after just a few chews, she suddenly felt a sharp cramp in her stomach, as if something was stuck in her throat, causing her discomfort as she covered her throat and coughed. Cough, cough. She tried her best and finally managed to spit it out. Damn it! Lin Lulu was in a sorry state, panting heavily next to the trash can. This is simply not something a human should eat. How did Lin Tingqing manage to swallow all this? Lin Lulu wiped the sweat off her face and tasted the bowl again. The taste was still as terrible. The salty liquid mixed with slightly spoiled taro paste almost made her vomit. But her stomach was too hungry, so she swallowed the bowl of taro without hesitation. Burp! Lin Lulu burped contentedly, sighing in satisfaction. Well, even though this is not fit for human consumption, it's better than going hungry. She stood up and walked towards the balcony. The winter night was particularly cold, and Lin Lulu, dressed lightly, shivered from the cold, but she still insisted on closing the balcony window. She looked at the street scene outside, feeling a sense of desolation and getting lost in memories. She remembered the last birthday when Lin Tingqing had given her a necklace worth thousands of dollars. Although it seemed extremely shabby among the gifts from her sisters, seeing Lin Tingqing's living conditions, Lin Lulu realized that the necklace was the best he could afford to give her. Perhaps he had saved money for months without eating properly just to buy her a gift. Unfortunately, she had never appreciated it, casually tossing aside Lin Tingqing's gift and mocking him with Lin Xiaotian. Remembering all this, Lin Lulu's emotions sank even lower, filled with deep regret and remorse. She should have realized that Lin Tingqing had always been silently working hard, but instead of understanding his gentleness and thoughtfulness, she treated him as a laughingstock, humiliating him. What was she thinking to speak to Lin Tingqing like that? Lin Lulu squatted by the window, hugging her knees, her eyes red from crying. The more Lin Lulu thought about it, the more guilty she felt. She choked back sobs for a while, gradually calming down. Just then, the door was rudely pushed open. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked up, and saw Lin Xiaotian, who was drunk and staggering. He walked into the room, reeking of alcohol, his face shiny, looking like he had returned after eating and drinking outside. Without even glancing at the hungry Lin Lulu, he walked into the inner room and continued to snore loudly. Lin Lulu bit her lip, feeling a strong sense of disgust towards Lin Xiaotian like never before. They were siblings connected by blood. How could he ignore her like this and humiliate her in front of other women? She despaired and tears streamed down her face. Lin Xiaotian's room was next door, and she heard his snoring getting louder. She sighed softly and lay on the bed, tossing and turning. Before long, sleep did not come, but hunger did. Even after eating the taro, she couldn't resist the hunger. But she didn't want to wake up Lin Xiaotian again. After struggling for a long time, Lin Lulu finally couldn't help but get up, quietly opened the door, and tiptoed towards the small storage room that had not been explored. The storage room was very dim and cluttered, filled with various things Lin Tingqing had used before. It didn't look like there was any food. She hesitated, picked up a paper box, gently opened it, and found it empty. Lin Lulu sighed and put the paper box back down. Unwilling to give up, she searched the storage room for a long time, but there was nothing edible, and the noise she made even annoyed the sleeping Lin Xiaotian, who clicked his tongue twice impatiently. A sense of despair rose in Lin Lulu's heart. It seemed she would have to go to sleep hungry today. Just then, she suddenly noticed a strange box. While the other boxes were haphazardly placed, this one had exquisite packaging and contained something unknown. Lin Lulu hesitated for a second, then immediately opened the box, only to be shocked by its contents. A box full of snacks. Various desserts, cookies, and candies were all there. And coincidentally, these flavors were all her favorites. Lin Lulu couldn't believe it. She trembled as she picked up a candy, not eager to eat it right away, but enduring the heartache, she took out the box. Lin Tingqing, you don't have money, why did you still buy snacks? Don't you know these snacks are expensive? Lin Lulu muttered to herself. He remembered. Lin Tingqing passed away because he couldn't afford medical treatment, and these snacks were all branded goods, totaling up to nearly 1,000. And they were all flavors she liked. A thought quietly emerged in her heart. Were these specially prepared for her? Now it seemed that she had misunderstood him. Lin Lulu's eyes welled up with tears, looking at the box full of snacks. Even though she was feeling dizzy from hunger, she couldn't bear to eat any of them. After all, these snacks represented a completely different meaning from usual. Lin Lulu lowered her eyes and took out all the snacks. These were all bought by Lin Tingqing by saving up what little living expenses he had. Why would he do this? Clearly, he couldn't even afford to eat. Lin Lulu's nose tingled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, she thought, if she had known earlier how much Lin Tingqing had suffered, or understood his kindness earlier, she wouldn't have been so cold towards him. Thinking of this, Lin Lulu felt an unusually heavy heartache. She bit her lip, took a long time to calm her emotions. Hunger surged again. Lin Lulu couldn't resist. She opened the snacks and started eating. These high-calorie foods she wouldn't dare touch usually, but she really liked these flavors. She didn't expect Lin Tingqing to be so thoughtful, knowing even her hidden hobbies. As she gobbled down the snacks, she mumbled unclearly, actually, these snacks might not necessarily be prepared specifically for me. It's all just a coincidence, but thank you for leaving these foods. Saying this was just to alleviate her guilt. She comforted herself, thinking that Lin Tingqing buying these snacks was just a coincidence, not necessarily for her. After all, she wasn't good to Lin Tingqing. Why would he use his living expenses to buy these expensive snacks for her? Maybe Lin Tingqing had a girlfriend behind her back, and these snacks were for his girlfriend. Yes, that's it. Girls like to eat snacks. Lin Tingqing's girlfriend must also like these. She picked up a bag of chips, and at that moment, a piece of paper floated in front of her. Stunned, Lin Lulu unfolded the paper. Seven sister, I know you don't like me coming to the school to find you, so this time I arranged for a guy to deliver it for you. I know you like these flavors, but usually, you don't dare to eat them because they are high in calories, so I specially searched online for these low-calorie substitutes. I saw that the reviews were very good, the taste should be good, and most importantly, the calories are low, so I bought them for my sister, hoping you will be happy every day. A long paragraph, with elegant and neat handwriting. But for some reason, it made people feel the sender's uneasiness and anxiety. Lin Lulu stared at the handwriting on the paper, tears instantly blurred her eyes. So, these snacks were really carefully selected by him. She counted, a total of 17 kinds of snacks, randomly picking one to search online, each costing over 100 yuan. These low-calorie substitutes with good taste were already frighteningly expensive. It would take a lot of time to find these, and the price of these snacks was even Lin Tingqing's 2 months' living expenses. He went to such lengths for himself, and even worried if sending them over would offend her? But she actually looked down on him. How confused she is. Lin Lulu swallowed snacks, but she couldn't taste the deliciousness at all. Her heart felt like it had been overturned by something complex and bitter. She wiped away her tears, picked up the remaining snacks, stuffed them into her mouth, and chewed fiercely. These were all her favorite snacks, and since Lin Tingqing had put so much thought into buying them, she naturally had to finish them all. Lin Lulu ate quickly, finishing 3 bags of chips in less than 5 minutes. She usually had a habit of dieting, but now she couldn't eat anymore and could only stare blankly at the snack box. Her current mood was very complicated. On one hand, her attitude towards Lin Tingqing had been extremely bad, even worse than being polite to a stranger. On the other hand, the contrast between her 2 younger brothers made her feel unbearable pain. In any case, Lin Tingqing was an adopted son. Even if Lin Xiaotian was inferior, he was still her blood-related younger brother, which was why she had always been indifferent to Lin Tingqing over the years. But she never expected this adopted son to have done so much for her behind her back. Even after death, he was still helping her. As for the so-called blood-related younger brother, at this moment, he was like air, ignoring her helplessness, wishing she would die sooner. Lin Lulu covered her face and started crying. Just then, loud snoring came from the inner room. Lin Lulu's expression stiffened. How did she not know that Lin Xiaotian snored so loudly? Lin Lulu wiped away her tears and stood up. She walked towards the bedroom and knocked on the door. At first, there was no response. After knocking for about a minute or two, there was a rustling sound from inside. Lin Xiaotian, half asleep, impatiently asked, "Who is it?" "I'm sleeping, don't bother me." Lin Lulu clenched her fists, pushed open the door after a moment, and saw Lin Xiaotian lying on the bed snoring loudly, drooling continuously, looking more like a ruffian than his usual noble appearance. The thunderous snoring resumed. Lin Lulu couldn't take it anymore, turned and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, she looked serious. Her mind was in turmoil. Unable to sleep at all, unable to bear the snoring in the room that sounded like construction noise, she walked out of the room. Behind the low-rent housing was a small piece of land. Because most of the people living here were poor, these plots of land could be used to grow vegetables for household supplies, making it a relatively humane design for low-rent housing. Walking to the backyard, Lin Lulu saw some fallen branches and leaves in the field and curiously walked over. Upon closer inspection, she found that these were some sunflowers that had been blown down by the wind. Why did Lin Tingcheng plant so many sunflowers here? The sunflower symbolizes firmness and perseverance, unwavering loyalty, and the brilliance under the sunlight. It was also her favorite flower. Unfortunately, sunflowers were too cheap, and the Lin family's villa was filled with various rare plants, but not a single sunflower. Unexpectedly, there was a large patch here. Could it be that Lin Tingcheng planted them here specifically for her? This speculation startled Lin Lulu, making her feel uncomfortable, but she quickly realized she was being presumptuous. Because sunflower seeds were edible, many households grew sunflowers. Lin Tingcheng also planted them, but not necessarily for her. Regardless, it was a pity to see these sunflowers wither here. So Lin Lulu bent down, picked up the withered sunflowers one by one, placed them neatly on a nearby stone pedestal, waiting for the sunlight to shine on them. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that in front of one withered sunflower, there was a small lucky bag hanging on it, swaying as if it were a casually hung trash bag. Lin Lulu furrowed her brows, took down the lucky bag carefully, and opened it cautiously, only to be shocked by what she saw. Inside was her photo. The girl in the photo was wearing a white dress, with a delicate appearance, bright eyes, full of vitality, looking like a blooming white lotus flower. It was a photo taken at home. So, she wasn't being presumptuous, it really was Lin Tingcheng. Lin Lulu held the photo, standing dazed for a long time. It wasn't until the sky started drizzling that she gradually came back to her senses. The cold raindrops hit her face, mixing with tears that had fallen at some point. Just a moment ago, the sky was full of stars, and in a blink of an eye, it started to rain. Lin Lulu lowered her head, her eyes moist, not daring to let the tears flow. At this moment, her heart seemed to split into two halves, one shattered into pieces, the other pieced together but still fragmented. It was all irreparable. Those who leave never come back. Holding the photo that had been hanging for who knows how long, Lin Lulu returned home in a daze, sitting on the somewhat crude wooden bed, staring blankly at the dark night outside the window, feeling a mix of emotions. The rain didn't stop all night. Early the next morning, Lin Lulu, with swollen eyes, tidied up a bit, glanced at the inner room, and found Lin Xiaotian still sound asleep, sighing in her heart. She walked out of the room, ready to cook. Ding dong, the sound of the doorbell was particularly harsh in the quiet morning. Lin Lulu turned abruptly and ran towards the door. Opening it, she saw the neighbor's wife outside. It rained heavily last night. Are you the new neighbors? You have to clean up here, or the backyard will be flooded. Our yards are connected. If your mud pit isn't cleaned up, the neighbor's wife grumbled, it will flood our place too. Oh, okay. Lin Lulu quickly closed the door, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, I'll go clean up right away. She hurried to the backyard and indeed found several places washed away, revealing the mud underneath. The heavy rain had washed away the mud from the sunflower field. Lin Lulu sighed, picked up a shovel, and started digging the mud, preparing to clean it up. The neighbor's husband was also cleaning up, while his wife, the woman who had knocked on her door earlier, was sitting beside, cracking sunflower seeds. A big man, strong and working fast. In contrast, the slender Lin Lulu, who had never done farm work, was struggling, almost falling into the mud several times. Seeing this, the neighbor's wife sighed and said, "Girl, why don't you find a husband? This kind of physical work is not something you can handle." Lin Lulu clenched her lips and continued to work hard. The neighbor's woman added, "The young man who lived here before was very nice, especially hard-working, always helping everyone around, but for some reason, he moved away." Lin Lulu's hands paused, looking at the closed doors and windows behind her, feeling even more despondent. If Lin Tingcheng were here, he would never let her do this dirty and tiring work. But it was already 10 o'clock, and Lin Xiaotian was still sound asleep. "The young man you mentioned earlier, is his name Lin Tingcheng? Why, do you know him?" "That young man is really nice, good-looking, and has a good temper," the woman praised generously. It was clear to outsiders that Lin Tingcheng was a good kid. Only she. Lin Lulu felt a faint bitterness in her heart and said, biting her lip, "He's my younger brother." "He's your brother." The woman looked pensive at her, then pursed her lips. "I heard you talking. The one in your room is also your younger brother, right? Your two brothers are like night and day. One is so hardworking, the other is lazy." I don't know why he doesn't come out to help, making a young girl like you do all this. Lin Lulu stiffened for a moment. Yes. Compared to Lin Tingcheng, Lin Xiaotian is indeed too indulged. He is not considerate enough of her. But over the years, she has devoted much more to Lin Xiaotian than to Lin Tingcheng. Just then, Lin Xiaotian rushed out of the room. What the hell are you talking about? My business is none of your concern. After cursing, Lin Xiaotian suddenly felt that his behavior was indeed not very good. Seventh sister, why didn't you call me when there's work to do? Wait for me, I'll come help you. He attributed his failure to help to not knowing, then picked up a bucket of water, ready to come help fetch water. Seeing this, Lin Lulu's mood calmed slightly. Lin Xiaotian, too, was pampered since childhood, so his willingness to help was already commendable. The neighbor woman also averted her gaze and said no more. But who knew? As Lin Xiaotian walked over with the water bucket, he didn't pay attention and stepped into a puddle. In an instant, chaos ensued, and he fell flat on his face. The splashed dirty water sprayed Lin Lulu in the face. Ha ha ha. The neighbor woman laughed heartily at the scene. What are you laughing at? Lin Xiaotian got up, glaring angrily at the neighbor woman. Who are you talking to? He menacingly picked up a shovel, scaring Lin Xiaotian into not taking another step forward. Lin Lulu wiped the dirty water off her face and said in exasperation, Lin Xiaotian, can you stop causing trouble? If you don't want to help, fine, but don't make things difficult for me. Do you know how long it takes to clean up this mud and water? The dirty water was mixed with many unknown things, emitting an unpleasant smell. For Lin Lulu, who always valued cleanliness, it was torture. Thinking of the grievances she had suffered in the past few days, Lin Lulu sneered, her eyes slightly hot but not shedding a tear. Lin Xiaotian, seeing Lin Lulu's stubborn appearance, just rolled his eyes and turned away. Lin Lulu watched his back, feeling a slight pang in her nose. She wiped away her tears and continued to clean up the backyard. She worked until noon to thoroughly clean the backyard. Although she was tired and sore, she finally finished the job. Fortunately, she had no classes these days, or she wouldn't know what to do. The neighbor woman happened to come out of the house and saw her resting in the yard. She approached and said, "Oh, by the way, do you have no source of income now? If you need money, I can introduce you to a job." Lin Tingqing used to work there and did well. Half an hour later, Lin Lulu cleaned herself up and stood in front of the kindergarten gate, her eyes filled with curiosity. She never expected that Lin Tingqing had once taken care of a group of children. With the recommendation, the principal directly assigned her to assist an experienced teacher named Zhang, who was only slightly older than her. "Xiaolu, you came just in time. It's almost lunchtime. I'll go get lunch, and you watch the children here, okay?" Teacher Zhang asked. "Yes, no problem," Lin Lulu replied. Teacher Zhang went to get things, leaving Lin Lulu to watch the children. The children were around 3 or 4 years old, either playing with blocks and puzzles on the floor or lying on the lawn soaking up the sun. A little girl saw Lin Lulu and immediately ran over, asking, "Auntie, are you new here?" The little girl was wearing a floral t-shirt, black pants, with braided hair and fair skin. "Yes, we should take care of each other in the future." Lin Lulu hadn't finished speaking when 3 or 4 mischievous kids, who knows where they came from, started squirting water at her with water guns. Lin Lulu quickly dodged away. Seeing her avoid the water jets, the kids then started throwing stones at her. Lin Lulu held her head and ran away in a sorry state. Lin Lulu was caught off guard and dodged in a panic. Seeing the new teacher being so easy to bully, a few more kids surrounded her, not taking her seriously, and kept shooting her with water guns. "Help!" Lin Lulu held her head tightly, panicked and ran away, even forgetting her own identity. "You brats, stop it now, or I'll beat you up." Just then, a familiar angry voice rang out. The kids immediately stopped their attack upon seeing it was the teacher. Teacher Zhang looked embarrassed, helped Lin Lulu up, and scolded the kids. The kids didn't think they did anything wrong and were defiant. It wasn't until Teacher Xiao Zhang sternly said, "Do you know that Teacher Xiaolu is Teacher Lin Cheng's sister? If you keep bullying her like this, even if Teacher Lin Cheng comes back to the kindergarten, she will never play with you again, got it?" With these words, the kids finally changed their attitude. "Sorry, Teacher Xiaolu, we were wrong. We won't do it again next time." "Teacher Xiaolu, please don't be angry, we won't do it again, don't let Teacher Luo Luo hate us." The kids all changed their expressions. Lin Lulu saw the sudden change in the kids' faces and felt a mix of emotions. Once again, Lin Chang helped her out of a difficult situation. She didn't know before how much the kids liked Lin Chang. Although the kids were mischievous, most of them were sensitive. A person who is liked by all children, how bad could they really be? Teacher Zhang waved her hand, signaling them to leave. After everyone dispersed, Lin Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," she said softly, feeling a warm flow in her heart. Teacher Xiao Zhang patted her shoulder. Alright, go change your clothes first. After changing her clothes and coming out, Lin Lulu saw the girl who had initially talked to her and called her over to ask, "Little girl, can you tell me why everyone likes teacher Luo Luo so much?" The little girl smiled mysteriously, took Lin Lulu to the small playground, and showed her a hopscotch pattern drawn with chalk in a corner. Teacher Luo Luo is very nice to us, and she taught us this hopscotch game. The little girl happily hopped in the squares, but then looked sad. But teacher Luo Luo is not here now, so we can only play by ourselves. Lin Lulu looked at the hopscotch pattern in silence. When she was young, she used to play hopscotch with Lin Xiaotian in the villa. At that time, Lin Cheng had wanted to join in countless times but was pushed away by Lin Xiaotian, who said he wasn't worthy. She had just stood coldly on the side, ignoring Lin Cheng's longing eyes. But now, Lin Cheng had turned his childhood regrets and pain into care and attention for other children. How gentle of a person he was. "Teacher Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you?" the little girl asked curiously. Coming back to her senses, Lin Lulu patted the little girl's head. "Don't worry, teacher Luo Luo will not only come back but will also play with you all." The little girl's eyes widened, thrilled. "Really? That's great. Thank you, teacher Xiao Lu." "You're welcome." Lin Lulu smiled faintly, unable to hide the sadness in her eyes. It was a busy and fulfilling day at the kindergarten. Because the principal knew her situation and with Lin Cheng's connections, she was paid daily, earning 120 yuan a day. For Lin Lulu now, it was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. She was happily walking towards the low-rent housing, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Immediately, a strong surge of acid rushed up her throat. She covered her mouth, squatted by the roadside, and started vomiting. Ugh! After Lin Lulu finished vomiting, she felt completely drained. She felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an abyss. Clutching her stomach, she squatted down, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down her pale cheeks. Teacher Xiao Zhang happened to pass by and quickly helped her up, asking with concern, "Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Is it serious?" Lin Lulu gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and said in a strained voice, I'm fine." Seeing her condition, it was clear she was not fine at all. Teacher Xiao Zhang urged, "But why are you sweating so much? Let me take you to the hospital." "No, it's not necessary," Lin Lulu refused. She was already in a sorry state, having just earned some money. She still had to pay rent and daily expenses. She couldn't afford to waste money on medical treatment. Teacher Xiao Zhang, feeling helpless, insisted on taking her to the hospital. After the doctor examined her, it was diagnosed as acute gastroenteritis. If she hadn't come for treatment sooner, it could have led to more serious consequences, even a stomach perforation. Sitting in the emergency room, Lin Lulu bit her lip slightly. "My stomach is not usually this bad. How? Do you have a lot of anxiety recently, coupled with an unfamiliar diet structure, and it's been a long time since you had breakfast? That's why you're in this situation now," the doctor sighed helplessly. He prescribed some medication, which cost a total of 70 yuan. She had only earned 50 yuan that day. Lin Lulu felt the pinch, and didn't want to burden teacher Xiao Zhang any further, so she returned to the low-rent housing alone. Lin Xiaotian was nowhere to be found in the room. It was empty. Sitting alone, Lin Lulu boiled water, her thoughts drifting further away. Her stomach ache was due to skipping breakfast, but it had only been 2 days since she moved out. It seemed that after Lin Tingqing's death, she had not eaten breakfast on time, because no one would specially prepare her favorite food. She was also a picky eater. Over the years, her digestive system had deteriorated. When Lin Tingqing was around, she didn't have these worries. Her eyes felt warm. The young man who used to prepare various breakfasts for her every morning had completely disappeared. He had left her and would never come back. Lin Lulu's hand holding the water cup trembled slightly. Tears slowly slid from her eyes, wetting the table. The next day, Lin Lulu had an 8 a.m. class. She hurried to the classroom. It was only 7:40. Despite taking the medicine, she still felt a dull ache in her stomach. Just then, a handsome young man approached, holding a breakfast, and said shyly, "Classmate Lulu, you came so early, did you not have breakfast yet? I brought an extra one for you, please accept it, it's my treat. This is my intention, please accept it." With that, he turned and left. Lin Lulu bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, accepted the breakfast, and sat down at her seat. Looking at the breakfast, Lin Lulu felt slightly better. It was as if the Lin Tingqing who used to bring her breakfast every day had returned. But when she opened the lunchbox, her smile froze on her face. Inside was a leek box. It was her least favorite taste. A wave of nausea hit her again. She immediately covered her mouth, looking at the breakfast with disgust. The dull ache in her stomach returned. Remembering the doctor's advice, she couldn't skip breakfast anymore. Lin Lulu could only endure the nausea and reluctantly put the leek box in her mouth. After barely making it through the class, despite the curious looks from others, Lin Lulu rushed into the restroom. She leaned over the sink, retching for a long time before finally managing to stop. After vomiting, only a few mouthfuls of sour water were left. Who would have thought that Lin Lulu, the picky daughter of the Lin family who used to be high and mighty, would end up eating her own most disgusting leek dumplings due to hunger? Lin Lulu's body swayed a few times, her face becoming paler, cold sweat covering her forehead, looking extremely weak. After eating, her stomach churned. Looking at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, Lin Lulu's lips curled into a smile, as if mocking herself. Memories flashed back once again. She remembered, every time before going out, Lin Tingqing would prepare a carefully packed breakfast for her. Shijie, today I baked your favorite chocolate cookies for you. You can try them at school. Shijie, this fried egg is your favorite heart-shaped one, and here are some handheld pancakes. Shijie, today we have preserved egg and lean meat congee. I know you don't really like preserved eggs, so I specially removed the smell. Try it. It tastes really good. Shijie, make sure to eat on time. At first, she didn't care. But later on, she was gradually won over by Lin Tingqing's cooking skills, getting used to having Chen Luo's breakfast every day. In her memory, Lin Tingqing's voice was still gentle and pleasant, but his figure became distant. The once warm and beautiful scenes seemed to have all turned into illusions. Lin Lulu gently closed her eyes, letting tears flow freely. After some time, Lin Lulu finally stopped crying, wiped away her tears, lowered her eyelashes, concealing the sorrow in her heart. After class, she had to work part-time at the kindergarten. Compared to the chaotic situation yesterday, Lin Lulu was now very adept. She even made a few unruly troublemaking kids apologize and obediently take a nap, earning full praise from teacher Xiao Zhang. During nap time, the little girl from yesterday sneaked into her office. Teacher Xiaolu, you're so nice, we all really like you. Really? Thank you all. Lin Lulu smiled gently, feeling touched by the little girl's words, warm and comfortable. Yes, because everyone thinks you look a lot like teacher Luo when you smile. Can you smile more in the future? We. The little girl looked at her toes, her tone suddenly low. Really miss teacher Luo. Lin Lulu's expression stiffened, her heart feeling like it was suddenly pricked by a cactus. So these kids liked her because she resembled Lin Tingqing? But they didn't know that Lin Tingqing was no longer here. Not here. Repeatedly pondering these three words, Lin Lulu felt her heart ache even more. The little girl blinked her eyes twice, leaning closer to her and asked softly, Teacher Lulu, are you and teacher Luo really siblings? Of course, why do you ask? Lin Lulu was puzzled. Because I heard other students' parents say that teacher Luo passed away, is it true? The little girl asked timidly, and the teacher's eyes looked swollen, as if she had been crying for a long time. Is it really true? Upon hearing this, Lin Lulu's eyes instantly reddened, tears swirling in her eyes. The little girl, frightened, quickly shrank her neck. I was just asking casually. Please don't be sad. It's okay, teacher Luo is just temporarily too tired, so she wants to find a place to rest. Although Lin Lulu was usually spoiled and willful, she was very kind and gentle in front of children, unwilling to let them know the cruel truth, so she chose a kind lie. I knew that such a good teacher Luo wouldn't die. The little girl mysteriously took out 2 cookies from her pocket. Teacher, eat these. Lin Lulu was taken aback, wanting to smile and refuse. No need, you can have them as snacks. Teacher, eat them. The little girl insisted. Helpless, Lin Lulu took a bite. The biscuits are crispy, sweet but not greasy, and the chocolate inside is rich and long-lasting, making your tongue tingle. This taste, so familiar. Lin Lulu widened her eyes and couldn't help but ask, is there more? The little girl hesitated for a moment, rummaged through her backpack, and pulled out a large bag. Without hesitation, Lin Lulu continued to eat. This taste is exactly the same as the biscuits Lin Tingqing specially made for her, she could tell right away. Lulu, take your time to eat. These were baked by Luo for us. If you like them, you can ask Luo to bake more for you. Lin Lulu was surprised, her mouth suddenly devoid of the taste of the biscuit. She never expected to taste this familiar flavor again, feeling a strange sourness in her nose. Are there more of these biscuits? Lin Lulu asked with a hoarse voice. No. The little girl scratched her head. These were baked by Luo for us a month ago, and the shelf life of these biscuits is only 1 month. Seeing Lin Lulu instantly become disheartened, the little girl was puzzled. You and Luo are siblings. If you like them, just ask Luo to bake more for you. Lin Lulu couldn't bring herself to speak the cruel truth. However, after these few days, Lin Lulu had a change of heart. She admitted her mistake to Lin Youyu, deleted her contact with Lin Xiaotian. Coincidentally, today was the weekend, and Lin Lulu returned to the Lin family with a heavy heart. Lin Xiaoshui was also there. The biscuits she had previously eaten were long gone, and Lin Lulu was starving, her stomach cramping, waiting eagerly for mealtime. Although she was ravenous before the food was served, she now found it hard to eat as she looked at the table full of fish and meat. She had no appetite, and even the sight made her feel a bit nauseous. "Lulu, why aren't you eating properly? Look at your complexion, it's not right." Lin Xiaoxue sat beside her, with a hint of worry in her eyes, as if something was wrong with the sisters recently. The eldest sister had been having headaches, the second sister had insomnia, and now even the youngest sister was not feeling well. "I know, third sister," Lin Lulu forced a smile. She wanted to eat, but she had no appetite. Even if she forced herself to eat, she couldn't help but vomit in the end. After enduring this for a while, her body became weaker. For several days, Lin Lulu couldn't eat, and most of the time she was resting in her room due to weakness. Others wanted to advise her, but didn't know what to say. But as time passed, Lin Lulu's body couldn't take it anymore, and she fainted from hunger. In that moment of near death, her heart ached, as if she were drowning. Everything went dark, and she lost consciousness. When Lin Lulu opened her eyes again, all she saw was pure white. Was she in heaven? Would she meet Lin Tingcheng? Would she finally be able to eat Lin Tingcheng's breakfast? That would be great. Lin Lulu touched her empty stomach, her mind filled with memories of Lin Tingcheng bringing her breakfast. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Whenever she thought of other foods, she felt nauseous, but she couldn't forget Lin Tingcheng's breakfast. It was just a very ordinary breakfast. She had tried selling similar ones at snack shops, but the taste was just not the same. Why was that? As she pondered, a beautiful angel in white appeared before her, with a gentle expression. "Xiaoqi, how are you feeling?" Lin Lulu's heart skipped a beat. Was it Lin Tingcheng? But she felt the angel looked familiar, and then she realized it was her third sister. "Third sister, what's wrong with me?" She couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Before Lin Xiaoxue could speak, she sighed, "Your anorexia has worsened again." Not only that, because she had not eaten for a long time, her stomach was on the verge of ulcer perforation. If this continues, her stomach will be ruined. Lin Lulu looked helpless. "I really can't eat. Should I get a nutritional injection?" Nutritional injections can only ensure your basic nutrition. You can't continue like this, otherwise your body definitely won't be able to handle it, Lin Xiaoxue explained, pushing up the glasses on her nose. But she also knew that there was no other way. Lin Youyu came to the hospital, followed by the chef who used to cook for Lin Lulu. This is the chef who used to cook for Xiaoqi before. Xiaoqi can tell the chef what she wants to eat, and he will make it. This chef is a Michelin 3-star chef, with numerous awards and even the title of culinary god. His skills are superb. Lin Lulu, weak and wearing a patient gown, sat leaning on the hospital bed, looking a bit thin, breathing weakly, as if she could be gone with the wind in the next second. But there was no fear on her face, instead, a sense of calm. "I want to eat sweet and sour pork," she thought for a moment. She had eaten it once before. The sweet and sour pork was plump and juicy, sweet and delicious, very appetizing, making it hard to stop eating. If possible, she wanted to eat it again. Seeing that she finally had something she wanted to eat, Lin Youyu and the others were overjoyed and quickly asked the chef to prepare it in the hospital cafeteria. Soon, the steaming sweet and sour pork was served. Each piece of meat was crystal clear, emitting heat, making one's appetite increase just by looking at it. However, Lin Lulu looked hesitant, and it took a while before she picked up her chopsticks. But when it was about to reach her mouth, she put it down, shook her head. "I still can't eat." The chef took off his hat, looking ashamed. "I thought my culinary skills were almost as good as his, but I didn't expect that there was still some gap. I am truly unworthy of the title of chef." "Him? Who is he?" Lin Youyu sensed something was wrong and quickly asked. The chef explained, "Actually, the dishes Miss Lin ate before were all made by Lin Tingcheng. The young master was afraid that Miss Lin wouldn't eat if she knew it was made by him, so he always sent it to Miss Lin in my name. But now the young master is no longer here. Even though he told me the recipe before he passed away, I still couldn't replicate it perfectly." When Lin Tingcheng's name was mentioned, Lin Youyu and the others fell silent. "It's him again, indeed it's him. I understand. Thank you for coming." Lin Youyu was the first to break the silence, thanked the chef, and had his assistant send him back. Still unable to get Lin Lulu to eat, Lin Xiaoxue could only continue to give her nutritional injections. Lin Lulu's body was getting thinner day by day. At the critical moment of her illness, a group of cute and adorable children suddenly entered the ward. They walked in cautiously, seeing Lin Lulu lying on the hospital bed. They were very worried and rushed to her bedside. "Teacher Lin, are you sick? Teacher Lin, we came to see you. You must get well soon. You will be fine." The children chattered with concern, warming Lin Lulu's heart. "Why did you come? Teacher Lin, you haven't been here for a long time. We asked the principal and found out that you were sick, so we came to see you. The children explained, presenting their gifts, including a bag of cookies. Lin Lulu looked at the cookies and felt familiar. She couldn't help but take them, opened the bag, and took a bite. It was a familiar taste. She ate several pieces in a row, and the sharp hunger feeling eased slightly. Lin Lulu ate a few more pieces, quickly finishing the cookies, feeling a bit dry in the mouth, and drank some water. Great, Teacher Lin is eating. The children cheered. Lin Yaoyu happened to see this scene as she entered the room, overjoyed. Xiaoqi, you're eating, she exclaimed. Where did these cookies come from? Who made them? The little girl stood there, her voice soft and childish. It was made by brother Lin Tingqing, but this is the last bag of cookies. Teacher Lin. The little girl looked shy as if she had done something wrong. Actually, I lied to you last time because Teacher Luwalawa's cookies were so delicious. This is the last bag. The little girl's appearance was truly adorable, causing Lin Lulu to force a bitter smile and tell her, it's okay. He's no longer here. No one will bake cookies for her. What's the difference between the last bag and the last 2 bags? Lin Yoyu's expression was also quite solemn. It's Lin Tingqing again. She couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. It turns out that Lin Tingqing was so deeply ingrained in their lives. They used to think that Lin Tingqing couldn't leave the Lin family, not taking him seriously at all. Now that he's gone, they realized that it wasn't Lin Tingqing who couldn't leave the Lin family, but they couldn't leave Lin Tingqing. Now that Lin Tingqing is dead, their lives are all in chaos. Is this the last bag? Lin Yoyu took the bag of cookies and murmured. What should she do about Xiaoqi? Should she watch Xiaoqi continue like this? A sense of powerlessness surged in her heart, and Lin Yoyu felt useless, unable to do anything. She used to mock Lin Tingqing for being useless, but she was actually the most useless one. But I have a video of brother Lin Tingqing teaching us how to make cookies. The little girl raised her hand. Lin Tingqing had made cookies with the children in kindergarten before, and the teachers had recorded a video of it. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act saved Lin Lulu once again. Quick, show me, Lin Yoyu hurriedly said. The little girl played the video on her phone. Children, wash your hands before making cookies, this is flour. Lin Tingqing's voice appeared in the video, gentle and warm. Lin Yoyu thought she would see Lin Tingqing again, but the video only had his instructive voice, without him appearing. She was somewhat disappointed, but immediately followed the instructions in the video to make cookies. After sending the kindergarten children back, the cookies were made and brought over. Lin Yoyu held the cookies like a treasure and walked up to Lin Lulu. Xiaoqi, try this. The freshly baked cookies were still warm, with a fragrant aroma. Smelling this familiar scent, Lin Lulu was actually tempted. She picked up a cookie, feeling its warmth, which warmed her fingertips. Putting it in her mouth, she took a gentle bite, savoring it carefully. Previously, she was so hungry that she devoured a bag without tasting it properly. Now, with a slight relief, she tasted it again and felt that it was different from her impression. How is it? Lin Yoyu asked expectantly. Lin Lulu smiled and reassured her, the taste is still different, but it's a bit better than other things. At least she didn't feel like throwing up. Lin Yoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She found it strange that she followed Lin Tingqing's instructions. Even if it was a Michelin 3-star chef's creation, Xiaoqi couldn't eat it, but these cookies, she could. When asked about Lin Xiaoxue, she couldn't explain it either. Big sister, I can't explain my little sister's illness. Lin Xiaoxue sat in the office, her beautiful and gentle face framed by gold-rimmed glasses. Her office was filled with anatomical models, making people feel uneasy. I can only say it's related to genetics, but psychological factors also play a part. In addition, anorexia may cause various complications. My little sister's condition is getting worse, her blood cells have also mutated, and only by finding the right bone marrow can there be a chance of recovery. Lin Xiaoxue talked about the illness, her gaze slightly serious. Lin Yoyu is also only partially informed about this matter, but she believes in Sanmei's professionalism. I understand. I will have people search for suitable matches both domestically and internationally. Once we find a suitable match, we will proceed with the surgery immediately. I'm afraid that Xiaoqi won't be able to wait until then. Lin Xiaoxue is very clear about Lin Lulu's condition, with a hint of worry showing on her face. Lin Yoyu couldn't help but feel sad. We can only do our best. Do what is humanly possible and leave the rest to fate. At this moment, they both thought of that man, Lin Tingqing. A thought flashed through their minds, if only he were here. If he were here, things definitely wouldn't have developed into the current situation. Indeed, before long, Lin Lulu's body began to have problems. Despite being able to eat only biscuits every day, and even though she could receive nutritional injections, Lin Lulu's body still couldn't handle it. The amount of time she spent in a daze each day grew longer. The other sisters began to make time to accompany her at her bedside. Lin Xiaoxue became more anxious, spending less time in the hospital room and starting to use all her connections in the medical field to find a suitable bone marrow match. The office lights were on night after night, and she began to look haggard, trying to find another solution but to no avail. Big sister. Lin Lulu, who had been in a daze for most of the day, suddenly woke up and softly called out to Lin Yoyu, who was sitting on the sofa handling official business on her computer. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yoyu immediately put down her work and walked over, asking softly, "Xiaoqi, are you awake?" She then pressed the doctor's call button. Before long, Lin Xiaoxue arrived. The always neat and tidy Lin doctor now looked a bit disheveled, with bloodshot eyes, dark circles under her eyes, and her clothes in disarray, as if she hadn't changed them for days. Seeing her in this state was rare, and Lin Lulu couldn't help but laugh. "Big sister, third sister, you've worked hard these days. What are you talking about?" "Exactly, we are sisters." Lin Yoyu gently touched her forehead, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, I know my own body best." Lin Lulu let out a sigh of relief, as if she was about to unload a heavy burden. "That's great, I won't have to live such a tiring life anymore. I'm so happy." "Big sister, third sister, can I go see Lin Tingqing now? I want to sincerely apologize to Lin Tingqing, let him forgive me. He's so good, he definitely won't hold it against me, and then I can eat the food he cooks." "You're not allowed to say that." Lin Yoyu scolded sternly, but her trembling voice and reddened eyes betrayed her emotions. Lin Xiaoxue also felt sorrowful and looked away. "Xiaoqi, your sisters are here, hold on a little longer." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoxue comforted her. Lin Yoyu nodded in agreement. "Your sisters won't let anything happen to you. Lin Tingqing is so good to you, he wouldn't want you to come find him so soon. Maybe he would even be upset to see you like this." Ding! Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxue's phone rang. She composed herself, answered the call. The next moment. "Really?" Lin Xiaoxue was ecstatic, overjoyed. "Big sister, we found it. We found a suitable bone marrow match for Xiaomei. Xiaomei, you're saved." She looked at Lin Yoyu with intense emotions, finding it hard to contain herself. "That's great." Lin Yoyu was also delighted. She looked at Lin Lulu and gently tapped her nose. "Did you hear that? You're saved. It must be Lin Tingqing looking out for you, not wanting you to leave so soon to be with him." Lin Lulu pursed her lips. Soon, she fell back into a deep sleep. "Big sister, let's talk in my office." Lin Xiaoxue approached Xiaoqi, covered her with the blanket, and whispered. Lin Yoyu nodded, and the two of them walked out of the hospital room together. In the corridor. "This surgery is not a minor one, I'm afraid Xiaoqi won't be able to bear it." Lin Xiaoxue's face was full of worry. As a doctor, she naturally considered things more comprehensively. Bone marrow transplantation itself is a major surgery that ordinary people find difficult to bear, let alone little Qi, who was already weak. But unfortunately, little Qi's body couldn't hold on any longer. "What should we do?" Lin Yoyu naturally understood her meaning and expressed her concern. "If little Qi goes into surgery and doesn't make it out?" Lin Xiaoxue's expression turned serious. "That's what worries me the most. I will personally perform the bone marrow transplant surgery. I will make sure nothing happens to little Qi." The two exchanged a glance without saying much. After discussing with colleagues for a long time, considering Lin Lulu's current situation, Lin Xiaoxue decided it was better to act sooner rather than later. So, she arranged for the bone marrow transplant surgery. Lin Xiaoxue was cautious and performed the surgery for several hours. Fortunately, the surgery was very successful in the end. Lin Yoyu stayed by Lin Lulu's side, looking at her with a heart-wrenching expression, occasionally using a cotton swab dipped in water to gently touch little Qi's lips. After a while, Lin Lulu finally woke up. "You can have some liquid food now. I had soup stewed for you to drink and nourish your body," Lin Yoyu said as she carefully fed her with a spoon. "Although it might be hard to swallow, bear with it. I have thoroughly studied the recipes left by Lin Tingqing, and we will eventually be able to make something as delicious as those cookies." Lin Lulu nodded slightly, drinking little by little under her elder sister's coaxing, trying not to show her distaste, but still finding it hard to swallow. She couldn't help but think of Lin Tingqing again. She tried to recall the taste of the delicious food she had eaten before, which she had never cared about, but now, she couldn't remember. Just like Lin Tingqing, she had once disregarded it, not realizing its value. Now, wanting to taste it again was impossible. Upon learning that Lin Lulu had woken up, Lin Xiaoxue hurried over to check on her. "There's no problem. Little Qi is recovering well and can eat now. Sister, do you know who donated the bone marrow?" She was curious about the person who had saved her life by donating bone marrow and wondered who it was. Lin Xiaoxue, holding the medical records, paused at the question and said, "Actually, I don't know. Usually, to protect the donor's privacy, their identity information is not disclosed. Lin Lulu was somewhat disappointed. Well, I wanted to thank them in person. I have heard some rumors that the person's identity is extremely secretive. According to my level, I should have been able to find out, but I couldn't. Lin Xiaoxue also found it strange. Initially, she was just happy and focused on preparing for the surgery upon learning that someone had donated bone marrow to save her sister, so she didn't delve into who the donor was. Now, upon further thought, it did seem peculiar. Xiaoxue, can you try to find out? Lin Youyu suggested, so we can also repay them. This matter couldn't be taken lightly. Lin Xiaoxue also had the same idea and nodded in agreement. She returned to her office, logged into her internal account, and after some operations, used her authority to find out. Bang! When she saw the name on the computer, Lin Xiaoxue's hand trembled, and the mouse fell to the desktop with a light sound. It was him! She covered her mouth, stood up abruptly from her seat, and quickly walked towards the direction of the ward. Elder sister, I found out who donated the bone marrow. Lin Xiaoxue pushed open the door and exclaimed excitedly. Who is it? At this point, others had also come to the hospital to see little Chi and gathered in the ward. They rarely saw Lin Xiaoxue in such a state of excitement, which made them curious about who the person behind the scenes donating bone marrow was. Could it be someone they knew? Realizing this, they looked at each other, a figure flashing through their minds, but it seemed impossible. He was already dead. The person who donates bone marrow must be alive. If others are dead, can they still come back to life? It's Lin Tingcheng. Lin Xiaoxue slowly spoke, like a heavy bombshell, instantly confusing the people in the ward. Wait, isn't it that only bone marrow from living donors can be used? Lin Youyu was the first to notice something was wrong and asked. Lin Xiaoxue nodded heavily, excitedly saying, yes, only bone marrow from living donors can be used, otherwise it will lose its effectiveness, and even if transplanted, it will be useless. But Lin Tingcheng, maybe he has a connection with the International Medical Association. She was very excited at this moment, even paused for a moment, calmed down a bit, and then continued. The International Medical Association developed a special technology a few months ago that can preserve the activity of bone marrow for up to a year, but this technology is very costly, so it has not been widely used, and ordinary people cannot access it. So the bone marrow that Xiaoqi received is from Lin Tingcheng. Her breathing was a bit rapid, her eyes flashing with a dazed look. 3 months. Lin Xiaoxue silently repeated this number. Wasn't it when Lin Tingcheng was still alive? The International Medical Association had been researching this technology for many years, but had not been able to overcome it. How did they manage to overcome it just 3 months ago? Could it be? A thought emerged in her mind, but Lin Xiaoxue quickly suppressed it. Even though she had heard from Lin Ruyan that Lin Tingcheng did not pass the entrance exam for junior high school, which could prove that Lin Tingcheng was not unintelligent, it could not prove that he was a genius. If he could overcome such a difficult technology, he would simply be a genius in the medical field. How could that be possible? But being able to connect with the International Medical Association was enough to prove that Lin Tingcheng was extraordinary. That organization was not something that just anyone could come into contact with. If Lin Tingcheng were still alive, his future would be limitless. For a moment, the ward fell silent. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, each with their own ideas, but without exception, all were reminiscing about that man. The man they used to think was trash, was worthless. At night, Lin Lulu lay in Lin Youyu's arms, absent-mindedly playing with her hair, staring out the window in a daze. Big sister, she suddenly spoke. Lin Youyu responded softly. I miss Lin Tingcheng. As soon as the words fell, a tear rolled down from the corner of Lin Lulu's eye. Lin Youyu paused, unable to help but turn her head, holding back the tears. She also missed Lin Tingcheng. A tear slid into her hair and disappeared without a trace. Lin Youyu opened her mouth, feeling choked up, afraid of causing Lin Lulu to be sad. She calmed her emotions, then raised her hand to pat her shoulder gently, whispering, Big sister also misses Lin Tingcheng. It was my fault before, I didn't investigate the truth in time, misunderstood Lin Tingcheng repeatedly, and didn't take care of you well. She couldn't help but blame herself. Since learning about the hidden truths before Lin Tingcheng's death, she regretted it every day. She would always think, why didn't she treat Lin Tingcheng better while he was alive, so he wouldn't end up without money for treatment. Go to sleep, everything will be better when you sleep. She didn't know how to comfort Lin Lulu, so she could only coax her to sleep, softly humming a lullaby. Lin Youyu's voice was soft and soothing, making people involuntarily calm down, as if returning to their mother's embrace. Lin Lulu felt warm, listening to the lullaby in her ears. Drowsiness surged, she closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep hugging her big sister. Perhaps she hadn't rested well for too long. Lin Lulu had a dream. In the dream, she appeared in front of a house she had never seen before, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything, only the house in front of her was still lit. She looked around and walked towards the house step by step. The door was not tightly closed. With a gentle push, it opened. Creak, the room was lit with a clear yellow light, exuding a warm decoration. "Sister, come eat." A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came. Lin Lulu was first stunned, then quickly ran to the living room, and saw Lin Tingqing sitting at the dining table. He was wearing a simple sportswear, with a happy smile on his face, calling the other women sisters, very obediently serving them food. The scene was very warm. It was the living Lin Tingqing. Lin Lulu stared at the smile on his face in a daze. It had been so long since she had seen Lin Tingqing, she thought she had forgotten his appearance and voice, but now she realized she had never forgotten. She had never seen Lin Tingqing smile so happily, as if every time she saw them, his face was always shy and reserved. "Sister, these are all your favorite dishes, made by me." Lin Lulu was stunned, only reacting to Lin Tingqing's words. She looked around. The women there were unfamiliar, not her older sisters. "Lin Tingqing." Lin Lulu rushed forward, shouting, "Lin Tingqing, you've mistaken them for your sisters. Come with me, I'll take you home. Your sisters are all waiting for you at home." With that, she directly pulled Lin Tingqing up, wanting to take him home. However, Lin Tingqing shook off her hand, looking at her warily. "They are my sisters, I don't know you, please leave." "What?" Lin Lulu said in disbelief. "You don't know me? I am your seventh sister, Lin Lulu." The other women maintained their original appearance, seemingly indifferent to the dispute. Lin Tingqing, however, shook his head, saying firmly, "No, you are not my seventh sister, I don't know you." "Don't worry about that, I'll take you to see our older sisters, then you'll know." Lin Lulu approached again, trying to take Lin Tingqing away. But Lin Tingqing's face suddenly changed. He pulled his hand away from Lin Lulu's, looking at her with disgust. "I said I don't know you, this is not where you should be, get out." Due to inertia, Lin Lulu couldn't stand firm, stumbled, and fell back. It was as if she had fallen into the river. Watching Lin Tingqing standing on the water's surface, looking at her coldly, with a chilling aura, a suffocating feeling rushing over her. "Lin Tingqing! Lin Tingqing!" Lin Lulu woke up suddenly, sat up from the bed, breathing heavily, subconsciously calling out Lin Tingqing's name, looking around, trying to find Lin Tingqing's figure. "Little Seven, what's wrong?" Lin Yoyu was awakened by her, seeing her sweating profusely, thinking she had a nightmare. She quickly got up and hugged her, comforting her. "Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, big sister is here, don't be afraid." Outside the window, it was still dark, not yet bright. Tears streamed down Lin Lulu's face, crying uncontrollably, emotionally grabbing Lin Yoyu's arm, crying out in despair, "Big sister, Lin Tingqing is angry with us, he doesn't want us anymore. He doesn't want us anymore." Lin Yoyu was startled by her words, thinking Lin Lulu had gone crazy. "No, that's impossible, how could that be? I just had a dream. I dreamt that Lin Tingqing was living with someone else, calling them sister, saying he didn't know me, pushing me away. The way he looked at me, it seemed like he really disliked me." Lin Lulu recalled the way Lin Tingqing looked at her, finding it hard to accept. Hearing this, Lin Yoyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was just a dream. "It's okay, it's just a dream, you're overthinking it. Besides, dreams are the opposite. In the dream, Lin Tingqing was angry with you, but in reality, he's not angry at all." It took a while for Lin Lulu's emotions to stabilize. "Really?" she asked tearfully. Lin Yoyu nodded heavily, looking confident. After calming down for a while, with tear stains on her face, she lay down to rest and soon fell asleep again. A few days later, due to Lin Lulu's illness, Lin Yoyu had been staying in the hospital all this time, causing a lot of delays. Seeing Lin Lulu's spirits greatly improved and her body gradually recovering, she decided to make a trip back to the company. "Shao Qi, be good and eat your meal. Big sister is going to the company." Lin Lulu nodded obediently. After giving a few more instructions, she left the ward. Once everyone had left, Lin Lulu's face changed suddenly. She turned around and leaned over the bedside, retching a couple of times. She had been holding back to avoid upsetting her big sister and the others, but now that they were gone, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Unable to eat, Lin Lulu got off the bed, carrying the meal box, planning to sneak out of the ward to dispose of it. The VIP ward area was very quiet, with few people in the corridor. Lin Lulu walked to the trash can and poured the food inside. "I see that you haven't touched any of this food. Being picky is not good." Suddenly, a voice came from beside her. Lin Lulu casually glanced over and was stunned on the spot, dropping the meal box to the ground. "Lin Tingqing," she murmured. The person speaking was a young man, similar in age to Lin Tingqing and bearing a striking resemblance to him. "Lin Tingqing, is that you? Have you come back to find us?" "I'm sorry, it was all our fault before, we know we were wrong." Lin Lulu rushed forward, embracing the other person without regard for herself, apologizing tearfully repeatedly, catching the other person off guard. Ha! The young man was dumbfounded, unsure how to react. He instinctively looked around to see if anyone else was there to help, but seeing no one, he tried to push Lin Lulu away. However, Lin Lulu held on tighter. He looked embarrassed and helpless. I'm sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Gu Yongcheng, not the Lin Tingqing you mentioned. He explained, I was here to visit my elders and didn't expect to see someone secretly disposing of things. Lin Lulu didn't listen, saying to herself, I know you must still be angry with us. It was our fault. Please come back. Seeing her crying so sadly, Gu Yongcheng couldn't help but be curious about this Lin Tingqing she mentioned. Not wanting to continue the entanglement, he pushed Lin Lulu away forcefully and left. Afraid of making Lin Tingqing angry, Lin Lulu didn't dare to approach him again. But when she suddenly saw Lin Tingqing appear in front of her, she was afraid he wouldn't come back if he left, so she followed him step by step. The two entered the elevator. Lin Lulu stood in a corner, her eyes fixed on Gu Yongcheng, crying and laughing alternately. Being followed by such a beautiful woman, Gu Yongcheng couldn't pretend to be unhappy, but he knew she had mistaken him for someone else. When they got out of the elevator, Gu Yongcheng quickly walked towards the hospital entrance. Seeing him leave, Lin Lulu caught up and asked, Will you come to see me tomorrow? I didn't mean it today. I will definitely eat well. Please don't be angry. It was very difficult for me and my sisters when you weren't here. Meeting her cautious gaze, Gu Yongcheng couldn't help but soften, unable to refuse anymore. Okay, we'll meet here at the same time tomorrow. Lin Lulu nodded obediently, getting the answer she wanted. She stopped in her tracks, watching him leave from a distance, feeling extremely happy. Great! Lin Tingqing is back. After the figure disappeared from view, she turned back to the ward. After a while, Lin Youyu finished her work at the company and rushed back to the hospital. As soon as she entered, she noticed that Lin Lulu was in a good mood, with a smile on her face. What's the good news? Why are you suddenly so happy? Lin Lulu looked up at the sound of her voice. Her face, which had been sunken due to poor appetite and a major surgery, was now bright and full of life, with a hint of vulnerability. Big sister, I saw Lin Tingqing. When she said this, it made Lin Youyu's heart skip a beat, but she quickly realized and didn't take it to heart. Are you dreaming again? I've told you, dreams are the opposite. No, big sister, after you left today, I went out for a walk, but I really saw Lin Tingqing. But it seems like he's still mad at me, refusing to acknowledge me. But it's okay, I will try to make him forgive me. We've agreed to meet again tomorrow. Lin Lulu concealed the fact that she wanted to throw away the food. How could a dead person come back to life? Lin Youyu looked at her nervously, feeling somewhat worried. She couldn't forget that Xiaoqi had always said she wanted to find Lin Tingqing. Could it be that the shock was too great, causing a mental issue and hallucinations? Xiaoqi, what happened with Lin Tingqing has already happened. No matter how much you think about it, it's useless, you still need to take care of your health. Lin Youyu expressed her concern. However, Lin Lulu insisted on her own opinion, repeatedly saying that she did see Lin Tingqing, getting emotional when her older sister didn't believe her. Afraid that her emotions would harm her, Lin Youyu had to speak up to calm her down. After her emotions stabilized, Lin Youyu left the ward and brought a doctor to examine her. The doctor in a white coat walked in from outside, quickly examined Lin Lulu, and sighed, Miss Lin, your sister's mental state is indeed not good. Doctor, let's talk outside. Lin Youyu was afraid of upsetting Xiaoqi, so she led the doctor out of the ward. Lin Lulu sat blankly on the hospital bed, watching the scene before her. She couldn't help but think back to her childhood, when she was bullied and humiliated by a few boys because of her good looks. The evening of that day was a nightmare for her. She was on her way home after class when she was suddenly stopped by the boys who had been bullying her. Initially, she didn't want to get too involved with them, but they suddenly attacked her, tied her up, and took her to a remote, rundown shack. What are you guys doing? What do you think we're doing? You're so pretty, we'd rather have some fun with you, we can give you anything. Get away. Don't touch me. Damn. She's asking for it. Grab her. No. Ah. A scream rang out. Lin Lulu didn't remember the details at the time, she just knew she was scared and desperate, so she took out a small knife and fought back, injuring those people. In the end, they were just kids, and seeing blood made them panic, so they all ran away. She got dressed, picked up her bag, and silently went home. The scene shifted. When Lin Lulu returned home, she found the parents of those boys coming to demand answers. Look at what you've done to my child. They're all bleeding. Are you sick? Who would feel safe going to school with someone like this, afraid they might be mentally ill? Fierce faces appeared before her, intimidating. In the end, her family had to pay a lot of money, and she was almost sent away as a mental patient. What was the final outcome? Lin Lulu struggled to remember, and then she remembered, it was Lin Tingcheng. Lin Tingcheng shouted at his parents, hoarse, saying she wasn't mentally ill. He privately reprimanded those boys and revealed the truth, clearing her name. Lin Lulu suddenly felt her cheeks damp, wiped them, feeling tears streaming down her face unknowingly. Now Lin Tingcheng was gone. She was also taken away as a mental patient. But she wasn't mentally ill at all. Why wouldn't anyone believe her? Why do these people always like to label a normal person as mentally ill? The next day, at the appointed time, Gu Yongcheng could see Lin Lulu standing in the courtyard waiting for him from afar. Lin Tingcheng, I knew yesterday wasn't a hallucination, you would definitely come. Originally, Lin Lulu was a bit uneasy. The doctor's diagnosis yesterday made her feel like it was all her imagination. But she still held onto a glimmer of hope, not expecting to actually see Lin Tingcheng. Imagination? Gu Yongcheng didn't understand why she said that. Lin Lulu truthfully recounted what happened yesterday, smiling bitterly. My sister thought I was having hallucinations, talking nonsense. The doctor even said I was mentally unstable. If you hadn't come, I would have thought I was crazy. But I see you're perfectly fine, you're not mentally ill, Gu Yongcheng said, expressing his belief in her. It was just a case of mistaken identity. Upon hearing this, Lin Lulu was touched and became even more convinced that the person in front of her was Lin Tingcheng. I don't know where you live now, shall we exchange contact information? Contact me anytime if needed. She took the initiative to ask for his contact information. They exchanged contact information and chatted briefly. Gu Yongcheng also learned who Lin Tingcheng was. According to what you said, Lin Tingcheng is cheerful and kind-hearted, so he definitely won't blame you. He couldn't help but feel envious of Lin Tingcheng, who seemed too perfect, and no wonder he was favored by so many beautiful women. He was also lucky to look similar to him. Lin Lulu, seeing his persistence, thought he was disappointed in them and didn't want to recognize them anymore. But the implication of his words was clear, he no longer blamed them. She didn't reveal anything, just secretly delighted. After they parted ways, Lin Lulu returned to the hospital room. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Youyu and several doctors waiting inside. Although the doctors were wearing white coats and masks, their eyes looked strange. Her smile disappeared instantly. Sister, why are there so many doctors here? Xiaoqi, your mental state hasn't been good lately. The doctor said it's better for you to be transferred to a specialized hospital for recuperation. Lin Youyu forced a smile and explained. Lin Lulu, feeling scared, took a step back and hurriedly explained, Sister, I'm really not sick. Trust me, I really saw Lin Tingcheng. I was just chatting with him, I even have his contact information. Not mentioning Lin Tingcheng was fine, but once she did, Lin Youyu's expression became more resolute. Xiaoqi, listen to me, go to the hospital. There are specialized doctors there to treat you. Behave and you'll be home soon. Lin Lulu wanted to escape but was caught by the experienced medical staff and forcefully put into a car. Be careful, don't hurt my sister, Lin Youyu couldn't help but say as she saw their rough actions. Lin Lulu pressed against the car window, looking at her sister's reluctant expression, desperately wanting to explain, but something blocked her mouth, preventing her from speaking. A sense of despair surged in her heart. No, she wasn't sick. Don't send her to a mental hospital. Lin Tingcheng. Lin Lulu desperately called out Lin Tingcheng's name in her heart, hoping he would come to her rescue like a hero as usual. But the result was disappointing. No one was like the former Lin Tingcheng, who stood up like a hero when everyone thought she was mentally ill, loudly telling everyone she wasn't. Lin Youyu was afraid she would soften and end up harming her sister, so she didn't go with them. Okay, sister, I understand. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to see Lulu and have a comprehensive checkup for her. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoxue looked weary. So many things had happened in the family since Lin Tingcheng's death. Feeling low, Lin Xiaoxue drove to her boyfriend's house. Compared to Lin Youyu and Lin Ruyan, she was a bit less affectionate towards Lin Xiaotian. She gave more of her love to her boyfriend, Zhou Song. Lin Xiaoxue wearily took out the keys and entered her boyfriend Zhou Song's apartment. Song, I'm here to see you. Are you home? No one answered. She frowned, put down her designer bag, and walked straight into the kitchen, where she saw her boyfriend standing at the stove cooking soup. Are you making soup? Zhou Song turned his head to glance at her and said gently, You're here. I was thinking of making soup for you. Put your things on the sofa first, and we'll deal with it later. You're still considerate of me. Lin Xiaoxue nodded and rubbed her temples. She hugged her arms, stared at her boyfriend's profile, and tentatively said, Song, do you know what has been happening in my family recently? I don't know, Zhou Song responded without lifting his head. I don't like prying into other people's privacy. Hearing her boyfriend's response, Lin Xiaoxue let out a disappointed oh. Seeing this, Jo Song immediately looked at her tenderly and asked, "What's wrong, little princess? Tell me if you have any worries." Lin Xiaoxue remained silent for a moment before sighing slowly. She paused and said with a resentful look, "In my family, there was an adopted son named Lin Tingqing. You should have met him." "Yes." Mentioning Lin Tingqing, Jo Song's expression seemed slightly unnatural, fleeting, and he averted his gaze. "He's dead. It has nothing to do with our family, he died of illness." Lin Xiaoxue bit her lip and said, "It wasn't a big deal originally, but I don't know what got into my eldest and second sister. They actually quarreled with Qi Tian because of this, and even kicked Qi Tian out. Lulu was also affected. Now our family is in chaos, it's like a madhouse." After hearing this, Jo Song's eyes showed a hint of faint joy, pondering, "You mean, Lin Tingqing is dead?" "That's right." Lin Xiaoxue coldly snorted and said with resentment, "He deserved it." "Then why do you still look troubled?" Jo Song asked. "Who said I look troubled? Oh, anyway, I just feel sorry for Qi Tian and Lulu. They are still young, inevitably immature. How can my elder sisters argue with children?" Jo Song remained silent, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. For some reason, Lin Xiaoxue felt strange and asked, "Song, why aren't you talking, with that expression?" "No, I was just lost in thought." Jo Song gently embraced Lin Xiaoxue. "Don't be angry, that guy is already dead, it's the best outcome. As for the others, you don't need to worry about them." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoxue felt a strange sensation in her heart. Her usually gentle and considerate boyfriend's words this time seemed so indifferent. She furrowed her brows, indicating she had something to attend to, and left without even drinking the soup. Halfway out, she remembered she had brought a Valentine's Day gift and hadn't given it to Jo Song, so she turned back. At the door, she realized it wasn't closed properly and could hear the conversation inside. "Yeah, that idiot Lin Xiaoxue told me, Lin Tingqing is dead. No one will dare threaten me anymore. You have to be careful, don't expose yourself, after all, he was a top student, if he catches you off guard." "Don't worry, what off guard? I have Lin Xiaoxue firmly in my grasp now." What a joke, if it weren't for her looks, I wouldn't bother with her. A stubborn old virgin, won't even let me touch her hand, saying she wants to wait until marriage to have a relationship. Damn. Who does she think she is? I don't need her. For the inheritance, now that Lin Tingqing is dead, the Lin family's assets are mine, so endure that emotionally clueless wooden woman for now. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue's face turned pale. She didn't even have the courage to go in and confront them. She turned and left the apartment, only feeling her breathing return to normal when she reached her office. She didn't understand what her boyfriend's words meant. In her memory, Jo Song was not such a malicious person. Could it be that? A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into her mind. She shook her head violently, denying her own speculation. Her boyfriend was so gentle and perfect, he couldn't possibly harm her. Lin Xiaoxue was puzzled and confused, and finally called her younger sister Lin Chuxia. "Xia, do you have time now? Can you help me hack someone's computer?" Lin Chuxia seemed to be at the airport and smiled. "Sis, you finally remembered to check on your boyfriend? I happen to be free now, send me the account." In this situation, Lin Xiaoxue was not in the mood to respond to her sister's joke, nervously sending over the account. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Chuxia synchronized the account information. "You take a look, I'm not interested in knowing your privacy." Lin Xiaoxue appreciated her sister's respect, carefully looked through it, and found the conversation box between Jo Song and Lin Tingqing. "The video is in my hands, you better be honest, or I'll let her know the truth." "Lin Tingqing, what exactly do you want? Can I give you money?" "Impossible, if you behave yourself, I won't make it public." Next, it was almost all Jo Song's one-sided pleading and threats, with no response from Lin Tingqing. Lin Xiaoxue's face changed instantly. She never expected Lin Tingqing to be so despicable, threatening her boyfriend. What did he want, and what was in the video that made Jo Song so scared? After reading the chat records, Lin Xiaoxue felt a chill all over her body. She frowned and said to Lin Chuxia, "Help me hack into Lin Tingqing's account again." "Him?" Lin Chuxia said with a hint of disdain in her tone. "You're not disgusted." Despite the sarcasm, she quickly helped her hack into Lin Tingqing's account. Lin Xiaoxue soon found the video mentioned in the chat records, and when she clicked on it, her face changed instantly. In the video, Jo Song and a woman with a popular face were entangled in bed, engaging in intimate activities. Jo Song held the woman with a popular face, kissing her earlobes and neck, and the woman cooperated, with seductive eyes and a captivating smile on her lips, as if she was enjoying it. This lewd scene deeply pierced Lin Xiaoxue's eyes. The two bodies were close together. The video ended there. Looking at the image on the screen, Lin Xiaoxue was speechless for a long time. Her boyfriend actually betrayed her, cheated on her. Lin Xiaoxue was stunned for a long time, only to recover from the shock, and then a strong sense of anger and heartache surged up. Zhou Song, you scumbag! Emotions surged in her heart. Lin Xiaoxue couldn't control herself. Like a sudden outbreak of hysteria, she directly smashed the computer on the ground. The loud noise startled Lin Xuxia on the other end of the phone. Third sister, what's wrong? Are you okay, you? But soon, Lin Xiaoxue smashed her phone to pieces as well. This bastard! Bastard! Lin Xuxia heard Lin Xiaoxue's scream on the phone. The call was also cut off, and a sense of danger rose in her heart, so she quickly called her eldest sister Lin Youyu. In the office, Lin Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, her face extremely ugly, unable to control her words and actions. She shouted and went crazy in the office. Ah! Lin Xiaoxue's sharp screams broke the calm. Her assistant pushed the door open, was startled by the scene, and quickly asked, Dr. Lin, are you okay? Get out! Get out! Lin Xiaoxue completely lost her usual elegant and intellectual demeanor, hysterically shouting, I told you to get out. The assistant was stunned, not knowing what had happened, and had to retreat. Lin Xiaoxue sat down on the sofa, arms crossed, tears silently falling. After calming down for a moment, her emotions were still out of control, and she even had a tendency to self-harm. Just as Lin Xiaoxue was about to cut her wrist with a knife, Lin Youyu rushed in with people and stopped the already frenzied Lin Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, calm down a bit. Lin Youyu sounded anxious, but Lin Xiaoxue only felt dizzy, and her body went limp and fell to the ground. Lin Youyu immediately ordered people to help Lin Xiaoxue into the car and then drove to a special hospital for a series of examinations. After everything was taken care of, Lin Youyu breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Lin Xiaoxue's assistant standing aside, and ordered, this matter must not be disclosed, understand? Yes, I understand, Mr. Lin, please rest assured, the assistant assured. After everyone left, Lin Youyu finally relaxed and went to handle the admission procedures. By the time Lin Xiaoxue woke up, it was already several hours later. She found herself lying on a hospital bed in the ward, recalling the events that had happened before, her face as cold as ice. She never expected that Lin Tingqing actually knew about Zhou Song's affair. But why didn't he tell her and instead went to threaten Zhou Song? Was it for extortion? But in the chat records, Lin Tingqing did not respond to Zhou Song's mention of money. What is going on with all of this? Lin Xiaoxue's heart was in turmoil, constantly pondering this matter. Just then, a doctor walked in, sighed slightly at her state, and said, Miss Lin, I'm sorry to see you back here again. Again? Lin Xiaoxue keenly caught the keyword, I'd been here before? The doctor mysteriously said, Miss Lin, we don't say this to every patient who comes to the hospital. Lin Xiaoxue furrowed her brows in confusion. What's going on? Because your mental condition is very poor, often leading to hallucinations, memory loss, and mental confusion, the doctor explained gently. Lin Xiaoxue turned pale, unable to refute the doctor, and could only bite her lip. Can I see my medical records? As a doctor herself, she knew the protocol. The other party had no right to refuse. The doctor handed her the medical records with a complex expression. Lin Xiaoxue skillfully flipped through them. Indeed, it was her second episode of mania. But the first time, when was it? She couldn't remember. A sense of panic flashed through Lin Xiaoxue's mind, and she quickly looked up at the doctor. Can my current condition still be controlled? We have done our best. Your condition is very serious. You need a more positive and optimistic attitude to adjust your mood to overcome the illness, the doctor gently advised. Also, your mental stress is too great. You need to rest, otherwise it will affect your health. I understand. Thank you, doctor. After seeing off the doctor, Lin Xiaoxue quickly left the ward. She had just remembered from the medical records the ward where she had stayed during her last episode. Without memory, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't fully believe it, so she decided to look for surveillance footage. With her familiarity with the hospital as a doctor, Lin Xiaoxue quickly found the surveillance room, skillfully located the surveillance footage, and searched for a long time before finding footage from several years ago. In the footage, she was wearing a patient gown, sitting on the bed with vacant eyes, surrounded by chaos, and something resembling bloodstains. She saw many nurses gathered at the door but hesitated to bring her food. Obviously, at that time, she had a violent episode of mania with strong aggression. She lay on the bed, curled up from hunger. At that moment, Lin Tingqing brought a lunchbox and, despite the nurse's objections, walked into the ward without hesitation. Lin Xiaoxue stared at Lin Tingqing's every move, watching as he placed the lunchbox in front of her. She suddenly reached out and grabbed the lunchbox, opened it, and ate voraciously. Lin Tingqing did not stop her, just sat quietly next to her, gently watching her. Finally, when she was full, she leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, and she met Lin Tingqing's gaze. She seemed to be suddenly stimulated, holding a fork and stabbing towards Lin Tingqing's arm. At that moment, Lin Tingqing was facing away from her, tidying up the messy room, completely unprepared. Lin Tingqing couldn't avoid it, and his arm was immediately covered in blood. The bright red blood flowed down Lin Tingqing's arm, soaking his clothes. She stared at Lin Tingqing in a daze, suddenly feeling a wave of fear. She shook her head abruptly and screamed, "I didn't mean to, please don't kill me." Trembling, she dropped the fork. Lin Tingqing remained calm, despite the pain, and did not make any sound to agitate Lin Xiaoxue, but instead comforted her immediately. "It's okay, third sister, it's alright. I'm not hurt, I won't harm you. Just rest well, I'll come to bring you food every day." Lin Xiaoxue looked at Lin Tingqing in panic, her eyes filled with fear. Lin Tingqing touched her forehead, seeming to understand her current state of fear, smiled and said, "Alright, I'll leave now. You rest well, I'll come to see you tonight." Lin Xiaoxue watched Lin Tingqing's back affectionately until he disappeared from view. She covered her head, crouched down, trembling all over, as if plunged into a nightmare, murmuring incoherently, clearly not acting like a normal person. But compared to the beginning, she had calmed down a bit. After finishing everything, Lin Xiaoxue looked dazed and walked back to the ward. Lin Yuyu was sitting in the room, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Xiaoxue's expression, she asked with a hint of complexity, "Did you see everything?" Lin Xiaoxue remained silent for a while, then spoke softly, "I had a violent episode 3 years ago. Do you remember what happened during that time?" Lin Yuyu asked further. Lin Xiaoxue hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "I don't remember, but I saw it." Hearing this, a hint of bitterness flashed in Lin Yuyu's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. They were always like this, always forgetting important things, only to remember when Lin Tingqing had left. "What's the use? He's already gone." Lin Xiaoxue sat numbly on the bed, slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Yuyu. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, until Lin Xiaoxue suddenly covered her cheeks with both hands, choked up and said, "Sister, I saw everything. The last time my violent episode occurred, Lin Tingqing protected me at all costs. So, Lin Tingqing knew about Zhou Song's affair long ago, but didn't tell me. It was to protect me, he was afraid I would have another episode. But I didn't know, I really didn't know I had this illness." Lin Yuyu lowered her eyes, looking at Lin Xiaoxue with pity. "I didn't tell you back then because I was afraid you would be burdened psychologically. You do have this illness, and especially when it comes to matters of the heart, it's more likely to trigger your condition." This huge revelation made Lin Xiaoxue unable to maintain her brief sanity, and the uncontrollable feeling of mania surged up again. She suddenly stood up, exerting all her strength, and punched towards Lin Yuyu. "You liar, you clearly knew everything, yet deliberately kept it from me." The nurse rushed in immediately to sedate her. Smack! Lin Xiaoxue flailed her arms wildly, slapping the nurse's cheek, shouting angrily, Why did everyone keep it from me?" In an instant, blood oozed from the nurse's mouth. Other nurses immediately injected the sedative into her body. Lin Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment, then frantically broke free from the nurse's restraints and pounced on Lin Yuyu. "Sister, please save me, I don't want to." Lin Yuyu looked at her with compassion and gentleness. "Xiaoxue, calm down." Unable to control herself, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but let out a long howl, a tearing scream that was terrifying. The sedative took effect, and she collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She was unwilling, she hated this feeling, but she still uncontrollably passed out. When she woke up again, it was already late at night. Lin Xiaoxue lay alone on the hospital bed, noticing that the ward had turned into the kind of reinforced riot belt with iron bars seen in videos. She bit her lip, feeling a surge of humiliation, accompanied by hunger and cold. Memories flashed back. She remembered Lin Tingqing's care for her. He brought delicious meals every day, secretly took her to see the moon when her condition stabilized. During her illness, everyone avoided her. Even though they knew that patients with violent tendencies had moments of clarity. When they were clear-headed, they were just like normal people. But still, no one dared to approach her, because she might have an outburst at any moment, might turn into a lunatic, and launch the most vicious attacks using anything around her. Only Lin Tingqing. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but redden her eyes. Gurgle. Her stomach growled with hunger. Lin Xiaoxue looked towards the door. A nurse with a wounded face was observing her. The humiliation of being treated as a case study made Lin Xiaoxue uncomfortable. She tried to control her emotions and said gently, "Nurse, could you bring me some food? I'm a bit hungry." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxue's words, the nurse hesitated for a moment, shook her head. "I'm sorry, Miss Lin, you are currently aggressive. We cannot have contact with you. After you take the sedative, we will prepare a nutritional supplement for you." Before she could say anything else, the nurse turned and left directly. She could only look angrily and helplessly at the closed door. Lin Xiaoxue sighed in despair. These days were really too difficult to endure, but she couldn't control her emotions. There was really nothing she could do. Lin Xiaoxue could only lean despondently against the pillow, lying alone on the cold bed, staring at the ceiling. At that moment, she remembered the face of that man, Lin Tingcheng. She remembered everything she saw in the monitoring room. She thought of Lin Tingcheng's face and his blood-stained arms. So much blood, it must have been painful. But why was he so gentle with her, bringing her food, cleaning the room, changing clothes, even taking her to see the moon? She couldn't help but bitterly think, perhaps, how much better it would have been if she hadn't seen that surveillance video. At least, she wouldn't be so miserable. After enduring hunger for over an hour, Lin Youyu walked in with food. Lin Xiaoxue, who was famished, didn't care about anything else and started eating voraciously, very rudely. Lin Youyu watched her, sighed, and said, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Lin Xiaoxue mumbled with food in her mouth, "Sister, I really didn't expect things to turn out like this, Lin Tingcheng, he." For a moment, Lin Xiaoxue didn't know how to describe this feeling. Lin Youyu said, "You misunderstood Lin Tingcheng, but don't blame yourself too much, the illness is not something you can control." Lin Xiaoxue stopped chewing, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. "No one blames you." Lin Youyu patted her shoulder and said. With the company of her elder sister, Lin Xiaoxue's emotions stabilized. She tentatively asked, "Sister, can you take me to see the moon?" "The moon?" Lin Youyu was puzzled. "Why do you suddenly want to see the moon?" Lin Tingcheng took me to see it before, I want to go see it." Lin Youyu thought for a moment, but in the end, shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaoxue, I can't agree, your emotions are too unstable now. If you go out and face a bigger stimulus, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Sister, I will control myself. Just let me go see it." "No, Xiaoxue, listen to me, stay obediently in the ward, take your medication on time." Lin Xiaoxue fell silent for a few seconds, and finally compromised. She couldn't continue to act spoiled and demand, partly due to her personality. And, after all, her elder sister was doing it for her own good. But, she still felt uncomfortable inside. She was sick. But patients also need to get some fresh air. It's really uncomfortable being locked up here. Just as the attending physician arrived, Lin Youyu walked out of the ward and the two of them talked. Even though they lowered their voices, Lin Xiaoxue, with her good hearing, could still hear them. "Dr. Zhang, my sister's condition is not good at the moment. I'm counting on you to help treat her. She's important to me. As long as you can cure her, the Lin family will definitely not mistreat you." "Miss Lin, you're too polite. Since I'm a doctor, it's my duty to do these things." "Thank you, Dr. Zhang, I appreciate your help. However, Miss Lin's condition is more serious than last time. Without Master Lin Tingcheng, I don't have much confidence. Last time, Miss Lin's illness could be cured. In fact, Master Lin Tingcheng played a big part in it." Listening to her older sister and the doctor discussing her condition, Lin Xiaoxue's heart twitched. So last time her illness could be cured, all thanks to Lin Tingcheng. If Lin Tingcheng were still here, she would treat him better. But Lin Tingcheng was already dead. How could she tie her life to a dead person? When the doctor left, Lin Youyu looked at Lin Xiaoxue, who was pretending to sleep in the ward, with a flash of worry in her eyes. But it quickly turned into indifference. Since her sister couldn't be cured temporarily, she wouldn't let Zhou Song, who caused this result, off the hook. Dare to provoke the Lin family? Asking for death. On the sickbed, Lin Xiaoxue bit her lips lightly, a stubborn look in her eyes. She refused to believe that without Lin Tingcheng, she would become a lunatic. Impossible. Under the careful care of the doctor and Lin Youyu, Lin Xiaoxue's condition gradually improved, but she still hadn't fully recovered. Occasionally, when her emotions fluctuated too much, she would still fall into a frenzied state and need sedatives to suppress the outburst of emotions. But she didn't tell anyone. The surface stability was maintained through self-harm in the form of late-night cutting. Every midnight, as the effects of the sedatives gradually wore off, she couldn't control her emotions and could only use a hidden fork to stab her arm until it was bloody. The intense pain kept her in a state of extreme calm and rationality, even making the nurses think her condition was improving. Lin Xiaoxue also thought she would be discharged soon, even though her arms had countless blood holes. Noon. Lin Xiaoxue was reading books on psychiatry when a sharp pain in her arm kept her alert. The nurse stood at the door and said from a distance, "Miss Lin, someone wants to visit you." Because of her apparent improvement, the nurse's attitude towards her had improved a lot. Lin Xiaoxue thought it was her other sisters and agreed without much thought. When Zhou Song's disheveled and resentful face appeared in the ward, she felt her body stiffen. Seeing Lin Xiaoxue in a patient gown, pale-faced, Jo Song no longer pretended to be gentle and caring as before, but laughed out loud. Even a great doctor like you ends up like this. No wonder Lin Yoyu, that crazy woman, went all out to destroy my family. The proud daughter of heaven has turned into a lunatic. Any sister would go crazy. Looking at you like this, I'm really relieved. Lin Xiaoxue clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, veins popping on the back of her hand. She closed her eyes and forcefully suppressed the surging anger. Seeing this, Jo Song thought Lin Xiaoxue was being hit hard, becoming even more reckless, and continued to mock. Tell me, how could the Lin family have someone like you? Even when your brother died, you didn't care at all. Truly heartless. TSK, is this the education of the Lin family? Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoxue suddenly looked up, staring at him, eyes reddening. Jo Song's face was stubbled, eyes bloodshot, but then he raised his proud head. What? You want to kill me too? Come on, come and kill me. Get out. Lin Xiaoxue bit her lip, tightly gripping her wound as the intense pain prevented her from breaking down in an instant. Haha, what are you pretending for? That wooden expression again. Do you know why I never touched you after being together for so long? I find you dull, completely lacking the sweetness and femininity of a woman. Only that idiot Lin Tingcheng would treat you like a precious older sister, but you are nothing but a heartless creature. Jo Song insulted without restraint. Lin Xiaoxue clenched her fists tightly. She struggled to control her temper, not allowing herself to impulsively attack Jo Song and tear his mouth apart like a shrew. She couldn't act recklessly, couldn't lose control, otherwise all would be lost. She had to endure, had to restrain herself. Lin Xiaoxue repeated to herself over and over in her heart. But Jo Song's words became more and more outrageous, and she couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xiaoxue suddenly rushed forward, grabbed Jo Song's collar, and fiercely slammed him against the wall. A muffled bang. Jo Song, caught off guard, fell to the ground and started coughing violently. Lin Xiaoxue got up from the ground and stepped on his chest. Jo Song stared wide-eyed, incredulous, as if wanting to say something. His mouth opened, but he only spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered on Lin Xiaoxue's shoe. Cough, 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 despicable. How dare you? Lin Yuyu and a nurse who rushed over to the scene quickly intervened. Calm down, Lin Yuyu embraced her to comfort her. The nurse then dragged Jo Song out of the ward. But Lin Xiaoxue was already completely red-eyed at this point. She pulled out a hidden fork and charged towards one of the nurses who was protecting Jo Song. Fortunately, Lin Yuyu reacted quickly, pulling Lin Xiaoxue back and playing the MP4 she found at home. The clean and gentle voice of Lin Tingcheng came from the MP4, singing a cheerful tune. You are my only one, you are my light, your existence brings me sunshine and hope. Please forgive my ignorance and cowardice, I am willing to protect you. The lyrics were simple and straightforward, not hiding the tenderness in his heart, bringing tears to one's eyes upon hearing it. This was a song Lin Tingcheng had written before. She remembered how Lin Tingcheng eagerly showed them his work back then. They showed no interest, even sneered at it. They didn't even bother to respond to his humble request to sing a song for them. But now, this song had become Lin Xiaoxue's lifeline. Listening to this song, Lin Xiaoxue gradually calmed down. Lin Yuyu pressed Lin Xiaoxue onto the sofa, and a few minutes later, the recording stopped. Xiaoxue, calm down first. It's sister's fault for letting that waste Jo Song come find you. Sister. Listen, you are my sister, how could I harm you? Lin Yuyu spoke slowly, with a mournful tone, full of pleading. Lin Xiaoxue fell silent. She reached out and opened the MP4 again, her expression gradually becoming calm, pressing her face against the MP4, her eyes filled with tenderness. This song is really nice. Lin Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off Lin Xiaoxue's forehead with a tissue. Sister will help you get better, I promise. This is also Lin Tingcheng's wish. Lin Xiaoxue lowered her eyes, her gaze complex. An hour later, Lin Yuyu, busy with work, had already left. Lin Xiaoxue lay alone on the bed, her body in disarray, but she paid no attention, focusing on the song from the MP4. The nurses, having witnessed Lin Xiaoxue's attempt to kill one of them, were very scared at this point, but because she was the daughter of the Lin family, they had to come and take care of her. The nurse carefully wiped her face. Lin Xiaoxue, listening to the song, seemed to enter another world, completely unresponsive. The nurse sighed in relief, turned to change the water, but accidentally touched the MP4 player, causing it to fall into the water. Before anyone could react, smoke started rising and there was no sound. Lin Xiaoxue suddenly woke up, her restless emotions surging again. She reached out to try to save the MP4 player, but there was no response. The nurse looked at her with a cold gaze. Startled, the nurse sat down and hurriedly left the ward. The nurse anxiously found Dr. Zhang, the attending physician, who was also helpless and had to call Lin Yoyu's assistant. After all, no matter how crazy Lin Xiaoxue was, she was still the third young miss of the Lin family, and any treatment had to be approved by Lin Youyu. The assistant rushed to Lin Youyu's office. Lin Youyu was sitting in the office, dealing with a mountain of files. Her face was slightly pale, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, indicating that she hadn't rested properly in a long time. Since Lin Tingqing was not around, her headache had not improved. She looked normal on the outside, but it was just a facade. Over time, she felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. Lin, something bad happened. The MP4 player fell into the water, and Miss Lin's condition is very bad. The doctor asked me to find you, the assistant said in a hurry. Take me to see Xiaoxue. Lin Youyu rubbed her temples, stood up, and walked towards the door. After taking a few steps, she felt dizzy and everything went black before her eyes. She leaned on the table to steady her swaying body. The assistant immediately went to support her, asking with concern, Lin, are you okay? Lin Youyu shook her head, took a deep breath, and said, I'm fine. With that, Lin Youyu tried to continue walking forward. But this time, she had no strength left and collapsed on the ground. The assistant quickly called for help. In the middle of the night, Lin Youyu struggled to open her eyes, feeling dizzy. She was breathing heavily, feeling like she was wrapped in cotton. At that moment, a pair of hands gently massaged her head, making her feel much more comfortable. Then, a cup of warm water was brought to her lips, and she instinctively drank the whole cup. Her throat felt much better, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar face. She was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. Lin Tingqing. Soon after, a gentle voice sounded in her ears. Sister, how are you feeling? Lin Tingqing quietly massaged her head, smiling at her with a faint sandalwood fragrance emanating from him. He was still warm and clear. Lin Youyu was dazed, then realized it was a dream. She reached out to pinch Lin Tingqing's face, but he disappeared. After a moment, she slowly woke up. A kind-looking man was standing beside her, taking off his gloves. It was the master who had recently returned from abroad. Master? Lin, you've woken up. The assistant hurriedly called me over, saying you were mentally exhausted. I just gave you a massage. Do you feel better now? The master asked with a smile. Lin Youyu touched her forehead and indeed no longer felt the previous pain. Thank you, master. You're welcome. You've been looking very anxious lately. You need to take care of yourself. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I won't be able to massage you anymore, the master advised. Hearing this, Lin Youyu let out a sigh. Is he leaving again? She looked at the man in front of her, a hint of pleading in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Even a high salary couldn't keep him, showing that he was not interested in fame and fortune. His ambitions lay elsewhere. Naturally, he was unwilling to be her exclusive masseur. Finding someone with high massage skills who was willing to stay long-term to take care of her was like finding a needle in a haystack. Such people existed, but she had personally driven them away. Thinking of the warm smile of the young man in her dreams, Lin Youyu felt a sharp pain in her heart. She pretended to be calm, had her assistant take the master back, and then drove to the special hospital. Lin Xiaoxue had already taken some sedatives and was sitting in the middle of the room, staring at the wet MP4 player. Seeing this, Lin Youyu was extremely worried and asked the nurse beside her, how could the perfectly fine MP4 player be broken? Can it be fixed? I'm sorry, Miss Lin, the nurse was startled and accidentally dropped the MP4 player in water. It's completely damaged and cannot be repaired anymore, Dar. Zhang said apologetically. Lin Youyu frowned, looking serious. Without this MP4 player now, my sister's emotions cannot be controlled at all. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue raised her head stubbornly. She didn't want to become an emotional wreck just because she was separated from Lin Tingqing. Thinking like this, she bit her lip and said, if it's broken, then it's broken. I don't really need it anyway. Xiaoxue, don't force yourself. I'm not forcing myself. It's been a long time since I've seen Qi Tian. I want to see him. Lin Xiaoxue changed the subject. Hearing this, Lin Youyu frowned. She had a very bad impression of Lin Xiaotian now and didn't want that troublemaker to upset Lin Xiaoxue. Elder sister, I know my own situation best. Please promise me. I really want to see Qi Tian, Lin Xiaotian insisted. Lin Youyu didn't know what else to say and reluctantly called Lin Xiaotian, warning him that Lin Xiaoxue was emotionally unstable and not to make her angry. Lin Xiaotian, who was broke, eagerly agreed and immediately packed up and left. 20 minutes later, Lin Xiaotian knocked on the door of Lin Xiaoxue's ward. Lin Youyu hadn't left and was sitting on the sofa. She soon saw Lin Xiaotian enter the room. She felt anger rising in her heart, snorted coldly, and turned her head towards the window. Lin Xiaotian was used to her coldness and disdain, so he walked up to Lin Xiaoxue and said with a smile, "Third sister, you finally acknowledge me. I was wrong before and shouldn't have made you angry. As soon as I heard that you were in a bad mood, I rushed over." He then bent down in front of Lin Xiaoxue and said, trying to please her, "Third sister, I brought you a gift." "A gift?" Lin Xiaoxue was surprised and smirked. "Why are you so thoughtful now?" Hearing this, Lin Youyu also looked surprised. Lin Xiaotian took out a delicate music box from his backpack. Although it was well preserved, signs of aging were visible. It was Lin Xiaoxue's favorite toy from childhood. "Third sister, look, isn't this beautiful? I remember you loved this music box the most when we were kids. No one was allowed to touch it. Since you're not feeling well, having it with you might make you feel better," Lin Xiaotian said, offering the music box to Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue stared at the exquisite music box, hesitated for a moment, and then carefully took it. She examined the music box's structure and cautiously opened the lid. A crisp and melodious piano tune instantly flowed out. Upon hearing the piano tune, she softened, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Lin Youyu, however, furrowed her brow, feeling that something was off. Had Lin Xiaotian changed? Even if he wanted to please Xiaoxue and make her life better, where did these toys come from? Lin Youyu knew her brother's character very well, and he would never keep these toys for Lin Xiaoxue. "Third sister, take a look quickly. Isn't it exactly the same as when we were kids?" Lin Xiaotian asked, seeking praise. Lin Xiaoxue looked at the delicate music box, hesitated for a moment, and then carefully took it. She first carefully observed the music box's structure, then tentatively opened the lid, and a string of clear and pleasant piano music instantly flowed out. Upon hearing the piano music, she softened, a faint smile appearing on her lips. After Lin Xiaotian glanced at his phone, his expression stiffened for a moment. He picked up his phone and said, "Big sister, third sister, I'm going out for a while, I'll be back soon." With that, he left the room. Lin Xiaoxue's eyes lit up as she looked at the music box. "Big sister, I've always said that besides Lin Tingqing, Qi Tian has also been very good to me. Don't always view him with prejudice. Perhaps after these days of lessons, Qi Tian has become more sensible." Watching Lin Xiaotian hurriedly leave, Lin Youyu's expression was complex. She looked at the gradually improving Lin Xiaoxue and smiled indulgently. If it's like this, then it's for the best. After playing with the music box for a while, Lin Xiaoxue's mood improved a lot. The two of them prepared to take a walk in the garden. Lin Xiaoxue hadn't left the house for these days, going crazy and causing chaos, injuring herself in many places. Her ankle was swollen and slightly painful. Seeing this, Lin Youyu grabbed her arm and said, "Let me support you." Lin Xiaoxue's face turned pale for a moment. She wanted to pull her hand back, but afraid that her big sister would notice her abnormality, she endured the pain and let her support her as they slowly walked to the center of the garden. At this moment, the setting sun was slanting westward, painting half of the sky red with brilliant golden hues spreading across the lawn, as if coated with a layer of gold dust. Lin Xiaoxue looked at the scene and suddenly felt a familiar sensation in her heart. Just then, Lin Xiaotian's voice came from behind the nearby bushes. "Tingting, I'm at the hospital now, accompanying my crazy sister. I can't come to pick you up." "Oh, don't be angry. I'm also thinking for our future. You don't want your boyfriend to be a poor guy forever, right? If it weren't for my big sister here, I wouldn't come to this mental hospital. Once my big sister restores my credit card, I'll immediately buy you nice things. You have no idea how bad the smell is here. My third sister was originally a doctor, but now she's become mentally ill. It's really unlucky, she smells of medicine all the time." These harsh words reached the ears of the two. Lin Youyu's face instantly turned ugly. This jerk, I knew he had ulterior motives. Lowering her eyes slightly, Lin Xiaoxue remembered the feeling of touching the music box and smiled. Qi Tian may say such things, but he still sent me the music box. A gentleman's actions speak louder than words. He still cares for me as his sister. If he didn't care for me, why would he keep the toy I liked from childhood? Lin Youyu didn't know how to respond for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered the safe in Lin Tingqing's room and had a flash of insight. "Let's go home." Lin Xiaoxue was taken aback. "What? Let's talk when we get back." The two quickly returned to the Lin family manor. Lin Youyu went straight to Lin Tingqing's room. Lin Xiaoxue followed behind her, looking puzzled, not knowing what Lin Youyu was up to. They reached the second floor and opened the innermost door. Lin Tingqing's room was no longer neat and cozy as before. It looked like a tornado had swept through, leaving everything in disarray. Lin Youyu looked at everything in the room, her expression gradually hardening. "Big sister, what's going on?" Lin Xiaoxue clearly didn't know what had happened. "Wang Shu." Lin Youyu called the maid responsible for cleaning the room, her tone not pleasant. "How did the young master's room end up like this? Has someone been here?" Wang Shu took a fearful look inside and shrunk her head slightly. "I'm sorry, Miss Lin, Master Qi Tian was here just now. saying he was looking for something. I wanted to ask for your permission, but Master Qitian wouldn't let me make a call. He even scolded me and told me not to bother him. He just left, and I haven't had a chance to clean up. Lin Xiaotian actually came to Lin Tingqing's room. The music box. Thinking of a certain possibility, Lin Xiaoshua's eyes suddenly tightened, clenched her fists, nails piercing her palms, but she didn't feel any pain. Just half an hour ago? Yes. Aunt Wang nodded, bowing her head in apology. So that's it. No wonder Aunt Wang looked so frightened, speaking hesitantly. Seeing Lin Xiaoshua's expression getting worse, Aunt Wang was scared almost to tears. Miss, it really has nothing to do with me. Lin Youyu glanced at Lin Xiaoshua's palm, a hint of worry crossing her mind. Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue seemed not to hear Lin Youyu's voice, just staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. It turned out to be Lin Tingqing. Unable to do anything about her, Lin Youyu had to look at Aunt Wang again. What did he take from the house? Young Master Qi Tian took some toys from young Master Lin Tingqing's room, and some antiques from the living room and second floor, saying he needed money urgently. The steward tried to stop him, but was pushed by the young master, and now he's getting treated in the room. Lin Youyu gritted her teeth in anger. She shouldn't have believed in the prodigal son turning over a new leaf. Only one thing is true, a leopard can't change its spots. Bastard is still a bastard. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoxue now understood what was going on, but surprisingly, she didn't break down emotionally. So the music box was kept by Lin Tingqing for her. This truth didn't surprise her. It was something the warm-hearted young man would do. Lin Youyu gave Aunt Wang and the steward each 10,000 yuan for mental damages, and took Lin Xiaoxue back to the special hospital. Lin Xiaotian was anxiously pacing in the ward, a flash of annoyance in his eyes when he saw the two, but quickly turned it into a fake smile. Big sister, third sister, where did you go? I was so worried. I've been waiting in the room for you for so long. His expression was particularly sincere. But Lin Youyu wasn't buying it, looking at him indifferently. We just went for a walk outside, why didn't we see you? A friend needed me for something, so I was delayed. Lin Xiaotian looked as if it was only natural. If it weren't for overhearing his conversation with his girlfriend, no one would have guessed what he had been up to behind their backs. Lin Xiaoxue sat quietly on the bed, looking at her little brother whom she had always cherished, and asked softly, Qi Tian, I have something to ask you, promise me, no matter what, don't lie to your sister, okay? Lin Xiaotian immediately put on an extremely aggrieved look. Third sister, how could you think that of me? His acting skills could win an Oscar, and those who didn't know the truth would think he was truly innocent. Lin Youyu, who already knew the truth, couldn't even be bothered to smile coldly, looking at him indifferently without saying a word. Lin Xiaoxue gently stroked the delicate music box and asked, where did this music box come from? Lin Xiaotian was taken aback, instinctively looking at Lin Xiaoxue. Third sister, why are you suddenly asking this? Of course, I've been keeping it for you, I've always treasured your things carefully. Oh? Lin Xiaoxue raised her eyebrows, a hint of sarcasm in her smile. Really, you've been keeping it for me, not stealing it from someone else? Her words made Lin Xiaotian's face suddenly change, eyes widening in disbelief. Third sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I steal? I prepared gifts for you with good intentions, and you think of me like this? Seeing the other party sticking to his story, even wanting to turn the tables, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't be bothered to say anything more, just feeling immensely disappointed. Lin Xiaotian, unaware that Lin Xiaoxue already knew the truth, tried to gain favor. I prepared gifts for third sister so carefully, if third sister doesn't appreciate it and even suspects me, I'm really sad. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue still remained silent. No matter what, Sanjie must compensate me this time, or I will be unhappy. Lin Xiaotian once again used his coquettish technique. I'm so poor lately, Sanjie, can you lend me some money? Not too much, just 1 million will be enough. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshue's eyes were filled with disappointment almost to the point of substance. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to believe that her brother, whom she had always loved and trusted, could be a person with such poor character. She pursed her lips, her voice cold and stern. I already know the truth of the matter. I just asked Wang Shen. The music box was stolen from Lin Tingqing's room by you. You are still talking nonsense and lying to me. After hearing her words, Lin Xiaotian was first stunned, then a look of panic and resentment appeared in his eyes. Sanjie, you actually don't believe me. I am your own brother. Even though you have changed, I am the only one who still cares about you. Of course, I was the one who kept the music box. But I already asked Wang Shen. Lin Xiaoxue looked at him indifferently. I already told you not to lie, but you still. Ha, you actually believe the words of a servant. Sanjie, are you stupid? Lin Xiaotian sneered, his eyes full of disdain and mockery. I said I didn't steal it, then I didn't steal it. Who knows if Wang Xin is trying to sow discord? It's all slander against me. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshua's heart wavered slightly. Facing her brother, whom she had watched grow up since childhood, deep down she also really didn't want Lin Xiaotian to be a person without any moral bottom line. But Lin Youyu, who had been observing silently, spoke calmly. Wang Xin has no grudge against you. Why would she slander you, and why would she try to sow discord? Lin Xiaoshua instantly became clear-headed. She hadn't expected her to suddenly ask this question. Lin Xiaotian couldn't say a word for a long time, because Wang Xin doesn't like me, so. But before he could finish, Lin Youyu interrupted him. Lin Youyu seemed to have anticipated her response. Wang Xin has been with our family for over 10 years, almost watching all of us grow up, treating us like her own children. She would never frame you for no reason. Lin Xiaotian's pupils contracted, staring at Lin Youyu in disbelief. Big sister, how could you? How could I what? Lin Youyu's tone was icy. Lin Xiaotian, you are still so stubborn, truly foolish. With that, she turned to Lin Xiaoshuet again, continuing, the truth of the matter is already in front of you, don't be misled by his words anymore. Lin Xiaoshua's face changed slightly. Big sister, are you also trying to sow discord between me and Sanjay? Maybe Wang Xin was bribed by someone. Without evidence, why are you accusing me like this? Lin Youyu looked at the other party's stubborn appearance, clapped her hands, and her assistant came in, holding a familiar rabbit doll. This is also my toy, Lin Xiaoshua said in surprise. Lin Xiaotian rolled his eyes. This doll is also one I kept for Sanjia. Is there a problem? Ignoring the other's sophistry, Lin Youyu took the rabbit doll, showing it to Lin Xiaoshua. Do you remember when you were little, you and Xuxia had a fight and accidentally tore this doll? The cotton stuffing came out, and it was later thrown into the storage room. The rabbit doll was clean and cute. After more than 10 years it was still as white as ever. Even the originally torn part was now neatly sewn back together. Lin Xiaoshua was surprised. Yes, I wonder who fixed it. A hint of guilt flashed in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. I had my assistant find this rabbit doll in your backpack. Are you trying to tell me that you washed it clean and sewed it back together? Lin Youyu's tone was aggressive. You never learn these needlework skills, and when your own toys break, you just throw them away without even trying to clean them. It proves that these things were never meant to be kept by you, but rather stolen from somewhere. Seeing his carefully woven lies exposed, Lin Xiaotian was instantly filled with anger and shame. He snatched the rabbit doll and tore it apart, angrily scolding, "Get lost! Shut up! Stop slandering me! Qi Tian, you!" Lin Xiaoshua widened her eyes, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. Tearing the doll to shreds, he then threw it heavily on the ground. Lin Xiaotian fled out the door. Lin Xiaoshua sat down on the bed, completely stunned, with a vacant expression as if she had lost her soul. Lin Youyu comfortingly held her hand and softly said, "Xiaoshua, I've told you before, this guy is just a troublemaker." She paused, then added, "Lying in front of me, not even considering his own weight, he's just too naive." Lin Xiaoshua hung her head low, not saying a word. She felt uneasy. Although she didn't blindly believe Lin Xiaotian like Lin Youyu said, she still felt a bit shaken. After all, Lin Xiaotian had been one of the most important people in her life since childhood. Seeing Lin Xiaoshua silent, Lin Youyu frowned. "Xiaoshua, don't be sad. I've called for Zhang Ma. She's the best seamstress in our estate. She'll surely be able to repair this rabbit doll." Lin Xiaoshua showed no reaction. She forced a bitter smile. The rabbit could be fixed, but her heart was already broken. Before long, Zhang Ma arrived and sat in the corridor sewing up the rabbit doll. Lin Youyu went out to thank her. "Thank you, Zhang Ma, for coming all the way to the hospital. Miss, it's my duty. The stitches on this were originally very neat, so it's easy for me to sew it back together now." Zhang Ma smiled and said, "The stitching technique looks familiar to me. It's like the cross-stitch method I taught young Master Lin Tingcheng." Lin Tingcheng? Young Master Lin Tingcheng had a great interest in needlework for a while. He kept asking me and Wang Ant about it, saying he wanted to mend dolls and fix things. We found it strange at the time, as there was nothing in the Lin family that needed fixing, but young Master Lin Tingcheng insisted, so we taught him, and then we didn't know what happened. Zhang Ma continued to focus on her sewing. Although Lin Tingcheng was not well liked by his sisters in the Lin family, he had a good personality and was quite popular among the servants. After hearing Zhang Ma's words, Lin Youyu was stunned. Although she had already guessed that things might turn out this way, she didn't expect Lin Tingcheng to be so dedicated. Coming back to her senses, she quickly closed the door, afraid that these words might upset Lin Xiaoshua's emotions. Lin Youyu hesitated. "Zhang Ma, please don't mention these things in front of Third Miss. Her emotions have been unstable lately." "I understand, Miss, don't worry." Inside the room, Lin Xiaoshua stared blankly at the music box, clearly having heard what was said outside. So, it was really him. It was all him. At that moment, the door to the ward opened again, and Lin Yoyu walked in with some fruits. Seeing Lin Sheshua's expression, her eyes slightly narrowed, then she gently took Lin Xiaoshua's hand, soothingly saying, "Xiaoshua, don't think too much." Lin Tingcheng. "Anyway, after you recover, I will tell you everything he has done." Lin Xiaoshua looked up, staring at her blankly. "Sister, maybe I was wrong from the beginning. I shouldn't have treated Lin Tingcheng that way. Even though he is not our real brother, he has been living in the Lin family since childhood and has called me sister for over 10 years, but I..." Lin Yoyu's face darkened slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, sighed softly, "Xiaoshua, don't overthink it." Seemingly wanting to give her some alone time, Lin Yoyu left the ward. Zhang Ma had almost finished repairing the rabbit plush toy, and upon seeing Lin Yoyu, couldn't help but say, "I heard Miss and Third Miss talking about Master Lin Tingcheng earlier. He can be quite heart-wrenching at times. What happened?" Although Lin Yoyu understood, the more she knew, the more guilty she felt. But she had a curiosity about Lin Tingcheng, wanting to know what kind of person he really was. Even though it was too late. Master Lin Tingcheng is indeed intelligent, but after all, he is a boy. When he was learning the cross-stitching technique from me, he endured a lot of hardship. His hands, I don't know how many times they were pricked, but he never gave up. Zhang Ma recalled the days when she taught Lin Tingcheng how to mend, couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, Lin Yoyu's heart suddenly ached. What is he really after? She wasn't asking Zhang Ma, but herself. Ah, Zhang Ma sighed as she spoke. Who knows? Lin Yoyu listened in silence. What else could he be after? Lin Tingcheng wasn't after fame or fortune. The reason he stayed in the Lin family and treated them so well was simple. He considered them family. He treated them as his own sisters. That's why he was unwilling to leave. Lin Xiaoshua lay on the hospital bed, looking out the window, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, she felt that perhaps Lin Tingcheng had already guessed that she would have another relapse one day, so he left these things behind. Her gaze gradually dimmed. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on the plush toy, as if trying to hold on to something. That night, Lin Xiaoshua couldn't fall asleep for a long time. When it was quiet late at night, she sneaked out of her room and found the ward where she had stayed during her first illness. The room's door was tightly closed, as if no one had lived there for a long time. She skillfully took out a hidden fork and pried open the door. Inside the ward, it was dark and decaying, frozen in time since she left, untouched and uninhabited. Lin Xiaoshua groped her way to the balcony, thinking of jumping off, ending it all. But her steps suddenly stopped, her gaze slowly shifting to the side of the balcony, where a knitted teddy bear was placed. Her fingers trembled, then slowly reached out and gently took the teddy bear in her hand. She examined it carefully. Indeed, the plush toy also had traces of being mended. There were even faint bloodstains on it. Whether it was from Lin Tingcheng pricking his finger while mending it, or from her harming him during her illness, blood had splattered on it. Lin Xiaoshua's tears finally flowed. She remembered a year ago when she had mocked Lin Tingcheng for sewing like a girl, not worthy of being a man in their Lin family. But she didn't know that at that time, Lin Tingcheng was mending her beloved toy. A young, sunny boy, willing to pick up a needle and thread for her, even though he was clumsy and each stitch required great effort, he would patiently complete the task. It was a kind of indescribable tenderness. But what she gave in return to Lin Tingcheng was prejudice and sarcasm. Lin Xiaoshua couldn't accept this fact, leaning against the wall, slowly closing her eyes. She felt powerless, slowly squatting on the ground. Thinking of the past, Lin Xiaoshua's heart ached like a knife twisting, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. She hugged the teddy bear and sobbed. Her crying was so sorrowful that even her breathing became difficult, her chest heaving violently. She tried to cover her mouth with all her might, but the coughing couldn't be suppressed. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoshua curled up, in pain, squatting on the ground, shivering all over. No, she couldn't die. She had to hold on. This life absolutely cannot be lost like this. No matter what the cost, she had to survive this period. But things often don't go as planned. Her mental state was deteriorating, almost having outbursts every day, even suddenly attacking nurses or doctors, spending almost 3 to 4 hours in an uncontrollable state. Seeing the situation of her younger sister, Lin Yoyu was extremely worried, seeking several experts to repair the MP4 left by Lin Tingcheng, but to no avail. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiaoshua sank deeper into mania. That sense of helplessness and fear was something Lin Yoyu had never experienced in the Lin family's crises. Besides trying to repair the MP4 left by Lin Tingcheng, she had no other way. On this day, Lin Xiaoshua was sitting in the garden lost in thought. Upon hearing about Lin Xiaoshua's recent condition, Lin Lulu was also very worried. But Lin Yoyu strictly forbade her from leaving the hospital, urging her to rest peacefully. Lin Lulu could only sneak out through the window. Seeing Lin Xiaoshua's current pale and disheveled appearance, Lin Lulu's eyes instantly turned red. "Sister, I've come to see you." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xiaoshua seemed to be awakened, suddenly coming to her senses. After a moment, Lin Xiaoshua gently looked at her, smiling as she ruffled Lin Lulu's head. "Is the anorexia getting better? I must look frightening in this state. I can't even help you check. You have to cooperate with the doctors for treatment and strive to get better soon, okay?" But Lin Lulu still shook her head. "Sister, you are also a patient. Don't comfort me, we have to pull ourselves together." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshua lowered her head, and after a while, she softly uttered, "I understand, let's cheer each other on, even if he's not here, we have to stay strong." Lin Xiaoshua choked up, unable to say that name. It seemed that the name that once disgusted them had become a permanent pain in their hearts. "Sister, don't lose hope. I'll tell you a secret, Lin Tingqing is back." Lin Lulu suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoshua froze, unable to believe it, looking at Lin Lulu in shock. What did you say?" Clearly, Lin Tingqing had passed away due to cancer. The eldest sister even attended his funeral. "I said Lin Tingqing is still alive," Lin Lulu emphasized earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoshua was completely stunned, murmuring, "How is that possible? He's clearly dead." Lin Xiaoshua bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Bring him here." If there was a possibility that Lin Tingqing was still alive, then it would be best. Lin Lulu was overjoyed and immediately made a phone call. Finally someone was willing to believe her. Not long after, a young man arrived at the ward, bearing some resemblance to Lin Tingqing, but taller and more handsome. "Hello, I'm Gu Yongcheng, Miss Lulu asked me to come." He was dressed in a simple shirt and jeans, looking particularly clean and handsome. His tone was not warm, but Lin Xiaoshua smiled gratefully at him. After Gu Yongcheng sat down, he straightforwardly asked her, "What does Miss Lulu want from me?" In fact, he had already vaguely guessed, but he did not rush to deny that he was not the person they were looking for. He already knew Lin Lulu's identity. If he could establish a connection with the Lin family, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Although not a complete resemblance, Lin Xiaoshua still asked with a hopeful tone, "Can you sing a song for me?" "Sure, my pleasure." After a moment, Gu Yongqing's voice filled the ward. Lin Xiaoshua listened quietly, her eyes gradually moistening. It's not him. Hearing Gu Yongqing singing, her irritable mood did not ease at all. But the song by Lin Tingqing in the MP4 could. This shows that the person in front of her is not Lin Tingqing. Before the other party finished singing, Lin Xiaoshua interrupted her. "Sorry, you are not the person I am looking for." Gu Yongchang wanted to fight for himself a little more, but thinking of the other party's identity, he still didn't dare to act rashly and left the ward awkwardly. After he left, Lin Lulu anxiously said, "Third sister, what are you doing?" Lin Xiaoshua indifferently said, "He is just an imposter." But Lin Lulu hesitated. "But he looks so much like Lin Tingqing, maybe he is a Lin Tingqing from a parallel universe?" Lin Lulu speculated. But in fact, she just couldn't accept Lin Tingqing's departure. At the words, Lin Xiaoshua was slightly stunned. "Looks like? How come she doesn't feel anything like it?" "Lulu, he really is not Lin Tingqing. What Lin Tingqing can give us, he cannot." "I know you don't want to accept Lin Tingqing's departure, I feel the same way. There are many people in this world who look similar. If someone who looks like Lin Tingqing can ease our pain of losing him, then we don't have to be so sad. Big Sister has a wide network, she can easily find one, two, or even many people who look like Lin Tingqing." Lin Xiaoshua's eyes turned red, but they are not Lin Tingqing. Lin Lulu opened her mouth to retort, but was interrupted by a voice. "Lulu?" Lin Youyu, who came to visit Lin Xiaoshua, exclaimed, "Why are you not staying well in the mental hospital and running here? Come back to the mental hospital with me." Lin Lulu grabbed Lin Youyu's arm and urgently said, "Big sister, believe me, I am not mentally ill. I really saw Lin Tingqing. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see him, please don't lock me up." Seeing her like this, Lin Youyu dared not say anything to refute, and just agreed. Lin Lulu sent a text message with her phone, then took her to the agreed place to wait. When they arrived, Lin Youyu thought Lin Tingqing would not show up, but to her surprise, she really saw Lin Tingqing. She was also shocked, Lin Tingqing. As soon as she spoke, tears streamed down Lin Youyu's face uncontrollably, instantly covering her face. Seeing the living Lin Tingqing in front of her, her previously strong facade completely collapsed, unable to hold back anymore. She covered her mouth tightly with her hand, almost choking, and approached Lin Tingqing step by step, grabbing his hand, and earnestly said, "Lin Tingqing, you really came back. Big sister knows what you did. Big sister is sorry for you. Can you forgive Big sister?" Gu Yongchang was frightened by this scene, instinctively wanting to step back, but seeing this beautiful and elegant woman crying so sadly, he couldn't bear it. Hearing her mistakenly taking him for someone named Lin Tingcheng, calling herself Big Sister, and having a similar attitude to Lin Lulu, he guessed that she, like Lin Lulu, had suffered from excessive grief over the death of a family member. Big Sister, don't worry, I don't blame you anymore, as long as you live well, it's fine. With that, he awkwardly patted Lin Youyu's shoulder and comforted her softly. Lin Youyu vaguely sensed that something was wrong, feeling a bit awkward facing Lin Tingcheng, but she just thought that Lin Tingcheng was scared by her attitude. After all, their attitude towards Lin Tingcheng before was not friendly. A lot had happened during this time, and seeing Lin Tingcheng again, her emotions were also mixed. In her surprise, she didn't delve into the matter of Lin Tingcheng's resurrection. That's good, if the other sisters know you're back, they will definitely be happy too. How about coming home with us for dinner tonight? Lin Youyu invited. Gu Yongqing's expression froze, and he quickly declined. No, I'm not ready yet, let's forget about it for now. It wouldn't be good if he was exposed. Indeed, you're still mad at us. Lin Youyu's eyelashes were teary, dressed as a strong woman, looking imposing, but in front of him, she appeared weak. He couldn't refuse, so he had to agree, silently praying not to be exposed. Lin Youyu was overjoyed and immediately called Lin Ruyan to share the good news. Ruyan, Lin Tingcheng is back. How is that possible? Lin Ruyan was doing makeup for a film shoot, with dark circles under her eyes from lack of rest. Thinking it was her sister calling, she thought something had happened to her younger sister. There had been too many family issues lately. Lin Lulu was admitted to a mental hospital, and Lin Xiaoshua's mania had relapsed. She didn't expect to receive such good news. Really, I'll bring him back for dinner tonight, we can catch up then. Lin Youyu exclaimed excitedly. Without waiting for Lin Ruyan to ask more questions, she hung up the phone directly. Lin Ruyan felt puzzled but knew her sister wouldn't make things up. After a moment of contemplation, she called her assistant over. Cancel all activities tonight, I have something to attend to at home and need to go back. But we have a magazine shoot scheduled for tonight, it was planned a month ago, it wouldn't be good to cancel last minute, right? The assistant looked hesitant, explaining. Lin Ruyan's mind was focused on what her sister had said about Lin Tingcheng. If she wasn't filming, she would have gone home immediately. Impatiently waving her hand, she said, find a way to cancel it. If not, give them an extra 2 hours for the next shoot. Okay, I'll try my best. Seeing her determination, the assistant reluctantly agreed and called the magazine to reschedule. On the other side, Lin Youyu composed herself after settling things and knowing that Lin Lulu loved the dishes Lin Tingcheng made, she suggested, I didn't know you could cook before. Since Xiaoqi hasn't been eating well due to illness, and it's just us family members tonight, why don't you show off your cooking skills? Gu Yongqing nodded in agreement. Great! Lin Lulu cheered beside them, delighted. She knew her big sister's words carried weight. The three of them went shopping for groceries together, chatting and laughing. Gu Yongqing felt a bit uncomfortable with the two beautiful women's friendly gestures. He knew they were not treating him personally, but if they found out he wasn't Lin Tingcheng, their attitude might change. Gu Yongqing couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Back at Lin's house, Gu Yongqing went to the kitchen with the ingredients. Luckily he had some cooking skills. At that moment, Lin Ruyan rushed back from outside. Big sister. Lin Youyu raised a finger, signaling her to stay quiet, and quietly led her to the kitchen to take a look. Sure enough, a familiar figure appeared inside. Lin Ruyan was pleasantly surprised and was about to speak but was stopped. I know you're excited, but stay calm for now, Lin Youyu reassured her. Although Lin Tingcheng has forgiven us, he still doesn't want to acknowledge us. Lin Ruyan understood and nodded in agreement. But, didn't Lin Tingcheng die of illness? After calming down, she raised her doubts. I'm not sure about that. Maybe he didn't die but was disappointed in us, so he found a way to leave. But he couldn't bear to leave us, so he came back and was coincidentally seen by Xiaoqi, that's why he showed up. Lin Youyu speculated as she didn't know the exact reason. Lin Ruyan was half believing, feeling that something was off. By the time they finished talking, Gu Yongqing had finished cooking and brought out the dishes. Xiaoqi, have some food first. I need to talk to Lin Tingcheng about something. Lin Youyu seemed to have made a decision and took Lin Tingcheng to the study. Come with me. Upon entering the study, Lin Youyu took out a contract from the drawer. This is a contract for transferring shares. I am transferring half of the shares of the Lin Group to your name. Upon hearing this, Gu Yongqing was greatly shocked. The value of half of the shares of the Lin Group was substantial, enough to tempt anyone. But Gu Yongqing knew that she was not the intended recipient. For a moment, he also considered accepting it under false pretenses. However, his identity information could not be forged. If discovered, forging identity would lead to imprisonment. Oh, I better tell the truth. I'm really not your brother. I only said comforting words because I saw you crying, but I am not Lin Tingcheng. Gu Yongcheng waved his hands repeatedly, revealing the truth. Are you still angry? Lin Youyu thought he was unwilling to accept it, not wanting any connection with them, feeling hurt. Do you think I'm still testing you? I am sincere. You have done so much for the Lin family, you deserve these. Gu Yongcheng, unable to get through to them and worried about causing trouble, became anxious. Ugh! Just then, vomiting sounds came from the hall. Lin Youyu, ignoring everything else, immediately went out. What's wrong? Elder sister, this is not the smell of Lin Tingcheng. Lin Lulu wanted to vomit out all the bitterness, her face pale and increasingly unsightly, staring blankly, finding it hard to accept the truth. He is not Lin Tingcheng. He really is not Lin Tingcheng. She had been looking forward to enjoying the food, but just before putting it in her mouth, she smelled an unbearable stench. Faintly sensing something wrong, she still refused to believe it, forcefully stuffing the food into her mouth, chewing vigorously, but eventually couldn't bear it and vomited everything out. Lin Lulu couldn't help but cry, not because of the bad taste but because she knew deep down that the person in front of her was not Lin Tingcheng. Lin Tingcheng truly could not return. Gu Yongcheng saw their genuine sadness, but since he was not Lin Tingcheng, he could only stand by silently. The fake would eventually be exposed, and the truth would come to light one day. Lin Youyu, capable of managing the entire Lin family, was not foolish. She knew from the start that Lin Tingcheng could not possibly come back to life, but she held on to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to let it go. She wanted to make amends for Lin Tingcheng, but since he was gone, she could never make up for it. Finally finding someone who looked like Lin Tingcheng, she wanted to repay the debt she owed him. But now, faced with the reality, both of them felt a deep sense of loss. No! Lin Ruyan refused to admit it, even though she knew something was amiss. Come here, play a piece for me. She forcefully made Gu Yongcheng sit at the piano and play for her. I can't, Gu Yongcheng said helplessly. Watching all these beautiful women tangled up over someone who was already dead, he sighed once again, realizing that the person named Lin Tingcheng was indeed fortunate. But he was also truly talented, not only in cooking but also in music. He felt inferior. However, Lin Ruyan insisted, forcing him to play. Gu Yongcheng tried his best, but the sound that came out was as harsh as cutting wood, extremely unpleasant, out of tune, not resembling a song at all, very jarring. Okay, stop. Lin Ruyan, with an unpleasant expression, called for it to end. They finally accepted the reality that Lin Tingcheng was irreplaceable. Even if they looked alike, their inner selves were different. I'm sorry for bothering you during this time. You can leave now. Lin Youyu slumped in her seat, asking him to leave. Gu Yongcheng could only comfort them with a few words. Don't be too sad. Lin Tingcheng was such a good person, he definitely wouldn't be mad at you. The deceased is gone, the living are the most important. The three sat at the dining table, looking dejected. It was Lin Youyu who broke the silence first. Alright, let's stop here. Lulu, I'll take you back to the hospital first. Lin Lulu wiped her eyes and said with a hint of grievance, Big sister, I know I mistook the person, he is not Lin Tingcheng, but I really don't have a mental illness. Lin Youyu sighed silently. Lulu, listen to me. Obviously, she didn't believe Lin Lulu's words. Gu Yongcheng also spoke up for Lin Lulu. Miss Lin, you should listen to your big sister and go back to the hospital to get better. Your health is the most important. Lin Lulu felt a pang in her heart. At this moment, she was completely sure that the person in front of her was not Lin Tingcheng, because Lin Tingcheng would have unwaveringly believed in her, instead of helping her big sister persuade her to go back to the mental hospital. But she really wasn't sick. Lin Lulu's resistance was futile, and she was forcibly taken back to the mental hospital by Lin Youyu. Several days later, Lin's group. Lin Youyu sat in the office, supporting her forehead with her hand, her face showing fatigue. She sighed deeply, not knowing how little Seven was doing in the mental hospital. These days she couldn't eat or sleep well, wanting to go see little Seven, but afraid of delaying her treatment. Director Lin, someone is here to see you, saying they are a doctor diagnosing Miss Lin Chi. The assistant walked in from outside and said. Lin Youyu looked puzzled, fearing it was related to Lin Lulu's condition. She quickly asked the person to come in. The doctor came in looking exhausted, hesitated, and finally made up his mind. Miss Lin, I'm sorry, all of this was my mistake. Please help me, forgive me. What do you mean? Lin Youyu felt something was wrong and frowned. Actually, I am the brother of Lin Lulu's love rival. My sister's love interest likes her. My sister was so distraught that she fell seriously ill. When I found out that she was seeing Lin Lulu for treatment, I lost my mind for a moment. I deliberately said she was not in a good mental state, when in fact she was normal. All those test results were just me making things up. Please go back and help me burn some paper money for a person named Lin Tingcheng, and stop haunting me in my dreams. The doctor's hair was messy, his beard unkempt, his eyes showing signs of fatigue. Clearly he hadn't slept well in these days, deeply troubled, his eyes bloodshot, his emotions on the verge of collapse. What? Lin Yoyu was shocked by everything he said. The amount of information in his words was too much. Lin Lulu was not actually sick, but she was still sent to the mental hospital by her. And Lin Tingqing, if he really sent a dream to that doctor, why didn't he come find her? Without thinking too much, Lin Mangyao stood up and called a lawyer. What you did completely violates your medical ethics. Just wait, I won't let this matter go, I will have the lawyer hold you accountable. She pointed at the doctor, angrily. The doctor seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Whatever, as long as that person doesn't appear in my dreams again, I'll do anything. Lin Yoyu grabbed her coat and quickly walked outside. She had to rescue little Seven as soon as possible. Even a normal person would be scared into illness in that mental hospital. She rushed to the mental hospital. Inside the ward, following Lin Yoyu's instructions, a VIP single room was prepared for Lin Lulu. Living alone, it was no different from being at home, except for the lack of freedom. She sat on the bed, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, looking increasingly thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She stared out the window at the trees, lost in thought. Little Seven. Lin Yoyu entered the room, looking at the scene, her heart aching. She rushed forward and embraced Lin Lulu. I'm sorry, it's Big Sister's fault. Big Sister believed that doctor's words, but that doctor turned out to be a fraud, causing Xiaoqi to suffer. Big Sister apologizes to you. I will take you home now. Lin Lulu looked somewhat dull, showing no reaction to what was said. I'm sorry, Xiaoqi. Lin Yoyu blamed herself endlessly, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly apologized. If it weren't for Lin Tingqing, I still wouldn't know the truth. Mentioning Lin Tingqing, Lin Lulu finally showed some reaction, a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes. Lin Tingqing? Yes. That doctor came to me today, saying that Lin Tingqing has been communicating with him through dreams, urging him to reveal the truth. Lin Yoyu truthfully informed Lin Lulu about Lin Tingqing's dream communication. I knew it. Lin Lulu's eyes turned slightly red, her voice bitter. She knew that in the end, the only person who would go out for her was Lin Tingqing. Lin Tingqing had been protecting her until his death. But Lin Lulu buried her head in her knees, her black hair falling down, covering the suppressed sobbing. Lin Yoyu reached out, hesitatingly stopping in the empty space on Lin Lulu's thin back, also unable to hide the urge to cry. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxue lay in the hospital room in a daze. Outside the room, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. Please, let me see Xiaoxue. I promise not to say anything to upset her this time. Please, it's a matter of life and death. It was Zhou Song's voice. Thinking of this man, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but become agitated. However, what did he mean by his words? After some thought, Lin Xiaoxue asked the nurse to let Zhou Song in. If a few weeks ago Zhou Song was just disheveled, now he could almost be described as inhuman. His clothes were tattered, his face as pale as paper, his lips turning purplish, his murky eyes bloodshot, his whole person disheveled and gloomy. Lin Xiaoxue had originally thought that this man, upon seeing her again, would surely be angry and humiliate her. Who knew that he would kneel down on the ground and kowtow to her? Lin Xiaoxue frowned. What are you doing? But Zhou Song insisted on not getting up. Xiaoxue, please, for the sake of our past relationship, save my life. I'm really being tormented to death by that brat Lin Tingqing's ghost. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue's pupils dilated, her body stiffened. What did you say, Lin Tingqing? Zhou Song hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but urge, what's going on? Her emotions were getting a bit agitated, causing her breathing to become rapid. These days, I can't sleep at all. In my dreams, Lin Tingqing torments me over and over again. Even medication doesn't work. I haven't slept for almost a week. If this continues, I will die. Zhou Song said, pounding the floor in pain, veins bulging on his forehead. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue's heart surged with immense waves. It turned out, it was Lin Tingqing who was protecting her. A complex and indescribable feeling welled up in her heart, named longing, also named regret. She longed for the person who had protected her until death, yet deeply regretted and felt guilty for not treating him well when he was alive. Lin Xiaoxue pursed her lips. Why is he tormenting you? It's all because of the things I did to you. You are the person he cares about the most. He hated me to the core, so he wants to retaliate against me. Lin Xiaoxue's heart twisted in pain. Lin Tingqing had gone to such lengths for her sake? The person he cared about the most. Lin Tingqing considered her the person he cared about the most, but she had never treated him as a loved one. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxue quickly grabbed the edge of the bed, struggling to stand firm. Lin Tingqing, Lin Xiaoxue's voice trembled as she spoke with difficulty. Is he okay in your dreams? He's better off than me. Jo Song wiped away his tears. I'm almost being driven crazy. Looking at the man in front of her with snot and tears, Lin Xiaoxue suddenly felt relieved. This kind of man was not worth getting angry over. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, she had regained her composure. Get lost. Jo Song was stunned, but Lin Tingcheng. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Xiaoxue repeated. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. No. Get out. Lin Xiaoxue suddenly got angry and threw the cup on the table towards him. Jo Song was scared and quickly dodged to the side, and the cup shattered on the floor with a crash. The nurse saw this and quickly dragged him out to prevent Lin Xiaoxue from having another emotional outburst. When there was only one person left in the room, Lin Xiaoxue calmed down. She closed her eyes, and in her mind appeared the image of the slightly frail young man from before, his gentle voice softly echoing. Lin Tingcheng, rest assured, I will definitely make things better. This is also the result you hoped for, right? 1 week later, Lin Xiaoxue returned to the Lin family. Remembering what Dr. Zhang had said, Miss Lin, your condition has improved very quickly. Although we don't know the reason, your self-harming and aggressive behaviors have significantly decreased. Combined with various tests, you can now go home for conservative treatment. If there are any other issues, please inform us at any time. Lin Xiaoxue smiled. Only she knew the reason. It was Lin Tingcheng. She didn't immediately go back to her room, nor did she go to find Lin Youyu, but walked to Lin Tingcheng's room. Lin Xiaoxue raised her finger and pushed the door. Click. The door opened. Lin Xiaoxue walked in and saw a dark room. She walked in, her mind a mess. She knew that the young man would not appear again, but his presence was still in this room. Lin Xiaoxue sat at the desk, closed her eyes, and slightly smiled. This was a quiet and peacefulness that was not found anywhere else. Just then, there was a noise at the door. Looking up, she saw Lin Ruyan, who looked dusty and tired. She looked at her in surprise. Xiaoxue, you're back from the hospital? I just came back from filming out of town and haven't had time to see you. By the way, why are you here? The two looked at each other for a moment, understanding in their eyes. Only in Lin Tingcheng's room could they find a moment of peace. Lin Xiaoxue sat quietly on the stool, with a faint bitter smile on her lips, shrugged her shoulders. Everything was understood without words. The two did not directly address it. Lin Ruyan walked over, took her hand, and gently asked, Xiaoxue, how are you feeling? What did the doctor say? Lin Xiaoxue shook her head and said lightly, the doctor said my condition is slowly improving. I should be almost back to normal after another half-month of treatment. Lin Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. The two stayed in the room for a while, and Lin Ruyan noticed that Lin Xiaoxue seemed somewhat uneasy, so she guessed that she wanted to be alone and decided to leave the room. Just as she walked out of the villa, she saw the steward cleaning a slightly old-fashioned ordinary car. Even the worst car in the Lin family cost over $1 million, and this car was completely out of place in the Lin family. Lin Ruyan frowned. Whose car is this? The steward respectfully said, Miss, it's young Master Lin Tingcheng's car. It has been sitting for a long time, and I was afraid it would completely break down, so I took it out to clean it. I'll have someone come to check it later. Hearing this, Lin Ruyan's expression instantly froze. She slowly walked to the car and carefully examined it. This car, she remembered. Just a few years ago, after Lin Tingcheng and Lin Xiaotian got their driver's licenses, all the sisters gave Lin Xiaotian a car. But Lin Tingcheng, no one paid attention to him, except for the eldest sister, Lin Youyu. And this car, it was the one she gave to Lin Tingcheng. Although not valuable, Lin Tingcheng treasured it greatly. It seemed like Lin Tingcheng had never been seen driving it. This fool. Lin Ruyan sighed. Just then, her assistant called to inform her to return to the set to reshoot a scene. Without hesitation, Lin Ruyan took the keys to the vintage car from the butler, raised her lips slightly. Even after cleaning, it's not as good as going out for a drive. I'll use this car for now. Remember to tell the eldest sister when she comes back. Upon hearing this, the butler nodded quickly. Although it was a vintage car, Lin Ruyan considered herself a good driver. Stepping on the gas, she sped away. Not long after, Lin Youyu learned that her younger sister had returned from the hospital, so she returned home early, intending to find Lin Xiaoxue. Just as she was about to go upstairs, the butler came to report, Miss San is resting upstairs. Miss Air just came back and took young Master Lin Tingcheng's vintage car, saying she was going to the set. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu's face turned pale instantly. She quickly picked up her phone and called Lin Ruyan. It took a few minutes for the call to connect. Ruyan, where are you now? Are you still driving Lin Tingcheng's vintage car? Lin Youyu sounded anxious. Yes, I just drove out. What's wrong? Lin Ruyan's voice was full of confusion. Is there an emergency? If not, I'm in a hurry to get to the set, so I'll hang up first. Absolutely do not drive, stop immediately. Why? Lin Ruyan asked back. Don't ask why, you must not touch that car. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruyan became even more puzzled. What are you joking about, eldest sister? I'm really busy right now. If there's nothing urgent, let's talk about it when I get back. After saying this, Lin Ruyan hung up the phone. Beep beep beep, the busy tone sounded in the receiver, and Lin Yuyu's face turned pale. It's over. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Lin Ruyan had no idea what her eldest sister was up to. She was distracted for a moment and saw an old lady crossing the street. She frowned, stepped on the brake, but there was no response, and she was about to hit the old lady. In a panic, Lin Ruyan had to turn the steering wheel to try to leave the road, but ended up hitting a huge pillar directly. Her head hit the steering wheel hard, the pain made her dizzy, seeing stars, and she collapsed on the ground, falling into unconsciousness. When she opened her eyes, she was already lying in the hospital. She looked around in confusion, realizing she was lying in bed, the smell of disinfectant filling her nostrils. She blinked, looking around. The unfamiliar furnishings, the familiar bedsheets, all confirmed that this was not a dream. Lin Xiaoxue reached out to touch her forehead, still feeling a hint of pain. She sat up, looked out the window, the sun shining brightly. What on earth was going on? Just then, Lin Yuyu walked in from the door, holding a cup of warm water, looking particularly concerned. ACI, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Elder sister. Why am I in the hospital? What's the matter with Lin Tingqing's car? What did you mean by those things you said to me before? Lin Ruyan's voice was weak as she struggled to get out of bed. Lin Yuyu quickly held her down, biting her lip as she said, ACI, don't get excited first. I know you want to ask what happened, but I can't explain it for a while. Elder sister, tell me, what exactly happened? Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Lin Yuyu gritted her teeth and admitted, ACI, there's something wrong with Lin Tingqing's car. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruyan was stunned for a moment. It seemed like she had figured something out, her face becoming increasingly ugly, biting her lip, but not saying a word. Lin Yaoyu's expression was particularly embarrassed, hesitated for a moment, and then continued, I know that what I'm about to say next will be very difficult for you to accept, but it's okay, big sister, go ahead. Among all the sisters, you and I have the best relationship. You can tell me anything, and I will bear it with you. Lin Ruyan's injuries were not too severe, and her mind was very clear at this moment. It was when I gave this car to Lin Tingqing as a gift that I tampered with it. Lin Youyu recounted with a guilty look in her eyes. I know I shouldn't have done that, but at that time, I didn't know that Lin Tingqing had done so much for our Lin family behind the scenes. There were many misunderstandings, so I wanted to get rid of him to protect Lin Xiaotian's position. As she spoke, Lin Youyu lowered her head, her fingers tangled in her hair, looking very pained. Hearing this, Lin Ruyan was greatly shocked. She had thought that everyone's animosity towards Lin Tingqing was just superficial. She never expected that those who were wholeheartedly protected by Lin Tingqing had once harbored murderous intentions towards him. Were they still human? Seeing Lin Ruyan's distressed expression, Lin Youyu struggled to explain. ACI, I don't deny that I wanted to kill Lin Tingqing to protect Qitian at first, but now I have realized my mistake. I feel very guilty and regretful about my previous thoughts, and I never intended to harm you. Tears streamed down Lin Youyu's face as she choked out, I was blinded by my own desires. I'm sorry for the deceased Luoluo, and I'm sorry for you. The usually strong-willed Lin Youyu was now crying like a child. Tears covered her cold face, making her look fragile. Big sister. Lin Ruyan's eyes also reddened slightly, choking out, actually, I also thought about killing Lin Tingqing. Hearing Lin Ruyan's words, Lin Youyu cried even louder. Her once beautiful and strong face was now filled with regret and pain. What had they done? How could they be so heartless? Lin Youyu gripped her hair tightly, hating her past self for being so blind. She even hated the past actions against Lin Tingqing. Even the current plight of her sister was partly her own doing. This was karma. We were both too foolish, too foolish. Lin Ruyan hugged Lin Youyu, tears silently falling from her cheeks. The two sisters were almost sobbing in the hospital room. Big sister, do you think Lin Tingqing knew that we once wanted to kill him? If he knew, would he still be willing to forgive us? Lin Ruyan asked Lin Youyu, looking up. Lin Youyu froze, choked up, boom. Just then, a loud thunder interrupted Lin Youyu's words. The previously calm and sunny weather outside suddenly turned into a fierce storm with strong winds and heavy rain. Just like the night Lin Tingqing passed away. Thunder, why is there thunder out of nowhere? Lin Youyu asked, her voice trembling. A thought crossed both their minds. Could it be? Lin Tingqing's spirit in heaven knew about the mess they had made and was no longer willing to protect them? Bang! Suddenly, the door of the hospital room was pushed open from the outside. A woman in military uniform, wearing leather boots, with a hot figure, walked in. She stood tall, with a commanding presence, her gaze sharp as if she could see through people's hearts. "Fifth sister, why are you back?" Lin Ruyan looked over in surprise. The person who entered was Lin Rong, who had been training abroad. She came from a military background, was skilled in combat, and had a fierce reputation. She was a force to be reckoned with in both the underworld and the legitimate world, much like a big sister figure. "If I didn't come back, my little brother would have been bullied by you all." Lin Rong walked over and sat down, her movements sharp and decisive. Upon hearing this, they naturally knew it was Lin Xiaotian's doing. Thinking of him, both of their faces couldn't help but show some disappointment. Especially Lin Ruyan. "I'm injured, and you don't even ask about it. Instead, you bring up that person to make me unhappy." "I asked the doctor. Your injury is fine," Lin Rong said lightly. "Don't you know how much hardship our little brother has endured outside? We finally found him and brought him back. Instead of showing more love and care, you just keep bullying him. Is this how sisters should act? You don't know, it's really Qi Tian's actions that are too rebellious, too much." Lin Youyu frowned. Bang! Lin Rong raised her hand and slapped the table, making a loud noise. "If he's wrong, discipline him strictly. We only have this one brother." She looked at the others. "I've heard about it. You feel guilty because Lin Tingqing died, but this has nothing to do with Qi Tian. He shouldn't bear the consequences. I only recognize Qi Tian as my brother. Now that I'm back, I won't allow anyone to bully him." With these words, Lin Rong got up and left. In the past, Lin Youyu would have explained, but with so much happening these days, she was also exhausted and decided not to bother with it. She stayed in the hospital room with Lin Ruyan, comforting her. But as the thunder outside grew louder, Lin Youyu had a bad feeling. I'm afraid Rong will do something extreme. You rest in the hospital, I'll go back to check on her." "Okay, big sister." The sound of thunder drowned everything out. On the other side, Lin Lulu turned over on the soft princess bed in the apartment, shivering all over, her eyes full of fear. Thunder roared outside. "Ah!" She suddenly screamed, covering her ears and shouting as if she had been greatly stimulated. "Help! Help!" The servants in the apartment had already left, and even if they hadn't, with such loud thunder, they wouldn't have heard her cries. Lin Lulu helplessly huddled at the head of the bed, her eyes full of fear and dread, burying her head in the covers. But there were flashes of memory in her mind. It was also a thunderstorm like this. It was a coincidence that the other sisters were not at home, leaving her alone in the Lin family villa, trembling in fear. She was so scared that she called Lin Tingqing. Despite the huge thunderstorm, he rushed back to the Lin family in less than half an hour, bringing a bunch of snacks she liked. At that time, the young man was soaked, pale, and his body temperature was so low that it was frightening, and she complained that he came back too slowly. The young man just smiled gently. "Seventh sister, don't be afraid. I'm here with you, nothing will happen." His voice was warm, as comfortable as a spring breeze. Lin Lulu's fear gradually subsided. Not only that, despite being extremely tired, Lin Tingqing stayed up all night watching cartoons with her until she fell asleep. Biting her lip, tears welled up in Lin Lulu's eyes. She called a classmate who lived in the same apartment building, begging repeatedly and offering to do homework for the classmate, who reluctantly came to her apartment. "Lulu, why did you call me over in the middle of the night?" "I was sleeping." The classmate rolled her eyes. "You said you wanted me to come and keep you company. You have to let me copy this semester's paper, or I'll go back now." Lin Lulu immediately hugged the classmate's arm and acted coquettishly. "I'll take care of the paper, come and keep me company." The classmate had no choice but to agree. "Okay, what do you want from me?" I had a nightmare. It's raining so heavily today, and there's thunder all the time. I'm so scared." "Don't be afraid, it's just a nightmare." Lin Lulu sniffed. "Anyway, I can't sleep now. Will you watch cartoons with me? I have some CDs here." "Lulu, are you crazy? We are adults now, why watch cartoons? I thought you had something important to tell me." The classmate was speechless. "But I'm really scared." Lin Lulu's eyes were red. "I've always been very timid since I was a child, especially on stormy nights. Every time I close my eyes, I always have nightmares. What do you want to do?" "I want you to watch with me," Lin Lulu said as she grabbed the other person and walked towards the bedroom. The classmate, helpless, could only let Lin Lulu drag them. Lin Lulu took out many discs and placed them on the coffee table. She pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit down." After the two sat down, Lin Lulu turned on the DVD player and played Tom and Jerry. Although this cartoon is very old, the art style is heartwarming. Every time you watch it, you feel very soothed. And Lin Tingqing watched this with her before. In less than half an hour, the classmate was dozing off and couldn't hold on any longer. Forget it, Lulu, I'm going back to sleep. You are just too childish. What's so good about these cartoons? Go wash up and sleep. With that, the classmate left alone. There was only her left in the apartment. Lulu sat on the carpet with her arms crossed, listening to the thunderstorm outside, her eyes red and teary. Besides Lin Tingqing, could she not find anyone else willing to watch cartoons with her? At the same time, Lin Xiaoxue raised her head in the office, biting her lip slightly. Oh no! The stormy weather made it difficult for her to calm down, and the restless emotions surged from the bottom of her heart again. She bit her lip, trying to suppress the unstable emotions. This palpitation feeling seems to be getting worse. No, she must calm down. Lin Xiaoxue took a deep breath and forced herself to focus on work. She kept reminding herself that this feeling was just an illusion. Nothing will happen, she has mastered controlling her manic emotions, as long as she persists for a few more months. By persevering, she won't relapse. However, she couldn't help but think of the unhealed traumas in her memory, even the face of the young man deep in her memory. Lin Tingqing's presence has always been a hidden scar in her heart, one she can never forget. There are not only regrets but also more complex emotions. Thinking of this, she suddenly sat up and drove back to Lin's house. At times like this, she must stay in Lin Tingqing's room to maintain as much emotional calmness as possible. She has finally managed to return to a normal life and doesn't want to go back to the special hospital. On the other side, Lin Rong had already returned to the Lin family villa. She was dressed neatly, raindrops sliding off her leather jacket, splashing on her slender, jade-like legs, giving her a touch of coldness. Let's get started. As soon as she spoke, several Taoist monks got off the car. They began a ritual in the backyard. The talismans floated in the air, bells rang loudly, and the chanting voices were heard. The eerie wind blew. The trees rustled. Lin Rong's lips curled up, saying lightly, Lin Tingqing, there is a cause for every effect. You died of your own illness, don't blame us, stop haunting us. I have fought on the battlefield for many years, I'm not afraid of ghosts and gods. If you have the ability, come find me, I'll accompany you to the end. After a long time, everything was done, and all the people Lin Rong had called left. When Lin Yuyu came back and saw the talisman papers all over the floor, she didn't know what had happened and asked Lin Rong. I invited a master to perform a ritual to dispel Lin Tingqing's soul, so he won't linger around. Lin Rong stood in the rain in black clothes, with a calm expression and a casual tone, as if talking about something ordinary. Why did you do this? Lin Yuyu was shocked and angry, with an incredulous expression, questioning. Because all of you have gone crazy. Lin Rong said matter-of-factly, look at what has been happening recently, it's Lin Tingqing causing trouble behind the scenes, even after death, he can't rest in peace. Since he wants to cause trouble, it serves him right to suffer. Smack! Hearing her words, Lin Yuyu finally couldn't hold back and raised her hand to slap. Fuming, she breathed rapidly, her chest heaving up and down. You are simply too much. You have no idea the significance of Lin Tingqing to us. Without Lin Tingqing, they couldn't survive. Even though Lin Tingqing was already dead, he continued to influence them, they couldn't live without him. You are the ones who are too much. You promised to take care of the younger brother, but you didn't do it at all. You are grieving over a dead person all day long, don't know what kind of evil has possessed you. Lin Rong said sternly, her eyes glaring, exuding a terrifying aura. As soon as Lin Rong finished speaking, the thunder grew louder and faster. In the room on the north side of the villa, a faint fire appeared. What is this? Lin Yuyu was the first to notice. Is it on fire? How could there be a fire in this thunderstorm weather? And looking at the direction, it's Lin Tingqing's room. Lin Yuyu staggered a few steps, thinking about her conversation with Lin Ruyan in the hospital, her legs weakened, almost falling into the mud. It's Lin Tingqing won't forgive us. Lin Tingqing is leaving. He is completely disappointed in us. This time he will completely disappear from our lives. Lin Tingqing, in the spirit of heaven, will no longer protect us. Lin Rong looked at Lin Yuyu muttering to herself, her expression inexplicable. Big sister, have you gone mad? It's just a fire, I just asked a master to perform a ritual. Had someone put candles in Lin Tingqing's room, maybe the candle was blown over by the wind causing the fire, just find someone to put it out. What's with the fuss? At this moment, Lin Xiaoxue also arrived. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Xiaoxue saw the fire in the villa. Fire! Put out the fire! Lin Xiaoxue quickly called the butler and other servants. Lin Yuyu also regained her senses, and everyone worked together to put out the fire. Shortly after, this bad news spread to the other three sisters in the country. Lin Yoyu and the lightly injured Lin Ruyan rushed back from the hospital, while Lin Lulu, also enduring her fear of the stormy weather, took a taxi back to the villa. When the few of them arrived, the fire had already been extinguished. Lin Xiaoxue joined in the firefighting, and at this point, she was covered in black soot, looking disheveled, her face extremely unpleasant. "Did anyone get hurt?" Lin Yoyu asked. The fire was discovered early, so there were no casualties. The butler quickly reported, "The young ladies happened to return from outside, otherwise we wouldn't have known about the fire. If we had discovered it after the fire spread, our elderly servants probably wouldn't have escaped today." Hearing that no one was hurt, Lin Yoyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Third sister, why do you look so terrible?" Lin Lulu couldn't help but ask. "Everything in Lin Tingqing's room has been burned." Lin Xiaoxue's voice trembled. As soon as this was said, the air fell silent. "What? Third sister, are you kidding me? It's impossible." Lin Xiaoxue's eyes even had traces of blood, and she handed the phone to Lin Lulu, showing pictures of the room. "I saw it with my own eyes, all the lights in the room were burnt out, the curtains, bedsheets, wardrobe, all turned to ashes." Lin Lulu's hand holding the phone trembled severely, her vision blurred, almost unable to stand. This meant that most of what Lin Tingqing left in this world had disappeared. At one point, almost no one could accept this. The traces of Lin Tingqing completely disappeared. For Lin Lulu, who was already on the verge of breaking down emotionally in the pouring rain, the blow was huge. She shook Lin Xiaoxue's shoulders in disbelief, crying out, "Sister San, you're lying to me, right? You must hate Lin Tingqing and deliberately said this, right?" Lin Xiaoxue frowned and forcefully pushed away her hand, saying, "Calm down, don't touch me." Almost everyone nearby could see that she was trembling slightly all over, as if trying hard to control her emotions. "Woo, how could this happen?" Lin Lulu collapsed on the ground, covering her face and crying in pain. "How could this happen?" Lin Yoyu sighed and went to help Lin Lulu up. Lin Ruyan pursed her lips, enduring the grief. "So, was this fire deliberately set by someone, or was it an accident? Who knows?" Lin Xiaoxue shook her head, gazing out at the pouring rain. "Xiaoxue, are you saying?" Lin Ruyan seemed to realize something, her eyes widening suddenly. Lin Xiaoxue remained silent, but it was clear that she tacitly agreed with Lin Ruyan's guess. Suddenly, there was silence all around, and everyone was plunged into great shock. This fire was not man-made at all, but an act of fate. Perhaps heaven could not bear to see them hurt Lin Tingqing, so it punished them in this way. Or perhaps Lin Tingqing was utterly disappointed in them and no longer wanted to silently protect them from the beyond. Whichever possibility it was a heavy blow to them. Especially for Lin Xiaoxue, she clearly felt that only in Lin Tingqing's room, in the places where he had been, could her heart find a moment of peace. Otherwise, she couldn't control her emotions at all. The drumbeat named violence in her heart was gradually pounding. Lin Xiaoxue bit her lip, turned and rushed back into Lin Tingqing's room. She wanted to take out those dolls. That was the remedy that could stabilize her emotions. However, those dolls had long turned into ashes. Lin Xiaoxue sat down in Lin Tingqing's room on the dusty floor, her legs weak, as if she had lost all her strength. "Xiaoxue." Lin Yoyu walked over with concern, wanting to help her up. But Lin Xiaoxue pushed her hand away, growling softly, "Don't touch me, don't touch me." "Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Lin Yoyu's eyes were full of concern. Lin Xiaoxue slumped to the ground, her face showing intense despair. She hoped she could become happy. She hoped she could become a healthy, normal person. Lin Tingqing was the remedy to heal him. Lin Tingqing. Lin Tingqing. But he was ruined by this storm. What should she do? How should she face herself? What should she do? In order to keep her emotions stable, Lin Yoyu temporarily let Lin Xiaoxue rest in her room, while she personally cleaned up Lin Tingqing's room. When she cleaned up to the middle, she found a large pool of blood. Lin Yoyu keenly sensed that something was wrong. There was no blood here before. Someone has been here. Could it be the arsonist? Lin Lulu speculated. Just as Lin Yoyu was about to answer, footsteps came from behind. It was Lin Rong. Unlike the desolation of Lin Yoyu and the others, she was elegant, with delicate and stern features, her eyes and brows exuding a boldness. This blood is not human. At this moment, Lin Rong, although still beautiful and charming, had a fierce and sharp look in her eyes, like a lurking venomous snake, the most dangerous person in the entire Lin family. No doubt about it. Not human blood? Then what is it? Lin Yoyu asked in confusion. It's black dog blood, placed by the master to dispel the evil spirit of a certain ghost. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Lin Yoyu's face instantly turned ugly. Lin Ruyan and Lin Lulu's expressions were not good either. Lin Yoyu looked up at Lin Rong. Black dog blood? Are you crazy? Lin Tingqing is our brother. He is a brother, but not a blood relative, Lin Rong said indifferently. The two of them were at loggerheads. That's enough. At this moment, Lin Ruyan spoke, her tone calm but her eyes filled with unhidable sorrow. She looked at Lin Rong, and said word by word, I believe that there are spirits in this world, and I can feel that Lin Tingqing has always been with us, silently protecting us. He never intended to harm us. When we went back to our hometown before, Lin Tingqing saved me once. If it weren't for him, I would have died at that time. So many things have happened in the family recently, a few of us are injured, a few are sick. It's not Lin Tingqing's revenge, but Lin Ruyan's lips trembled. She had to endure the pain to say this fact, but we simply can't live without Lin Tingqing. Lin Tingqing is very kind, he can't bear to see us suffer, silently protecting us. The eldest sister's headaches and my insomnia can only be relieved in Lin Tingqing's room, Xiaoshua's mania can only be eased in Lin Tingqing's room, but you say that Lin Tingqing is a lingering ghost, using such a vicious method as black dog blood to deal with him. Do you have a conscience? Do you know that you are leading our family to a dead end? I think you are all deluded. Lin Rong, always rebellious, the most difficult to talk to among the sisters, snorted coldly, when the master completely removes Lin Tingqing's ghost, your illnesses will naturally be cured, and then you will know how foolish you are now. Once this was said, both Lin Xiaoshui and Lin Lulu's faces turned extremely ugly. How can you say that? I won't allow you to do this. Lin Rong was speechless. You guys really have been brainwashed. Xiaoshua, I'll take you back to your room. Lin Youyu gently took Lin Xiaoshua's arm and whispered. Lin Xiaoshua's condition was the most severe and she couldn't stay in this environment for too long. Another reason was that Lin Youyu herself was also reaching her limit. She felt a splitting headache. She really didn't want to argue anymore. Seeing the faces of her sisters not looking good, Lin Rong felt like her kindness was being taken for granted, and she snorted with an unpleasant expression. Just then, the communicator rang. A thug had kidnapped a little girl, hiding behind the warehouse, with the optimal shooting distance exceeding 1,000 meters. The task was very challenging. Would she accept it? She raised an eyebrow and accepted the task. The superior's voice sounded surprised through the communicator. Are you sure you can handle this task? The shooting distance is too long, and your shooting record. In the last special mission, I achieved a distance of over 1,000 meters. I am confident in this task as well. Lin Rong's eyes were full of confidence. Without lingering too long at Lin's residence, she drove to the destination. The car speed was fast, and she arrived at the scene in less than 10 minutes. As soon as Lin Rong arrived, she heard a gunshot. Bang! The bullet came through the air, piercing through the wall and nailing itself to the door. Crash! Following that, the side door of the warehouse collapsed, and a special agent fell to the ground, seemingly lightly injured. Seeing Lin Rong arrive, everyone seemed to see their backbone. But there was also some concern because the shooting distance was just too far. Unlike the tension of the team members, Lin Rong was very confident. This distance might have been difficult for her in the past, but she had broken through it in the last mission. So she was 100% confident. Who sent you here? Holding a telescope, she could see a tall man holding a teenage girl behind the clutter, occasionally coming out to shoot twice, hysterically shouting, hurry up and retreat, or I'll kill this girl. Lin Rong squinted her eyes, slowly raised the gun in her hand, and aimed at him. The man sneered just as he poked his head out. Bang! The gunshot cut through the silence of the night. The bullet grazed the man's cheek, not hitting directly, but instead made the man instantly furious, trying to harm the innocent girl. Fortunately, other agents reacted in time and subdued the man in the blink of an eye. The little girl was out of danger, but she was lightly injured due to the man's rage. Lin Rong stood still, incredulous. How could this shot have missed? Other team members thought she didn't want to admit her failure and came forward to comfort her. Captain, you don't need to blame yourself. After all, the distance was so far, no one had 100% certainty, and this distance already exceeded your farthest shooting range. Missing is normal. Blame that thug for being too cunning. Lin Rong forced a smile, but she was very puzzled. It was fine last time. Why didn't it work this time? Lin Rong shook her head, unable to understand. She had confirmed that her aim was very accurate, so why was there such a deviation? Lin Rong began to ponder. The last time, her undercover identity was exposed, and the leader of the hostile organization challenged her to a bet on whose marksmanship was more accurate, with the stakes being their lives. But the opponent's strength had surpassed her own, and she unexpectedly performed supernaturally, as if she felt someone pushing her arm. At that time, she didn't think much about it, thinking it was just a misconception due to nervousness. After that incident, her marksmanship improved. Just as the Black Dog blood incident passed, her marksmanship returned to its original state. Could all of this really be related to Lin Tingcheng? It's a coincidence. Lin Tingcheng also died in an accident 3 months ago. Could it be true, as several sisters said, that the loser is protecting her in heaven? Thinking of this, Lin Rong's face became even more gloomy. In the end, this mission ended in failure. Fortunately, the little girl was also rescued, just with some injuries. However, Lin Rong had no time to think about all this. She went to the shooting range with a heavy heart. Xiao Rong, the officer who advised her not to take risks today, stood at the stairway, looking worried. Rong, it's okay, this matter won't be recorded, you don't have to worry. The officer patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry too much. Lin Rong nodded. Although she said it was okay, when she returned to the shooting range, she practiced like crazy, trying to achieve the godlike performance she had before. Because she didn't want to admit the truth. Bang! Another shot. Still a mistake. Lin Rong's forehead was covered in sweat. Gritting her teeth, she continued to practice, her eyes determined, as if trying to burn something to ashes. Bang, bang, bang! 3 consecutive shots, all missed. Lin Rong despondently put down the gun and slumped on the floor. She raised her head, looked at the ceiling above, pursed her lips, and suddenly got up. She didn't believe that loser's soul would protect her. She didn't believe it. This time, she would definitely succeed. Lin Rong took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing rate, picked up the gun again, aimed, and fired. Bang! Another failure. Failure after failure finally made her collapse. Why is all this happening? Is it really because of Lin Tingchun? Lin Rong clenched her teeth, her beautiful phoenix eyes showing determination and refusal to admit defeat. She had always relied on herself, and no one could suppress her. Especially not that loser Lin Tingchun. Just as she was about to continue practicing, her phone rang, and when she answered, it was Lin Lulu. She answered casually, "Lulu, what's wrong?" "Fifth sister, something bad happened, eldest sister fainted at home." Lin Lulu's voice was anxious and helpless, like an ant on a hot pan, spinning around in circles. Lin Rong sat up straight suddenly. What happened? All the recent events at home have fallen on eldest sister alone. She's overworked, and her condition has worsened. Lin Rong's heart twitched violently. She clenched her fist instantly, but still managed to steady her emotions. "Don't panic, I'll be right there." She hung up the phone, rushed out, and found only a few younger brothers left. She said casually, "You guys stay here and continue training, I need to go home again." "Yes, Captain, stay safe." "Sister Rong, you." Before another younger brother could finish, Lin Rong had already left on her motorcycle. Sister Rong didn't change into her team uniform. "I hope nothing bad happens." For some reason, the road was particularly congested today. The road was blocked, and the motorcycle couldn't get out, being stuck for almost half an hour. Lin Rong was extremely anxious, so she parked the motorcycle on the side of the road and walked over. At that moment, she felt something was wrong. It seemed like someone was following her. Lin Rong frowned, immediately turned right to avoid a collision with the other person. However, the other person seemed to have anticipated it and also changed direction, following behind her. The other person clearly had no intention of giving up. When they passed through a quiet and deserted alley, he quickly caught up. He held a dagger in his hand, gleaming with a cold light. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards her. Lin Rong was shocked. She didn't expect the other person to have a weapon. She thought it was just a stalker trying to harass her, but it turned out to be a terrorist. This time, the goddess of luck was still not by her side. The dagger attacked towards her face. Lin Rong had to dodge in order to avoid vital injuries, but got stabbed in the arm. At that moment, Lin Rong felt a bit dazed. Not because of the pain. For someone like her, getting injured was nothing out of the ordinary. In her memory, there were few times when she didn't have wounds on her body. She had grown accustomed to licking her wounds, accustomed to facing the fierce attacks of criminals. However, in the past 3 months, no matter how difficult the tasks were, she always miraculously avoided various injuries. She thought it was because her special agent skills had improved. She never expected to get injured again today. If it weren't for what happened at the shooting range, she wouldn't have noticed. It was that number again. 3 months. Thinking about it, during these 3 months since Lin Tingcheng's death, she had indeed been living smoothly. It was because everything had been going so smoothly that she didn't care at all about Lin Tingcheng's death. And now, after yesterday's farce, the last traces of Lin Tingcheng had been erased from their lives, and she was starting to feel that something was wrong. Lin Rong pushed aside the complicated thoughts in her mind, endured the intense pain, and raised her leg to kick the man fiercely. The man failed to hit Lin Rong's vital points, and once targeted, he was no match for her. After dealing with the criminal, Lin Lulu sent a message at that moment, indicating that the eldest sister was temporarily fine. Only then did Lin Rong feel relieved, went back home to get the first aid kit, and bandaged herself up quickly. But she found a note in the gauze. Fifth sister, I found that some essential medicines in the first aid kit were empty while cleaning the room, so I took the liberty to replace them with better ones for you. I hope you don't mind. If the fifth sister sees this note, please remember to take care of your safety, go to the hospital promptly if injured, and take medicine on time. The handwriting was fresh and elegant, obviously Lin Tingqing's handwriting. Although there was no signature, this was definitely not Lin Xiaotian's style. Lin Xiaotian never cleaned the room. Was it Lin Tingqing? Lin Rong's hand trembled slightly. A strange sense of sourness lingered in her heart. She pursed her lips slightly and clenched the note. Initially, she didn't like Lin Tingqing because she was worried that he would take away what belonged to Lin Xiaotian in order to protect Lin Xiaotian. Now, because of the troubles that arose in the Lin family after his death, she hated Lin Tingqing even more. But at the moment she saw the note, she actually felt a bit sad. Lin Rong couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could she suddenly become so indecisive? This was not right. She shook her head, decided to abandon those random thoughts, and threw the note into the trash can directly. She wouldn't care at all about what that useless person was thinking. Just then, Lin Yaoyu's call came in. Without hesitation, Lin Rong answered. Elder sister, how are you feeling now? What did the doctor say? I'll go to the hospital now. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. But your second sister might have been a bit shocked. If you have time, go check on her at the set. I'm worried she's emotionally unstable, Lin Yaoyu sighed. I understand, I'll go over in a while, Lin Rong agreed. While Lin Ruyan was filming on set, she had been feeling weak and restless, which affected her performance and even caused her to forget her lines. Cut. Stop. The director finally couldn't help but shout, but didn't dare to get angry with the top actress, so he patiently said, Ruyan, did you not rest well? You look uncomfortable, very pale. Why don't you take a break first? The crew members started to discuss. Especially Zhang Wanting, who acted opposite her, almost overflowed with sarcasm and disdain in her eyes. Lin Ruyan forced herself to stay strong, barely squeezing out a smile. Sorry, director, I'll adjust myself first. Go quickly, today's scenes can't be delayed, or it will be postponed. Thank you, director. Lin Ruyan took a deep breath and left the set. As soon as she left, whispers erupted on the set. This leading actress is delaying our progress again. Haven't you noticed? Her condition is getting worse, like she's sick, looking half dead. I'm worried she might die on set one day. Who knows, we second-tier actors can only practice hard. In the dressing room, Lin Ruyan sat in her place, her face as pale as snow. The thought of Lin Tingqing being gone, even his remaining traces burned in the fire, made her heart ache. She looked into the mirror, her gaze distant, lost in thought. At that moment, Zhang Wanting walked in. As the always suppressed second female lead, she was already resentful to the extreme, and began sarcastically. Big leading actress, do you know that you are single-handedly slowing down the progress of our entire crew? If word gets out, your future in this industry might be over. People might even think you are being kept by someone. TSK. Really embarrassing for the Lin family. Lin Ruyan smirked coldly. I remember we talked about this last time. If you provoke me again, I won't hold back. Zhang Wanting hesitated for a moment, then retorted, do you dare hit me? I am your brother's girlfriend. Not only will I hit you, but I will hit you hard. Lin Ruyan's voice grew colder, and she slapped her directly. Smack, the crisp sound of a slap echoed in the room. Zhang Wanting stood there, holding her swollen cheek in disbelief, staring at Lin Ruyan. At that moment, the door to the dressing room was pushed open. Lin Rong stood there with a complex expression. Zhang Wanting was extremely embarrassed, but she didn't dare to retaliate. Her eyes full of resentment, she turned and ran. Second sister, you. What's wrong? Lin Ruyan sat calmly in front of the mirror, her emotions unreadable. Do you think I shouldn't have hit her? I just think you shouldn't take your anger out on innocent people. Our family's conflicts are our own business and not others. Innocent? Lin Qingxi sneered, suddenly feeling cold towards Lin Rong's attitude. Lin Tingqing could discipline Zhang Wanting for her. Lin Rong, on the other hand, criticized her for hitting Zhang Wanting. Lin Rong frowned. She thought Lin Qingxi was angry because of Zhang Wanting's relationship with Lin Xiaotian. Lin Ruyan coldly laughed. Do you know she spread rumors about me behind my back, saying I was being kept by someone, entering the crew with money? If it weren't for Lin Tingqing helping me teach her a lesson, the gossip in the crew would have been worse. Lin Rong's expression changed slightly at her words. Although she didn't pay attention to entertainment gossip, she was still a member of the Lin family, and due to her personality, she could guess the twists and turns. She couldn't help but curse. Then you shouldn't have just slapped her twice. If I hear about it, she won't just lose some skin. Lin Ruyan smiled helplessly and didn't say more. But thinking about this matter, Lin Ruyan paused, because Lin Tingqing helped me deal with Zhang Wanting, he was taken to the detention center before he passed away, and his record was kept. Since you're back, let's go clear his record. That useless person again? Lin Rong was slightly reluctant. Why bother? He has no descendants, he's gone, there's no need to make this trip for nothing. It's just a small matter. Lin Ruyan furrowed her brows. Mentioning Lin Tingcheng made her feel uncomfortable. Just do me a favor, okay? Seeing her pleading expression, Lin Rong sighed and agreed. Lin Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gratefully at her. She didn't want Lin Tingcheng to be criticized by anyone, let alone ruin his reputation. Meanwhile, the director had already started shooting other scenes. They took this opportunity to go to the detention center together. Lin Rong is a senior officer in the special forces, with an extremely special status. Even some high-ranking officials have to show respect when they see her, let alone a small detention center. Therefore, upon hearing the news, the warden was already waiting outside. Miss Lin, your personal visit truly brings glory to our detention center, the warden greeted with a smile. Lin Rong gave him a cold glance and did not exchange pleasantries. She walked straight to the side and ordered coldly, the files. All right, the warden quickly handed over a stack of files. Lin Rong flipped through them and handed a paper to Lin Ruyan. Taking the document, Lin Ruyan lowered her head, looked at the photo of Lin Tingcheng, and her eyes suddenly turned sour. Please erase my brother's record, he really did nothing wrong. It's a misunderstanding, Lin Ruyan spoke up. The warden quickly nodded and sent someone to handle it, somewhat embarrassed as he said, if we had known that Lin Tingcheng is Miss Lin's brother, we should have arranged for him to be in a separate room, so he wouldn't have been bullied so severely. Bullied? Lin Rong frowned. Ah, that's not our business. It was those prisoners causing trouble, bullying Lin Tingcheng to the extreme. Lin Ruyan clenched her fists. Tell me in detail, how did they bully him? Lin Qingxia's queenly aura was fully unleashed, and the warden dared not be evasive. He intermittently recounted all of Lin Tingcheng's experiences. I'm not sure about the specifics, but in just 1 month, I saw him being taken to the prison hospital 3 times, each time barely alive. The most severe time, he had a rib broken. We punished the attackers, but it just wouldn't stop. We were helpless. Lin Ruyan and Lin Rong's faces turned grim. Especially Lin Ruyan, hearing about the suffering Lin Tingcheng had endured made her heart ache as if it were bleeding. Someone must have deliberately incited this, investigate it thoroughly. Lin Ruyan's eyes were slightly red, her voice trembling with bitterness. Lin Tingcheng was in the detention center because of her. He suffered these humiliations and tortures because of her. Yet she only found out now. To prevent her younger sister from feeling distressed, and with a hint of compassion in her heart, Lin Rong nodded and had the warden bring out the photos of those few individuals. Using facial recognition, since everyone who passed through the detention center had a record, their identities and addresses were quickly found. The 2 sisters with their own thoughts temporarily stayed in Lin Rong's office in the military district. Lin Rong's status had a very high priority, allowing her to mobilize various personnel to help capture the individuals. Within an hour, the 5 people were brought to her office. They all looked like thugs, not decent people. When Lin Rong saw them, her face was dark. Do you know why you were brought here? Lin Ruyan frowned. The 5 were pushed to the ground, trembling with fear, but still protesting their innocence. They had no idea what was going on. Lin Ruyan secretly turned on her phone, preparing to record everything word for word as evidence. At that moment, Lin Rong suddenly asked, do you remember how you all ganged up to bully a person named Lin Tingcheng in the detention center before? Tell me what happened. The 5 fell silent. Still not being honest, huh? Lin Rong's eyes were sharp, and she threatened, pressing her foot on one of the men's chests, if you're not afraid to die, keep lying. Her gaze was icy, decisive, making these thugs involuntarily shrink back. It was Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian arranged for us to do this, he paid us, and we helped him. And Lin Xiaotian made us take turns bullying Lin Tingcheng every day, no mercy allowed. We didn't know he was a young master of the Lin family, otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to touch him. Lin Ruyan clenched her fists tightly, the last glimmer of light in her eyes completely disappeared. Sure enough, it was him again. Lin Rong frowned and shouted loudly, how is that possible? You guys are talking nonsense. Lin Xiaotian is my brother, how could he do such a thing? One of them hurriedly explained, we really didn't lie. People like us could never know the young master of the Lin family, nor would we slander him for no reason. Lin Rong furrowed her brows. What the other party said made sense. If it wasn't for Lin Xiaotian taking the initiative to come to them, how could these few scum from the lower levels of society possibly know him? Lin Ruyan frowned, took out her phone, and said coldly, I'll just go ask directly, whether it's him or not, his reaction will reveal the truth. Hearing this, Lin Rong didn't say anything, silently agreeing. The call was quickly answered. Lin Xiaotian's voice sounded reluctant, second sister, what are you doing? Why are you bullying Wanting on the set again? Now she's come to me to cause trouble. Even if you consider me, can't you give in to her a little? She knows what she did. I don't think it's necessary to discuss it further, Lin Ruyan asked coldly. I'm not here to ask you about that. I want to know, when Lin Tingqing was in prison, did you have someone bully him? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Lin Xiaotian's annoyed voice came. Second sister, what do you mean? You suspect me? You dare to suspect me? I'm your own brother. If you were really my brother, you shouldn't have done such a thing. He is your own brother. Lin Ruyan gritted her teeth. I just want to get to the bottom of this. If this is really related to you, I will not let you off. You. Lin Xiaotian choked for a moment, then snorted. If you don't believe me, fine. Just take care of Wanting. I warn you, if anything happens to her again, I will not let you off. With that, he hung up the phone directly. Lin Rong frowned. You can't tell that it was Qi who did it. Qi just pities his girlfriend. Lin Ruyan sneered. Have you ever heard of the saying a guilty conscience needs no accuser? I only asked a couple of questions, and he got defensive. Isn't that a sign of guilt? Lin Rong had nothing to say. Just then, the 5 people who had gotten their phones back after consulting with the police quickly spoke up, afraid that if they were a second late, they would be blamed. Officer, please look, here are the transfer records and chat logs. It's all clear. We were hired and instructed by Lin Xiaotian. Lin Ruyan looked at the phone, and the receiving account clearly showed Lin Xiaotian's name. Now there was both physical and testimonial evidence. Lin Rong's face looked extremely ugly. Since the matter has been investigated, take these people away first, she said to the soldiers. Check if they have committed any crimes recently, and if so, send them to the detention center immediately. Got it. The pleas of the 5 people grew fainter and fainter. Lin Rong felt restless and wanted to go for a run to relieve her anxiety. Wait, Lin Ruyan suddenly spoke up to stop her, took a deep breath, and said slowly, Fifth sister, you forgot something. What? Lin Rong raised an eyebrow at her. Lin Ruyan's expression was firm. Lin Xiaotian is the mastermind. As a high-ranking officer in the military region, how can you turn a blind eye to justice? Lin Rong was stunned. Second sister, you. I'm serious, Lin Ruyan said solemnly. Lin Rong's face looked grim. Out of selfishness, she didn't want Lin Xiaotian to go to prison. But with both physical and testimonial evidence, if she openly protected him, it would probably cause trouble for both her and Lin Xiaotian. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Rong had no choice but to agree. She secretly decided to find a way to get Lin Xiaotian out after a few days. With the approval of the superior, Lin Xiaotian was soon arrested. Sitting in the detention center, Lin Xiaotian's emotions were extremely unstable, muttering and even attempting to attack the police officers. Especially when he saw Lin Rong and Lin Ruyan, he almost shouted, Lin Ruyan, you despicable woman, did you betray me? I have nothing to do with what I said about Lin Tingqing, that waste. I want to see a lawyer. I want to sue you. I want to sue you for defamation. Lin Rong stood aside, watching him curse loudly, but she didn't say a word. However, there was a slight uneasiness in her heart. Her brother seemed a bit different from before. Lin Ruyan walked over, staring coldly at him. Despite hearing the insults, she remained unfazed. You have been pampered for so many years, letting you develop these bad habits. It is only right for me to discipline you on behalf of our parents. Lin Xiaotian was left speechless by Lin Ruyan's words and could only glare at her fiercely. Lin Ruyan was not polite either. If you do not repent, you will stay in the prison forever. Don't even think about getting out. Despicable. Lin Ruyan pursed her lips and slapped Lin Xiaotian hard. Smack! The loud slap echoed throughout the interrogation room, startling the surrounding police officers. I'll remind you once again, Lin Xiaotian, I have always pampered and cared for you since you were young because you are my brother. But that doesn't mean you can harm others or lay a hand on those around me, Lin Ruyan said coldly. Seeing her elder sister's firm attitude, Lin Xiaotian quickly turned to Lin Rong for mercy. Sister, you saw it, I am really being wronged. Before he could finish pleading, Lin Rong saw a figure flash by the door, someone who seemed familiar, resembling a criminal their team had been pursuing recently. Catching the person was a priority, so Lin Rong immediately chased after them. Lin Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Sister, where are you going? Without looking back, Lin Rong's voice drifted back. Second sister, I have something to attend to. Remember to go easy on him. After all, he is our own brother. Lin Ruyan chuckled. Lin Xiaotian. Lin Rong ran to the corner and saw the curtain being blown by the wind, so she chased after without hesitation. She moved swiftly between the stairs. Even after running out of the police station, she didn't see the person. Not giving up, she continued to pursue in a suspicious direction, too focused to notice the road being repaired with a large mud pit on the side. Lin Rong accidentally stepped on a can, stumbled, and fell uncontrollably into the mud, splattering filth everywhere. Ah! Her sharp scream echoed. She struggled for a while before slowly getting up, patting off the mud on her clothes, her eyes slightly red. Holding her ankle in pain, she bit her lip, stood up with difficulty, but as soon as she moved, her calf cramped painfully. Frowning, she endured the pain, which only intensified. Gritting her teeth, she limped towards a private car by the roadside, feeling unlucky to the extreme. What on earth was happening? How did she inexplicably fall? She distinctly felt someone flash by outside the police station, but why, when she quickly chased after, did she see nothing? Did she misjudge? Or was it a ghost? The more Lin Rong thought, the colder her spine felt. Trembling, she reached into her pocket, took out her phone, and called the master directly. After listening to her description, the master stroked his beard, put on a pretentious air, sighed, "Miss Lin, I'll say it again, you have been entangled by a vengeful spirit." Lin Rong's face turned pale. "Master, what are you saying?" The master shook his head. I advise you not to be too soft-hearted. If you don't get rid of the vengeful spirit, you will die." The so-called vengeful spirit, referring to Lin Tingchun? Thinking of this, Lin Rong hesitated and did not answer. This is a matter of life and death, not a trivial matter. Hearing this, Lin Rong's heart skipped a beat. Then, what should I do? The most urgent thing is to quickly appease that vengeful spirit, otherwise you will suffer. She gritted her teeth. What should I do? You need to donate a well now, write that person's name on the well, suppress this vengeful spirit, otherwise it will keep haunting you, and even the strongest luck will be depleted. Suppress it? But, what about this soul? Lin Rong hesitated to speak. The master smiled and shook his head. "Miss Lin, you don't need to worry about these things, just focus on donating the well and writing the name." Lin Rong felt a little relieved. "Let me think about it first, please go and do it for me." As soon as possible, as soon as possible. The other party reminded her again before leaving slowly. Watching the master's figure disappear, Lin Rong's eyes were filled with inner conflict. She didn't want to do anything to Lin Tingqing's soul, but if the vengeful spirit kept haunting her, bringing bad luck upon herself, what should she do? As she pondered, she walked towards the police station, feeling particularly complicated. At that moment, something fell from above her head. Her years of training and reflexes allowed her to react faster than her mind, and she dodged the flower pot falling within 5 centimeters in front of her eyes. If she had been a second slower, it would have hit her head. Lin Rong looked in astonishment at the flower pot, then a flash of insight crossed her mind. Could this be the misfortune the master mentioned? Thinking of this, Lin Rong was shaken to her core. It was too accurate. Lin Rong's heart raced, and in the end, she could only close her eyes helplessly and send a text message to the master, agreeing to donate the well and write the name. When she opened her eyes again, she regained her usual calm and composed demeanor as a female military officer, pursing her lips slightly. "Lin Tingchun, don't blame me. It's because you have brought me misfortune. In order to protect my own life, suppressing your soul is something I have to do." The master was efficient in his work, and within a day, Lin Rong donated a well for 10 million and engraved Lin Tingqing's name at the bottom. That night, she thought she could finally get a good night's sleep. However, in the middle of the night, she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her body, as if a fireball was burning her, making her uncomfortable all over. Just as she was about to extinguish the fireball, nightmares struck. She felt like she was in a hellish situation, with her body burning from within while the temperature outside felt icy cold. A pair of hands grabbed her neck, the cold touch making her stiff, the suffocating pain causing her to struggle desperately, but to no avail. Ugh! Just as Lin Rong was about to suffocate, another force from an unknown source pushed those hands away fiercely. Fresh air rushed into her lungs. Lin Rong widened her eyes in shock, a bead of sweat rolling down her forehead. She gasped heavily, her eyes filled with fear. Even after donating the well, the nightmares persisted, her mind foggy, and she even felt like she wouldn't live long. She even thought dazedly, "Lin Tingchun, do you hate me so much that you want to lead me to my death?" Lin Rong lay quietly on the bed, her eyes filled with despair, sweat soaking her body, a feeling of oppression in her chest making it difficult to breathe. After hesitating for a moment, she called the master again. The master arrived quickly at her home, and after listening to Lin Rong's account, his expression changed slightly. It seems that this Lin Tingqing is really not simple. Lin Rong frowned. "What do you mean? Miss Lin, this is just the beginning. If you don't do as I say," the master sighed, "the consequences will be unimaginable." Lin Rong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Please go on." "In that case, Miss Lin, have the photo of that unjust soul tied with a red string and completely sink it to the bottom of the well to prevent him from haunting you." Although Lin Rong didn't understand what he was trying to do, she felt that something was not right and asked, "What does that mean?" "Miss Lin, as I said, this is just the beginning." The master's tone was serious. "Miss Lin, think carefully. Are your recent dangerous encounters related to Lin Tingchun?" This is enough to prove that he is a vengeful spirit coming to haunt you. Lin Rong was stunned. She stared at the master blankly, suddenly feeling a chill. Miss Lin, don't be afraid, the master showed a kind smile. I've been in this line of work for so long, I just want to help you. With that, he placed his hand on Lin Rong's forehead, gently brushed it, and a red string appeared in her hand. Without saying anything more, he left. Lin Rong sat on the bed, her head lowered in contemplation. After a moment, she clenched the red string in one hand, ran her fingers through her disheveled hair with the other, her eyes showing determination. No matter what, she wanted to get her life back on track. She wouldn't allow anyone or anything to harm her. The next day, Lin Rong obediently followed the master's instructions and sank Lin Tingqing's photo into the well with a red string. Looking at the clear and clean smile of the young man in the photo, she felt a twinge of reluctance. But when she thought of the young man haunting her and causing her so much misfortune, any trace of reluctance in Lin Rong's heart disappeared, leaving only indifference. After completing everything, Lin Rong went to bed nervously that night, thinking that everything had settled and she wouldn't have any more nightmares. The calm first half of the night seemed like a prelude. Just as she was deeply asleep, that mysterious and terrifying force struck again, grabbing her neck fiercely. At the same time, a pale face slowly approached. Ah! Lin Rong woke up screaming, the room pitch black, her vision blurred, unable to see her surroundings. Before she could react, that suffocating feeling came again, a sharp pain in her neck. The ghastly face seemed like an illusion. Ah! Help! She cried out desperately, hoping someone would hear her. At that moment, a pair of hands pulled her into a warm embrace, a familiar female voice in her ear. Arong, what's wrong with you? Lin Rong shuddered, quickly turning towards the direction of the voice. It was Lin Yuyu. Concern filled her eyes as she wiped the sweat from Lin Rong's forehead. Arong, did you have a nightmare? At the mention of the nightmare, Lin Rong remembered the terrifying pale face and clenched her teeth. It's Lin Tingqing, it must be him. He wants to harm me, he wants to strangle me alive. Hearing this, Lin Yuyu furrowed her brows. Arong, what nonsense are you talking about? I've told you many times, even though Lin Tingqing has passed away, he was such a gentle person, he would never harm us. Then why do I keep encountering danger over and over again? Lin Rong stared at her with red eyes. Don't lie to me, Lin Tingqing is a devil. Lin Yuyu shook her head. Arong, you need to wake up, Lin Tingqing would never do that. Lin Rong looked at her in a daze, tears welling up in her eyes. Big sister, I'm not lying to you, I had another nightmare. A ghastly face was choking me. I was almost killed by him. Sob. Lin Yuyu frowned. Did you see clearly who that face belonged to? I'm so scared. Lin Rong shook her head, but I just know by intuition, it must be Lin Tingqing, he hates me, and the master also said. Hearing this, Lin Yuyu sighed and took out a safety charm from her bag. I never believe in masters. Are you too tired? Why don't you rest for a while? Lin Rong was stunned, staring blankly at the safety charm. You're right, my recent state is indeed very poor. What is this? This is the only relic left by Lin Tingqing after the big fire. I think you really need it in your current state. Lin Yuyu pursed her lips slightly, her eyes strong and determined. Lin Rong bit her lip, holding the safety charm with an unwilling face. I don't want to wear it, he's the one who caused me trouble. That's just your speculation, there's no evidence at all. If you don't wear it, I won't care if something happens to you again. Lin Yuyu's tone was particularly serious. Hearing this, Lin Rong reluctantly put on the safety charm. Seeing this, Lin Yuyu finally relaxed her expression. It's only 3 in the morning, you go back to sleep, this time you won't have nightmares again. Lin Rong lay down half believingly. Perhaps due to exhaustion, or perhaps because of the immense mental pressure in recent days, Lin Rong soon fell asleep again. This dream was completely different from the previous nightmares. Gentle and calm. Lin Rong seemed to have traveled through time and saw an extremely beautiful scene. Blue sky, white clouds, brilliant sunshine, fragrant flowers, dappled tree shadows, lush green grass, birds singing cheerfully, murmuring streams, clear and melodious bird songs, making people feel relaxed and happy. She stood at the edge of a cliff, with a turbulent river below her feet, the rushing river water roaring, surging waves, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Sleep, sleep, a gentle voice sounded beside her. The slightly noisy environment suddenly turned into a warm little treehouse. Soft and gentle music flowed from the record player. She felt at ease, and her sleep was extremely sweet. Until morning, when the first rays of sunlight fell on Lin Rong, she finally opened her eyes. Did I really not have a nightmare last night? Lin Rong murmured to herself. She had been having nightmares for days, with all kinds of evil spirits trying to take her life, sometimes a hand almost choking her to death, sometimes a pale face. But last night, after wearing the safety charm, she actually had a sweet nightmare, passing it safely. Could it be that she had misunderstood Lin Tingqing? Lin Rong took a deep breath, somewhat unwilling to believe this conclusion. How could a loser save herself? Lin Rong bit her lip, pulled the curtains directly, and the room returned to darkness. She tore off the safety charm from her neck and continued to sleep in bed. She didn't believe that Lin Tingqing's soul would protect her. Everything that just happened was just a coincidence. But who knew, this time, Lin Rong had another nightmare. A pale, twisted face appeared in front of her. That inexplicable force appeared again, grabbing her neck, the feeling of suffocation rushing back. Lin Rong was immersed in the dream, unable to wake up. The suffocation made her struggle like a dying person, but accidentally touched the safety charm placed aside. The inexplicable force immediately disappeared. She opened her eyes in horror, sat up suddenly, and accidentally knocked over the bedside lamp. Clang, a loud noise, the light suddenly brightened. The dazzling light made her squint, and it took her a while to adapt. As her vision gradually cleared, she gradually regained her senses, looking at the unremarkable safety charm with a complex expression. The bizarre scene just now lingered in her mind. She touched her throat and still felt a slight pain. "Aron, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and then Lin Yoyu pushed the door open and walked in, looking worried. Seeing Lin Yoyu, Lin Rong's heart suddenly ached, and she couldn't help but cry, "Big sister, don't be afraid." Lin Yoyu held her hand and comforted her. "No matter what happens, we will always be your family, and Lin Tingqing too. He won't harm you, he's so gentle. How could he harm you? I understand." Lin Rong pursed her lips. With the safety clasp, Lin Rong's sleep quality temporarily improved. But there were still many unlucky things and problems that bothered her, such as the wounds on her body that had not yet healed. Lin Rong sighed. In a week, she would have to carry out a mission, and if she didn't recover by then, it could potentially affect the progress of the entire team. Thinking like this, she took the initiative to find the leader, who was also her superior, Sun Dui. Sun Dui saw her pale face and greeted her. "Aron, why do you look so bad? Have you not been resting well these days, or?" Lin Rong lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Lin Yoyu's words, hesitated for a moment, and then gathered the courage to say, "Sun Dui, I have something I want to ask for your help with." "Go ahead, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." Sun Dui smiled warmly. "What kind of relationship do we have that we need to be so formal?" Lin Rong hesitated, seeming to have something difficult to say. "I've been very unlucky these days. I got injured in some other accidents, and for some reason, the recovery is very slow." After listening, Sun Dui looked at her in surprise. "How could this happen? How many people can hurt you in the country?" "Well," Lin Rong hesitated and nodded. "I was also surprised. That person's skills weren't very good, but I didn't expect to be so unlucky." "Have you reported this to the organization?" Sun Dui asked. "Not yet." Lin Rong shook her head. She had been too busy with her recent string of bad luck. Sun Dui pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here, I'll have someone help you find out who is behind this and see if there are any clues." "Thank you, Captain." Lin Rong still felt uneasy. The most important thing now was her health issue. She paused and said, "Last time, are there any more of those special medicines in the organization? My wound has not healed yet, and I want to apply for some supplies." Hearing this, Captain Sun's face showed a hint of difficulty. "Aron, it's not that I don't want to approve it for you, but those special medicines are gone. If we had them, according to the instructions from above, you would definitely be the top priority." Upon hearing this, Lin Rong was stunned. "Gone?" Captain Sun nodded slightly. "Those special medicines are very precious. Each pill costs over $500, and they are priceless. The last batch of special medicines was given to us for free by a mysterious person, so, although he was very worried about Lin Rong, there was nothing he could do. After all, once they were gone, they were gone. This thing was just too precious." "I understand, thank you, Captain, I don't need it anymore." Lin Rong lowered her head, but she was curious about the identity of the so-called mysterious person. The two chatted for a few more moments, and then Lin Rong left the office. Back in her room, she decisively made a phone call. "Shuxia, help me investigate something." Lin Shuxia seemed to have just woken up, sounding a bit confused. "Go ahead. Help me hack into the military district system. I want to know the origin of a batch of special medicines." Lin Shuxia's efficiency had always been high. In less than 10 minutes, she synchronized the computer screen. Lin Rong stared at the data displayed on the screen, her brows furrowing tighter and tighter. The data on the screen indicated that this batch of special medicines was originally circulated only within a certain foreign military unit, and a person with the code name Sael, by unknown means, managed to bring this batch of special drugs into the country, free for military use. The only note was to prioritize the squad where Lin Rong was, especially her. "Oh," Lin Shuxia felt a bit interested and continued to unlock higher permissions. Lin Rong also looked at the computer screen with a serious expression. Before long, 3 words appeared in front of them, causing both women to exclaim at the same time. Is it her? How is that possible? Shang Ruyan, the female president of the Shangshur Group, a powerful woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuyu. But the Lin family and the Shang family had never crossed paths. How could she? It was a matter of great importance, so Lin Yuyu decided to meet Shang Ruyan. The next day, Lin Yuyu secretly went to the Wanqing Group without telling anyone. Shang Ruyan sat on the sofa, her beautiful face showing signs of fatigue, a far cry from her past cold and noble demeanor. Lin Yuyu was surprised. President Chu doesn't seem to be in good health. You don't look so good either, President Lin, Shang Ruyan sneered. Lin Yuyu did indeed look not so good now. Due to the prolonged torment of headaches, she appeared visibly haggard, a far cry from her past decisive and vigorous appearance. Lin Tingqing is dead. I wonder how President Lin feels about it. How does it feel? Naturally, it's better to be dead than alive, full of regret. But Lin Yuyu didn't want to admit it in front of her competitor. She furrowed her brows. What's your relationship with Lin Tingqing? From the way you speak, it seems like you care about him. What's my relationship with him? Shang Ruyan retorted, then coldly laughed and raised her voice, shouting, Lin Tingqing is the man I love the most. Shang Ruyan made no attempt to hide it, and even the staff passing by outside the living room could hear it. The employees looked at each other in disbelief. Who was Shang Ruyan? The cold and elegant female president who dominated the business world. The number of people pursuing her could probably circle the capital, yet here she was, openly expressing her love for another man in public. Who was this man who captured Shang Ruyan's heart? Even more unbelievable was Lin Yuyu. Wasn't the person Shang Ruyan liked her younger brother, Lin Xiaotian? With this in mind, Lin Yuyu asked, I thought you liked Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian? Shang Ruyan seemed to find it amusing. That playboy, only the Lin family treated him like a treasure. How could he compare to Lin Tingqing? Let alone Lin Xiaotian, even the most outstanding man in the world couldn't match up to Lin Tingqing. Our two families have never had any dealings, yet you always find excuses to come to our house to see Xiaotian, and even generously helped the Lin family when we were in crisis. I thought you liked Lin Xiaotian. Shang Ruyan took out a cigarette from the box, lit it between her fingers. I went to find Lin Tingqing. Her tone was light, but it stirred up waves in Lin Yuyu's heart. The person Shang Ruyan had always liked was Lin Tingqing? Lin Yuyu had thought Shang Ruyan was helping the Lin family because of Lin Xiaotian, but unexpectedly, it was also because of Lin Tingqing? But Shang Ruyan was always proud. How could she fall for Lin Tingqing? President Shang, you can't fool me. With your personality, if you really like someone, you wouldn't be so hesitant. If you truly liked Lin Tingqing, you would have expressed your feelings to him long ago, so why wait until now? Shang Ruyan exhaled a puff of white smoke, making her cold and elegant face even more charming. Yes, I took over the Shang family at 16, and even in the face of major events, I have never been afraid. But Lin Tingqing, he was an exception. Shang Ruyan lowered her eyes sadly. He is too outstanding, so outstanding that I feel inferior in front of him. What? Lin Yuyu suddenly stood up from the sofa. Feel inferior? President Shang, are you kidding me? No matter how outstanding Lin Tingqing is, how could he compare to you? Shang Ruyan looked at Lin Yuyu steadily, her eyes complex. The white smoke blurred her exquisite and cold face, as if she was reminiscing through the haze. Lin Tingqing's abilities are not inferior to mine. It's just that you all never paid attention to him in the past, so naturally you know nothing about his abilities. It's a pity that Lin Tingqing is no longer here. Even if you want to see those shining points on him, you won't be able to. Shang Ruyan spoke calmly in the face of Lin Youyu's shocked gaze, detailing the events of the past. It turned out that when she took over the company, she felt just as anxious and helpless. Just when she didn't know how to deal with the old foxes in the company, Lin Tingqing took the initiative to find her. Lin Tingqing promised to help her. At that time, Lin Tingqing was just a young man, and she didn't believe it at first, until Lin Tingqing showed her the future development plan he had formulated for Shangshur Group. From then on, she was amazed by Lin Tingqing and secretly admired him. Are you saying that Shangshur Group's development today cannot be separated from Lin Tingqing? Lin Youyu's voice trembled, unable to accept this fact no matter what. If Lin Tingqing really had such strong business acumen, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state later on? The thought of Lin Tingqing's tragic situation before his death made Lin Youyu's heart ache. Your Lin Group once owed billions, and I helped you fill that gap. That was one of the conditions he set when he helped me. Lin Youyu's tone was light as she took out a blue notebook from her bag. The notebook was old, showing signs of frequent reading. This is the development plan Lin Tingqing formulated for Shangshur Group. Just take a look and you'll see how strong his abilities are. Lin Yoyu recounted the whole story to Lin Rong with mixed emotions, including the contents of the blue notebook. Even though Lin Rong didn't understand business, she could see that Lin Tingqing indeed had remarkable talent in this area. But she still couldn't accept it for a long time. How could this be possible? This is absolutely impossible. The Lin Tingqing in her memory was a useless coward, causing trouble and having no redeeming qualities. But now, the change in this young man was too unbelievable. How did he do it? Lin Rong was puzzled. Don't tell anyone else about this for now, Lin Yoyu sighed. Lin Rong just shook her head. Sister, you go out first. I want to be alone for a while. Learning this news made her even more confused. After Lin Yoyu left, it didn't take long for the wound to start hurting intensely again. Lin Rong bit her lip and, somewhat unwillingly, went to the military advanced drug management office, hoping to get 1 or 2 boxes of special medicine to help improve his condition. Of course, she didn't dare to hope for too much. Even if it was just 1 or 2 pills, it could alleviate the urgent situation. What can I help you with? The administrator asked. I want to apply for some special medicine supplies. Lin Rong got straight to the point, presenting her credentials and a report on her condition. A glint of light flashed in the administrator's eyes, and although he was more respectful, he still shook his head in difficulty. I'm sorry, the stock of special medicine has run out. We only have some common medicines that can also treat your condition very well. Why? Lin Rong asked unwillingly. We also have rules to follow. This is the decision from above. Rest for a while, Chief Lin. I'll have someone bring you other medicines, which are also very effective. The administrator patiently explained. Lin Rong felt low. Without Lin Tingqing, she couldn't even get special medicine. How could someone she once looked down upon suddenly have such a significant impact? At this point, Lin Rong was very helpless and could only reluctantly take the common medicine. That night, Lin Rong lay in bed, feeling feverish all over, and the wound sent waves of unbearable pain. Lin Rong gritted her teeth. She would never give in. So what if there was no medicine? She could endure it and it would pass. The wound would heal sooner or later. Without Lin Tingqing, it wouldn't have any impact on her at all. Lin Rong covered the wound, furrowed her brows slightly, forced herself to endure, feeling the pain tearing at her heart. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, quickly searched for the medical kit, and found a bottle of painkillers inside. Drip, the needle pierced into the muscle, bringing a sensation that was not comfortable at all, even bordering on unbearable. Lin Rong gritted her teeth, enduring it, feeling drenched in cold sweat. Finally, the painkiller took effect, and she slowly relaxed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. But the painkiller was just that, a painkiller. In the middle of the night, her high fever did not subside, and she remained in a continuous state of unconsciousness, and was directly sent to the hospital by the housekeeper. The next day at noon, Lin Rong woke up groggily, feeling weak all over, with a splitting headache, as if all her energy had been drained. She struggled to sit up, feeling dizzy. At that moment, a thought of giving up suddenly crossed Lin Rong's mind. She seemed really unable to hold on any longer. Lin Rong, who was always self-confident, refused to admit defeat, believing that she could heal herself even without staying in the hospital, and insisted on completing the discharge procedures. Despite Lin Yuyu's attempts to stop her, she wouldn't listen. She left without even finishing the 4 drip that day. But she didn't expect the severity of her condition to worsen. Lin Rong found that her wound showed no signs of recovery, and even appeared slightly bruised, as if a mysterious totem was engraved on her skin. A strong sense of foreboding rose in Lin Rong's heart. It was at this moment that Lin Rong received another task from the organization. Captain, there have been a series of child abuse incidents in Manhwa village. The special task force members sent to mediate were injured by the villagers, and the situation is very serious. Manhwa village. Wasn't that the village where she had lived? I grew up in Manhwa village and am very familiar with it. I'll go back and take a look first. Lin Rong decided to return to her hometown. Along the way, Lin Rong's expression became increasingly worse. Those blue marks that looked like terrifying totems made her already chronically ill body even weaker. Fortunately, she was a former Special Forces soldier, and even with a poor physical condition, she was much stronger than an ordinary person. She managed to make it to the village. Lin Rong wandered aimlessly in the village, and finally arrived at the scene of the incident. She saw a 13 or 14-year-old girl being held down by several old women on a chair, tears streaming down her face, struggling to escape, but being pushed back down. The old women were holding needles and pens, gesturing something on her body. The young girl cried, "Please, please, just kill me, please kill me." Lin Rong's heart suddenly tightened, as if it had been stabbed hard, making it difficult for her to breathe, feeling like a heavy stone was blocking her chest, suffocating her. For some reason, this scene seemed familiar, as if she had experienced it firsthand. Just watching it made her extremely uncomfortable. Lin Rong clenched her fists, enduring it, not making a sound. But when she saw the totem on the girl's back, Lin Rong completely lost her composure. She had seen these totems on Lin Tingcheng. At that moment, Lin Rong was stiff all over, her face pale, drenched in cold sweat. This matter was too strange. What was going on? What were those old women planning? Lin Rong's thoughts were in chaos, her heart racing, her head heavy and dizzy. At that moment, the old women were sitting around a table, chatting and laughing. This little girl is really pretty. I've only found one girl as pretty as her before, but she managed to escape. This time, I finally caught her. Several old women spoke without restraint, using vulgar language. Lin Rong's heart tightened instantly. She was filled with anger and wished she could tear apart this group of bullies. Snap, her arm trembled, involuntarily letting go of the door, and she walked in pretending to be casual. Hello, ladies, I am a tourist from out of town. What are you doing here? The old women turned to look at Lin Rong, their eyes lighting up. Oh, dear, don't be afraid, we won't eat you. Would you like to come in and sit down? The old women chuckled and appeared very welcoming. Lin Rong spoke coldly, I'm just curious about what you are doing. This girl seems very unwilling. As soon as she said that, the old women's faces changed instantly. They coldly snorted, what does it have to do with you? Get lost, don't block us here. Lin Rong squinted at the frail girl. Fine, I'll take care of it, it's not my business anyway. She pretended to leave and quietly hid in a corner that was not easily noticeable. She couldn't act rashly and endanger the girl, but she needed to find out what those old women were up to. Not long after, the girl seemed to have been knocked unconscious, showing no resistance at all. She was carried out of the room by several middle-aged men and headed towards the mountain. When the men disappeared, Lin Rong jumped out of the corner and followed them. Not far away was a cliff with a chilling mountain wind. Lin Rong followed them halfway up the mountain and suddenly saw them preparing to throw the girl off the cliff. The girl screamed and struggled desperately, but it was in vain. Lin Rong's pupils contracted, her heart rate suddenly accelerated, feeling like her heart had plunged into the abyss. Because in that instant, she thought of herself again. It seemed like she had also stood here before, experiencing such a life and death moment. Lin Rong quickly rushed forward, pushed one of the men, and with exceptional agility, kicked the others away. The man was caught off guard, fell to the ground, became furious, and cursed. Where did this wild girl come from, daring to meddle in my business? Lin Rong ignored them and urgently helped the girl, asking anxiously, little sister, are you okay? The girl was already in shock, staring blankly and shaking her head. Lin Rong held the girl and was about to leave. Hey, stop right there. The man suddenly called out to her. Is there anything else? Lin Rong turned around, asking indifferently. The man approached her, don't you know that this girl has been cursed? We are throwing her off the mountain, it's the most dignified way for her to die. Lin Rong's eyes flickered but she remained silent. The man chuckled, let me tell you the truth now. This girl is chosen as a sacrifice by the mountain god. Every 10 years, our village selects a girl chosen by the mountain god, and the chosen one must sacrifice to the mountain god. Otherwise, not only will she face a lifetime of calamities, but her family will also be affected. Lin Rong's heart skipped a beat. 10 years ago, chosen, stabbed. Then let me ask you, who was chosen 10 years ago? 10 years ago, let me think. After a moment of contemplation, the man said something that shocked Lin Rong. I remember, it was the 5th Miss Lin from the Lin family. You're talking nonsense. The 5th Miss Lin from the Lin family is alive and well. Lin Rong shouted in disbelief. The man coldly snorted, it's just a temporary state of being well. Let me tell you, the Lin family found someone with a strong fate many years ago to ward off disasters for them, but it's not easy to find someone with such a fate. The Lin family was just lucky. Lin Rong's mind was in turmoil, everything was matching up. When Lin Tang came to the Lin family initially, it was to protect Lin Xiaotian from disasters, because Lin Xiaotian has been weak and sickly since childhood. But think carefully, their sister's health is not very good either. It's just that Lin Xiaotian is a boy, so the family pays more attention to her. In fact, since Lin Tingcheng came to the Lin family, Lin Xiaotian has indeed not been sick. Their careers have also started to flourish. Could it be all of this is because of Lin Tingcheng? Did Lin Tingcheng shield them from disasters? Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Lin Rong pretended to be calm. Holding the girl tightly in her arms, she turned and walked away. She didn't know how long she ran until she left that gloomy and terrifying village. She was puzzled. It turns out that the one with the truly bad fate is not Lin Xiaotian. It's her. She didn't even know. Lin Rong drove, preparing to take the little girl to the county town. But not long after leaving the village, the girl, who was sitting fine in the passenger seat, suddenly turned red, became delirious, and developed a high fever. Gritting her teeth, Lin Rong picked up the girl and continued forward, finally arriving in the county town before dark. She took the girl to the nearest hospital. The doctor put the girl on a drip, and she sat by her side guarding her. But the doctor also said that they had never seen such a strange illness. At most they could only alleviate the girl's current pain, but not cure it. At that moment, the girl's arms suddenly trembled, she slowly opened her eyes, her eye sockets reddened, her voice hoarse as she cried, "Sister! Sister! Thank you for saving me, but I won't live much longer. What those people said is true, those cursed will only have one way to go." Saying that, she revealed the terrifying tattoos on her back. Memories overlapped. It was almost identical to the tattoos on Lin Tingqing's body. Lin Rong realized that those chosen as sacrifices would be tattooed. But wasn't she the one chosen last time? Lin Tingqing actually had tattoos on his body. This means that Lin Tingqing replaced her. How did Lin Tingqing manage to escape? Lin Rong felt like she had tied thousands of knots in her heart. She remembered the master who had been advising her these days. She used to think that the master was truly capable. Now she realized that this so-called master had been leading her down the wrong path. Lin Rong called the master to say that she had encountered strange things and wanted to meet. Before long, the master arrived. "Miss Lin, I see that your forehead is dark," he asked straightforwardly. Lin Rong took a deep breath and half-truthfully told the story of being chosen as a sacrifice 10 years ago. Finally, she cautiously asked, "What should I do now?" "Actually, everything is simple," the master said lightly. "These strange things are caused by the peace button on your body, which will attract disasters. I had already dispersed the bad luck on you, but I didn't expect you to get this peace button from somewhere, which led to these things happening." "Oh." Lin Rong nodded absent-mindedly. A glint of cunning flashed in the master's eyes. "As long as you give me this peace button, I can help you eliminate the disasters, and you will be safe in the future." Lin Rong hesitated and did not immediately respond. She felt that the master's words were strange. What does this peace button really represent? Seeing her hesitating to respond, the master finally lost his patience. "In that case, let's each rely on our own abilities and chances." With that, he waved his sleeve and was about to leave. Watching the master leave, Lin Rong frowned. "Wait, master, it's just a peace button, I'll give it to you." When he received the peace button, the master's face changed, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "After all these years, I finally got my hands on this good thing. You are really foolish to lose a protective amulet that you had in your hands." Speaking, he started playing with the peace button in his hand. Lin Rong's face showed confusion. "Master, this thing." The master glanced at her disdainfully. "This peace button was requested by a person with a very strong fate for you. With it, you will always be safe and sound, free from the harassment of lonely souls and wild ghosts. Of course, because this person is already dead, the effectiveness of the peace button is greatly reduced. It can only protect you, but cannot protect your family." Indeed, the person who had been protecting them all along was Lin Tingqing. Lin Rong bitterly curled her lips. "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" After speaking, she took out the real peace button from her waist. Her eyes were as cold as water. "Do you think I would really give my brother's things to you, a dubious person with unknown intentions, wishful thinking?" This was the first time she referred to Lin Tingqing as brother. "You," the master was shocked, not expecting Lin Rong to suddenly turn hostile. "You despicable woman, you actually played me." With that, he lunged towards Lin Rong again. But he was no match for a special forces soldier, and she quickly knocked him down with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Lin Rong squatted down to pick up the peace button from the ground, holding it tightly in her palm. This was Lin Tingqing's only relic. It was also her only hope. Carefully hiding the peace button, Lin Rong made a phone call. Soon after, many police officers and soldiers rushed in. Lin Rong regained her cold and commanding demeanor, sternly saying, "This person is spreading superstition. Take him to the police station and investigate the shamans in the mountain village. Don't let any of them go." Then, she turned and walked out of the house. Although this case was not significant, it involved metaphysics and had wide implications. Instead of returning to the military immediately, Lin Rong went to the temple she had donated to, seeking an audience with the abbot. The temple was bustling with activity, as it was built by a well-known national charity foundation, and the Lin family also had a hand in it. "Master, Miss Lin, please have a seat." Lin Rong sat down, and the abbot personally brewed tea for her. "Miss Lin, may I ask why you have come to see me?" "I want to ask about the matter of the well I donated. I buried a photo under the well back then, but now I regret it. I want to overturn the well. Is it possible?" Lin Rong asked tentatively. The abbot shook his head. "The rules of our temple cannot be changed. The donated well cannot be overturned, otherwise it will bring misfortune and loss of blessings. Seeing Lin Rong's face turn pale, he added, the arts of metaphysics are irreversible. If you forcibly change the outcome, it will only backfire. Lin Rong clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palm, but she felt no pain. Overwhelmed with regret at the abbot's words, she couldn't speak. How could she have believed the words of that charlatan and treated Lin Tingqing with such treachery? The wound continued to worsen. Misfortune continued to plague her. Perhaps this was karma for her ingratitude. Lin Rong was lost in despair. That evening, she developed a high fever. Her body was burning up, her lips parched. In a daze, she seemed to dream of herself as a child. On that day, the young her was caught by a group of adults. The even younger Lin Tingqing stood in front of her, trying to stop those fierce-looking adults, but their strength was too weak. They were no match for those adults. She was still tied up and pushed to the edge of a cliff, bound to a large tree, ready to be pushed off when the time came. It was Lin Tingqing who, before dawn, put on her clothes, untied her, and let her tie him up there. The children at the time were all skinny due to malnutrition, looking like little skinny monkeys, and her face was also dirted during the process of being taken to the cliff. She had a tomboyish appearance. Therefore, Lin Tingqing disguised herself, and no one recognized her. Lin Tingqing was really lucky, being thrown from such a high place and still managing to survive. He was hanging on a treetop for a day and a night. During that day and night, no one thought to come out and look for him. Even she was too scared to come out of her house. She also got seriously ill out of fear. This illness made her forget Lin Tingqing's life-saving grace. The next day, Lin Rong, despite her high fever not subsiding, went directly to the temple to light incense for Lin Tingqing. She stood in front of the temple, her legs trembling, but her heart was resolute. She owed Lin Tingqing too much, and she never wanted to mistreat him again in her life. She picked up an incense stick, tried to light it several times, but it wouldn't light. Finally, when she managed to light it, as she was about to bow, the incense broke in half and fell to the ground. Lin Rong stared blankly at the broken incense, her eyes instantly moistened. How could this happen? Lin Tingqing. She murmured his name, tears sliding down her pale, haggard cheeks, dripping to the ground, splashing a small water flower. She lowered her head, staring at the broken incense, lost in thought. Taking a deep breath, Lin Rong refused to believe it, took out a stack of paper money, and burned it in the incense burner. But the paper money, intact, wouldn't burn at all. She tried another stack, but it was still no use. Lin Rong slumped to the ground in defeat, completely dazed. What was happening? Lin Rong raised her head in confusion, suddenly feeling pain all over her body, her head buzzing, as if she was about to faint the next moment. She panicked, knelt on the ground, clasped her hands together, and prayed devoutly. Lin Tingqing. Lin Tingqing. She kept calling the young man's name, as if calling him back. Lin Tingqing, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm sorry for letting you down. Her voice choked with tears, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and continued to light incense and kowtow, but still, there was no change. Even the nearby nuns were shocked with widened eyes. How could this be? Lin Rong wiped away her tears, biting her lip slightly. There was only one reason for this. Lin Tingqing was unwilling to forgive her. Lost and disoriented, Lin Rong returned home, prepared to go upstairs, continue taking medicine and rest, but heard a commotion. She followed the sound. She saw Lin Xiaoxue sitting alone in the room that had already been burned down, holding a knife and repeatedly stabbing her arm. Blood was flowing. Her face was full of pain, but her mouth was stubbornly shut, not making a sound. Lin Rong was horrified. Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Stop it. Don't mind me. Lin Xiaoxue struggled to raise her eyes, her face pale, sweat beading on her forehead. I just want peace. Don't let anyone disturb me. Sob. Lin Rong panicked. Xiaoxue, don't move. I'll call a doctor for you right away. But Lin Xiaoxue shook her head. No. Lin Tingqing. I miss him so much. What should I do? She was going crazy, her eyes bloodshot. Lin Rong felt a pang in her heart, hurriedly grabbing her. Third sister, you can't harm yourself. He. As long as it hurts to the extreme, Lin Tingqing will come back to accompany me. Ha ha ha. I can finally see Lin Tingqing. I can finally see him. Lin Xiaoxue laughed maniacally, her eyes filled with intense hostility, like a ghost. She was strong, pushing Lin Rong away, step by step towards the wall. No! Lin Rong screamed, rushing over to hold her, protecting her neck with all her might. Third sister, don't be foolish, don't be foolish. Lin Xiaoxue struggled frantically, but Lin Rong held her, not allowing her to harm herself in the slightest. Third sister, don't. She pleaded tearfully, calm down, I beg you. The two embraced and wept. It was unknown how long it took for Lin Xiaoxue to come to her senses from her madness. Lin Rong suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm. It turned out that her arm had been scratched during the process of stopping earlier. She didn't have time to deal with it now, so she just held Lin Xiaoxue tightly, afraid that she would do something foolish. "Arong, I have a request for you, can you promise me?" Lin Xiaoxue's face was pale as she grabbed her hand, her eyes full of pleading. "Third sister, you say it, I promise you." Lin Rong choked up. Lin Xiaoxue's voice became weaker. "Arong, can you get me some more sleeping pills? You can rest assured, I don't want to commit suicide, but I have another use for them, please help me." Lin Rong paused, then suddenly raised her head, her eyes red with tears. "Why? Third sister, what exactly happened? Tell me." She was too worried about Lin Xiaoxue's situation. "Because," Lin Xiaoxue forced a smile, "only in my dreams can I see Lin Tingqing again, that's when I can be at peace." Lin Rong trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. Heartache, sadness, empathy. She closed her eyes, trying to suppress the grief in her heart. "Okay." After a long time, she hoarsely agreed. "Thank you, Arong, you're so kind." Lin Xiaoxue smiled faintly and said softly, "As long as I fall asleep, I can see him again, it's wonderful." When Lin Xiaoxue was exhausted and could no longer hold on, she fell into a deep sleep, and Lin Rong slowly got up and carried her back to the room. Looking at the tear-stained face of the other person, she sighed softly. In fact, she felt the same way in her heart. But she hesitated for a moment, looking at Lin Xiaoxue's sleeping face, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Third sister, I'm sorry." Lin Xiaoxue, lying on the bed, was unaware, her eyes tightly closed. "I was deceived by a charlatan in the martial arts world before, thinking that Lin Tingqing's lingering spirit was causing my misfortune, so I spent money to donate a well and suppress Lin Tingqing's soul." As she spoke, Lin Rong began to cry. Unaware, Lin Xiaoxue on the bed blinked her eyes. Wiping away her tears, Lin Rong continued, "But today, that charlatan from the martial arts world reappeared, and I found out the truth. He was plotting something and wanted the peace token left by Lin Tingqing. I have captured that charlatan, but I also asked the abbot, it seems. That well cannot be dismantled, and Lin Tingqing's lost soul." She said this, extremely grief-stricken. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxue quietly opened her eyes full of hatred, staring at Lin Rong, gritting her teeth. "Lin Tingqing, how could you do this to him?" Lin Rong was still sobbing, not expecting Lin Xiaoxue to be awake, and in despair, she said, "Third sister, what should I do? Lin Tingqing's soul is trapped at the bottom of the well, how can I save him?" You heartless person." Lin Xiaoxue covered her face in pain, furious, "I didn't expect you to be so reckless." With that, Lin Xiaoxue suddenly burst into tears like a breakdown. No wonder she had been having recurring nightmares these past few days. No wonder every time she woke up, she would see Lin Tingqing standing at the bottom of the well, looking very lonely and desolate, but unfortunately, separated by the well wall, she could not see him clearly no matter what. Lin Rong wiped away her tears. "Third sister, I know I was wrong, I should have told you earlier, I should have saved him earlier." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue let out a cold laugh, pushed away her hand. "If you can't level that damn well, I will sever our sisterly relationship." Hearing this, Lin Rong bit her lip, enduring the grievance and sadness in her heart, and turned away. In any case, she had to retrieve Lin Tingqing's photo. Only then could they possibly dream of Lin Tingqing again. And, since Lin Tingqing had done so much for them, she couldn't let him bear such a malicious curse. Fortunately, the previous mission had been postponed. Her brothers are all still in the country. With just one phone call, 7 or 8 special forces brothers arrived. The group arrived at the temple. The abbot said the well couldn't be dismantled, so they had to use manpower to search for Lin Tingqing's photo in the water. 7 or 8 brothers, along with Lin Rong herself, put on diving gear and went into the water to search for Lin Tingqing's photo. The other brothers were speechless upon hearing that they were looking for a photo. "Captain, you called us here just to find a stupid photo?" They were all former special agents who had carried out international missions. Hearing this, Lin Rong raised her eyes, put on protective gear, and calmly spoke with an invisible pressure. "What, you don't want to?" The brothers immediately backed down and quickly smiled. "Of course not. We must complete the task you assigned." "That's good then." Lin Rong put on her gear and went down. She commanded, "Spread out and search from different places." Lin Rong then followed a young man, heading in one direction, walking downstream. After searching for a long time, they almost turned the well upside down. When they came back up, it was late at night, with a clear moon and sparse stars. The light at the well was dim, surrounded by a chilling atmosphere, making it eerie. The members of the Special Forces team looked at each other, feeling a sense of fear. Lin Rong sat silently by the well, her brows furrowed. They couldn't find it, not at all. There was no trace of Lin Tingqing's photo. She remembered what she had done before and suddenly felt deeply regretful. How could she have been so foolish? Lin Tingqing was her brother, even if not by blood. He had helped her so much. How could she doubt him? How could she curse him in such a cruel way? At that moment, the past memories seemed like a hot potato, making her feel anxious and confused. Captain, we've searched every corner of the well, but we didn't see any photo. A brother cautiously spoke. Does this photo really exist? Lin Rong looked up, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Let's come back tomorrow. Maybe we missed something. Let's take another look tomorrow. His explanation was fragmented and feeble. The existence of the photo depended on whether Lin Tingqing was willing to forgive her. Obviously, Lin Tingqing had completely lost faith in them. After thinking it through, Lin Rong felt extremely disheartened. Lin Rong lowered her gaze. Let's go back. Before she could finish her sentence, ahem. Suddenly, Lin Rong started coughing violently, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The Special Forces members were startled and quickly gathered around her. Captain, are you okay? Lin Rong calmed down for a moment, touched her cheek, and indeed felt the sticky blood. She shook her head. An old injury has recurred. You guys go back first. Xin, take me to the hospital. Although Lin Rong said there was nothing wrong, just moving around made her feel like she was falling apart. How could she be fine? The others treated Lin Rong like a tough guy, so when she said she was fine, they didn't ask much and left. This was their usual way of interacting. After everyone left, Xin teasingly looked at Lin Rong. Are you really going to the hospital? You got injured before and didn't rest, and now going to the hospital is something only a useless person would do. Lin Rong glared at him fiercely upon hearing this. Limping, she walked out. Stop talking nonsense, help me to the hospital quickly. Xin rolled his eyes, supporting Lin Rong out the door. Not forgetting to quip, you're being melodramatic now, how can you lead us like this? Hearing him say that, Lin Rong's heart sank, involuntarily recalling the time when Lin Tingqing was still alive. Back then, she wasn't a senior female officer, but a new recruit, still in training, getting injured almost every day. Once, she was punished for a training mistake and had to run laps, but ended up spraining her foot, in excruciating pain and nearly dying on the training ground. It was Lin Tingqing who carried her back to the dorm in the rain. When she had a high fever, he stayed up all night taking care of her, not closing his eyes once. He even prepared light meals for her when she woke up. After that incident, Lin Tingqing developed a habit of keeping a first aid kit and often tended to her injuries. However, she never appreciated his efforts and even complained about him being overly caring, accusing him of wasting her time. She had scolded Lin Tingqing many times, but Lin Tingqing never got angry, instead earnestly explaining, Sister, real men don't cry. I know you're not afraid of pain, but you're a girl, and girls need to learn to take care of themselves. At that time, Lin Rong thought Lin Tingqing was too troublesome and useless. But looking back now, she realized she had been foolish. Who wouldn't crave the warmth of being cared for? It's just that she didn't know how to cherish it when she had it, only regretting it after losing it. Now, she would never have the chance to enjoy that warmth and those details again. Without bothering Xin again, Lin Rong returned to the villa alone. On the way, she felt her condition worsening, even starting to have a fever, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Lin Rong struggled to stay conscious, taking difficult steps towards the villa. The surroundings were becoming increasingly blurry. As she reached her room's door, she could vaguely see a figure. Who was it? Could it be Lin Tingqing? Looking at that familiar figure, her eyes reddened, almost shedding tears. She quickly wiped them away, trembling as she called out his name, Lin Tingqing. The figure did not respond. She hesitantly called out, Xiao Luo? The figure seemed to have heard her voice and suddenly stopped moving. Was it really him? Lin Rong took a deep breath, biting her lip. I'm sorry, Xiao Luo. There were some misunderstandings between us before due to certain events. Now that I know the truth and your kindness towards me, I've said so much, but what I truly want to say is just 3 words, I'm sorry. I don't expect your forgiveness, but I hope you can accept my apology. I'm sorry, really. Lin Rong clutched her chest, closing her eyes in pain. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, the heartache making it hard for her to breathe. She felt like she was about to die, but she was unwilling to accept it. There were still so many things she hadn't told him. Lin Rong's breathing became more and more rapid. She couldn't tell if it was the increasing severity of her condition causing the pain or if it was Lin Tingqing's soul punishing her. She couldn't distinguish. But if death could make him forgive her, it would be a good outcome. After saying her piece, she closed her eyes, ready to face the punishment that awaited her. However, after a long time passed, the expected pain did not come. Unable to resist, she opened her eyes, and the figure finally moved. Sis, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xiaotian impatiently turned on the light, holding Lin Rong's watch in his hand. The jewelry box on the table was also in disarray. Although she usually didn't wear jewelry or makeup, These items were gifts from her sisters on birthdays or holidays, with special meaning. Seeing Lin Xiaotian helping himself without asking, she felt somewhat uncomfortable, furrowing her brows. What are you doing here? I just got back from outside. Lin Xiaotian casually brushed it off, changing the subject. I happened to see your door open, so I tidied up a bit for you. Lin Rong furrowed her brows. Of course, she didn't believe Lin Xiaotian's lies. She wasn't a fool. Lin Xiaotian clearly came back to steal from her. He must have run out of money again recently. Sigh. Lin Rong sighed in her heart. She had heard about the ridiculous things Lin Xiaotian had done recently from her other sisters. But with her younger brother already in this state, what else could she do? After all, he is also a biological younger brother. In fact, the reason why Lin Rong still holds a glimmer of hope for Lin Xiaotian is simply because the fire has not reached her yet. Lin Youyu and the others were almost killed by Lin Xiaotian, so naturally they are disappointed in him. But Lin Rong's recent painful experiences have nothing to do with Lin Xiaotian. It's all her own doing. Lin Rong fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly remembered something. Where is your third sister? Now Lin Xiaoshua's mental state is unstable, and Lin Rong is afraid that she might do something irrational out of concern for Lin Tingqing's soul. Lin Xiaotian shrugged. I don't know. Then go outside and look for her. Your third sister is not feeling well now and is in a bad mood. I'm worried about her, Lin Rong sighed and instructed. Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian looked outside the window. It was already dark outside, cold and desolate, looking scary. He hesitated, feeling afraid to go out, and said, Oh, I remember now, it seems like my third sister went out to play with friends. What? Lin Rong widened her eyes in surprise. How come I didn't know she had friends coming to see her? Moreover, can Lin Xiaoshue, with her current physical condition, really go out to play? Sister, don't worry, your third sister is so smart, nothing will happen to her. I saw her go out with friends with my own eyes, can that be fake? Just relax. Hearing him say this, Lin Rong thought for a moment and felt it made sense, nodding. Okay then. Lin Xiaotian saw her pale face and asked with concern, Sister, what's wrong with you? You look really bad. Lin Rong's heart softened for a moment. There is still a younger brother who cares about her. She sighed, my old injury has recurred, I'm feeling very uncomfortable, go call the family doctor to come and see me. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Rong felt even worse. Her whole body was cold, limbs stiff, as if she was in an ice cellar, even her mouth was trembling, sweat beads forming on her forehead, curling up into a ball. Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian's eyes flickered with a hint of calculation. How much could a watch be worth? If he needed money, he would have to get it from his sisters. Sister, you should lie down and rest first, I'll go call the doctor, Lin Xiaotian said. Lin Rong closed her eyes, biting her lip slightly, enduring the unbearable pain. But Lin Xiaotian said, I think your illness seems serious, the family doctor may not be able to cure it. I know a highly skilled doctor who came from abroad. If you need it, I can call him to come and see you. With that, Lin Xiaotian took out his phone. Lin Rong immediately stopped him. It's no use seeing anyone, this is an old injury of mine. Sister, don't be stubborn at this time. What if something happens? It's safer to see a doctor early, Lin Xiaotian continued to persuade. Lin Rong reluctantly opened her eyes. Who is this person? He's a friend of mine, very reliable, but hard to invite, and the consultation fee is very high. If you can afford it, it's better to have him come over, Lin Xiaotian said. Hearing this, Lin Rong fell silent for a moment. Money was not a problem for her. She was just worried about encountering a quack doctor and worsening her condition. But seeing Lin Xiaotian vouch for it, and how could her own brother harm her? Lin Rong pursed her lips, struggled and hesitated for a moment, then agreed, okay, you bring him over, I'll cover all the expenses. She didn't want the situation to continue deteriorating. Lin Xiaotian immediately smiled and approached her. Okay, I'll go contact him. Sister, you wait here. After that, he immediately dialed a number. Hello, is this Lao Li? It's me, Qi Tian. Yeah, I have something to discuss with you. As he spoke, he walked out. Lin Rong lay on the bed, feeling the intense twisting pain throughout her body, her face pale, covered in cold sweat. She endured the pain, trying to calm herself down. Outside the room, Lin Xiaotian thought about the money that was about to come in, and he was overjoyed. He said into the phone, You studied at the medical school for over half a year, come and see a doctor for my sister. The consultation fee is at least 200,000, I'll take 70% and you take 30%, how about it? Upon hearing this number, the person on the phone was particularly tempted, but still a bit worried. I'm afraid I'll be exposed. I only attended a few classes, I can handle a cold, but I haven't even passed the medical exam. Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian sneered, with my help, we won't get caught. Alright, I'll take 60% and you take 40%, that's the most I can offer. If you're not willing, I'll find someone else. No, our relationship is good, we shouldn't involve outsiders. Then come quickly. Lin Xiaotian gave the address and hung up the phone. He hummed a song, calculating how much money he could get tonight. However, Lin Rong's current condition looked quite frightening. He didn't have much sympathy, but rather disdain. A man with such a poor physical condition, no redeeming qualities. Before long, Li Sheng arrived at the villa, dressed in a white coat he bought, wearing glasses, and looking quite reliable. Lin Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction, gave some instructions on what to pay attention to, and took him upstairs. At this moment, Lin Rong was half unconscious, lying motionless on the bed, looking extremely bleak. She barely lifted her eyes when she heard someone enter. Li Sheng immediately pretended to be serious, furrowed his brows, reached out to feel Lin Rong's pulse, then shook his head. Strange, he muttered. What's wrong? Lin Xiaotian asked in confusion. I've figured out the cause of the illness. It's a recurrence of an old ailment, but this condition seems more complicated than a simple illness, Li Sheng said with a grave expression. Not a simple illness? Lin Xiaotian was taken aback. Yes, after my examination, your sister's pulse is very weak and erratic. Based on these signs, well, it seems I'll have to use our family's secret special medicine. Li Sheng took out a nondescript tube of medicine from his bag. Unaware that Lin Xiaotian had already disclosed her situation to Li Sheng, Lin Rong thought he had diagnosed her condition through pulse reading, which increased her trust in him. This ointment. Lin Xiaotian looked at the small glass bottle, thinking Li Sheng's acting skills were quite good, feeling like laughing, but his expression was anxious. Will my sister be okay after using this ointment? Don't worry, this secret golden wound medicine is our family's exclusive ointment. It's absolutely safe. Li Sheng patted his chest. I'll apply the medicine for your sister now. With that, he took out the golden wound medicine, squeezed it onto a cotton swab, dipped it in alcohol, and gently applied it to Lin Rong's wound. Although his movements were gentle, every touch made Lin Rong wince in pain. After applying the ointment, Li Sheng nodded. She should recover in a few days. Lin Xiaotian quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Li Gu, for the diagnosis fee. You know I'm very busy. I've postponed several appointments to see your sister. It's all because of you, so take care of her. Li Sheng raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Lin Rong endured the stinging pain. After applying this ointment, my wound feels even more painful. Don't worry, it's like fighting poison with poison. It'll get better after a while, just bear with it. I see. Lin Rong nodded, took out a check, and casually wrote a number on it. Thank you for treating me, this is your consultation fee. Seeing this number, Lin Xiaotian and Li Sheng almost burst out laughing, extremely satisfied, but still pretended to leave the room calmly. After they left, Lin Rong finally relaxed, collapsing on the bed. The pain just now almost drove her crazy, but she always felt that something was wrong. The next day, Lin Rong felt the wound getting more and more painful, even showing signs of ulceration. Worried, she called Lin Xiaotian again. Unexpectedly, her condition had worsened so much. Lin Xiaotian hesitated for a moment and quickly explained, It's okay, I'll call Brother Li to take another look at you now, but this trip might cost more money. As long as the illness can be cured, no matter how much money it costs, it's fine. Lin Rong's forehead was covered in sweat, looking somewhat embarrassed. And Brother Li might charge even more this time. After all, no one expected your condition to be so serious, you see. Greed flashed in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. Lin Rong didn't notice, just waved her hand. I'll pay double this time, hurry and call the doctor. She was impatient. She needed to recover quickly now, or she was afraid something unexpected might happen if it dragged on. Hearing him say that, Lin Xiaotian was overjoyed. He had received 300,000 last time, and this time it would be 600,000. He could go gamble again. All right. Thinking of gambling, Lin Xiaotian excitedly went to make a phone call. Soon, he brought Li Sheng back. Brother Li, please help my sister check. Why does it look more serious than before? Your sister has a strong resistance to medication, so I have to use other methods for treatment. Lin Xiaotian pursed his lips, then treat her quickly. Seeing my sister in pain makes me feel sorry for her. Don't worry, let me explain first. Li Sheng nodded, but I have to say in advance, your sister's condition is very bad this time. I have to personally intervene, so... He hesitated, staring at Lin Rong. So, the things I'm going to use this time are very expensive. If the price doesn't meet expectations, this business. Lin Rong understood. Don't worry, I don't care about the price, just treat her as best as you can. Alright, since your sister has agreed, I'll prepare the medicine right away. Li Sheng rubbed his hands and immediately went to prepare. On Lin Rong's side, Li Sheng's medicine was quickly delivered, a box of green bean soup. There was a layer of white powder floating inside that she had never seen before. Lin Xiaotian saw this scene and a smile appeared on his face. This looks good, sister, drink it quickly, it will definitely help cure your illness. Hearing this, Lin Rong frowned and pursed her lips. If it weren't for her younger brother's recommendation, she would have found this soup extremely suspicious and wouldn't have drunk it. But Lin Xiaotian said it was from a famous doctor. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Rong chose to trust her younger brother and drank all the medicine. Li Sheng accepted the check with satisfaction. Miss Lin, you can rest assured this time, your condition will definitely improve. I'm in a hurry to see the next patient, so I'll take my leave. However, the backlash came too quickly. Less than 2 hours after taking the medicine, Lin Rong felt the wound itching more and more, feeling extremely uncomfortable all over, and even developed large red spots, looking very frightening. She was shocked and didn't go back to Lin Xiaotian and Li Shang, but went to the hospital to get checked. The results surprised her. It wasn't the severe deterioration of the wound as she thought, but a very common drug allergy. The doctor also said it was due to the use of inferior antibiotics, causing her body to reject them, which could lead to life-threatening situations if it continued. That meant Li Shang's medicine was problematic. Lin Rong found it hard to believe. After all, this was the famous doctor her own younger brother had recommended. How could he lack even this basic medical knowledge? With a nervous heart, she took the ointment she used and the remaining medicine powder in the mung bean soup to the doctor for examination. The results she received left her completely chilled. It turned out that her medicine did have a problem, but it was not her body that was the issue, but the medicine itself. The doctor sighed. I don't know who prescribed these medicines to you, they can't treat the worsening of your wound at all, and because the ingredients are too cheap, they have caused other problems. Lin Rong bit her lip, even her fingers were trembling. She never expected that her own younger brother would deceive her. But maybe Lin Xiaotian was also deceived? Although she knew this possibility was very small, Lin Rong still pretended that nothing had happened and called Lin Xiaotian to come over again when she returned home, asking him to bring Li Sheng along. Lin Xiaotian was overjoyed, but pretended to be reluctant. Sister, I've asked people too many times these days, sigh. It may not work even for my sake, unless the money given this time is more, at least 5 million. 5 million? This quack doctor really dares to ask for a lion's share. Lin Rong sneered in her heart, but calmly nodded on the surface. Don't worry, I trust the person you introduced, I will definitely give him the money. Before long, Li Sheng came again. This time, he prescribed even more medicines, a messy pile. Lin Rong did not immediately give the money as before, but asked the two to wait in the study for a while, saying she needed to attend to some private matters. After the two went to the study, Lin Rong contacted a military doctor friend via video call. She showed the medicines Li Sheng had prescribed to her friend and asked, "What are these medicines? What are their effects? Can they treat my old illness? How is that possible? Who prescribed these useless medicines?" The military doctor friend clearly recognized the medicines Li Sheng had prescribed and cursed angrily. Are there any problems with these medicines? Lin Rong raised her eyebrows. Although she already knew the answer in her heart, she still involuntarily clenched her fists. Of course, these medicines have no relation to your condition at all, they can't help in the slightest. The military doctor friend continued with resentment. Besides being ineffective, these medicines are also very cheap. Many of them are outdated drugs that have been eliminated from the market. If you use them, not only will you not improve, but you may even die. Do not take them under any circumstances. After speaking, he added, the person who prescribed these medicines either has a problem with their brain or a rotten conscience. Lin Rong nodded, took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said, I need to attend to some private matters first. After that, she hung up the phone. Lin Rong closed her eyes, her face looking extremely unpleasant. The medicines that could have killed her were all prescribed by Li Shang, who was a renowned doctor she had paid over $1 million for. And this renowned doctor was vouched for by her own younger brother. She never thought someone would harm her, especially her most trusted brother. Lin Xiaotian, where did I treat you unfairly? Lin Rong slowly opened her eyes, her gaze firm. This matter is far from over. She walked towards the study. In the study, Lin Xiaotian lazily yawned, thinking about the 3 million that would soon be in his account. He was extremely happy. Li Sheng was still somewhat nervous. After all, he knew his medical skills were not genuine, and Lin Rong's condition was visibly worsening. Shi Tian, maybe we should just forget about it. I'm not a real doctor to begin with. The medicines I prescribed were just random. I don't even know if they work, and your sister's condition seems very serious. If something really happens, we will be responsible. Lin Xiaotian scoffed at his words. Don't worry about it. How could anything happen to my sister? She's a tough woman, a special forces soldier, with good physical fitness. After hearing this, Li Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. You really have no humanity at all. She is your own sister. I heard that you treat all your sisters very well. Is this how you treat them? Lin Xiaotian snorted and ignored him. They used to be very kind, but now they have all changed. They don't even want to give him money. If this continues, he will starve to death. Although Lin Xiaotian said so, Li Shang still felt very uneasy. Maybe we should forget about it. I really dare not. Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian immediately became unhappy. My sisters are already like this, and you still want to back out? Don't forget, we are now tied together on the same boat. If I get caught, you can't run away either, understand? Li Shang was speechless and awkwardly said, I'm just afraid of taking responsibility. I never thought about going to jail. Lin Xiaotian snorted, stop talking nonsense. We will get the money soon. After this job, we won't do it anymore. Just keep it to yourself. Hearing this, Lin Rong could no longer bear it. She kicked the door open, slapped Lin Xiaotian hard, her eyes full of disappointment and anger. A crisp sound. Lin Xiaotian covered his swollen cheek, his eyes wide open. Her movements were too fast, and Lin Xiaotian was completely caught off guard, knocked to the ground by her. Sis, listen to my explanation. It seemed that he realized that his plan had been exposed. He covered his painful cheek and hurriedly stood up, trying to defend himself. However, Lin Rong was in a very irritable state at the moment, not giving him a chance to speak, and slapped him again, making his mouth bleed. You dared to argue. I trusted you so much, trusted the people you brought, and you deceived me for money and that quack doctor. Lin Rong looked coldly at the two of them. Li Shang knew that he had been exposed and was afraid that the Lin family would come after him. He quickly knelt down. Please spare me, I didn't mean to. I can return all the money I took. Seeing Li Shang's fake mask torn off, revealing his ugly face, Lin Rong felt a surge of disgust and said to Lin Xiaotian, you are worse than a beast. I trusted you as my own brother, and you brought this kind of person to treat me. Lin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then quickly put on a look of sorrow and said, Sis, this medicine was given to you by him. I didn't know the specifics. Why are you hitting me? I am the most innocent, okay? What's wrong with hitting you? Do you know that taking those medicines could possibly kill me? How could I have a brother like you with such a heartless and cruel heart? Lin Rong's chest heaved with anger, shaking all over. Lin Xiaotian was taken aback, then exploded in anger. How dare you call me heartless and cruel? Don't you dare accuse me. It was you who asked me to bring the doctor here. I had no choice but to promise that he could cure you. Now you blame me for it. It's absolutely unreasonable. This is simply sophistry. Seeing Lin Rong's extremely ugly expression, Lin Xiaotian was a little afraid of making things worse, so he threw a card at her and rolled his eyes. It's just a little money. I'll give it back to you. Making a scene here is disgusting. I regret introducing you to people. Dogs bite the hand that feeds them. You don't know how to appreciate good people. With that, Lin Xiaotian grabbed Li Shang, who was still kneeling on the ground, and ran away. Even though his accomplice had already admitted it, he was still trying to argue. Lin Rong was extremely disappointed. She had hoped to find someone to help her through Lin Xiaotian, and make her eldest sister change her opinion of him. But now she had completely seen through her brother's true nature. She was wrong, terribly wrong. He was nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Thinking of this, Lin Rong frowned, checked the balance on the card left by Lin Xiaotian, and clenched her lips tightly. There is not a penny inside. Lin Xiaotian actually swallowed this money too. This beast. Lin Rong's eyes were slightly red, clenched her fists, turned and walked outside. She must tell her eldest sister about this. At this moment, Lin Youyu's phone rang. Aron, have you been staying at home these days? It's been a long time since I saw Aksu. Do you know where your third sister went? I'm a little worried, Lin Youyu sighed. Frowning, Lin Rong said, Lin Xiaotian told me before that she went out to play with friends. I haven't seen her either. Saying this, she also felt a bit strange. Lin Youyu pursed her lips, her tone particularly serious. I feel something is not right. Xiaoshua's mental state is not good now. It's unlikely for her to be away for 2 or 3 days. Why don't you go look for her? I'm too busy with work at the company right now. Lin Rong has the same concern for Lin Xiaoshua. Of course she cannot refuse, but she's still reassured. I understand. I will go find her. Maybe she just had some urgent matter to attend to temporarily. Eldest sister, don't worry too much. I will handle things at home. Okay, thank you. Be safe. After hanging up the phone, Lin Rong took a deep breath. Although she was still very uncomfortable physically, she couldn't just stand by and watch her third sister go missing. She had Lin Xuxia send her all the phone numbers of friends in Lin Xiaoshua's phone. Because of her personality, her third sister didn't have many friends, only 4 or 5 in total. After searching around, they all said they hadn't seen her and couldn't contact her. Lin Rong was extremely worried. What if something really happened to her third sister? What should she do? She dared not think further. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly remembered what Lin Xiaotian had said earlier. If Lin Xiaoshua really went out with friends, then Lin Xiaotian was the only witness. Maybe she knew who that friend was. With a thud in her heart, she immediately called Lin Xiaotian. She called several times in a row, but there was no answer. What's going on? Why isn't Lin Xiaotian answering her calls? A bad idea gradually formed in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Lin Rong's heart suddenly pounded twice, her whole head exploded in an instant, as if something whizzed past her mind, freezing her in place. Could Lin Xiaotian be lying to her? What if Lin Xiaoxue didn't go out with friends, then where is she now? Lin Rong's fingers trembled slightly, she suppressed her anger at being deceived, and sent a text message to Lin Xiaotian. Why aren't you answering the phone? You said earlier that you saw your third sister go out with friends. Who is that friend? Tell me quickly. While waiting for a response, Lin Rong's heart was in turmoil, uneasy. If Lin Xiaotian lied to her, then, could her third sister really be in trouble? After a few minutes, the other party replied. You just called me to fish for information. You're thinking too beautifully, even if I know, I can't tell you. Lin Rong received the text message, almost collapsing in the chair. She held onto the table to steady herself, trying hard to control her inner anger, constantly reminding herself, what do I need to do to find out about my third sister's whereabouts? This time the response from the other party came quite quickly. Give me money, show me your sincerity. Seeing Lin Xiaotian's message, Lin Rong felt like she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Her whole body was icy cold, tears suddenly fell from her eyes without warning. How low can this brother go? Lin Xiaotian, how could you do this? You beast. Lin Xiaotian saw Lin Rong's text, sneered, feeling no shame at all. Give or not, if you don't, then find her slowly. My account number is XXXXX, you figure it out in 10 minutes, I'm about to rest. Lin Rong's fingers holding the phone trembled slightly, but she clenched her teeth and transferred 50,000 to the other party. Now that the money has been sent, can you finally tell me who your third sister went out with? Ha, you finally decided to spend money to buy information? If you had done this earlier, it would have been settled. Don't worry, I did see your third sister just now, but Lin Xiaotian didn't finish the text message. But what? Lin Rong's heart skipped a beat. But she went out alone, and I don't know where she went. Boom! It seemed like a thunderclap, and Lin Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How could this happen? It can't be. Given your third sister's current state of mind, it's very likely that something could go wrong even if she's alone at home, let alone going out alone for 3 or 4 days. Her safety cannot be guaranteed. She couldn't bear to think further. What would she do if something happened to her third sister? Tears streamed down Lin Rong's face, crying her heart out, wishing she could go and beat Lin Xiaotian right away. She struggled to control herself from acting recklessly. Nothing will happen to her third sister. It definitely won't. Why did you lie to me before? When did she go out, and in which direction did she go? But Lin Xiaotian didn't reply to her messages. Lin Rong wiped away her tears, redialed Lin Xiaotian's number, only to be met with a message that the phone was switched off. Lin Rong's face turned pale. She called Lin Xiaotian several times, but it still showed that the phone was switched off. Lin Rong felt weak all over, slumping onto the sofa, her eyes empty. She didn't know what to do. Lin Xiaoxue had completely disappeared. She might have even missed the best time to search for her. Just then, Lin Youyu's phone rang again, accompanied by a location address on WeChat. Hurry to the hospital to see your third sister. Has her third sister been found? Lin Rong breathed a sigh of relief, hung up the phone, and immediately rushed to the hospital. But when she saw the current condition of her third sister, she completely broke down. Lin Xiaoxue lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Her body was covered in bruises, her lips cracked, looking nothing like a living person. Lin Rong stood by the bed in a daze, her mouth open for a while before she managed to utter a few words. How could my third sister end up like this? Her arms and legs were almost entirely wrapped in thick bandages, with traces of blood seeping through. It was a pitiful sight. In addition to the wounds on her body, Lin Xiaoxue was also hooked up to various medical devices. Lin Youyu stood beside her and said, Xiaoxue was brought here around 9 o'clock tonight. She has been staying in a hotel these past few days, constantly harming herself with knives and forks. If the hotel manager hadn't smelled the blood and forcibly opened the door to send her here in time, it would have been. Lin Rong stood frozen in place, as if petrified, and after a while, she finally reacted. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have been missing for so long. Lin Rong was filled with remorse and self-blame. Seeing this, Lin Youyu pursed her lips and didn't say much. That bastard Lin Xiaotian said he saw your sister going out with friends, so I thought she was safe and didn't go looking for her. When I asked him just now, he asked me to send him 50,000, which I did, but then he said she went out alone. It's all my fault for believing that bastard. Lin Youyu was already completely disappointed in Lin Xiaotian. Upon hearing her words, she just sneered, that bastard has always been unscrupulous. It's not your fault. Lin Rong's tears gushed out. Looking at the woman on the bed who was unconscious, she choked up. How could Lin Xiaoxue end up like this? The third sister in her memory was calm, steady, independent, and strong, always with a calm demeanor. The woman lying in bed now is covered in injuries, her life fragile as if it could vanish in the next second. Your third sister is still in danger. The doctor said she can only get through the critical period if she wakes up. Lin Youyu sighed, looking worried. Lin Rong quickly looked up at her. What can we do to make the third sister wake up? The doctor is at a loss now, but I think maybe the safety button will work. Lin Youyu frowned. This is the only solution she could think of. Lin Xiaoxue's mania only eases when she comes into contact with things related to Lin Tingcheng. And this safety button is the only relic left by Lin Tingcheng in this world. Lin Youyu did not know that Lin Rong also had a fate full of trials and tribulations, and she also needed this safety button. Although the safety button can only bear limited wishes and cannot help Lin Rong eliminate all disasters, at least it saved her life. Without this last protective barrier, how would she be? Lin Rong didn't know either. I understand. Lin Rong wiped away her tears, took out her own safety button, and handed it to Lin Xiaoxue. The moment the safety button left her body, she felt a strange chill. Lin Xiaoxue subconsciously clenched the safety button in her hand while still in a coma, and after a short while, she miraculously woke up. Although still very weak, Lin Rong cried tears of joy. Lin Yaoyu also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called the nurse to inject nutrients into Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Rong looked at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. Third sister, you rest well first, we'll talk about the rest when you're better. Lin Rong gently touched her forehead. Don't worry, I will definitely make you better. Lin Xiaoxue stared blankly, her eyes empty and confused. Lin Rong felt heartbroken and couldn't help but hug her. I won't let that bastard Lin Xiaotian get away with it. This sentence seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Lin Rong gritted her teeth, her gaze dark and frightening. Lin Xiaoxue's body was still very weak, and she fell back into a deep sleep holding the safety button after being awake for less than 10 minutes. Lin Youyu had company matters to attend to, and seeing Lin Xiaoxue temporarily out of danger, she prepared to leave. Out of guilt and responsibility, Lin Rong volunteered to stay and take care of Lin Xiaoxue. Late at night, Lin Rong felt extremely exhausted after going through all these events. She rested on a chair in the corridor and fell into a deep sleep. But as she rested, countless ghostly figures appeared in her dreams. A pair of terrifying hands attacked again, tightly gripping her throat. The feeling of suffocation overwhelmed her. The fear of imminent death enveloped her. In her dream, she reached out helplessly, trying to resist the invisible hands, but ultimately failed. Ah! Lin Rong screamed and jumped up from the chair, almost scared out of her wits, shouting, "Help! Someone help me!" Inside the ward, Lin Xiaoxue heard Lin Rong's cries and slowly opened her eyes. Her voice hoarse, she asked, "Wrong, what's wrong?" "Third sister, you're awake." Lin Rong ran over excitedly, holding Lin Xiaoxue's arm, crying, "I had a nightmare just now, I'm scared." Lin Xiaoxue patted Lin Rong's shoulder and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here with you." After a while, she asked again, "You seem to have something on your mind, is something happening at home?" "Third sister." Lin Rong looked despondent. "I think I was really wrong." Lin Xiaoxue's voice choked up. "It turns out that Lin Tingcheng has always been protecting us. I used to say he was useless, a disaster, and now I think it's ironic. The doctor said you had to wake up to get through the critical period. I gave you the safety button left by Lin Luo, and you improved. It's all thanks to Lin Tingcheng." "Safety button?" Lin Xiaoxue lowered her gaze, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. You're awake now, everything's fine." Lin Xiaoxue squinted slightly. "What happened just now?" "It's... Sister, you don't need to worry about me, I can take care of myself." Lin Rong carefully observed Lin Xiaoxue's expression, even though she also needed the safety amulet to ward off evil spirits. But without this safety amulet, the situation of the third sister. Upon hearing this, the clever Lin Xiaoxue naturally could deduce the whole situation and returned the safety amulet. "You keep it, without this, you won't be able to sleep peacefully." Lin Rong hesitated for a moment but eventually accepted it. "Third sister, do you want to continue resting?" "Okay." Lin Rong helped Lin Xiaoxue lie down. "Third sister, some things happened while you were recovering. I'll tell you after you've fully recovered. You were right, it was my stubbornness that led to the current situation." Lin Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment, then gently hooked her mouth. The room fell silent. The night passed peacefully. Lin Rong had the safety amulet hanging on her neck, and only managed to sleep peacefully in the second half of the night. When she woke up, she found Lin Xiaoxue was not in the room, and a strong smell of blood was coming from the bathroom. Lin Rong rushed over in panic, only to see Lin Xiaoxue lying next to the bathtub, covered in blood. There was a bloody knife nearby. She had self-harmed again. Lin Rong was instantly shocked, trembling as she reached out to touch Lin Xiaoshue's nose, feeling a faint breath. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoshue was not unconscious. She closed her eyes, leaning against the edge of the bathtub, as if sleeping, her face pale, eyebrows furrowed in pain. Looking at Lin Xiaoshue like this, Lin Rong suddenly thought of the reason and took off the safety amulet hanging on her neck and stuffed it into the other's hand. She then called a doctor to treat Lin Xiaoshue's wounds, while she went to the temple. The abbot seemed to know she would come, standing at the door, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. "Donor, you have come. I have prepared a room for us to talk in detail, please follow me." The abbot sighed softly as he noticed she no longer had the safety amulet. The two went to the room. Lin Rong clenched her fists. "Abbot, you should know what happened to me. I want to ask you, what is the real reason behind the trouble I encountered?" Although she had a rough idea, Lin Xiaoshue wanted to confirm it again. This venerable master was trustworthy, unlike the charlatan from before. What he said must be reliable. "Amatba, I didn't want to let you know, but since it has come to this, I will tell you the truth." After the abbot sat down, he spoke quickly, not giving Lin Rong a chance to think. "Donor, my cultivation is not deep, not as good as the previous owner of the safety amulet you wore. I can only provide you with a string of Buddhist beads. Whether it can ward off evil spirits depends on your own destiny, and there is no other way." The abbot sighed and handed her a string of Buddhist beads with a faint golden light. "What I am about to say may sound unbelievable, but it is true. You originally had a calamitous fate, full of disasters and difficulties, but there was a person with a strong fate in front of you protecting you, so nothing disastrous happened to you. But now that person has suddenly disappeared, and the retribution has come upon you, and it will only get worse." The abbot did not continue, just gestured with his eyes to Lin Rong. Lin Rong's pupils suddenly contracted. It was really like this. Then, him. The abbot nodded slightly. "That person was of pure and good nature. With his protection, no evil could harm you. Unfortunately, he has already left. He's gone." Lin Rong was stunned for a moment, her eyes suddenly moistened. "Yes, he's been gone for a long time. It was our own stubbornness that led to the current outcome, can't blame anyone." Lin Rong looked up at the abbot. "Abbot, I'm very sorry for that person, but there's no other way to make amends now. I can only keep this life to atone for it in the future. But, I want to know, do I still have a chance to live? Several of us sisters are injured and sick. If I leave at this time, our Lin family is afraid." The abbot shook his head. "Unless you exchange your fate with someone else." "Exchange fate?" "Yes, in simpler terms, it means letting someone else take the disaster for you. This person either has a fate as strong as the one who protected you before, or must be your closest blood relative." Lin Rong shook her head bitterly. "There is no second Lin Tingxing in this world. I can't involve my family." After leaving the temple, Lin Rong was still in a daze. When she was young, she had heard of this calamitous fate, but it had nothing to do with her. It was about Lin Xiaotian. How could it suddenly be related to her? The abbot also mentioned the exchange of fate. Blood relatives can exchange fate. Lin Rong was unwilling to believe it, but she had to think of the most likely thing. She remembered Lin Xiaoshue's ordeal, feeling even more bitter. Her fate had been exchanged by someone. With many unresolved doubts, Lin Rong lowered her head, concealing the tears welling up in her eyes, and slowly headed home. She searched her room back and forth, trying to find some clues. However, after searching high and low, she couldn't find a single trace, as if it had never existed, empty and cold. Click. Lin Rong accidentally turned off the bedside lamp, and the room instantly turned pitch black. Instinctively reaching out to open the bedside cabinet, she fell to the ground carelessly due to the pain from her wound. As Lin Rong struggled to get up, she suddenly noticed something unusual under the bed. She exerted all her strength to take it out and turned on the light to take a look. It turned out to be an old talisman. The talisman was yellowed, with intricate patterns drawn on it. Lin Rong carefully identified it and vaguely felt that the pattern was somewhat familiar. "This looks so familiar," she murmured. A scene flashed in her mind, as if she had seen something similar before. She wanted to take a closer look, but suddenly felt a severe burning sensation on her forehead, causing Lin Rong to groan involuntarily. The patterns on the talisman seemed to come alive, jumping and flickering in the darkness, then dimming. She hurriedly took the talisman to the temple, showing it to the abbot, who was shocked. Where did this thing come from? How could such a thing that goes against the natural order appear in the world? Lin Rong raised an eyebrow. What exactly is this thing? It reverses fate, distorts the natural order. Your fate has been stolen. My fate has been stolen? Lin Rong was stunned, then hurriedly asked, "Abbot, what do you mean by what you just said?" This is a thing that defies the heavens, it will provoke divine retribution, it represents evil, only those who disregard the natural order of the world would use it. If you want to survive, you can only exchange your fate back. How do I exchange it back? The method is not difficult, as long as you find that person, take out the talisman used when exchanging fates, burn the talisman, let both parties mix blood with the fire, you can exchange your fate back. Lin Rong was in a daze, and asked, "Do you know who stole it?" "The heavens do not allow it, I do not know." Lin Rong listened to the abbot's words, sitting stiffly in the chair. "Who would want to harm me like this?" she murmured, clasping his hands together, chanting the Buddha's name, Amitba. Returning from the temple, Lin Rong went straight to Lin Xiaotian's room, the only person she knew who might possess the heavenly calamity fate. This was the most likely possibility. After searching the room for a long time, she finally found an identical talisman. It was indeed him. Lin Rong completely lost her resolve, collapsed on the ground, and only gradually woke up more than 10 hours later to find that she had been sent back to her room by the servants. She had a high fever that wouldn't go away, and her wounds continued to worsen. Although she had the prayer beads given by the abbot, she wouldn't die immediately, but she would be continuously tormented, suffering unbearable pain every moment. Thinking of this, Lin Rong bit her lip, called Lin Xiaotian, and demanded to exchange their fates. However, Lin Xiaotian did not answer. The phone rang for a long time before being hung up. Lin Rong's face turned pale, her heart sinking to the bottom of the valley in an instant. Where was the confident and spirited female military officer from before? If one call didn't go through, she would call again. However, the phone remained busy. Lin Rong's mood went from despair to sorrow. She put down her phone and closed her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she called the other party using the landline in the room, and this time the call was answered immediately. It turned out it wasn't a busy line. The phone had been blocked. "Who is it? What's the matter?" Lin Xiaotian said nonchalantly, with some noise in the background, as if he was in a casino. Lin Rong pursed her lips. "It's me, Lin Rong." "What now?" "I told you, the doctor's business has nothing to do with me. Don't try to pin it on me. I've spent all the money too," Lin Xiaotian said in a rogue manner. Lin Rong frowned, coughed, and then said, "I didn't call you for money. I already know about the fate matter. Why did you exchange fates with me? Do you know how miserable you've made me now? What nonsense are you talking about? What heavenly calamity fate?" Lin Xiaotian's tone turned cold suddenly, pretending to know nothing. "Five sister, are you going crazy like the third sister?" Hearing this, Lin Rong's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Yes, I'm crazy. Lin Xiaotian, I've been so good to you, but you've repeatedly deceived and harmed me." Lin Rong, Lin Xiaotian's voice suddenly rose, showing his anger. "Don't talk nonsense. You're being unreasonable. What nonsense heavenly calamity fate? What does it have to do with me? If not you, then who else?" Lin Rong sneered. "I've asked the abbot and found the talisman. This matter is related to you. You secretly changed my fate, and I've borne all the misfortunes for you." "What do you mean I secretly changed your fate?" "I openly exchanged it." Lin Xiaotian sneered. "You're my sister, and I'm the only son of the Lin family. It's only right for you to do something for me. As for what happens to you, it's none of my business. I spent a lot of money to have a Taoist priest change my fate. You can only blame yourself, right?" Lin Rong felt a tightness in her chest at his words, almost spitting out blood. You're just a jerk, a bastard. I warn you to change our fates back now, I can't hold on much longer." Lin Rong gasped painfully. Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian sneered. "Humph, stop pretending. Do you think I don't know what kind of fate you have? The fate of the lonely star of calamity. You should have died long ago. Don't be sad, I'll burn some paper for you on holidays." Lin Rong never expected her beloved brother to speak to her like this. Not wanting to continue the argument, Lin Xiaotian impatiently said, "Enough, stop talking. I have to play cards. If you have the ability, wait for me to win enough before talking." With that, he hung up the phone. "Lin Xiaotian!" Lin Rong shouted, tears flowing uncontrollably, "You beast!" She raised her hand fiercely and pounded the wall, her nails scratching the skin deeply, blood flowing from her fingertips. The pain made it almost impossible to stay awake, but the disappointment in her heart almost turned into despair. Lin Rong covered her face and started crying. Why? Why could Lin Tingqing sacrifice everything for her, while Lin Xiaotian, her own younger brother, treated her so cruelly? Indeed, she should not have any hope left for her younger brother. How could someone like Lin Xiaotian be willing to trade his life for hers? Lin Rong's despair grew stronger, and without the protection of the peace button, she quickly became delirious. She felt extremely painful. "Luo, save me." She seemed to see the face of a young man. Lin Rong reached out to grab the young man's hand. "Luo." Lin Rong felt warmth and slowly passed out. When Lin Rong opened her eyes again, it was already dark. She moved her head and found herself weak and sore all over, her throat dry, and even her breathing was weak. She tried to struggle to sit up, but found it impossible. Her whole body felt like her bones were shattered, especially her stomach, as if thousands of stones were pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. She tried to move her toes, then stood up and drove to the temple, painfully walking towards the well where Lin Tingqing's photo was placed. She felt that her life was not worth living. It would be better to die in the well. It would be a compensation for Lin Tingqing. She jumped into the well. The icy well water filled her ears and nose, making breathing increasingly difficult. Ha! She suddenly laughed, her smile full of mockery and despair. So this was the taste of death. After death, would she forget everything? But she didn't want to forget Lin Tingqing. Her laughter sounded eerie and mocking in the silent night. She could even hear the distant sound of the wind, eerie and sinister. Lin Rong lay quietly in the water, not struggling at all. Until the moment she lost consciousness, she saw the abbot anxiously appearing at the well, saving her. Lin Rong had a long and ancient dream. In the dream, she traveled through a tunnel of time and space, accompanied by a young man in black. The man looked almost identical to Lin Tingqing, but without the gentleness and restraint in her memory. He approached her slowly, slightly bent over, his gaze deep and intense. "Luo Luo?" Lin Rong asked in confusion. The young man just coldly smiled and passed by her. Lin Rong tried to grab his hand, but found she couldn't touch him at all. After the young man left, there was only endless, almost eternal darkness around her. The abbot looked anxiously at Lin Rong, who remained unconscious even after being rescued, his eyes filled with deep concern, preparing to inform her family immediately. The first choice was, of course, Lin Xiaotian, whom Lin Rong had not yet had the chance to remove from her emergency contacts. Since the abbot did not know how to use a smartphone, he entrusted this task to a young monk. In the room, Lin Rong slowly opened her eyes. She was still alive. The abbot looked at her in sight in relief. "Benefactor, you have finally woken up. How could you think of ending your life so easily?" Lin Rong was stunned for a moment before coming back to her senses from her daze. The abbot clasped his hands together and said, "Moreover, benefactor, you have a brother who cares so much about you. Why would you want to end your life?" At the mention of the word brother, Lin Rong's eyes flickered, her expression changed instantly, anger burning within her. She forced herself to stand up. "Abbot, you saved me today, and I will remember this favor, but it does not mean I will forgive this so-called brother for his actions. I have severed all ties with him." The abbot was surprised. "How could that be?" "Your brother heard about your accident and rushed over immediately, very worried about you." "Rushed over immediately?" Lin Rong couldn't hide her surprise. How could that bastard Lin Xiaotian be so kind to her? The abbot thought for a moment, let Lin Xiaotian in, and led the others out of the room. "Two donors, you need to settle your family matters by yourselves, I won't disturb you." In the room, only two people were left. Lin Rong snorted coldly and said impatiently, "What are you here for, like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken?" Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said loudly, "Of course I came to see you. Sister, can you lend me some money? The few million you gave me before was too little. I lost it in just a few nights, and now I'm broke again, owing a lot to others." Indeed, he came to see her was fake, asking for money was real. Thinking of this, Lin Rong's face turned pale with anger. "Why should I lend you money, Lin Xiaotian? Do you really think I'm a fool? You changed my fate, cheated me out of money, almost got me killed. How could I possibly help you?" Lin Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "Stop the nonsense. Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't blame me for being rude to you." Lin Rong closed her eyes, she had had enough. In this life, what she hated most was not seeing through Lin Xiaotian's wolf-hearted face earlier. "I don't have money." Lin Xiaotian squinted. "Lin Rong, who are you kidding? You don't have money? Let me tell you, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't give you a penny." Lin Rong suddenly opened her eyes, glaring fiercely at Lin Xiaotian. "You're asking for it." Lin Xiaotian's eyes turned red, raising his fist threateningly towards Lin Rong. Lin Rong had just escaped death, feeling powerless, looking at Lin Xiaotian in despair, wanting to resist but not even having the strength to raise her hand. Until Lin Xiaotian saw that she still wouldn't relent, he pulled out a sharp knife, and Lin Rong's pupils contracted. "How much do you want? I'll give it to you." Lin Xiaotian stopped his actions, showing a victorious smile and retracting his hand. "You know your place." Lin Rong breathed heavily, lowered her head, no longer looking at Lin Xiaotian's triumphant and ugly face. "Give me 10 million. Lin Xiaotian extended his hand. "Not much, I'm not greedy." Lin Rong clenched her fist, feeling as if her heart was breaking, her blood vessels pulsating, nails digging into her flesh, the pain stimulating her back to her senses. She said with difficulty, "I don't have that much money." Lin Rong, if you dare to say another word, I'll really take action. Lin Xiaotian raised the dagger, threatening, if you don't agree, you'll die. Enduring the intense pain, Lin Rong reluctantly uttered 3 words. I'll give it to you. She took out a black card from her pocket. Don't come looking for me again. Lin Xiaotian left triumphantly with the black card, completely ignoring the fact that Lin Rong was covered in bruises from his beating. After a while, Lin Rong gradually regained her ability to move. She thanked the abbot and left the temple to return home and rest. Due to the excessive physical exertion, Lin Rong collapsed in despair on the carpet, her fingers weak and limp, accidentally resting on the bedpost, where she felt a small object. Looking down, she found a capsule. Lin Rong was stunned for a moment, picked up the capsule, examined it for a while, and finally confirmed that it was the antidote that saved her. Although she didn't know why it was there, perhaps it was left behind before. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Lin Rong's heart. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Rong swallowed the pill. After taking the medicine, Lin Rong's heart calmed down a bit and she lay on the bed to rest. A warm sensation spread in her abdomen, instantly reaching her limbs and bones, her heavy and floating body feeling as if it had been injected with a spring, much more comfortable. In the dead of night, Lin Xiaotian kicked open her door, glanced at Lin Rong lying on the bed barely breathing, sneered, die early, ghost. Without caring about Lin Rong's presence, he began to ransack the room, searching for jewelry. Looking at Lin Xiaotian's back, Lin Rong clenched her fists, feeling her strength gradually returning. Dealing with Lin Xiaotian was a piece of cake. As long as she got rid of this scum, she could take revenge. Lin Xiaotian searched the entire room but didn't find anything valuable, so he kicked the tables and chairs in frustration, cursing, damn, what a poor bastard, there's nothing of value here. Hearing his curses, Lin Rong's hatred grew stronger. She got up from the bed, grabbed a cup of water from the table, and splashed it on Lin Xiaotian. Ouch! Lin Xiaotian, caught off guard, was drenched in water and angrily turned around to curse, are you crazy? Lin Rong coldly ordered, get out, or I'll kill you. Ha ha! Lin Xiaotian laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard a great joke. Lin Rong, have you lost your mind? Do you still think you're some superior female officer? I advise you not to daydream, you're about to die. I am the only heir of the Lin family. Lin Rong couldn't bear it anymore and punched him. Lin Xiaotian, caught off guard, was knocked down, holding his nose in pain. She pounced on him, straddled him, and ruthlessly beat his face and head, the crisp sounds echoing in the silent night. You beast, you're not worthy of being my brother. Lin Rong roared. This time, she was ruthless and directly dislocated his arm. Lin Xiaotian screamed in pain and collapsed on the ground. Lin Rong, exhausted from the beating, sat on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming down her face. Why? Why was God so cruel to her? Lin Xiaotian's mouth oozed blood, despairingly holding his arm, looking at Lin Rong in horror as if he didn't recognize her. How? How do you still have the strength? Lin Rong stood in front of him, cold and calm, saying, Lin Xiaotian, I remember warning you before, not to provoke me, or I will never let you go. Lin Xiaotian, shocked, stammered for a moment before hastily shaking his head and explaining, no, it's not like that, how could? Lin Rong took a deep breath, ignoring him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaotian, clutching his arm, fled from the Lin family. Seeing this, Lin Rong didn't chase after him. She was too tired, not just because of her younger brother's betrayal, but also because she had committed an irreparable mistake. She was deeply sinful. Time flew by. After 2 or 3 days, Lin Rong's wound began to ache faintly again. This time she searched every corner of the room, even the wall crevices, but still found nothing. Lin Rong's heart sank to the bottom. That medicine was Lin Tingqing's final kindness to herself. It was already a miracle. How could there be a second chance? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Rong couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was really delusional. With this in mind, Lin Rong pursed her lips, endured the discomfort, and went to the military hospital to try to get a prescription. The doctor shook his head at her. Sorry, Commander Lin, the latest batch of special medicine has already been taken by the Shang Group's executives ahead of us. We don't have any left. Hearing this, Lin Rong's expression changed. Are you sure? She asked. The doctor nodded. We really don't have any stock left. Shang Ruyan. Lin Rong muttered. Do you know Mr. Shang? The doctor asked. Lin Rong hesitated for a moment, then left the hospital. After much deliberation, she decided to meet Shang Ruyan, and to her surprise, he readily agreed to the meeting. Shang Ruyan sat in the coffee shop, wearing a black professional suit, with a cold and charming appearance, and exquisite makeup. She raised her eyes and glanced at Lin Rong, revealing a faint smile. Miss Lin Rong, I've heard of your reputation, but your current appearance doesn't seem to live up to your fame. Lin Rong lowered her gaze, hiding the gloom in her eyes, and smiled. Miss Shan, you're too kind. I'm currently unwell and a bit haggard, please forgive my appearance. Shang Ruyan took a sip of her coffee, smiling lightly, but the smile didn't reach her eyes, and asked, "Let's not talk about work today, how about discussing some private topics?" "Private topics?" Lin Rong raised an eyebrow. Shang Ruyan nodded, smiling. "I have known Lin Tingcheng for a while, is there anything you want to say, Chief Lin?" "Lin Tingcheng?" Lin Rong was surprised. "How do you know him?" Lin Rong was unaware of Shang Ruyan's feelings for Lin Tingcheng. "It seems Miss Lin is feeling guilty." A hint of resentment flashed in Shang Ruyan's beautiful eyes. "Miss Shang, what is your relationship with Lin Tingcheng?" Lin Rong asked, enduring the pain in her body. Well, Shang Ruyan said lightly, "we are boyfriend and girlfriend." Boom, like a bolt from the blue, Lin Rong's pupils shrank. "Impossible." She gritted her teeth, staring at Shang Ruyan. "You're lying, this is absolutely impossible." Even though Lin Tingcheng was a decent person, how could he match up with Shang Ruyan? The Shang family was a more noble and prestigious family than the Lin family, and Shang Ruyan was a goddess-like figure adored by countless young talents. Lin Rong couldn't believe that Shang Ruyan would fall for a poor country boy like Lin Tingcheng. Hee, Shang Ruyan mocked, curling her lips. "Do you think I have a reason to lie to you?" Lin Rong was speechless. Whether you believe it or not, Shang Ruyan picked up her coffee, took a sip leisurely. "I came here today to tell you some news. If you want to get the special medicine, it's simple, just tell me how the Lin family treats Lin Tingcheng, and I will consider giving you the medicine." Because of the video Lin Tingcheng recorded for the Lin family before his death, the outside world didn't understand his true situation in the Lin family. Shang Ruyan felt something was off. The Lin family couldn't have treated Lin Tingcheng that well. There must be many unknown things going on. Hearing this, Lin Rong took a deep breath and said, half concealing, he was treated well in the Lin family. Although he didn't enjoy great wealth, he grew up healthy and safe. She couldn't let Shang Ruyan know the truth. The current situation in the Lin family couldn't handle Shang Ruyan. Ha! Upon hearing this, Shang Ruyan's tone was mocking. "You really have no brains, you can even come up with such lies." Lin Rong frowned, about to continue explaining, but Shang Ruyan interrupted her. "Chief Lin, the news I heard seems to contradict what you're saying." Shang Ruyan clapped her hands, and a middle-aged woman walked in from outside. Seeing this person, Lin Rong's expression changed slightly. She looked at Shang Ruyan and asked, "Miss Shang, what do you mean by this?" Shang Ruyan lowered her eyes and casually said, "It doesn't mean anything. She used to be a servant in your Lin family. Let her talk about what kind of life Lin Tingcheng had in the Lin family." "No." Lin Rong immediately refused, shaking her head. "No, what she says may not be true." The middle-aged woman lowered her head and said firmly, "I have no reason to lie. Besides, Master Lin Tingcheng saved my life. I'm willing to speak the truth for him." Master Lin Tingcheng had a very poor life in the Lin family, almost like living in hell. The young ladies didn't treat him as a brother at all. "No," Lin Rong shouted sharply, "you're lying." "I'm not lying," the middle-aged woman said. "Master Lin Tingcheng was bullied and mistreated by Master Qitian every day, sometimes even physically abused. Coupled with the young ladies not caring about his well-being, he lived worse than an animal. Master Lin Tingcheng has almost given everything for the Lin family, but the Lin family has never given him anything in return. Even when the young master was seriously ill, none of the young ladies extended a helping hand. With the Lin family's power, the young master wouldn't have died so easily. Moreover, Master Lin Tingcheng had a regular daily routine and exercise habits. How could he have cancer? Isn't it because he couldn't eat well or dress warmly in the Lin family, and had to work hard for the young ladies, that he accumulated the roots of his illness over time? To put it bluntly, the money spent on the young ladies' pets in the Lin family is more than what was given to the young master. Even though she already knew the truth, Shang Ruyan's head was buzzing, holding back tears. "Is what you're saying true?" "Absolutely," the middle-aged woman affirmed. "I don't want this, I don't." Lin Rong murmured, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the sofa, her whole body feeling as if all the bones had been removed, limp like a puddle of water. Shang Ruyan waved her hand, signaling to the middle-aged woman, who immediately left the room. Shang Ruyan looked at the desolate Lin Rong and slowly spoke, "Since the Lin family treats him so poorly, you have no right to call yourself his sister, and I don't need to show any mercy." "No!" Lin Rong shouted sharply, tears instantly streaming down, crying and pleading, "He is my brother, I regret it." Shang Ruyan coldly stared at her. "Regret? Save it for the king of hell." Seeing Lin Rong's miserable appearance, Shang Ruyan sneered, "I thought Director Lin was a strong woman, but it seems you're just like this." Lin Rong raised her eyes. "What do you want?" Shang Ruyan took a sip of coffee. "Since you can do it, why can't others seek revenge?" She narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes, her tone suddenly sharp. "Everyone in your Lin family deserves to die." Lin Rong was stunned. "Even if I throw away the miracle drug, I won't give you a single pill. Rot in hell." With that, Shang Ruyan had her bodyguard escort Lin Rong out. Lin Rong stumbled, lying on the ground in a sorry state. She struggled to get up, looking at the dark night sky, suddenly smiled, a hint of sadness and bitterness in her eyes. She couldn't help but think of what the middle-aged woman had said earlier. I really regret it, she whispered. He was the only brother who was good to me. Regret is the most useless thing in the world. Shang Ruyan stood at the door, looking at the distant starry sky. There is no antidote for regret in this world. Shang Ruyan's words sent a shiver down Lin Rong's spine. She sat on the ground, dazed, her ears ringing, her mind in chaos. After a while, Shang Ruyan finally snapped out of her painful memories, rubbed her forehead. Prepare the car, bring Lu Sa, I'm going to the Su family. Su family villa. Su Bingquan was holding a photo of Lin Tingqing, silently shedding tears. He never expected that his son would die young, and in such mysterious circumstances. At that moment, Shang Ruyan, accompanied by the butler, walked in and went straight to the point. Hello, Uncle Su, I am Lin Tingqing's girlfriend, and I want to tell you something. Su Bingquan was taken aback, frowning at her. What is it? Shang Ruyan asked Lu Sa to step forward. Tell Uncle Su about Lin Tingqing's experience in the Lin family. Lu Sa nodded and recounted Lin Tingqing's childhood experiences. Clack! Su Bingquan's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. He widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what Lu Sa was saying. By the end, she choked up, knelt down, crying, Master Lin Tingqing is really pitiful, but we servants could only watch. After learning of Master Lin Tingqing's death, I felt guilty and resigned. Shang Ruyan pursed her lips, holding back her grief. Uncle Su, please accept my condolences. Su Bingquan looked dazed, murmuring, how is this possible? He clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh, blood dripping from his palms. His son, his pride and joy, was suffering so much, and he had no idea. And one of the instigators, Lin Youyu, had the audacity to come knocking on his door. How dare she show her face? Seeing the situation, Shang Ruyan seized the opportunity and said, Uncle Su, I actually came today hoping to cooperate with you, to seek revenge for Lin Tingqing. Su Bingquan suddenly turned his head, his face full of anger. Whoever killed my son, I will make them pay with their life. I promise to cooperate with you. He roared angrily, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Shang Ruyan sneered, rest assured, we won't get our hands dirty with blood. The Lin family is already on its last legs, we just need to fan the flames from behind the scenes. Su Bingquan's cloudy eyes shifted. All right, I'll help you. The two conspired for a while and finally reached an agreement. Lin's company. Lin Youyu anxiously looked at the financial reports showing cash flow shortages and project delays from several subsidiaries, then called in the secretary, only to find out that the headquarters had less than $1 million available funds to use. A drop in the bucket compared to the company's overall shortfall. She made several calls to good business partners, but they all hesitated to help. After much hesitation, she thought of Su Bingquan and reluctantly called him. The phone rang a few times before he finally answered, his voice cold. Hello, who is this? Lin Youyu took a deep breath and said as calmly as possible, Uncle Su, it's me, Lin Youyu. Upon hearing Lin Youyu's identity, the other end of the line fell silent. Su Bingquan chuckled coldly, why do you think I would help you? Uncle Su. Su Bingquan cut her off, mockingly saying, Lin Youyu, I already know about the mistreatment Lin Tingqing suffered in the Lin family. Your crocodile tears from before make me sick now, and I certainly won't lend you any money. Upon hearing Su Bingquan's words, Lin Youyu's face changed abruptly. Uncle Su, I know I was wrong, Lin Youyu, Su Bingquan's tone was icy, don't take everyone for fools. The sins of the Lin family will be repaid sooner or later. Retribution will come when the time is right. After Su Bingquan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lin Youyu's fingertips whitened as she gripped her phone, tears welling up in her eyes. It felt like someone was stabbing her heart. She only found out everything after Lin Tingqing's death. She was unwilling, extremely unwilling. She was angry at herself for being blind, and even angrier at the instigator, Lin Xiaotian. The more Lin Youyu thought about it, the more agitated she became. She suddenly grabbed a nearby vase and smashed it to the ground. With a loud crash, the vase shattered, fragments scattered on the floor, creating a mess. Breathing heavily, her chest heaving, her eyes gradually turned cold. She picked up her phone and called her other sisters. Before their parents passed away, they left a huge inheritance for the sisters. Now facing a crisis, they had to use it. Fortunately, the sisters were very cooperative and agreed to her plan, but when Lin Youyu went to withdraw the money, she was dumbfounded. There was not a single cent in that account. This can't be. Lin Youyu refused to believe it and checked her account again, still showing zero balance. Panicked, she hurriedly went to inquire, but the result remained the same. At that moment, her assistant suddenly exclaimed in horror, Ms. Lin, look at the hot search on Weibo. Lin Yoyu opened Weibo and was shocked to find that the news had already broken. All companies and projects under the Lin Group were facing a crisis, with stocks plummeting. How could this happen? Lin Yoyu widened her eyes in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I had already arranged for someone to temporarily hold it back. Lin Yoyu's face turned pale, not caring about the scandal, a suspicion forming in her mind. Could Lin Xiaotian have embezzled this money? She frantically searched her memory and finally remembered Lin Xiaotian's unusual behavior during this period. In panic, she contacted several sisters currently in the country to meet at the Lin residence. Lin Ruyan's eyes darkened slightly, heavy dark circles under her eyes. It must be Lin Xiaotian's doing. Yes, besides him, no one would spend so much money. He has been gambling all along. Lin Lulu also looked unwell. These days, she had been surviving on liquid nutrition. Lin Xiaoxue hid in a corner, eyes lifeless, a strong resentment in her eyes whenever she heard the name Lin Xiaotian. Lin Rong covered her wound, pursed her lips. I will have Chu Xiao check Lin Xiaotian's transfer records now. Everyone nodded in agreement. Before long, Lin Chuxia sent over the records. It was indeed him. Lin Xiaoxue's face twisted in anger, intense killing intent in her eyes. Beast, how could we have such a brother? Enraged, she coughed violently, almost passing out. Lin Yoyu and Lin Ruyan quickly supported her to comfort her. Lin Lulu, the only one among them who hadn't been completely disillusioned, called Lin Xiaotian and asked him to come back. Lin Xiaotian reluctantly returned to the old house. As soon as he entered, he saw the living room filled with people, each with a serious expression, the atmosphere eerie. Especially when he saw Lin Yoyu, he felt even more puzzled. Lin Xiaotian impatiently replied, "What's the matter now?" Lin Yoyu furrowed her brows, throwing a black card in front of him. "Where is the money in the account? The company needs that money to survive. It's the dowry our parents left for us sisters, a whole billion, and now not a penny is left." Seeing the truth revealed, Lin Xiaotian remained calm, sneering, "Are you all fools? There's nothing clearly written that it's your dowry in the account. As the only man, I am the true heir of the Lin family, and I can use it however I want." Lin Yoyu was furious. "You transferred all that money away? What are we supposed to do now?" Lin Xiaotian coldly replied, "If the company goes bankrupt, it's your fault. It's a perfect opportunity for me to take over." "You scoundrel!" Lin Yoyu cursed angrily. "We are family, don't you have a conscience? Doesn't it hurt?" Lin Xiaotian looked at them with malice. "Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Jealous, huh? Because mom and dad never intended to hand the company over to you women, and I am their favorite child, that's why they left everything to me." The group was furious, not expecting him to be so shameless. Lin Xiaotian continued, "You've managed the company into bankruptcy, you're all useless. Lin Yoyu, I'll give you a chance. I still have a lot of money, as long as you kneel down and apologize to me. Admit that you've been wrong all these days, I can support you a bit." Lin Yoyu's cheeks flushed. "In your dreams. Then you can wait for bankruptcy." Lin Xiaotian threatened, smugly waving the bank card in his hand. Lin Yoyu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly remembering something important. "Wait, how much money do you have left?" Lin Xiaotian casually replied, 50 million. 50 million. Enough. Lin Yoyu's eyes lit up. "Okay, I promise to apologize to you, but you must support the company." Of course. Several sisters wanted to intervene. Lin Yoyu, however, knelt down directly, gritting her teeth. "I apologize to you, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, I couldn't see the bigger picture." The other sisters, seeing this, felt a warmth in their eyes. Watching Lin Yoyu, who had always cared for everyone like a mother, kneel down with her head bowed, they all felt very uncomfortable. But Lin Xiaotian laughed heartily, clutching his stomach and said, "You really believed it, huh? What?" Lin Yoyu was stunned. Lin Xiaotian stared at her mockingly. "Did you really think I would transfer the money to you?" Lin Yoyu's face turned pale. "Lin Xiaotian, you are so foolish, you treated me unfairly before, so don't expect me to help you." Lin Xiaotian sneered, "Don't even think about getting a penny from me." Lin Yoyu hysterically shouted, "How dare you? Humph, utterly foolish." Lin Xiaotian coldly sneered, "This money was left to me by my parents, why should I let you waste it? A bunch of useless people." With that, he turned and left. The others stood there in shock, unable to recover for a while. After a long time, Lin murmured to herself, "So, it's all lies, all deceitful. We've been played by him." Lin Lulu cried sadly, "He never intended to help us from the beginning. How could he do this?" Lin Ruyan took a deep breath. "Don't forget, he was never a good person to begin with. What should we do now?" Lin Rong looked at Lin Yoyu, enduring the pain as she asked. With Lin Lulu's support, Lin Yoyu stood up from the ground, shaking her head. She felt a severe headache now, but she couldn't show it at this time. So she pretended nothing was wrong. "You guys focus on your own matters, I'll go out for a while, don't worry about me." With that, she drove to the Su family. Although Su Bingkuan had made it clear that he wouldn't help, she had no other choice now. Lin Yoyu arrived at the gate of the Su family villa and rang the doorbell. A servant opened the door. She rushed in anxiously, and as soon as she entered, she heard sighs coming from inside. Su Bingkuan sat in the living room, holding a photo of Lin Tingcheng in his hand. This was the only relic he had of Lin Tingcheng. Seeing Lin Yoyu, his expression turned cold, pursing his lips. "What are you here for? I told you, I won't help you." Lin Yoyu looked at his old and haggard face, thinking of the deceased Lin Tingcheng in his prime. Feeling heartbroken, she held back tears and said, "Uncle, please help me. If we delay any longer, the company will be beyond saving. As long as you are willing to help me, I am willing to accept any conditions." "I won't help you," Su Bingkuan refused decisively. "Since your Lin family treated Lin Tingcheng that way before, you shouldn't come to me again." Lin Yoyu knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face, choked up. "Uncle, I know I was wrong, please help me." Su Bingkuan raised his eyes, sharp gaze. "I am not your uncle, Lin Yoyu, understand your identity. Between us, it's a deep-seated hatred." Lin Yoyu wiped away the tears on her face, pleading, "Uncle, please help me. I can't let the Lin family be ruined by me, even if I give you half of the shares." Su Bingkuan's face turned grim. He didn't lack money at all. What did he need the shares of the Lin family for? His gaze fell on the photo, as if suddenly remembering something. "In that case, you can exchange it with Luo Luo's relic, one piece for 10 million, is this price acceptable?" I. Lin Yoyu struggled. "Our house had a fire before, Luo Luo's room was burned." "What did you say?" Su Bingkuan became excited, standing up suddenly. "I said Luo Luo's room was burned." Lin Yoyu lowered her eyes. "The Lin family didn't keep Luo Luo's photos before, it was our fault, uncle, I know I was wrong." Smack! Su Bingkuan, furious, slammed his hand on the table. "You ruined my only aspiration." He was so angry that his chest heaved violently, pointing outside the door. "Get out, our family can't accommodate you." Lin Yoyu's face was pale, and she can only leave. Walking on the road, Lin Yoyu was exhausted and despondent. Just then, she saw a small noodle stall by the roadside, and she mustered up the spirit to walk over and ordered a bowl of duck leg noodles. As the noodles were just cooked, Lin Yoyu smelled the fragrance and suddenly felt hungry. She picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The delicious and tender duck leg meat filled with elasticity instantly satisfied her empty stomach. Lin Yoyu couldn't help but eat more, but suddenly remembered the past. When the Lin family was poor, things like duck leg noodles were considered a luxury for them. At that time, when Lin Yoyu had pocket money, she would take Lin Xiaotian out to eat noodles. She would give half of the duck leg and noodles to Lin Xiaotian, and she would only eat the remaining noodles and soup. As for Lin Tingcheng, he always had to watch. Not only could he not eat the duck leg, he didn't even have a share of the soup. At that time, she didn't think there was anything wrong because Lin Xiaotian was her beloved younger brother. She even felt that it was the happiest and most joyful time of their lives. And now, thinking of Lin Xiaotian's despicable actions, she only felt deep regret. Thinking of her harsh treatment towards Lin Tingcheng, she felt even more heartbroken and unable to breathe. Lin Yoyu's eyes turned red, tears fell again, and she crazily stuffed duck legs and noodles into her mouth as if seeking revenge. She hated Lin Xiaotian to the core. She hated herself too. She hated herself for being so foolish, for treating Lin Tingcheng so badly. Now she had nothing left. She could only comfort herself by eating duck legs, otherwise, she was afraid she couldn't hold on. Lin Yoyu wiped away her tears, and in a daze, she saw a thin figure squatting beside her, looking at her eagerly. Upon closer inspection, it was the young Lin Tingcheng. At that time when she took Lin Xiaotian out to eat noodles, Lin Tingcheng could only stand aside and watch, not even getting to drink the soup. At that time, Lin Xiaotian had even mocked him. But who would have known that fate would arrange such a dramatic ending for them? Now, wanting to make amends, it was already too late. Lin Yaoyu's heart was filled with mixed emotions. In her imagination, she handed the bowl to Lin Tingcheng, who took it with surprise and ate the noodles eagerly, his face turning red. Watching this scene, Lin Yoyu's nose tingled, and tears almost fell. The voice of the poker-faced boss calling out to customers brought her back to reality. There was no Lin Tingcheng in front of her. Everything was fake. She took a deep breath, packed a bowl of noodles. Carrying the noodles, Lin Yoyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She had no idea where Lin Tingcheng was buried. "Hey, miss, what's wrong with you?" Seeing her expression, the noodle stall owner asked with concern, "Do you need help?" Lin Yoyu lowered her head, "It's nothing." With that, she hurriedly left. She walked in silence all the way, and when she came to her senses, she found herself by the river. In her memory, Lin Tingcheng liked to stay in places with water. The sound of water would calm him down. Lin Yaoyu pursed her lips and threw the duck leg noodles into the river. She couldn't find Lin Tingqing, but, throwing it into the water, he should be able to sense it. He should be able to sense her regrets and longing, this foolish girl. Just then, someone passing by saw her actions and rolled their eyes. What kind of person are you? No manners at all, throwing garbage into the river, polluting the environment. Lin Youyu stood still, at a loss. After a while, she finally reacted. This is not garbage, it's my brother's favorite duck leg noodles. The passerby who had already walked far away looked at her as if she were crazy. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Youyu's face. She was indeed on the verge of madness. She wanted to go see Lin Tingqing. No matter how urgent the matters at the company were, she couldn't stop this thought. Lin Youyu tried every means and, with the help of Lin Shuxia, found the address of the girl who had been at Lin Tingqing's funeral, and hurried there without stopping. The girl's name was Li Yun, still in school, living in a low-rent house near the school. Lin Youyu knocked on the door a few times, and soon the door opened, revealing the girl's delicate face. Seeing Lin Youyu, she blinked in confusion. Why is it you? Lin Youyu looked at her, feeling uneasy. She clenched her teeth and spoke with difficulty. I am Luoluo's sister. We met before, and I want to ask you for Luoluo's address to pay my respects to him. Li Yun's face showed a hint of sadness upon hearing this. After a pause, Li Yun sobered up from her sadness, looking somewhat troubled. Lin Youyu felt a pang in her heart, tears almost welling up in her eyes. She forced a smile and asked, I miss him a lot. Li Yun hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. I'm sorry, senior brother Lin Tingqing told me that no matter who asks about his burial place, I cannot disclose it. It was his last wish. Lin Youyu was stunned, her eyes turning red. I'm sorry. Li Yun hesitated for a moment, then said, Anyway, I have no information to share with you. Please take care of yourself. Lin Youyu tremblingly took the letter, her face pale, a hint of despair in her eyes. Why? Li Yun sighed and said, Senior brother told me before he passed away that death was a relief for him. He didn't want to recall the pain of the past, nor let those who had caused him pain in the past come to pay their respects at his grave. With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving Lin Youyu outside. Lin Youyu stood frozen in place, her mind in chaos. Those who had caused him pain. Yes, they were the ones who had caused Lin Tingqing pain. It was right for Lin Tingqing not to want to see them. From childhood, she had doted on Lin Xiaotian, giving him everything he wanted, even reaching for the stars and moon for him. But she had never cared for Lin Tingqing. Lin Tingqing's refusal to reveal his burial place. Perhaps he wanted to let go of these heartless and cruel family members. Lin Youyu returned to the company in a daze, only to find a group of employees gathered at the entrance. Walking over, she realized they were all there to demand payment. I'm telling you, you must compensate us for our wages today. It's been 3 months. Stop talking to her, she owes millions to others. Give me back my hard-earned money. The crowd clamored. Lin Youyu's heart sank. How could this be? Although the company was running out of resources, there was still some funds to pay the employees. How could they have been owed for so long? Lin Youyu felt a chill all over, her eyes dry, as if she were immersed in a cold ice cellar. Others noticed her and surrounded her. A man pointed at her and cursed, Look, it's her, the president of the Lin family, withholding wages, utterly shameless, causing us to lose our wages, it's all your fault. The group of people insulted Lin Youyu, the scene becoming extremely chaotic. Unable to avoid it, Lin Youyu was pushed down, her forehead hitting the wall, blood flowing instantly. Lin Youyu covered her bleeding forehead, enduring the immense pain, staggering back 2 steps. She looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes, choked up as she spoke, Everyone, although the company is in a difficult situation, we will never withhold your wages. I will ensure the finance department pays everyone on time. As for why you haven't received it, please give me some time, I will find out the truth and give you an answer. After some discussion among the people, they decided to give Lin Youyu time to gather the wages and repay the debts as soon as possible. After these people dispersed, Lin Youyu returned to her office, slumping into a chair, her heart sinking into the abyss. She found the only assistant who hadn't run away, only to learn that all the company's money had been transferred by Lin Xiaotian in the names of other sisters. This led to the inability to even pay the salaries. Lin Youyu's eyes flashed with hatred as she called Lin Rong. This time, she would not be merciful anymore. Once her sister found Lin Xiaotian's address, she would report him to the police. However, she couldn't reach Lin Rong on the phone. In the temple, heavy rain poured down. Lin Rong, dragging her sick body, took difficult steps forward. The destination was the well with Lin Tingqing's photo on it. Every step was so difficult, accompanied by blood flowing down. After what seemed like a long time, she finally reached the edge of the well. Lin Rong reached out, touching the cold stone wall, tears filling her eyes. Luoluo, sister was wrong. Lin Rong murmured softly. Her tears slid down, dropping onto the cold well cover. Patter dash whoosh dash. The rain curtain obscured her vision. Lin Rong closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, tears streamed down her face. She half knelt by the well, almost pleading loudly. Luo, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive me. Please, let me make it up to you. Lin Rong sobbed softly, tears blurring her vision. Lin Rong repeated the same words over and over, her voice hoarse and desperate, like a wild beast on the brink of death. Luo, please. Her hot tears fell on the well's edge, quickly disappearing. Lin Rong looked up, tears falling one by one. I truly regret it. Her hand covered the cold well wall, as if trying to feel the familiar warmth and comfort, but only the cold sensation remained. Luo, it was sister who harmed you. I trusted the wrong person, loved the wrong person. It's right for you to resent me. Please, forgive me, okay? Please, let us start anew as a family. We won't treat you like that again. Lin Rong cried out, tears flowing uncontrollably. However, there was no response from the well. The only response was the increasingly heavy downpour. Until dawn, as the storm gradually subsided, there was still no response from the well. Lin Rong took a deep breath, her eyes deep, and she spent money to pump out the well water, trying to find the photo buried at the bottom of the well. But the dried-up well bottom was empty. Lin Rong hugged her knees, sitting beside it, staring at the well, her eyes vacant, like a puppet without a soul, with a deteriorating pain in her wound. She felt pain all over her body, her head heavy, limbs weak and sore. Why? She squatted by the well, crying loudly. Had Lin Tingcheng hated her to this extent? Not even willing to let her find a photo. The commotion here alerted the abbot. The abbot walked over, seeing Lin Rong's extremely mournful appearance, feeling pity in his heart, and said, "Why persist in this way, benefactor? It's better to let go." Let go? Ha! Lin Rong shook her head. No. It's impossible. Benefactor, if you need help, this monk is willing to assist. The abbot sighed and changed his approach. Abbot, thank you. My only wish is to see my brother again, but it's a pity that heaven and man are forever apart. Lin Rong raised her head, her eyes swollen, her cheeks pale and thin, looking ghostly. Hearing this, the abbot's eyes flashed. Actually, there is not completely no way. It depends on whether you have the perseverance and determination to meet the necessary conditions. Lin Rong's cloudy eyes suddenly sparkled, and she asked eagerly, what way? The abbot said slowly, I see that your destiny is unique, although it is a solitary star destiny, but with the protection of the purple star, it is a rare encounter. Hearing this, Lin Rong's mind shook. Abbot, are you saying? You are a person with destiny, different from ordinary people. This method may be worth a try. Lin Rong's heart was pounding, and she asked, what method? The abbot said, but this method is extremely difficult. With the current condition of the donor, a slight mistake could cost your life. Are you sure you want to try? Lin Rong clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination and resilience. I'm sure. Our temple has a meditation pavilion at the peak of this mountain. Starting from here, there are 3,000 steps, with a bright lamp on each side every 10 steps. If the donor can light these 600 lamps, take a rest in the meditation pavilion, perhaps you can see the person you want to see in your dreams. The abbot said calmly, you might as well give it a try. Hearing this, Lin Rong's eyes lit up, tears of joy streaming down her face. Really, is it true? Of course it's true, the abbot said with a faint smile. Lin Rong was extremely excited. Thank you for your guidance, abbot. The abbot said, I will accompany you up. Lin Rong expressed her gratitude. Thank you, abbot. The abbot led Lin Rong to the steps. The mountain wind was chilling. Lin Rong thanked the abbot and started climbing. After climbing over 50 steps, her body began to struggle. Each step felt like stepping on a blade, the cold wind piercing her bones, sweat dripping down her face. Lin Rong gritted her teeth and continued to climb, finally falling to the ground at around the 100th step. Ah! Lin Rong groaned, her forehead bleeding, blood flowing down her nose. She covered her forehead, breathing heavily. Enduring the pain, she stood up, holding onto the steps to continue climbing. Ah! Lin Rong fell again, this time even harder, her entire face hitting the cold stone floor. She gritted her teeth, lit the lamps on both sides, and continued to climb with determination. Lying on the steps, looking at the sky filled with the evening glow, her gaze gradually became firm. I must see Luo. Her face was stained with blood, her eyes filled with determination. Lin Rong climbed all 3,000 steps. It was already late at night, the moon shining brightly above, casting its light on her exhausted body. Weakly leaning against the steps, her face pale, she raised her weak hand and lit the last lamp. Her legs trembling, her body weak, Lin Rong used her hands to support herself, slowly making her way to the meditation pavilion. She wanted to see Lin Tingcheng, even if it was just for a second. She was willing to endure this torment. Using all her strength, she finally reached the meditation pavilion. The pavilion was located on a cliff, surrounded by mist, like a fairyland. Huff, huff. Lin Rong gasped heavily, tears mixed with sweat had soaked her clothes long ago. Luo Luo. I've come to see you, sister. Lin Rong leaned against the pavilion, closing her eyes. At that moment, something seemed different. She almost instantly entered a dreamlike state. Sister, sister. A young voice, clear and gentle. Lin Rong opened her eyes to a lush green scenery, sunlight shining on her. It was a villa in the forest. She was dazed for a moment before slowly coming to her senses. At that moment, Lin Tingqing walked in with food. Sister, you're finally awake, quickly eat something, Lin Tingqing urged with concern. He placed the tray on the table, served soup with utensils. Lin Rong looked at her brother in a daze, her eyes moist. She reached out to touch him, only to find her hand passing through him. Luo Luo. Luo Luo. Lin Rong murmured his name, her face full of astonishment. What was going on? Just then, another woman sat up from the bed, lazily stretching and coquettishly said to Lin Tingqing, Luo Luo, you're so good, I get to taste your cooking again. Lin Tingqing smiled at the woman. Sister, you should freshen up first. Lin Rong looked at the two of them in confusion, her emotions complex. After the woman finished washing up, Lin Tingqing brought the porridge over. Wu Jia, hurry and eat while it's hot. He scooped up a spoonful of porridge and handed it to the woman. The woman blew on it lightly, then tilted her head back and drank the porridge. It's hot. She coughed softly a few times, furrowing her brows. Lin Tingqing quickly patted her back. I'm sorry, I forgot you were sick. I even fell on my leg. But you don't care at all, you only care about the other sisters. The woman pouted. Lin Tingqing smiled helplessly, half squatting down, gently applying a band-aid to the woman. Lin Rong watched their interaction, tears falling from her eyes, feeling a tearing pain in her heart. Why? Why is this happening? Why? Can't Luo Luo see her? Why does Luo Luo call that woman Wu Jie? Who is that woman exactly? Luo Luo, don't you recognize me anymore? Lin Rong murmured to herself, tears dropping to the ground, leaving blurry traces. Lin Tingqing seemed to hear something, looking straight at where Lin Rong was. His previously gentle expression instantly turned cold and indifferent. Lin Tingqing stood up abruptly, looking at her with icy eyes. Lin Rong was startled, quickly wiping away her tears. Luo Luo, don't you remember me? Lin Tingqing just looked at her like a stranger, completely ignoring her. Lin Rong's body swayed, and she suddenly sat down on the ground, tears blurring her vision, but she still looked at him, crying out in sorrow. Luo Luo, I'm your Wu Jie. Why don't you recognize me? Why do you call someone else sister? Lin Tingqing looked down at her from a high position, his eyes devoid of emotion. His indifference was like a sharp sword piercing Lin Rong's chest. The next moment, Lin Rong appeared in front of a lake. The water in the lake shimmered with blue and purple ripples, constantly undulating, like a dark and mysterious passage. Lin Rong suddenly felt anxious and confused. She was about to leave the lake, but then she heard a familiar voice. Her body froze at the lakeside. Lin Xiaotian stood on the shore, looking at Lin Rong. He walked towards her slowly, looking down at her with extreme coldness. Why are you here? Lin Rong was completely caught off guard and looked at him warily. It's none of your business. Are you here to find Lin Tingqing, that useless guy? Lin Xiaotian mocked her. Lin Rong gave him a cold glance. Get lost. This remark completely enraged Lin Xiaotian. Without warning, he reached out and pushed Lin Rong into the water. Ah! Lin Rong let out a sharp scream, struggling desperately. But the water was too turbulent, and she couldn't grab onto anything to save herself. The water was too shallow, and she couldn't swim. Lin Xiaotian stood on the shore, a cruel and indifferent expression on his face, reveling in the twisted pleasure. He watched Lin Rong struggling in the lake, his smile becoming more and more insane. Lin Rong struggled and screamed in terror, but soon, she sank to the bottom of the lake. The suffocation made her head heavy, limbs flailing uncontrollably. Lin Xiaotian stood on the shore, watching her sink and float in the water, indifferent. After a long time, he smiled maniacally, turned and left. Lin Rong was covered in cold sweat, waking up from the dream, almost rolling and crawling down the mountain to find the abbot, telling him everything that happened in her dream. The abbot furrowed his brow. He looked at Lin Rong. Are you saying that Lin Tingqing not only can't see you, but also calls another woman Wu Jie whom you don't know? Lin Rong nodded. The abbot stroked his beard, falling into silence. He sighed and comforted her. Perhaps this is a good thing, after all. He paused. Lin Xiaotian has already passed away. For him to forget these unpleasant things from his past life and start anew, it might be a good thing. Lin Rong hung her head, clenching her fists. She understood without the abbot having to explain. Lin Tingqing had no reason to remember them. And pushing her into the water is indeed something that Lin Xiaotian, that bastard, could do. This dream. Damn it, it's surprisingly accurate. But even though she was covered in cold sweat, Lin Rong had no intention of letting go. The abbot compassionately said, "Since Lin Xia has already let go, you should too." Let go? How could she let go? Lin Tingxing is her brother, but now he has become someone else's brother. Lin Rong found it hard to believe, even harder to accept. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could kill that woman on the spot. Moreover, she personally suppressed Lin Tingxing's soul. If she couldn't make up for this mistake, how could she face Lin Tingxing in the future? The abbot persuaded again, "Life is short, don't be stubborn." Lin Rong interrupted him, resolutely asking, "Is there any other way?" The abbot closed his eyes and said, "The Buddha said, cannot say, cannot say." Seeing the abbot remain silent, Lin Rong felt despair. "I can't do it, I can't do it." Lin Rong collapsed, crying in pain, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Lin Tingxing was her only hope, and now even that hope was lost. What else did she have? Suddenly, Lin Rong wiped away her tears, looked at the master, and said, "I want to light the eternal lamp again, to see Luoluo again. This time, I will definitely apologize sincerely and ask for Luoluo's forgiveness. This time, she must make her brother forgive her, she must." The abbot said, "Guest, you should go back." Lin Rong shook her head stubbornly and said, "I will absolutely not go back." With that, she turned and walked towards the mountain. She couldn't wait to see Luoluo again. Using a stick to support her body, Lin Rong walked into the rainy night, climbing towards the mountaintop. The rain became heavier and heavier. It was very difficult to light each eternal lamp. Leaning on the steps, gasping for breath, her eyes moist and red, her vision gradually darkening. Perhaps due to exertion, she felt lightheaded, as if she might pass out at any moment. Strangely, this didn't scare her. Instead, it made her feel joyful. This feeling was just too terrible. Even if she died to see Lin Tingxing, so what? After a while, Lin Rong heard a rumbling sound coming from the mountaintop. She looked up and saw lightning cutting through the dark clouds in the sky. Immediately after, deafening thunder followed, and a torrential downpour began. Lin Rong stood dazed on the steps. Her gaze gradually became vacant and confused. Like a landslide, the mud and rocks rushed down from the mountain, destroying all the eternal lamps along the way. No, Lin Rong let out a scream from her throat. Without the eternal lamps, she would never have a chance to see Luoluo again. She risked her life to protect the eternal lamps with her body. This was undoubtedly a futile effort. Just as she was about to be buried by the mudslide, the abbot had two young monks pull her back. Lin Rong stared blankly as all the eternal lamps were destroyed, her whole being frozen, her eyes devoid of light, like a stagnant pool. She just sat quietly in place, staring unblinkingly at the spot where the mudslide had engulfed everything. The abbot sighed, "Guest, you are still young, your life is precious." "No, I have lived enough," Lin Rong screamed in anguish. "I want to see Luoluo, even if it's just once." The abbot was speechless. Although he didn't approve of Lin Rong's obsession, he couldn't bear to see her die. That was why he braved the rain to bring people to rescue Lin Rong. After a while, she slowly squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, sobbing softly. The abbot sighed beside her. "Guest, if you really can't let go, you can cast a Buddha statue in the name of Lin Xia, so that his spirit in heaven can rest in peace." Lin Rong suddenly opened her eyes, her rapid breathing gradually calming down. She muttered, "Yes, why didn't I think of that?" She wanted to create a golden body for her younger brother. The abbot nodded. "Rest in the temple for a while first, while I prepare everything needed." Lin Rong nodded, watching the abbot's hurried departure, a glimmer of hope rising in her eyes. The eternal lamp was destroyed. She thought she had no chance anymore. Her brother had completely disappeared. She would never see him again. But now, the abbot's words reignited hope in her, perhaps. Lin Rong's eyes brightened. She immediately got up and ran towards the temple. Lin Rong used all her savings to trim the Buddha niche, scheduling it for the afternoon. However, the process of building the niche was not smooth. Either the strong wind blew down the wooden frame, or the stone statue inexplicably shattered. After 10 days, only half of the Buddha statue was completed. It was crooked and incomplete. Lin Rong looked at the half-finished Buddha statue, feeling disheartened. The abbot personally supervised, but there was still no progress. Lin Rong's expression grew heavier. This was Lin Tingxing rejecting her. He would never forgive her. He hated her so much. He wouldn't even give her a glimmer of hope. Lin Rong clenched her fists, trembling all over. No, she must see Lin Tingxing. Lin Rong muttered to herself, "This is a test for me. If I can't pass this test, he will never want to see me." She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. "I absolutely will not allow this to happen." Lin Rong wanted to continue having people build the niche, but most of the craftsmen working at the temple were devout Buddhists. Seeing this scene, they were unwilling to continue working. Even the abbot shook his head. Donor, this is a warning from the heavens. Some things are destined and cannot be forced by human effort. No, Lin Rong gritted her teeth. Abbot, please help me. The abbot sighed. Why force the impossible? No, this is not forcing the impossible. Lin Rong knelt on the ground, tears in her eyes. Please, as long as I can see Lin Tingqing, I will do anything. Seeing this, the abbot hesitated for a moment, then firmly shook his head. Donor, please leave. Continuing to do such impossible tasks may even affect the temple. Lin Rong gritted her teeth. Is there really no other way? The abbot sighed. Ba. Lin Rong clenched her teeth, tears swirling in her eyes. Reluctantly, she was half sent and half driven away by a few young monks, leaving the temple. She returned to the Lin family with a heavy heart, only to find out that the Lin family's stocks had completely collapsed, all thanks to Lin Xiaotian. Lin Rong's expression was cold as she prepared to call her team members to hunt down Lin Xiaotian. The next day, Lin Xiaotian appeared brazenly at the Lin family's door. Lin Youyu was shocked and angry, staring at him. Lin Xiaotian, do you have the face to come back? Why wouldn't I have the face to come back? Lin Xiaotian smiled, not caring about being scolded. This is the property my parents left me. Why can't I come back? Lin Rong walked up to Lin Xiaotian, looking him straight in the eyes. Why did you do this? Are you only satisfied if you harm all of us? Why? Lin Xiaotian sneered. I should be asking you, why didn't you die from your old injury? Why do you have to come back and stop me? Do you know, the current Lin family is no longer yours? Why are you still clinging here? Lin Youyu's eyes narrowed, lips pressed tightly. What are you up to? I don't understand your intentions. Lin Xiaotian laughed heartily. What I want is simple, to take back everything that belongs to me. With that, he took out a will from his pocket. This is the will my parents left me. I am the legitimate heir of the Lin family. You are not worthy of owning Lin Group. Lin Youyu's face changed slightly. How can you use our parents' will as a threat? Do you have no conscience? Haha, conscience? Lin Xiaotian sneered as he scanned the crowd. You all have conscience, but unfortunately you have to get out of here. Nonsense! Lin Rong scolded angrily. What can't you do? Don't waste your breath on me. Lin Xiaotian raised the will in his hand. Whoever dares to defy, come and fight me for the Lin family's property. Pausing, he continued, our parents have long prepared the will, waiting for the right time to reveal it. It clearly states that all of the Lin family's property is to be handed over to me. He threw the will onto the coffee table. If you don't believe it, read it yourself. Lin Youyu picked up the will, looking dazed. She never expected her parents to be so biased. This was a punishment from heaven for the 7 sisters. She shouldn't have expected too much. But, you can't do this. Lin Rong suddenly looked up at Lin Xiaotian. How dare you? Alright, now get out of the Lin family. Lin Xiaotian smirked. Or do you want to wait for the lawyer to arbitrate? Lin Rong gritted her teeth. You're dreaming. I will get a lawyer to validate the will. Lin Xiaotian boasted. Since you don't acknowledge it, we will proceed according to the law. Lin Youyu pursed her lips, seeing the signatures and seals on the will. She knew it was indeed her parents' intention. She took a deep breath, stopping Lin Rong. Let's leave here first. Being kicked out would be even more embarrassing. Although reluctant, Lin Rong could only grit her teeth and agree. Elder sister, I can go back to the military camp first. What about you? Lin Rong worried. She didn't have any money on her now. Lin Youyu forced a smile. Don't worry about me. I'll figure something out. After saying that, she pushed Lin Rong into the car heading to the military camp, dragging her luggage aimlessly on the street. It was nearing evening. The setting sun's glow spread over every inch of the city, appearing particularly peaceful and beautiful. But Lin Youyu had no mood to appreciate it. She looked down at the will in her hand. Mom, Dad, I don't understand why you would leave the Lin family to such a beast. Lin Rong's eyes gradually reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mom, Dad, why don't you trust me? Am I a bad daughter? Why, as their own flesh and blood, did Lin Xiaotian have to be so malicious towards the 7 sisters? And they were caught off guard. She suddenly remembered passing by her parents' office before, hearing Lin Tingqing arguing with her parents. It seemed to be about unfair distribution of property. Originally, she thought Lin Tingqing was upset because he didn't get much money, but she didn't expect. It was actually for the sake of her and her sisters. The 7 sisters always thought they were their parents' treasures. They always treated Lin Xiaotian as their beloved one, but they never expected that the parents and brother they cared most about had already betrayed them. The only one willing to speak up for them was Lin Tingqing. But this boy, who was full of their love, was ignored and looked down upon by them, disappearing from their lives in such a desolate and tragic way. Not long ago, she heartlessly wanted to kick Lin Tingqing out of the Lin family. Now, the tables had turned, and she was also driven out by her once dearest brother. This was retribution. The more Lin Yoyu thought about it, the more despair she felt, squatting on the roadside and crying loudly. The street was remote, with no residents around. Occasionally, passers-by would look at her sitting alone on the roadside, casting curious glances. After crying enough, Lin Yoyu stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and slowly walked towards the low-rent housing. There was no other way, she could only move into the rental house that Lin Tingqing had rented before. Lin Yoyu was in a bad mood, even the weather was gloomy with continuous rain. She sat alone on the sofa in the rental house, feeling a splitting headache. When Lin Tingqing was still alive, he would massage her whenever she had a headache. But now, things had changed. Lin Yoyu lowered her head, wanting to take another painkiller, only to find that they were all used up. She frowned, enduring the intense headache, and slowly walked into the bathroom, took a shower, and lay down on the bed to sleep. But even so, it couldn't alleviate her pain at all. Lin Yoyu was on the verge of collapse, feeling utterly hopeless. She couldn't help but hate Lin Xiaotian. If it weren't for Lin Xiaotian, none of this would have happened. She would always be the young lady of the Lin family, and Lin Xiaotian would never take away what belonged to her. She closed her eyes, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a flash of an image in her mind. Sister. A little boy threw himself onto Lin Yoyu. Sister, sister, I finally see you. Lin Yoyu was stunned for a moment, then realized that it was Lin Tingqing's voice. Luo Luo. You finally called me sister? Lin Yoyu hugged Lin Tingqing, tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Sister, are you feeling unwell? Let me massage you. Lin Yoyu smiled at the little boy, but after a while, she found that the headache had not eased. Opening her eyes again, she saw nothing but a blank space. It was all just an illusion. Lin Yoyu sighed, turned off the light, and prepared to sleep. However, at that moment, the curtains suddenly moved with the wind. Lin Yoyu shuddered all over, opened her eyes wide in the darkness, and saw a pair of dark green eyes silently staring at her. Lin Yoyu held her breath instantly, staring in horror at the figure. Who are you? Me? Lin Xiaotian revealed an evil smile. I am, of course, the one who will kill you. With that, he lunged towards her. Lin Yoyu was terrified, struggling desperately until she accidentally bumped into the wall, only to realize it was also an illusion. She completely broke down, kneeling on the ground. Whether it was the continuous headache or the illusions, she couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Yoyu picked up a bamboo skewer from the ground, a look of determination in her eyes. Instead of living in such pain, she decided it was better to die completely, as a way to repay Lin Tingqing's life. Just as she was about to stab herself in the temple, a pair of hands grabbed the bamboo skewer. Lin Rong looked at her in shock and anger. Big sister, what are you doing? Without you, how can the 6 of us sisters live on? Lin Yoyu looked at Lin Rong in despair, shaking her head and murmuring, I'm sorry, Rong. Lin Rong's eyes were slightly red, choked up. Sister, please put down the skewer, don't do something stupid, let's discuss things together. Lin Yoyu looked at her, tears streaming down her face. Rong, I can't harm you anymore. With that, she took back the skewer and stabbed it towards her neck. No, Lin Rong screamed in horror, snatching the skewer away and breaking it. Big sister, I beg you not to be foolish, okay? Lin Rong cried in sorrow. If you die, what will we do? Can you bear to leave us alone and helpless? Lin Yoyu looked at her. Rong. I'm sorry, but I really don't know what to do now, I just want to be free. Lin Rong held her hand tightly. We will find a way. Big sister, please calm down, okay? Lin Yoyu's eyes were hollow, completely engulfed in despair. She kept asking herself, would she never escape from Lin Xiaotian's clutches in her lifetime? We will definitely seek revenge, turn the tables. Lin Rong said firmly. Luo is already dead. We sisters should unite and take revenge on that beast for all the grievances. There's no way out. Lin Yoyu shook uncontrollably. Even if that beast Lin Xiaotian is killed, Lolo will not come back. Hearing Lin Yoyu say these words, Lin Rong also showed a look of sadness, only able to comfort Lin Yoyu as best as she could and help her fall asleep. In the quiet of the night, Lin Yoyu fell into a deep sleep in a daze. Lin Rong watched her for a long time, gently drew the curtains, and walked drowsily to the bathroom, splashing cold water on herself to cool down. She had been running a high fever for a long time, but there was no way to bring it down. She bitterly smiled, recalling the fact that, due to her fate, she would always fall ill and run a fever frequently. At first, her parents would buy her medicine and take her to see a doctor, but as the frequency of her illnesses increased, no one had the patience to care for her anymore. One time, when she had a particularly severe fever, her parents thought it was just a common cold and didn't pay much attention. It was Lin Tingqing who carried her on his back, trekking over 12 kilometers to the town to find a doctor to treat her. It was winter. The cold wind was biting, snow was falling, but he only wore a thin shirt, his face full of anxiety. In such cold weather, he braved the freezing cold, carrying her to nearby hospitals, and finally cured her illness with the help of an old specialist. Lin Rong dared not imagine what kind of nightmare she would have faced if Lin Tingqing had not saved her back then. Perhaps she would have been left mentally disabled, or even died. She wiped the water droplets off her cheeks, looking at the weary woman in the mirror, unable to help but bitterly smile. How could you forget? How could you forget? Thinking about the difference in how she treated Lin Tingqing and Lin Xiaotian, Lin Rong's heart ached like being pricked by needles, and her nose felt even more sour. Lin Xiaotian, why are you so cruel? You have destroyed our family. Do you want to drive us sisters to death as well? She covered her mouth, silently sobbing. Lin Rong raised her head and looked at the moon outside the window. At this moment, the moon was full, its light shining brightly, like a sharp curved blade hanging in the air, chilling. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from the hospital where Lin Lulu was. It completely plunged Lin Rong's mood to the bottom. Miss Lin Rong, the patient Lin Lulu's condition has worsened, and the treatment costs at the hospital have already exceeded 100,000. We tried contacting the first contact person Lin Yodu and the second contact person Lin Royan without success, so we found you. Please settle the fees for Lin Lulu within 24 hours and deposit the medical expenses. The hospital will perform surgery on Lin Lulu once the medical fees are received, otherwise, the hospital will have to stop treating Lin Lulu. Just a reminder, the best time for surgery is within 48 hours. Upon hearing this, Lin Rong panicked. I will go raise the money right away, she said, her voice trembling. After hanging up the phone, she sat despairingly on the ground. She had less than 10,000 in her account now, and there was no way to get an advance from her superiors. Her physical condition was too poor to take on any tasks now, and her superiors and teammates were already starting to show dissatisfaction towards her, not to mention getting an advance. But she couldn't just watch her little sister die. Intense hatred filled Lin Rong's eyes. Lin Xiaotian, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could we have ended up in this situation today? I will never let you off the hook. Lin Rong gritted her teeth, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Although she and Lin Xiaotian were at odds, Lin Lulu and Lin Xiaotian had always had a good relationship. Because they were closest in age, they used to go out and play together often. If something happened to Lin Lulu, Lin Xiaotian shouldn't ignore it, right? After much hesitation, she called Lin Xiaotian. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Lin Xiaotian's indifferent voice came through. Hello? Hearing this voice, Lin Rong felt a surge of anger. She forced herself to calm down and slowly spoke. Lin Xiaotian, I know you hate me now, but I need money right now. It's your seventh sister who's in trouble. She's in the hospital, and if we don't have money, the hospital won't perform the surgery on her. She might die. Can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back as soon as I earn enough. Lin Rong pleaded softly. Oh, so you want to borrow money from me? Lin Xiaotian's tone was sarcastic. My seventh sister, you mean Lin Lulu who abandoned me and went back to the Lin family to enjoy life by herself? Ridiculous. Why do you think I would lend money to you guys? Lin Xiaotian, you are heartless. Lin Rong exclaimed in anger. You don't deserve to be called a human being. Haha, you deserve it. So just watch Lin Lulu die. With that, he hung up the phone. Lin Rong felt hopeless, holding her head and crying. Lin Xiaotian, such a heartless man, was still alive. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. She sat on the cold floor, her eyes blank, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wanted to save her sister. She didn't want her sister to die. But Lin Xiaotian refused her, and she had no other way to earn money. It was ironic to think about it. Not long ago, she thought Lin Tingqing was useless, unable to even earn money for treatment. Now that she found herself in this situation, she realized how desperate it felt to have no way out. What should she do now? Earn money? Her body couldn't support her to do any work. Lin Rong cried bitterly, full of sorrow and despair. Suddenly, she remembered something. When she was promoted to captain, Lin Xiaotian had given her a ruby necklace worth millions because of its significance. She had always kept it with her. She took out the ruby necklace, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. As long as she could get money for it, she could save Lulu. Lin Rong took a deep breath, walked to the dressing table, took off the necklace, a beautiful piece with a large ruby carved into it, sparkling and radiant. She put it in her bag and left the cheap rental room, hurrying to a second-hand luxury goods recycling store. She hesitated outside the store for a long time before finally mustering the courage to knock on the door. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing the fat face of the shop owner. Oh, it's so late, we're closed. What do you want? The shop owner's attitude was impatient, clearly annoyed at being disturbed. Lin Rong forced a smile. Lisa, do you accept jewelry here? Oh, you want to pawn it? The shop owner glanced at her, yawning. Let me see what jewelry you have. Lin Rong handed her the ruby necklace. This is a ruby necklace given to me by a relative. I need money urgently, can you give me a few $100,000 for it? The price of rubies had been rising over the years. She was selling it cheap, just hoping to give Lulu a chance. Are you kidding me? The shop owner rolled her eyes. What kind of ruby is this? It's just a red agate. Even $100 is too much. Coming to me in the middle of the night, looking for bad luck. Get out, get out, get out. Lin Rong widened her eyes. How could it be? This is a ruby my brother gave me. The shop owner rudely waved her hand to drive her away. Hurry up and leave, don't delay my rest. Lin Rong bit her lip. When Lin Xiaotian gave her the necklace, he should have been well off. Did he really give her a fake necklace? Lin Rong wanted to argue, but the shop owner didn't give her a chance, slamming the door shut. Lin Rong stood outside the door in a daze, her eyes moist. Fake? The ruby necklace she had cherished for years, even protecting it tightly in life and death situations, turned out to be fake? Lin Rong closed her eyes, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. The ruby necklace still shimmered, but it seemed to be mocking her foolishness. Lin Xiaotian had never truly cared for her, but now he doesn't have much time left to feel regret. No, she must save her sister at all costs. Lin Rong suddenly lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and regained her usual efficient demeanor. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Fourth sister, it's me, Rong Rong. Lulu is in trouble, she needs a large sum for surgery and follow-up treatment costs. My money has run out, can you send me some money? Lin Rong bit her lip. Upon hearing this, Lin Shusha fell silent for a moment. Rong Rong, I gave all my savings to the eldest sister to save the company from crisis. I don't have any savings now. Have you asked the other sisters? Second sister and third sister are unreachable. Sixth sister's phone is out of service. I have no other options. Lin Rong's voice trembled with tears. Hearing her usually strong sister sounding so vulnerable, Lin Shusha felt a pang in her heart. Rong Rong, don't cry. I'll go take on some jobs to earn money now. I'll send it to you as soon as I have it, don't worry. After hanging up, Lin Shusha immediately logged into the job bidding website she hadn't visited in a long time. It caused a stir instantly. Numerous messages of support flooded the homepage. See God, you're finally online. WOC, long time no see, last time I lost to you in cracking speed. I'm not satisfied. Any chance for a rematch? The person above has no shame. See God clearly let you win, right? See God, are you back online to start taking jobs? I have some important tasks here. Looking at the messages on the screen, Lin Shusha felt a mix of emotions. As the top hacker, she hadn't been on this website for a long time. After all, operating in the gray area was not a good thing. But now, for the sake of money, she had to temporarily lower her guard. Lin Shusha changed her blank signature to taking jobs, price, task, time. The entire website seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, shocked messages flew in like pieces of paper. Wow, is this for real? See God is taking jobs personally? What's going on? See God had retired and semi-withdrawn, now actively taking jobs, is he crazy? Oh my, See God is really amazing. Wow, is See God not afraid of international police tracking? We did quite a few big things when we were young, it could lead to trouble. Lin Shusha looked at the comments on the screen and sighed silently. She knew very well the danger of reappearing on the website with her identity and reputation. But Lulu was in critical condition, and the family urgently needed money. She had to take a risk. She never thought she would go online again one day. Lin Shusha remembered the ultimate reason she was forced to take this risk, all because Lin Xiaotian had betrayed the family, leaving her feeling stifled. How did she not see earlier that this guy was so despicable? Frustrated, she opened the chat box of the only friend in her list, labeled L. He was her only true friend on this website, who had listened to many of her troubles and given her advice. Almost every time she reached out to him, he would respond immediately. She thought for a moment and sent a smiling emoji. See, something happened at home recently, feeling very down, online to take on some jobs. Have you been online recently? Come out and chat with me. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Lin Shusha had selected 3 suitable tasks to take on, but noticed that the chat box remained inactive. Is L not here? He used to respond immediately. Even when he was slow to reply, it was within 10 minutes. Suddenly, a sense of fear crept into Lin Shusha's heart. Did L also encounter trouble like herself? It's impossible, everything was fine not long ago. Lin Shusha shook her head, suppressed the worries in her heart, and continued to refresh the page. Suddenly, she had a sudden inspiration and checked the last time the other person was online. Lin Shusha was stunned. It was actually 3 months ago. The other person had been offline for so long. Perhaps for others, the disappearance of an online friend was nothing unusual, but for Lin Shusha, it felt like a huge shock. She never considered L as just an ordinary online friend. He was someone who could touch her soul, and her reliance in the endless online world, even though the two had never met in person. But how could Elle completely ignore her? Lin Shusha clenched her fingers, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't contain her inner doubts, so she typed on the keyboard. "See, Elle, what have you been busy with lately? Why haven't you been online? If you see this message, can you reply to me?" The message seemed to disappear without a trace. Lin Shusha's heart beat even more violently. Her fingers trembled, her heart raced, and she nervously stared at the screen. Lin Shusha frowned, waited for almost half an hour, then disappointedly closed the chat box and focused on coding. Because she was in urgent need of money, the upcoming tasks were generally difficult and had tight deadlines, but the rewards were exceptionally generous. The combined rewards for the 3 tasks were close to 1 million, enough for Chime's medical expenses. Lin Shusha remembered the high external debts owed by the Lin family, took a deep breath, and started working diligently. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Her fingers suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Shusha closed her eyes in pain, and extreme emotion surged from her heart, a sense of loss, depression, thoughts of death. Almost uncontrollable. She knew her depression was flaring up again. In the past, every time her depression flared up, she would chat with Elle. But now, the immense pressure made it hard for her to breathe, and the depression that had been suppressed by medication seemed unwilling to let her go. Lin Shusha could barely continue typing on the keyboard due to her trembling hands. She took a deep breath, struggled to take out a few bottles of medicine from her bag, grabbed a handful, stuffed them into her mouth, and forced them down with water. The tearing pain gradually eased, but the feeling of suffocation in her chest became stronger. She curled up, clutching her chest, legs tightly hugging her knees, trembling all over. Lin Shusha gritted her teeth, endured the intense pain in her chest, and typed on the keyboard one letter at a time. She had to quickly complete the remaining tasks for the night. Only Elle could soothe her emotions, preventing her from collapsing, but now he was not there. After completing one of the tasks, Lin Shusha was waiting for confirmation when her mouse couldn't help but move back to Elle's chat box and open the other person's moments. The last update was also 3 months ago. It was a movie ticket. Did Elle go to the movies? Lin Shusha put down the mouse, a strong curiosity and desire to explore ignited in her heart. She felt that this movie ticket could answer the questions in her mind. She pursed her lips, got up and left the room, bought a similar movie ticket, and entered the cinema to watch. Fortunately, this movie was a regular screening, only 3 times a month, and she caught it just in time. Perhaps because the theme was not popular, there were only 2 or 3 people in the cinema. Lin Shusha sat in her seat, looking at the screen, her eyes gradually blurring. The Elle in her memory, warm, knowledgeable, like an angel in heaven, could heal all the scars in her heart. She thought Elle was just a kindred spirit, but it wasn't until her depression flared up again that she realized Elle was definitely more than just a kindred spirit to her. But she had never truly understood him. She didn't even know his hobbies, habits, or his life. She only treated him as her life mentor and emotional dumping ground. Could it be Elle is tired of her? After all, she hasn't done anything for Elle. Always just venting, just taking. And what Elle has done for her has long exceeded the scope of ordinary online friends. Thinking of this, Lin Shusha's nose tingled, almost shedding tears. The lights were dim, with only a few screens flickering in the projection hall, making it seem empty. Her gaze swept across the screen, suddenly pausing. What was playing on the screen was a literary youth film called Youth. Lin Shusha was stunned. The scenes in the movie were too familiar, as if she had experienced similar moments in her memory. A boy, adopted from a young age, with many siblings at home, but all of them ostracized him. No matter how the boy tried to fit in, care for other family members, they all took it for granted, even bullying him more excessively. In the end, the youth died in an unknown corner. His soul went to another new world, starting a new life, completely forgetting those unkind relatives. Watching until the end, Lin Shusha almost couldn't stop the tears. She cried silently, her heart aching, breathing difficult, almost fainting several times, almost passing out. Passing viewers cast puzzled glances at her. Lin Shusha, however, was oblivious, tears streaming down her face. After what had happened at home these days, she had realized long ago that she had misunderstood Lin Tingqing all these years. She should have understood long ago that Lin Tingqing only had goodwill and gentleness towards the Lin family. But because of arrogance and prejudice, they had misunderstood each other all along. Or rather, in their eyes, their own younger brother was always better than Lin Tingqing, more sensible, more caring, more obedient. And Lin Xiaotian, who had always been loved by a few sisters, not only did many bad things behind their backs, but also received all the parents' favoritism, just because they were girls. So, they acted as accomplices, and in the end, met such a fate. Even before everything was revealed, they had treated Lin Tingqing as an enemy. But in reality, she had long forgotten why she had been unkind to Lin Tingcheng. The boy in the movie and Lin Tingcheng's experiences in the Lin family were almost identical. Lin Xuxia wiped the tears from her face, tried to control her trembling fingers, reopened the chat box with L, and typed a few words. See, L, thank you for sharing on your moments. After watching this movie, I have realized many things. It turns out that the most sincere feelings do not require blood ties. In the past, I had placed too much importance on family relationships. See, do you know about the younger brother my family adopted? I mentioned him to you before. There was still no reply from the other side. Lin Xuxia felt desolate in her heart and couldn't help but murmur, L, why are you ignoring me? She lowered her gaze to the chat box on the screen, and L's words came to her mind again. Don't worry, as long as you're willing, I will always be by your side. Lin Xuxia lowered her eyes, sighed lightly, and returned to her room to continue coding. The next morning, when Lin Xuxia woke up, she felt a moment of confusion. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. A flash of excitement passed through Lin Xuxia's eyes. Maybe it was L replying to her? Thinking of this, she was extremely happy and quickly opened her phone. However, it was just a push notification for an advertisement. Disappointment surged instantly. She slumped against the edge of the bathtub, closed her eyes, repeatedly hypnotizing herself that L would definitely reply to her. But after repeated attempts at self-hypnosis, the phone remained silent. Lin Xuxia's heart sank. She stared absent-mindedly at her reflection in the mirror. After a long time, she forced a bitter smile. Perhaps, it was because L had completely forgotten about her. To L, she was just an insignificant online friend. But he had clearly said he would always be there for her. What a big liar. Lin Xuxia was a little angry. Just then, the phone rang. This time, it was the hospital. Lin Lulu's condition had worsened, and Lin Xuxia rushed to the hospital without caring about anything else, only to find that her once beautiful and lively younger sister was now lying on the hospital bed looking emaciated. Lin Xuxia held Lin Lulu's cold hand. Holding Lin Lulu's cold hand, tears streamed down Lin Xuxia's face as she choked out her name. Lulu, I'm back to take care of you, it's your fourth sister. Lin Lulu weakly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Lin Xuxia, weakly smiled. She struggled to keep her eyes open and said, I want to drink snow pear and tremella soup. After saying this, it seemed to have drained all her energy. Lin Lulu lay on the hospital bed, falling back into a deep sleep. Lin Xuxia felt a glimmer of hope and quickly told Lin Yuyu, who had just come in, little sister just woke up. The doctor said she hasn't had an appetite and hasn't been eating, but she told me she wants to drink snow pear and tremella soup. I'll go make it now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu's eyes flashed with helplessness. Yes, she wants to drink the soup, she told me too, but she wants the kind that Lin Tingcheng used to make. But Lin Tingcheng is already. Lin Xuxia didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood. Lin Tingcheng had already passed away. How could he still make soup for Lin Lulu? The hope that was so close suddenly dissipated. It felt like everything was empty. Lin Xuxia was suddenly filled with disappointment and lowered her eyes slightly. After some thought, Lin Xuxia was unwilling to give up. When she was sick, Elle had taught her how to make snow pear and tremella soup, and it tasted great. Maybe Lulu would like this taste too? With this in mind, Lin Xuxia deliberately went home and made a portion of the soup. When she arrived at the hospital carrying a thermos, Lin Lulu was already awake, with Lin Yuyu by her side, looking very tired. Big sister, little sister, I'm here, Lin Xuxia greeted them. Lin Lulu sat up on the bed, weakly smiled when she saw Lin Xuxia. Fourth sister, you're here. Lin Xuxia's nose tingled. She handed the snow pear soup to her, saying, drink it while it's hot, it'll cool down later. Lin Lulu looked at the bowl of fragrant and sweet tremella soup, and said in a daze, this taste, it's so familiar. Lin Xuxia choked up. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to explain. Even Lin Yuyu was stunned, not understanding how Lin Lulu suddenly had energy. Wasn't Lin Lulu always only eating food made by Lin Tingcheng? Why was she now interested in Lin Xuxia's cooking? Then you should try it quickly, see if it tastes good. Lin Xuxia carefully blew on the spoonful of soup and fed it to Lin Lulu. Lin Lulu took a sip, her eyes suddenly brightened, and she immediately drank it all. It's delicious. After drinking half a bowl, Lin Lulu couldn't drink anymore. She put down the bowl. Fourth sister, the soup is delicious, it tastes similar to what Lin Tingcheng used to make for me, although there's a slight difference, I'm already satisfied to taste this flavor. Lin Xuxia smiled, as long as Lulu likes it, sister can make it for you every day. Lin Lulu obediently nodded, then fell asleep again due to exhaustion. The two left the ward. By the way, in the corridor, Lin Yuyu suddenly said, the doctor came by. Lin Xuxia paused, puzzled, is there something wrong? Lin Yuyu shook her head, looking complicated. The doctor said Lulu needs to eat more balanced and nutritious food, just drinking soup won't do. Since Lulu likes the food you make, why don't you make her a few more dishes? Lin Chusha frowned. I understand, I'll go prepare tomorrow's meals. I'll make a big meal for Lulu. Lin Yu nodded. I'll help you, she'll probably wake up in another 2 or 3 hours. Make some dishes that Lulu usually likes to eat. Sister, you're not feeling well. Why don't you go rest first? I can manage on my own, Lin Chusha said proactively. It's okay, Lin Yoyu smiled, reached out to pat Lin Chusha's head, and said, how long are you going to work alone? Let me help you. Well then. The two returned to Lin Chusha's home, entered the kitchen, and started doing their own tasks. Lin Chusha personally made porridge, steamed rice noodles, and even stir-fried Lin Lulu's favorite dish, disansien. Sister, the porridge is ready. Lin Chusha brought out the porridge and rice noodles, calling Lin Yoyu to pack the food into containers. Lin Yoyu responded, picked up the chopsticks, and put a piece of rice noodle into her mouth. The taste was not much different from what she made herself. Would Lulu like it? But she didn't want to dampen her fourth sister's enthusiasm, so they brought the food to the hospital together. Lin Lulu had just woken up. Lin Chusha placed the food in front of her, speaking in a very gentle tone, Lulu, I made you some food. See if you have an appetite. After just sniffing it lightly, Lin Lulu shook her head with a pale face. Sorry, fourth sister, I can't eat this food. Lin Chusha was taken aback. Can't eat it? Lin Yoyu was also surprised, thinking that Lulu liked Chusha's cooking. Why? The two carefully observed Lin Lulu's expression, trying to figure out where the problem was, but she showed no unusual behavior. Lin Chusha frowned, wondering if she had misunderstood, and it wasn't that her cooking didn't suit her younger sister's taste? She glanced at Lin Lulu and asked, do you not like the taste of the food? Lin Lulu smiled bitterly. Younger sister, just say it. Lin Yoyu couldn't help but worry because Lulu's health was poor, and she couldn't undergo surgery due to malnutrition. The longer the surgery was delayed, the more it would weaken her body, creating a vicious cycle. I simply don't have an appetite. Sisters, you don't need to worry about me. I want to rest alone for a while. Take this food away. Lin Lulu closed her eyes again. Seeing this, Lin Chusha and Lin Yoyu could only leave temporarily. The food was delicious, almost on par with the snow pear soup. Why did she like the taste of snow pear soup but not this food? The only difference might be that the snow pear soup was made by Elle herself, while the rest was learned from others or recipes. Lin Chusha tentatively told her elder sister about Elle. Lin Yoyu was surprised and instinctively denied. How could it be so coincidental? Lulu has never met anyone named Elle. She couldn't randomly like the food he makes. Then, why don't you try making snow pear soup with your own method and see Lulu's reaction? Lin Yoyu suggested. After listening, Lin Chusha nodded in agreement. That night, Lin Chusha made snow pear soup again, and sure enough, Lin Lulu didn't like it. Lin Chusha felt a pang in her heart. This matched Lin Yoyu's speculation. So who was Elle? Elle must have left a deep impression on Lin Lulu, and might even know Lin Tingcheng. Lin Chusha pondered all night and only slowly woke up the next morning. Chusha, you're awake. Lin Yoyu sat by the bed, looking worried. Didn't rest well last night? You seem tired. I'm fine, no problem. Lin Chusha shook her head, smiling. Sister, how is Lulu doing now? Lin Yoyu shook her head, looking serious. Not too good, her condition seems to be getting worse. Hearing this, Lin Chusha took a deep breath. I'll try to contact Elle and see if there's any solution. If Lin Lulu only liked the food made by Elle, then finding Elle would save Lin Lulu. With this in mind, she once again picked up her phone. Disappointingly, after a whole night passed, there was still no reply from the other party. She tentatively sent a message. See, are you there? I really have something very important to discuss with you. Still, there was no response. See, I really have something very important to discuss with you. It's a matter of life and death. Please reply to me. Still, there was no sound. She bit her lip and continued to edit the message. See, I know you may be annoyed with me and don't want to continue to contact me, but I really need your help now. My sister is seriously ill, and only the pear soup you taught me before she can drink. I hope you can teach me how to cook some more dishes, can you? These messages seemed to have disappeared without a trace. She wearily put down her phone, feeling as if she had lost all her strength as she leaned back in her chair. What should she do? Would Elle really help her? She thought they were friends. She never expected that he would refuse to show up at this critical time. What kind of friend was this? Lin Chusha anxiously scratched her long hair, constantly rubbing her scalp in an attempt to reduce some of her anger and helplessness. Lin Yoyu pushed the door open and was startled to see Lin Chusha in this state, quickly coming over to support her. Big sister. Lin Chusha looked up at Lin Yoyu. I can't reach Elle. Lin Yoyu patted her shoulder and lowered her eyes slightly. I know you've done your best. Lin Chusha clenched her fists, the nails digging into her palms without feeling any pain. Lin Lulu's body was already weak, coupled with long-term malnutrition. It was even worse, and she would collapse sooner or later if this continued. Lin Youyu looked worriedly at Lin Xuxia, reaching out to touch her soft hair. We can't rely on a stranger for hope. Lin Xuxia nodded, but she still felt sad inside. After all, Elle meant more to her than just an online friend, a stranger. Big sister, you go out first, I'll be alone for a while, Lin Xuxia said hoarsely. Lin Youyu frowned, wanting to say something but hesitated. Lin Xuxia gently tugged at the corners of her mouth. Don't worry, I'm fine. She needed some quiet time. Lin Youyu could only nod and leave, closing the door behind her. Lin Xuxia sat on the edge of the bed, head down, face pale, eyes vacant. In her mind, scenes flashed through her mind. Every little bit of comfort from Elle, the explanations during her bouts of depression. Various scenes kept appearing. Each frame made her tremble in her heart, feeling immense pain. She had fantasized countless times about meeting Elle in person. But she never expected that when she faced such a big problem, he would remain indifferent. He couldn't even be bothered to reply. Did this man have a heart at all? She clenched her hands tightly, closed her eyes, and kept telling herself not to think about Elle. Elle just saw her as an ordinary online friend, not worth her sadness. She took a deep breath, trying hard to keep herself rational. In that case, she didn't need to cling to Elle. It's better to end the relationship. Lin Xuxia gritted her teeth, her eyes reddened, and tears finally rolled down her cheeks. No, she couldn't cry, she had to be strong. Lin Xuxia wiped away the tears, forced a smile, and sent a message to Elle. See, since you don't care so much, let's forget it. Let's treat each other as strangers from now on. I didn't expect you to be so indifferent. After that, she directly added the other party to the blacklist. But, if Elle could teach her how to cook, there might still be hope for Lulu. Thinking of this, Lin Xuxia rushed to the rooftop, took out the mini computer she carried with her, and tried to trace Elle's whereabouts based on the IP left on the website. For some reason, the normal tracking methods couldn't find any information about him. Lin Xuxia gritted her teeth. It seemed that Elle was avoiding her, afraid that she would pester him. But she clearly remembered that Elle used to be very patient and gentle with her. Even though he never said it, she could feel it. How could he become so heartless now? She bit her lip, her eyes stubborn. She had to find Elle. Even if he really didn't want to see her, she had to save her sister. After searching for a whole hour, she finally located the address where the IP disappeared. It was exactly 3 months ago, and the location was XX Cancer Hospital. How could this be? Could it be that Elle has cancer? This thought instantly plunged Lin Xuxia's mood to the bottom. Her eyes reddened in an instant. The original anger was covered by guilt and heartache. Guilty for not noticing Elle's abnormality earlier. Heartbroken that she was about to lose someone so special to her. Fortunately, it was just diagnosed with cancer. As long as the treatment is proper, the survival rate is still very high. She still had a chance to see Elle, which was good news. Lin Xuxia took a deep breath and immediately drove to that address. When she arrived, she realized that it was not the big hospital she had imagined, but a rundown small clinic. It seemed like there was no way to cure the patients. It was almost like waiting to die. She frowned. How could Elle, who was so good at hacking, end up in such a place? She walked to the nurse's station and asked, "Excuse me." But then she remembered that she was not worthy of Elle's real name. After a moment of thought, Lin Lulu furrowed her brows and said, "How many patients are there in total here?" The nurse looked at her strangely. "Why do you ask?" "I have an important online friend who has been here, and I can't find him now. I'm very worried," Lin Lulu said sincerely. After a pause, the nurse replied, "4, but one of them passed away 3 months ago." 3 months ago? Passed away? Elle disappeared completely 3 months ago. Could it be that he stayed here for a long time, or... Suddenly, a fear rose in Lin Xuxia's heart. She didn't want anything to happen to Elle. "Thank you for telling me," Lin Xuxia asked again. "Can you show me the belongings or information of the deceased patient?" "Sorry, I can't," the nurse coldly refused her. "It's a matter of personal privacy. If you want to know his identity, you can try asking the other patients." Lin Xuxia pursed her lips. "Okay." In fact, even if she got the information, it wouldn't be of any use, because she didn't even know what Elle's real name was. Lin Xuxia anxiously waited outside the ward. Unconsciously, she was sweating profusely. She was afraid that the person inside was Elle. No, it couldn't be. It must not be that unlucky. Lin Xuxia comforted herself in this way, because the other 2 people left in the ward were lying in bed unconscious, barely breathing. The only one she could communicate with was the one who went out for a walk. Lin Xuxia prayed in her heart that Elle would be safe, but she still felt uneasy. After about an hour, an old man walked in from outside. Without even looking at her, he went straight into the ward. She hesitated for a moment, gathered her courage, and knocked on the door. A hoarse voice came from inside, "Come in." "What's the matter?" The old man's voice sounded calm and indifferent, as if he didn't think Lin Chuxia's presence was anything special. "I want to ask you a few things about the patient who passed away 3 months ago," Lin Chuxia said tentatively. The old man sighed. He was a pitiful person. No one has come to see him during his long stay in the hospital, probably an orphan. "Who are you to him?" Lin Chuxia lowered her eyes at his words. "I'm no one to him, just curious." If that person was L, she really didn't know what to do. Luckily, it wasn't him. The old man nodded and continued, "This child has been working hard outside for years to earn money, without any help from home. It's probably because it's been too hard, and his body couldn't take it anymore. He was a good person, but his luck wasn't great, so he left early." Lin Chuxia listened in a daze. She wanted to ask more questions, but after some thought, she gave up. Forget it, this is someone else's privacy after all. Besides, he has already passed away. At least this person definitely isn't L. When they chatted before, L told her that he had several very kind sisters. If something happened to L, there's no way no one would take care of him or visit him. Although the young man who died in the clinic was pitiful, he was ultimately not someone she knew. She even breathed a sigh of relief, unsure if she should continue asking. Forget it, no matter the reason, it's no longer her concern. Besides him and you, where are the other 2 patients in this ward? Lin Chuxia clenched her fists. She would soon find out about L's whereabouts. There was another young man about his age who had good treatment results recently and went on a trip to the Aegean Sea. Aegean Sea? Lin Chuxia became curious. How old is that person? In his 20s, a young man who looks very youthful. In his 20s. Lin Chuxia searched in her mind. If she remembered correctly, L was also that age. And she had told L that she wanted to visit the Aegean Sea if she had the chance. But due to work and family reasons, she never had the opportunity. If L recovered, maybe he would go to the Aegean Sea for her? He should be L. Lin Chuxia's heart was free of gloom, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, L is still alive. She would go to the Aegean Sea now. Lin Chuxia temporarily left the clinic. Unfortunately, she had sent all the money she earned back home. She needed to save up for the plane ticket. On the way back, Lin Chuxia remembered that she had told L she liked the Aegean Sea but was directionally challenged and couldn't go by herself. At that time, L offered to accompany her, but they never set a time. She never expected him to be so seriously ill and still thinking about her wish. Lin Chuxia held back her tears, burying her face in her hands. She looked into the distance. L. She silently prayed in her heart, wishing you peace, health, and happiness. It was already night, and the streetlights in City A were on, with vehicles flowing continuously on the road. Lin Chuxia walked on the street, looking around, feeling empty inside. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If L really went to the Aegean Sea, maybe he would send her something. She had been either abroad or busy with family matters for the past 3 months and hadn't checked her mailbox. With this thought, Lin Chuxia felt hopeful and immediately hailed a taxi, giving the driver an address. When she arrived at her doorstep, she found her palms soaked, her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her chest. Lin Chuxia hurried to the mailbox and indeed found something inside, a well-packaged parcel sent 3 months ago. She was overjoyed, opened the parcel, and found a scenic photo and a postcard from the Aegean Sea. She couldn't wait to open the postcard. The postcard only had a short sentence written on it: "I'm doing well, wishing you a lifetime of happiness and carefreeness." It must be him. Lin Chuxia covered her face and cried uncontrollably. She never expected that she would actually find L. She had even mentally prepared herself for the possibility that L might have passed away, but not only was he alive, he also sent her a postcard. He still cared about her. Just this fact alone made Lin Chuxia ecstatic. She held the photos and postcards, looking at the photos with anticipation and hope in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself of the opportunity she had given herself to meet L again. Once she bought the plane ticket, she would immediately head to the Aegean Sea. The Aegean Sea was a world-famous ocean resort destination. The vast and beautiful sea, the azure sky, and the coastline stretching for millions of kilometers across the entire Pacific Ocean. And L was already waiting for her there. Suddenly, Lin Chuxia thought that if it weren't for the people at the clinic helping her, she might never have found these postcards. She should be grateful to them, for herself and for L. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chuxia immediately bought flour and fruit baskets and went to the clinic. The old man and the middle-aged woman were both there, and when they saw Lin Chuxia again, they were surprised. Lin Chuxia smiled gently, placed the flowers and fruit basket down, and sat at the table. "Grandpa, Auntie, thank you for helping me find L. I brought something specially for you, I hope you can accept it." Everyone quickly refused, saying it wasn't really helping, but Lin Chuxia insisted, so they reluctantly accepted. Lin Chuxia looked at the old people and said with a smile, "L is my friend. He can't come to visit in person right now, so when I find him, I'll bring him back to the clinic to see you all." The old man nodded happily and was about to speak when an apple in his hand fell to the ground. Lin Chuxia quickly bent down to pick it up and noticed a notebook under the only empty hospital bed. Curious, she picked it up. On the cover, it read, "Cancer Diary." Lin Chuxia was stunned, her face full of surprise. Was this diary left by the young man who had passed away, or by L? Although it wasn't hers to read, curiosity overcame her sense of apology, and she tucked the diary into her bag. After chatting with the clinic staff for a while, she bid farewell and left. What if it was left by L? In the cafe, Lin Chuxia opened the diary and saw the elegant and free-spirited handwriting, showing the vitality of the writer. But the thought that the person might have died made her heart ache. Lin Chuxia ordered a cup of coffee, bit her lip, and continued reading. The first page contained a few heart-wrenching words. Pain, so much pain. The first time I realized how deadly stomach pain could be. Eating felt like burning, drinking felt like torture. I could only take a few bites to sustain my vital signs, or else the pain would torment me to death. She frowned, feeling as if she could empathize with every word, clearly seeing his suffering. After going through so much, I thought I was strong enough that I wouldn't feel pain again. I even thought it had disappeared, but it had always been there. She read the second paragraph of the young boy. I suddenly fainted this morning and was taken to the hospital by a kind person. The doctor said it was just a nodule that needed surgery, but I didn't want surgery, and I didn't have the money for it. I'd rather endure the pain and wake up. Lin Chuxia clenched her fists, her eyes stinging. The doctor saw how much pain I was in and didn't want me to stay in the hospital. He wanted to prescribe painkillers for me, but painkillers are really expensive. I couldn't bear to eat them, I couldn't bear to sell my bike, or I wouldn't be able to go home. Even though there was no one waiting for me at home, they were still my family. The doctor felt sorry for me, but he was powerless. This was the first time I felt how fragile life is. Maybe in the next second, I would disappear completely from this world. I dare not imagine that scene. I still have so much to do, compared to leaving my loved ones forever. I would rather endure like this. Whenever I think of my family, I just want to live. I can't bear to die. I want to be by their side, even if they don't like me. But I feel so sad, so lonely. I wish I could turn into a little cat or dog, lie in their arms and accompany them, so they wouldn't be bothered by trivial matters. Unfortunately, I can't do anything. I don't even have the strength to move. I can only lie here. I want to eat an orange, but I don't have the energy. I can't reach it no matter what. I don't want to sleep, but I can't control the drowsiness that overwhelms me. I want to close my eyes and fall into a deep sleep. I know this is a selfish thought, but I'm really tired, so tired. I wish that once I close my eyes, they would never open again. Lin Chuxia finished reading this diary, tears falling from her eyes. She never imagined she would see such a person's journal. In a place she didn't know, a young person was experiencing such pain. Her heart clenched in pain, as if someone was tearing at it forcefully, making it blurry. Lin Chuxia suddenly didn't know what was happening to her. She frantically wiped the tears from her cheeks, trying to calm herself down. The hospital told me it's not cancer, just a common nodule. I'm very happy. The handwriting on the second page read. The young person seemed to regain vitality. But the doctor said the nodule is still dangerous, it must be treated as soon as possible, or it will affect liver and kidney function. Lin Chuxia's breathing became rapid. But I don't have money. The doctor said I've been overdue for a long time. If I delay further, I'm afraid I'll be kicked out. I don't know how to make it through. I once vowed to overcome any difficulties. Thankfully Zhang Ma helped me. She works very hard, earning less than 2,000 a month, but she gave me 3,000 at once, and said if I didn't take it, we would never meet again. I had to accept it, bought medicine for treatment. I swear, I must repay her this money. Lin Chuxia looked pained. Stomach cancer has the highest 5-year survival rate among cancers. Why did this young person die so early? It was because of a misdiagnosis by the doctor. It seems his family was truly irresponsible. They probably didn't want to spend any money on him, so he didn't have the money to go to a major hospital for treatment. If he had gone to a proper hospital, such a misdiagnosis wouldn't have happened. Lin Chuxia clenched her fists, unsure whether to cry or laugh. She took a deep breath and continued reading. As expected, the young person's subsequent diary entries were all related to the pain of his illness. She calculated that at that time, the young person was probably in the advanced stage of cancer, but the hospital's diagnosis was wrong. Once again, she couldn't help but feel that this young person had hope of surviving. It was all delayed. However, the next diary entry suddenly changed its tone. Today, I found a part-time job at a dessert shop. earning 80 yuan a day. I'm very happy. Today is fourth sister's birthday. I bought her a dessert, and she really liked it. Starting tomorrow, I will work even harder to earn enough money for medicine. Lin Chuxia quietly closed the notebook, her eyes and nose feeling a bit sore. This diary recorded too much bitterness. She needed to take a break before continuing. She thought that Lin Tingqing's state of mind at that time was probably similar, but she still couldn't imagine how a seriously ill person could persist and even work to earn money. It was truly shocking. She felt sorry for this young person, and also grateful that Lin Tingqing was not him. Lin Chuxia's eyes were moist, her vision blurred. She covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from crying out loud. She imagined the hopeful eyes of the young man in her mind. He must be longing for a miracle to happen, must have the support and companionship of loved ones. That's why he was putting all his efforts into struggling to survive. Lin Chuxia imagined every bit of pain and torment of the young man, as if she was standing by his side, bearing this pain for him. Unconsciously, it was already dark outside, like the young man's life, dim and without light. But he was pushing forward with all his might. Regardless of the outcome, the young man was brave and strong. Lin Chuxia suddenly understood why the young man chose to keep this matter a secret, because this diary would remind him of that moment. That moment was his most painful, yet he still gritted his teeth and got through it. What kind of spirit was this? Such a person was definitely worthy of respect. Lin Chuxia wiped away her tears and continued reading. I was hospitalized. After work, I suddenly fainted and woke up in the hospital. My stomach hurt so much, but didn't the doctor say it was just a nodule? Why does it hurt so much? Indeed, things were developing towards the worst direction. Although the doctor reassured the young man that with treatment, the illness would slowly heal, the young man was half doubtful. The doctor advised him to have surgery, but he refused. The doctor suggested he get an X-ray, and the young man hesitated. After all, that money was hard for him to come by. I had the X-ray done. The doctor said I needed a full-body CT scan. But I thought it was a waste of money, so I decided to postpone it. Seeing this, Lin Chuxia's heart tightened, and she pursed her lips slightly. Seeing this, she couldn't help but wonder, what were the young man's family members doing? Could it be that they didn't even have the money for an X-ray? The owner of the cake shop lent me a large sum of money, so I could get the CT scan done, but getting the CT scan is expensive. I don't want to waste so much of the shop owner's money. The nodule surgery is very cheap, so I want to give it a try. Seeing this, Lin Chuxia frowned. From the misdiagnosis at the hospital for the young man, it was clear that this was definitely not a big hospital. Someone lent him money, yet he was still unwilling to go to a major hospital. This person was simply kind and naive to the point of helplessness. Lin Chuxia couldn't help but flip through a few more pages, feeling more and more uncomfortable, and finally couldn't help but shed tears. I don't want others to pity me, not even a bit. I don't want it. I just want to live each day peacefully, like now. I even dare not chat with people, always afraid of hearing them talk about me. I have thought about suicide, but I dare not die. I want to live well. I can't bear to leave my family. After a few pages, the young man's handwriting became a bit messy. I had the surgery, writing is a bit difficult for me, but this diary will only be seen by me, so it doesn't matter. The doctor is strange, always evasive with me. I asked about the details of the surgery, but he didn't tell me. After the surgery, I feel worse. Did the doctor lie to me? He said I would slowly recover. I don't really believe it. Now getting out of bed is a bit difficult for me. But I still want to thank God, it didn't take my life, I survived. If I really left, then I might never see them again. Big sister is having a cruise party at the beach next week. I still want to go see, even though big sister didn't invite me. Lin Chuxia's fingers trembled, and she lowered her eyelashes slightly. Family was really important to the young man, wasn't it? And from this diary, it seemed that the young man's family was not very poor. Otherwise, how could they afford a cruise party? Yet they didn't even take any money for medical treatment. These family members were simply irresponsible to the extreme. Lin Chuxia suppressed the anger in her heart and continued reading. The older sisters asked me to go home and help clean up the house, but I just can't get out of bed. I could tell that my older sister was very unhappy. I'm not angry, I just feel that my body is not cooperating. I can't even do this little thing. I know they care about me, but I have let them down. I promised them that once I'm feeling better, I will definitely go back, but my sister hung up the phone too quickly. I don't know if she heard me. Lin Chuxia's eyes were a bit blurry. She blinked, her eyes were already red. But right now I just want to recover quickly. I really can't do it anymore. I miss them so much. The young person's words revealed a strong sense of helplessness and sadness. Lin Chuxia's heart felt twisted. I'm really tired. Lin Chuxia's eyes were a bit blurry. She blinked, tears rolling down. This silly child. She was about to turn the page, but suddenly remembered. At home, Lin Tingqing was also like this, summoned by them at will. They bossed Lin Tingqing around, seemingly not caring at all about what the other person was doing or if they were busy. Most of the time, Lin Tingqing would come right away, but even if he was in a mess, he would still be criticized in various ways. When Lin Tingqing was suffering from cancer, they also bossed him around many times. There were so many times when Lin Tingqing had shown obvious discomfort, they noticed, but no one asked. Not a single word. Thinking about this, Lin Xuxia took a deep breath, feeling even more guilty. She continued reading. I was discharged early, it costs over 100 here per day. I need to earn money first, to pay back the shopkeeper. Valentine's Day is coming, I can sell flowers on the street. Next, the young person spent money to buy some roses and sold them on the street. But fate loves to make things difficult for the unfortunate. The young person's flower selling plan was also very unsuccessful. I'm such a fool, bought flowers and stood on the roadside but didn't dare to sell, didn't sell a single one, it's so embarrassing. While writing these words, the paper got a bit dirty, with some faint crimson stains. Like blood. The urban management also came after me. I tried to explain that I didn't sell any, but they didn't listen. They brought people to confiscate my flowers, so I had to run. But my stomach hurt and I couldn't run. I protected the flowers, they are worth a lot of money. I have to sell them and pay back the shopkeeper. They couldn't take them away, so they hit me, cursed me, threatened me. I'm really useless. Lin Xuxia couldn't control herself anymore, covering her mouth and sobbing. At the same time, a thought in her heart was shouting, this young person's family and friends are so irresponsible. Lin Xuxia bit her lip, frowning. From the diary, it was clear that the young person cared so much about his family, but his family didn't care about him at all. Even after reading so many diaries, his family just made him work, bossed him around, drained him of his remaining value, but showed no concern for his pain. They never personally checked on him, let alone offered any help. It's simply despicable. With such indifferent family members, why should they be forgiven? Lin Xuxia clenched her fists and slammed the table fiercely, glaring angrily at the diary. This young person is really too naive. She sighed and wanted to close the diary. Reading further, she felt like she was sinking into depression. But as her gaze shifted to the next page, she found the young person writing happily. Finally, something good happened. I received my salary for this month, paid back part of it to the shopkeeper, and rented a house. For the young person, moving to a new place was already a great joy. I can finally sleep peacefully. Tonight, I'm going to eat egg fried rice. A little luxury today, eating a whole egg, it must be delicious. Lin Xuxia was stunned for a moment, feeling a mix of emotions. But thinking about the situation of young people, she could only feel helpless. The neighborhood is in XX. The neighbors here are very friendly. The landlord saw that I was not in good health, and I don't have a formal job, so he reduced my rent by 50 yuan, only 400 yuan a month, which is really great. Lin Xuxia couldn't help but sigh again. She remembered that this XX neighborhood was very poor. It was a downright low-rent housing. The neighborhood environment was particularly poor, with low floors, narrow stairs, small windows for ventilation, with only a small piece of glass, not enough to shield from rain, and leaks were common in winter. Such an environment was simply terrible. And because the environment was so poor, this neighborhood had hardly seen any new residents for a long time. The reason Lin Xuxia knew this so clearly was because Lin Tingqing had also lived in this neighborhood. At that time, Lin Xiaotian took a photo and posted it in the family group to mock Lin Tingqing. She also remembered the name. Unexpectedly, the young people were actually happy to move into such a neighborhood. For a moment, Lin Xuxia felt a mix of emotions. She didn't understand why good kids like young people would be treated and ignored like this. The young people's families were really too much. Phew. Lin Xuxia exhaled a breath that had been stuck in her chest, looking up at the ceiling. Unfortunately, the young people had already passed away. Even if she wanted to help, there was nothing she could do. Ah. Lin Xuxia sighed softly, shaking her head. The diary continued. I'm so happy, helping the neighbors with the garbage, tidying up my room. I feel much better renting a house to live in than staying in the hospital. Lin Xuxia sighed. From the lines of the diary, it could be seen that the young person had no complaints about their environment, and even accepted it with optimism and cheerfulness. It was like a little sun. It made people feel sorry for them even more. The new home has a very comfortable and warm sunlight that makes me feel very good. This balcony is really nice. I like it here. Lin Xuxia bit her lip. If only she had discovered this diary earlier, at that time she was very well off. Maybe she could have helped this young person cure cancer, or even find a better place to live. She continued reading. Change to a new home, hoping that all good things will happen. My sister who works with me said that there is a temple on Mount Wutai, where the gods worshipped there are very effective. I want to go there this weekend to pray, hoping that my wishes will come true. Seeing these words, Lin Xuxia's mouth curved into a faint smile. Perhaps the young person wanted to pray for peace in the temple. At the very least, they would ask for good luck, to quickly repay debts and cure illnesses. After all, being plagued by illness and poverty, no one would like such a situation. Although she had not personally experienced those dark days, just imagining it was enough to make people despair. I envy people like you, she murmured to herself, her eyes fixed on the diary, her thoughts drifting away. It seemed that Lin Tingqing also had such strength and optimism. Lin Xuxia couldn't help but think again, if Lin Tingqing was also here, maybe the Lin family wouldn't have reached this point. Unfortunately, there was never any if in this world. She focused slightly and continued reading through the diary. Mount Wutai is very high and far, I'm so tired climbing up, my body always hurts. But I gritted my teeth and persisted, worshipping in the temple, perhaps fulfilling my biggest wish in my heart, hoping it can truly come true. I won't say it here, even though I'm the only one reading it, wishes should not be spoken out loud. On my way back, I met a begging little girl. She seemed to be deaf and mute, couldn't speak, only looked at me with her dark eyes. That look was really heart-wrenching. I gave her all the cash I had on me because there are still family members in her family who need to be taken care of. I have a place to stay now, food to eat, and don't need to spend money for the time being, so I should give it to those who need it more. But you don't have much extra money yourself. Lin Xuxia remained silent for a long time after reading the diary. Then she closed the diary. Sigh, so foolish. How can you be so foolish, believing in others like this? No wonder you got cheated out of money. Lin Xuxia couldn't help but frown. You can't even take care of yourself, yet you help others instead, you're just. She suddenly found that she couldn't continue with her scolding, because the young person was too kind. Kind to the point of almost being foolish, but it made it hard to blame them. Lin Xuxia was about to turn the page when a sachet slipped out of the book. She looked down and saw it was a prayer sachet, obtained by the young person after praying at the temple. She pinched it and felt like there was a note inside. Opening it, she read, I hope my sisters are healthy, successful, and happy. Ha! Lin Xuxia looked at the childish handwriting, the strokes crooked, looking very immature. Probably because the young person hadn't fully recovered from surgery yet. Similar to the handwriting in the diary. A faint smile appeared on her lips. You're really too foolish. Lin Xuxia muttered to herself, carefully examining the sachet in her hand for a while before finally putting it away, looking out the window, her mood becoming unusually complex. Young person, have you ever thought about yourself? Is it really worth it to give so foolishly? Lin Xuxia felt a bit restless in her heart, sighed heavily, and continued reading. It's Mid-Autumn Festival again. Although I'm not living with my family, we can't miss out on mooncakes for Mid-Autumn Festival. This time, I want to make them for my sisters myself. I hope my skills will be better, and my sisters will like them. I felt very unwell while making the mooncakes. I finally finished making them, 3 kinds, 5 nuts, salted egg yolk, and fresh meat mooncakes. I don't know which kind my sisters will prefer. But when I arrived, I found out that my sisters were not there. They had gone on a trip with that person, without telling me. I'm not very sad, just a bit disappointed. My sisters are all very good, very outstanding. They must have just forgotten to tell me. I can't be petty about these things. I will definitely work hard. I will let them know that I have not only grown up but also become capable. I can earn money to support the family. I can protect them. Seeing this, Lin Xuxia pursed her lips. This group of family members is simply unreliable to the extreme. How could they go on a trip for Mid-Autumn Festival without bringing this young person, not even giving a notice? It's despicable. Several pages of bloodstains and creases suddenly appeared in the young person's diary. I have stomach cancer. It's not a tumor. The surgery made me even weaker. It's not a mistake in my feelings. I really have cancer. It rained when I was delivering the mooncakes. I waited outside the villa for my sisters for over an hour, but they didn't show up. I was going to go home, but it was too cold and I was too hungry on the way, so I went back to the cake shop first. The shop owner poured me hot water, wanted to take me to the hospital, but I didn't want to go. I ate some mooncakes to fill my hunger. My skills were not bad, but as I ate, I started feeling very uncomfortable, uncontrollably vomited, and then I seemed to have vomited a lot of blood. I saw the shop owner's shocked and worried expression. I didn't know how to comfort her. I was in pain and couldn't speak, but I was very sorry. I caused her trouble again, dirted her room and shop. At that moment, I thought, if I have a chance to live, I must help the shop owner clean the room. Lin Xuxia clenched her fists, feeling a mix of bitterness and heartache. Stomach cancer. He finally found out. Unfortunately, it was too late. The best treatment time has been missed. I passed out. Just woke up and saw my sister standing at the door. They kept talking to me, asking me what I had been doing during this time. I said I was sick, lying in bed for several days, and then my sisters took turns to come see me. They also said they would take care of me, accompany me, they even bought me new clothes, saying they were for me to try on. If only the dreams during unconsciousness could last a little longer. When I woke up, the store manager and colleagues were taking care of me in the hospital room. The doctor said it's already in the late stage of stomach cancer, it was delayed too long in the early stage, now only chemotherapy is possible, otherwise the faster the spread of the lesion, the more dangerous I will be, but chemotherapy is really expensive. Lin Chuxia clenched the diary tightly, unable to continue reading. As she was about to close the diary and put it back in the clinic, a drawing fell out from between the calendar pages. It depicted 7 girls of different styles and a young man on an outing. In the picture, the girls were getting along harmoniously, laughing and chatting. The young man was looking at them obediently, preparing barbecue for a few of them. This scene, Lin Chuxia almost uncontrollably thought of Lin Tingcheng. Thinking carefully, what happened to this young man and what Lin Tingcheng encountered indeed had many similarities. Both had stomach cancer, both had sisters at home, both were not valued by their families. Lin Chuxia felt heavy in her heart, forced herself to put the diary back, took a deep breath, and took out her laptop. Familiarly, she opened the website and quickly hacked into the hospital's system. She found that during the days the young man wrote in the diary, there were not many cancer patients admitted to the hospital, only 3 or 4. Among them, there was only one person with late-stage stomach cancer. Lin Tingcheng. These 2 words suddenly appeared on the list of patients. Lin Chuxia's heart skipped a beat. The color drained from her face instantly. Was it really her brother? Lin Chuxia could hardly imagine, let alone accept. Maybe it's just a coincidence of the same name and surname. To be honest, her knowledge of this brother was terrifyingly low. Lin Chuxia's breathing became rapid. She trembled as she clicked the mouse with both hands, entering keywords. Lin Tingcheng, male, 23 years old. Home address, Linjiang District, XX Community, XX Building, XXX number. Lin Chuxia typed rapidly on the keyboard, entering keywords. A piece of information popped up. Lin Tingcheng, discharged. Lin Chuxia's hands stiffened, the screen dimmed. She slumped in her seat, staring blankly at the empty chair back, as if she could see that thin and weak young man sitting on the balcony, tilting his neck to bask in the sun. Because of L's existence, she had searched a lot of information about cancer on the internet and found some chemotherapy options, all of which required patients to endure great pain. She found the person's photo in the system. It completely shattered the possibility of having the same name and surname. The person in the photo was indeed Lin Tingcheng. Lin Chuxia sat in front of the computer, staring at the picture of the boy on the computer screen. The young man was wearing a patient gown, just smiling at the camera. He looked very happy. If she hadn't read this diary, perhaps she wouldn't have known that the other person was already suffering from a terminal illness. Perhaps he didn't know he didn't have much time left. Lin Chuxia's heart clenched, she clenched her fists, her eyes slightly red. She didn't want to think about it. But she had to admit, she had softened, she was scared. She could imagine Lin Tingcheng lying alone on the hospital bed, without any warmth, staring at the ceiling without any desire to live. And she, as his sister, knew nothing. Lin Chuxia closed her eyes, sighed heavily. She took out a tissue from her bag, wiped away her tears, and covered her eyes with the tissue. I should have known about this earlier. Lin Chuxia closed her eyes, covered her eyes with her palm, and felt her heartache intensify. She put the diary back in her bag, took a taxi back to the clinic, and this time she found out the patient's identity. Due to being a relative, Lin Chuxia easily obtained Lin Tingcheng's medical records at the clinic. Lin Tingcheng's stomach cancer was not as serious as L's lung cancer, but L was actively treated, had stopped taking medication, and recovered very quickly. But Lin Tingcheng. Lin Chuxia looked through Lin Tingcheng's treatment records. The treatment costs were expensive. It required a payment of 50,000 yuan for medication every week. 50,000 yuan. This was an astronomical figure for Lin Tingcheng. Instead of seeking help for himself, he chose to give up chemotherapy. Lin Chuxia rubbed her cheeks, calmed herself down, and continued reading. She lowered her eyes, tears swirling in her eye sockets. The old man walked out of the ward and looked at Lin Chuxia. Girl, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Lin Chuxia quickly shook her head and asked, Grandpa, do you know Lin Tingcheng? Of course, he's the young man I mentioned. Why do you suddenly ask about him? I want to know why Lin Tingcheng stopped taking his medication. Even if he didn't undergo chemotherapy, continuing to take medication might have prolonged his life. Hearing this, the old man sighed. Lin Tingcheng. Oh, I won't tell you these things. Anyway, you can't do anything about it. Grandpa, I'm his sister. Lin Chuxia looked towards the ward and asked, Can you tell me? At this, the old man's expression instantly turned unpleasant. You are just one of those irresponsible family members. Get lost, don't talk to me. After speaking, the old man angrily turned and left. Lin Shuxia was stunned for a moment, then reacted and followed him, stopping the old man. Grandpa, please listen to me. The old man snorted, impatiently saying, didn't you hear what I just said? When he was in trouble, did any of you come to see him? Now that he's dead, you come to ask. What's the use, hypocrite? With that, the old man turned and went back inside. Lin Shuxia. Lin Shuxia waited outside for a while, unable to resist the condemnation of her conscience, and finally pushed the door open and entered. The old man had just finished scolding and was having tea. Hearing the door, he looked up and glared at her fiercely. Lin Shuxia pursed her lips, trying to remain calm. Grandpa, I really want to know the truth. Alright, since you asked, I'll tell you. He had no money, not even for painkillers. He was in pain every day, trembling, and when we offered him money, he refused to take it. Lin Shuxia's heart trembled. The old man stared at her with a look of disappointment. Where were you, his so-called sister, at that time? I was abroad. Lin Shuxia said softly. During that time, she was indeed abroad. But for Lin Tingcheng, she also inquired. Oh, your brother was in such pain, why didn't you come back to see him? He always called you sister, but when have you fulfilled the responsibilities of a sister? Now it's too late to regret, serves you right. The old man sneered sarcastically. Lin Shuxia was speechless, unable to answer. She couldn't say anything at all. The old man sneered. What about you? You heartless person. Lin Shuxia stood up, stared at the old man's back for a long time before turning and leaving. Outside the clinic's gate, Lin Shuxia stood under a street lamp, wiping away the tears on her face, feeling heavy-hearted. No matter what happened, Lin Tingcheng still considered her as his sister. Even though he was so ill, she was still in his heart. Lin Shuxia took a deep breath, about to go home, when her phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Youyu. Just connected, Lin Shuxia heard the urgent voice of her older sister. Something bad happened. Shuxia, Lulu has been diagnosed with stomach cancer. Lin Shuxia felt a thunderous roar in her head, and her whole body seemed to freeze. What? Lin Shuxia widened her eyes. How could this happen so suddenly? Lin Youyu sighed and explained. This afternoon, Lulu suddenly fainted and didn't wake up. The doctor conducted another comprehensive examination, and the result that just came out is stomach cancer. Lin Shuxia was shocked, took a few staggering steps, almost tripping. I understand, I will go to the hospital right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shuxia's head was in chaos, feeling cold all over. She leaned against a tree trunk, trying to stabilize her mind and calm herself down. She couldn't panic, or what would her other sisters do? Lin Shuxia took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and quickly arrived at the hospital. After completing the treatment procedures, while waiting to pay, Lin Shuxia received various test reports. She sat on a bench, flipping through the reports one by one. At that moment, a nurse approached with the bill. Miss Lin, you need to pay 5,000 yuan. 5,000? Lin Shuxia was somewhat surprised. She thought it would cost at least tens of thousands. Because Miss Lin Lulu has medical insurance, and also some insurance, which can offset a lot of expenses, the nurse patiently explained. Lin Shuxia was stunned for a moment, then nodded and went to make the payment. But she felt somewhat strange. If the entire treatment only cost 5,000, how could Lin Tingcheng not even persist for a month with just chemotherapy and medication? Could there be something she didn't know about? With doubts, Lin Shuxia returned to the ward and told Lin Youyu about it. Hearing this, Lin Yuyu's face showed a hint of sadness, sighed, it's our fault, we didn't pay for his medical insurance before. Lin Shuxia pursed her lips, remaining silent. Lin Youyu couldn't help but shed tears, saying, we owe Luo Luo, even the Lin family's servants have social security and benefits. Luo Luo has contributed so much to the Lin family, but got nothing in return. Lin Yuyu's tears flowed. Lin Shuxia's eyes also turned red. Yes, Lin Tingcheng really had nothing. They had never done anything for Lin Tingcheng. They had not fulfilled their responsibilities as family members. After a whole day passed since the surgery, Lin Lulu finally woke up. Even though she was under anesthesia, the physical pain was still unbearable for her. Lin Shuxia brought a bowl of porridge over. Crash! Lin Lulu accidentally knocked over the bowl in confusion, spilling rice all over the floor. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to, I'm in too much pain. It's okay, Lulu, I know you're suffering. Lin Shuxia squatted down to clean up the bowl, memories flashing back in her mind. When Lin Lulu and Lin Xiaotian made mistakes or offended themselves, they would always act pitifully, begging for forgiveness, saying they knew they were wrong and hoped for forgiveness. Lin Shuxia always indulged her younger siblings, forgiving them no matter how they acted. But towards the younger Lin Tingqing, she was overly harsh. She remembered during a big cleaning at home, Lin Tingqing came to help and accidentally knocked over a few bowls, which led to harsh criticism and sarcasm from them. Lin Xiaotian even called Lin Tingqing a waste, saying he couldn't do anything right. But according to the timeline in the diary, that was the most painful time for Lin Tingqing with stomach cancer. He must have been in so much pain that he couldn't bear it, which led to accidentally knocking over the bowls. After staying in the hospital for a few days, Lin Lulu insisted on transferring to the clinic where Lin Tingqing had stayed. Lin Xuxia couldn't resist Lin Lulu. Despite the doctor's advice and persuasion, the two of them left the hospital, drove to the clinic where Lin Tingqing had been before. After settling in, Lin Xuxia brought a bowl of porridge over. Lulu, have some porridge. Because of her bad mood, Lin Lulu took a sip without looking and immediately spat it out. She covered her mouth, her face changed drastically. Why is it so salty? After speaking, she slammed the bowl on the ground. Clang! The sound of the porcelain shattering startled Lin Xuxia. She quickly squatted down to pick up things. Lulu, you are not in good health now, please don't get agitated. Lin Lulu covered her ears. Ah, so annoying, all of you get out. She suddenly lifted the blanket off the bed, rushed to the window, and opened it. Outside the window, the cold wind howled, the piercing coldness hit her face. Lin Lulu shrank her neck, trembling all over. She stared at the bustling traffic below, her eyes gradually empty, tears uncontrollably falling again. Lin Xuxia approached, suppressing her anger and exhaustion, comforting, Lulu, I'll make another one for you, please don't get agitated for now. Hearing this, Lin Lulu pushed her away. Lin Xuxia was pushed hard to the ground, her knees scraped, blood oozing out instantly. Get out! It's all your fault. Lin Xuxia didn't expect Lin Lulu to explode so fiercely. She was stunned. She had never seen Lin Lulu lose control like this before. Lin Lulu widened her eyes, angrily staring at Lin Xuxia, shouting. She gritted her teeth, trying to keep her tone calm. Lulu, please calm down first. How can I calm down? Lin Tingqing is dead, and you feed me this kind of thing. How can I calm down? Lin Lulu hysterically shouted. All of you, get out. I don't want to see you again. Lin Xuxia opened her mouth, feeling choked. A surge of anger rose from her heart. She glanced deeply at Lin Lulu, slammed the door and left. As she walked out of the ward, she stuffed a lot of pills into her mouth. But the anger and frustration did not subside at all. Due to taking too many pills these days, she had developed a resistance, and the anger and frustration did not subside at all. She began to miss the time when Lin Tingqing was still around. Even with simple ingredients like eggs, vegetables, minced meat, and rice soup, Lin Tingqing could still make delicious dishes with great flavor. Moreover, Lin Tingqing knew how to make her happy. Before every meal, he would help her serve rice and dishes. Lin Tingqing's presence brought happiness, joy, hope, and also hope to the two sisters. They didn't realize it at first. But now, everything has come to an end. Lin Xuxia raised her hand to cover her forehead, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She subconsciously ran her fingers through her hair, only to find that a large part had fallen out. This was a side effect of the antidepressants. On the other hand, Lin Lulu's emotions had also reached a low point. When Lin Tingqing was around, she had also been so seriously ill with stomach problems that she had to be hospitalized. At that time, no matter what happened, Lin Tingqing would help her solve it. Even if she threw a tantrum, Lin Tingqing would patiently coax her. If it were Lin Tingqing, he would never treat her like this. She remembered that when Lin Tingqing was around, he had prepared many delicious dishes for her, including medicinal meals. At that time, when she was in a bad mood, she scolded Lin Tingqing and even threw away the food. But he didn't say anything, just silently cleaned up the mess and prepared another meal that suited her taste. He chose to silently endure. Now thinking back, it was entirely her fault. She shouldn't have taken his kindness for granted, nor should she have been angry with Lin Tingqing. She shouldn't have been so willful, otherwise, Lin Tingqing wouldn't have left this world in pain alone. Thinking of this, Lin Lulu couldn't help but cry. She sobbed, her crying getting louder and louder, tearing at her chest as if she wanted to tear out her heart. She didn't understand why she was so foolish. It was only now that she gradually understood everything. Lin Lulu's throat dried up from crying, her eyes swollen, tear stains mottled, looking extremely disheveled. She sat on the hospital bed, her shoulders twitching. Lin Xuxia stood at the door, listening to Lin Lulu's crying, feeling a sourness in her heart, a sharp pain at the tip of her nose. But she never entered the ward. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xuxia called Lin Youyu. Sister, are you free now? Is there something wrong? Lin Xuxia paused and said softly, I'm at the hospital now. If you're available, come and accompany Lulu. Her condition is very bad. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, then Lin Youyu's voice came through, wait for me. After speaking, the call was hung up. Lin Xuxia stood against the wall for a moment, then decided to buy a plane ticket to the Aegean Sea. The hospital matters would have to be handled by her sister for now. She needed to sort out her own messy affairs first before coming back to take care of her family. She wanted to see Elle. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chuxia quickly boarded the plane to the Aegean Sea. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu was making various phone calls, trying to resolve the current crisis at the company, while also enduring a headache and rushing to the hospital, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. She bit her lip, leaning against the wall. The assistant immediately came up with a bag. "President, you look terrible. Do you want to take some painkillers?" Lin Youyu directly stuffed a handful of painkillers into her mouth, her face instantly turning even paler. She had been taking too many pills these days, and a few painkillers no longer had any effect on her. Only by taking bottles and bottles of them could she barely alleviate the pain. Seeing this, the assistant said, "The current situation of the company is very difficult. It all depends on you, President, to support it. You must persevere, otherwise the Lin family will really be finished." Lin Youyu looked dim, shook her head, and sighed, "I know." Lin Youyu turned and walked towards the hospital, her face pale, brows furrowed, and expression serious. But she felt a bit stifled thinking about what the assistant had said. It seemed like everyone had already regarded her as a strong woman, expecting her to save the Lin family and take care of her younger sisters. As the eldest sister, she had never shirked her responsibilities. But what had she gained in return? No one cared about her health, only pushing her to work every day and squeezing out her remaining value. Even her closest sisters had never shown concern for her health, unaware of her headaches. It seemed like everyone thought she should sacrifice everything for her siblings' lives, rather than enjoy herself. But she was really tired. Lin Youyu couldn't help but think of what Lin Tingqing had said when he was still alive. Although the eldest sister is the president and our elder, she also has a vulnerable and helpless side, and should also enjoy the feeling of being loved. Sometimes she doesn't have to be so strong. "I'm willing to do anything for the eldest sister," the young man had said with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity. She had never felt such warmth and sincerity before, and for a moment, she was a little infatuated. But at that time, she had been completely confused by what Lin Xiaotian had said, thinking that Lin Tingqing was just trying to flatter her, not a good person at all. She even made a few sarcastic remarks, not taking it to heart at all. Thinking of this, Lin Youyu's throat choked, her heart aching faintly, lowering her eyes and murmuring to herself, "But why did you have to die?" The plane arrived at the Aegean International Airport. Lin Chuxia pushed her luggage out of the airport and immediately dialed Elle's number. The voice on the other end disappointed her greatly, flat and greasy, like a duck's voice, with a hint of dialect. "Who are you? What's up? I'm Lin Chuxia, are you Elle?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before a faint yes was heard. "Can we meet at Linghai Restaurant? I have some things to ask you." "Okay." With a hint of excitement in her heart, Lin Chuxia took a taxi directly to the restaurant. Perhaps because it was in the afternoon, the restaurant was not very crowded. Apart from a few girls who were obviously not Elle, there was only one. A short and fat bald man sitting at a table, waving at her with a smile that seemed a bit greasy. Could this be Elle? How is that possible? Lin Chuxia was a bit stunned. She had always thought that Elle should be tall and handsome. How could he be in such a sleazy appearance? She walked over and sat across from him. "Hello, are you the Elle who chatted with me online?" "Hello." The other person smiled and nodded, then asked, "Yes, it's me. May I ask, Miss Lin Chuxia, what can I do for you?" "Just wanted to ask you some questions about the menu, hope I'm not bothering you." "It's okay, Miss Lin can go ahead and order, I've already ordered what I want to eat." Lin Chuxia felt a bit uncomfortable, took out the menu, and ordered just a salad. Before long, the food was served. "It stinks." The smell was overwhelming. Lin Chuxia quickly covered her nose and was surprised to find that Elle had ordered a plate of stinky tofu. Because this was a Chinese restaurant, it was mostly Chinese food, who would have thought? On the first meeting of online friends, the other party would actually order stinky tofu. She suppressed the urge to vomit, picked up her juice glass and took a sip, then asked softly, "Would you like to go see a movie after dinner?" Even if he didn't look good, at least their souls seemed to connect. Moreover, they had talked enthusiastically before about the movie Deep Sea, which was about reflections on human nature and time. They were both very interested and had been hoping to watch it together offline. Now they finally had the chance. Elle raised his head, showing his yellow teeth, and said, "Sure, but I don't know what to call you. Just call me Chu Xia." "Okay." They went to the cinema together and bought tickets. When the movie started, Lin Chuxia quieted down, staring intently at the screen. She watched the characters on the screen with great interest, pondering some controversial issues, furrowing her brows and sinking into thought. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Shuxiao was about to turn to talk to L, but found him slumped in his seat, sleeping with his head tilted back and drooling, looking extremely vulgar. She pursed her lips, a hint of uncontrollable self-destructive tendency flashed in her mind. She took a deep breath, pushed L gently. He groggily opened his eyes, sat up, and was about to leave. Is the movie over? Should we go? Not yet, it's only halfway through. Weren't you interested in this movie? How come you fell asleep? Lin Shuxiao was puzzled. L rubbed his face, seeming to have sobered up a bit, and felt embarrassed when he heard Lin Shuxiao's question. I didn't sleep well last night. Lin Shuxiao looked at him, feeling a bit puzzled. Would the real L behave like this? Although L was also a homebody, his personality didn't seem like this. Lin Shuxiao deliberately asked some questions about the movie, but the other party seemed indifferent, showing no interest in these topics at all. The doubts swirling in her mind made Lin Shuxiao feel a bit irritated. By the time the movie ended, it was almost 5 o'clock. Perhaps due to being in a confined space for too long, Lin Shuxiao's face turned pale. She searched in her bag for her antidepressant medication but couldn't find it. The restless emotions that couldn't be calmed down made her increasingly irritable and sensitive, her face becoming extremely ugly, and she began to mutter incoherently, looking very neurotic. Seeing her like this, Elle was startled. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Lin Shuxia fell into a state of depression, unable to answer him at all. She even started shouting and crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Elle was so scared that he ran out of the movie theater. Lin Shuxia lay on the chair in despair, not knowing how long had passed before she took out half a bottle of antidepressants from the crack in the chair and swallowed them. Only then did the situation start to improve. She also realized that the bald man was definitely not the Elle she had been chatting with online. If the real Elle saw her in this state, he would never speak so bluntly, let alone run away in fear. Because when she was at her worst with depression online, she had also acted crazy towards Elle. But he had only gently comforted her, not saying a harsh word. How could it be like this now? What was going on? After some time, Lin Shuxia walked out of the movie theater in a sorry state. Just as she stepped out, she saw the bald man carrying a large bag of snacks, hesitating as he walked over. Seeing that she was doing better, he breathed a sigh of relief and approached her. Are you okay? I didn't run away just now, I went to buy you some food. Please don't misunderstand. Are you feeling better now? Lin Shuxia stared at him, silent. After a while, she spoke coldly. You are not Elle. Tell me, where is the real Elle, and why are you pretending to be him? The bald man was taken aback, then his face slowly turned helpless as he realized, I knew I couldn't fool you. Lin Shuxia's face changed drastically. You are indeed not Elle. Don't be angry, Elle asked me to pretend to be him. Don't blame Elle, he. The bald man's face showed a sad expression, unable to finish the sentence for a long time. Even now, he couldn't accept it himself, such a good person had died of illness before the age of 30. Elle lowered his head inexplicably guilty. Why are you staring at me like that? You are not Elle. Lin Shuxia's voice was icy. Elle was stunned, then explained somewhat flustered, but I am. You can't fool me. Lin Shuxia said coldly, if you are Elle, why are there so many loopholes? What is your real purpose? The bald man was speechless, and after a while, he stammered, I just thought, since you like Elle so much, if I pretend to be him, you can also find comfort. Can't we be friends? But I don't trust you. Lin Shuxia stared at him sharply. Tell me, what happened to Elle in the end? The bald man looked surprised, then composed himself and chuckled. Elle can't come, so I'm here to take care of you. You don't have to play dumb. Lin Shuxia squinted, her gaze piercing. I know you know. Please tell me the truth about Elle's situation and the whole story. The bald man was caught in his lie, his face stiffened for a moment, then he showed an angry expression. Lin Shuxia, who do you think you are? With your care for Elle, it's already going above and beyond for me to take care of you. You are not really Elle's friend, at most you are just using Elle unilaterally. Hearing this, Lin Shuxia's expression stiffened. Indeed, she had cared too little for Elle before. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shuxia said patiently, I did neglect Elle's care before, but I did consider him a very important friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked the danger of depression at any time and come to find him in the Aegean Sea. I hope you can tell me the truth. Who are you to Elle, and why should you know the truth? The bald man sneered, clearly unwilling to cooperate. If you don't want to tell me the truth, that's fine, but I need some compensation. You can propose it, and if it's within my ability, I can satisfy you, Lin Shuxia said calmly after a 2-second silence. The bald man turned his head wanting to leave, unwilling to pay attention to her anymore. Lin Shuxia stood up to stop him, her gaze determined. He's already dead. The bald man seemed to endure the sadness in his heart again, his eyes instantly turning red. Dead? Dead? Lin Shuxia's face turned pale as paper, staggering back a few steps. Yes, he's dead. How is that possible? Clutching her chest, she groaned in pain. She couldn't accept this news at all. L is dead? How could he be dead? L had said he wanted to go to the AG&C with her, watch many interesting movies together. But now, he had left alone. Lin Chuxia? The worried voice of the bald man sounded, and Lin Chuxia looked up, scenes flashing through her mind, those beautiful memories that Elle had given her, and now Elle was suddenly gone. She felt like she was falling into a dark vortex, unable to struggle, only able to watch herself being gradually consumed. Lin Chuxia grabbed her hair in pain, screaming, "Ah, Chuxia, Chuxia." The bald man's urgent voice sounded, and Lin Chuxia raised her head blankly, meeting his slightly worried eyes. She blinked her eyes dully. What happened to him? Knowing that the bald man was not Elle, she felt somewhat relieved. After all, the imagined Elle should not have this appearance and personality. But learning of Elle's death was like a bucket of cold water being poured over her. Lin Chuxia would rather believe that the bald man was Elle, at least he was still alive, not like now. Without hope. The bald man sighed. It was Elle's dying wish for me to come to the AG&C to see you, and he also asked me to send the postcard. I didn't know what happened between you two, so there are many loopholes. Lin Chuxia lowered her eyelids, not saying a word. Chuxia, the bald man asked cautiously, I know it's wrong to keep this from you, but Elle instructed me before he passed away to keep his death a secret. Lin Chuxia closed her eyes, hiding her grief and pain. Do you know where Elle is? I'm not sure either. He just left a letter for me to give to you, and that's all he instructed. Wait for me, I'll go back to get the letter. The bald man shook his head. Lin Chuxia felt a suffocating pain in her heart. She completely broke down, pushing the bald man away, rushing out of the cinema, back to the hotel. Depressed emotions engulfed her completely. For 2 whole days, she neither ate nor drank, never leaving her room. Now, besides sadness, she only felt hatred towards herself, hating herself for not taking care of Elle properly. She dared not imagine the moment of Elle's death. Elle was her closest companion. She couldn't accept Elle leaving her. But what could she do? Lin Chuxia sat despondently on the bed, curled up, burying her head in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Trembling, she dialed Lin Yoyu's number, her voice weak. Sister, it's me, Chuxia. Chuxia, why haven't you come back yet? I'm so busy. Lin Yoyu's voice was also tired, tinged with complaints. Feeling wronged, Lin Chuxia bit her lip. Sis, I encountered something in the AG&C. It seems like my depression has worsened. Can you come and accompany me? There was a pause on the other end of the phone, filled with silence. Chuxia, don't joke around. How could I possibly have time? Take care of yourself. Depression is not a serious illness. With that, she hung up the phone. Lin Chuxia listened blankly to the beeping sound coming from her phone. She put down the phone, tears streaming down her cheeks, dripping onto the pillow. Depression is not a serious illness? Then why was she feeling so miserable? Thinking carefully, it seemed like everyone thought depression was not an illness. Except for Elle. Only Elle knew how painful it was for her when she fell ill. No one can empathize with her except Elle. But now Elle is gone. She bit her lip tightly, tears falling on the pillow. Lin Chuxia lay on the bed, eyes lifeless, mind in chaos. When she was young, her parents treated her like this, thinking that depression was not a real illness, and they were even unwilling to take her to see a doctor. They believed that she was deliberately pretending to attract attention. Every time she fell ill, her father would scold her harshly, hit her, and even physically abuse her. But only she knew that depression was a real illness, it could kill people. At that time, she was tortured by depression, her grades plummeted. Who took her to the hospital? Who comforted her repeatedly? It seemed like a name surfaced in her mind again, intensifying Lin Chuxia's pain. It was Lin Tingcheng. Lin Chuxia wiped the tears from her face, buried her face in the pillow, ignoring whoever knocked on the door. Just when Lin Chuxia was contemplating suicide, the bald man knocked on her door again. This time, he brought a letter from Elle. This is a letter from Elle for you. He asked me to give you this letter when you can't hold on anymore. Please believe that Elle will bless you in heaven. The bald man handed the letter to Lin Chuxia, consoling her earnestly. Lin Chuxia gently touched the letter, tears soaking the paper, smudging the dark brown ink. She closed her eyes, held back her tears, picked up the letter, and tremblingly opened it. In the letter, Elle told her that he didn't want to see Lin Chuxia sad. He said many things, comforting her as he had done countless times before. Lin Chuxia's hand holding the letter trembled slightly. Elle! Lin Chuxia shouted, tears streaming down her face. Elle, can you come back? The bald man, looking on with pity, was about to speak words of comfort. Suddenly, Lin Chuxia asked, are you sure this letter was written by Elle himself? Of course, the bald man hesitated, not understanding what she meant. Lin Chuxia bit her lip, carefully examining the handwriting. It was exactly the same as the handwriting in Lin Tingcheng's diary. Something seemed to be emerging. A startling idea came to mind. Could it be that L was Lin Tingcheng? Everything seemed to fit perfectly. So that's how it is. Ha, I'm such a fool. Lin Xuxia cried and laughed, looking almost insane. The bald man was frightened by her expression. Miss Lin, what are you talking about? I'm not crazy. Lin Xuxia stood up, walked to the bald man, and said word by word, You've met L, right? Do you know his real name? Is it Lin Tingcheng? The bald man was stunned, taking a while to react. Miss Lin, I really don't understand what you're saying. I'm a friend of L's, but I don't know anyone named Lin Tingcheng. However, I did meet him in person. Lin Xuxia let go of the letter and took out her phone. Do you know this person? It was a photo of the pale-faced Lin Tingcheng when he was sick. This is L, the bald man confirmed. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Xuxia lowered her head slightly, her eyes completely darkened. This answer seemed to drain her soul. The bald man frowned. Miss Lin, L is no longer here. You should cherish the present moment, try to enjoy life, instead of. Lin Xuxia interrupted him, stood up, and said, Thank you for your help these days. Please leave and let me be alone for a while. Lin Xuxia asked the bald man to leave, locked the door, and leaned back in the chair, covering her mouth. She didn't know if this was lucky or unlucky. L turned out to be Lin Tingcheng. He was Lin Tingcheng. Lin Xuxia's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Originally, her younger brother Lin Tingcheng had started to redeem her so early. She was completely unaware, even speaking harshly to Lin Tingcheng, showing no concern. Thinking of this, Lin Xuxia's heartache intensified. She bitterly pulled at the corners of her mouth, feeling as though everything she had experienced during this time was like retribution. But she was truly grateful that she could meet L and become friends with him. She squatted on the ground, curling up her body, tears streaming uncontrollably. Luolu, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If she had known Luolu's true identity earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have missed so many years. He might not have died like that. Lin Xuxia hugged her knees, trembling all over. Suddenly, the clean and gentle face of Lin Tingcheng appeared in her mind. He was her younger brother. He was so smart, so outstanding. He had once said as L that he would always protect her. But what about her? She had hurt him. She didn't deserve to be his sister. For a moment, Lin Xuxia was in despair, a flash of regret and hopelessness in her eyes. Since that was the case, she might as well end it all. But before that, she had to get rid of Lin Xiaotian, the waste that had harmed the Lin family. Thinking like this, Lin Xuxia called Lin Xiaotian, who took a long time to answer. Hey, why are you looking for me? Don't you know I'm busy? Lin Xiaotian's arrogant voice came through the phone. Suppressing her anger, Lin Xuxia replied, Qitian, I know I've done wrong these days. Can you come to the Aegean Sea to see me? You think you're worthy? Lin Xiaotian sneered. Lin Xuxia tightly pursed her lips, suppressing her anger. I still have a card in my hand. With the money I've earned from projects on the dark web over the years, as long as you're willing to come, I'll give you the card. Lin Xiaotian was instantly delighted. Okay, I'll go. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xuxia sat on the sofa, expressionless. Lin Tingcheng, can you see this? I finally learned how to deal with bad people. Can you see it from heaven? I'm sorry, brother, rest assured, after I deal with Lin Xiaotian, I'll come down to be with you. The next day, Lin Xuxia arrived at the agreed seaside on time. Looking at the vast expanse of the blue sea, Lin Xuxia's eyes were still filled with guilt. After waiting for several hours at the seaside, she finally saw a black car slowly approaching. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Lin Xiaotian's arrogant and somewhat ruthless face. Lin Xiaotian cursed as he got out of the car. You said you have money, give me the card. I like the smell of the sea breeze, let's go to the seaside and talk. Lin Xuxia took a step towards the sea. She was wearing an oversized t-shirt and jeans, her hair messy, and wearing a pair of slippers, looking disheveled. Seeing Lin Xuxia like this, Lin Xiaotian became even more mocking. He looked at Lin Xuxia contemptuously and sneered. Why are you in such a mess? Were you dumped by a man? Yes, I was dumped. Lin Xuxia turned her head and smiled brightly at Lin Xiaotian. But that person was Luolu. The method was death. This smile made Lin Xiaotian pause for a moment. However, for the money, Lin Xiaotian still walked over, looking coldly at Lin Xuxia. Several minutes of silence. Lin Xuxia mustered all her strength and threw herself at Lin Xiaotian, dragging him into the water, trying to die together. Lin Xiaotian was caught off guard and fell into the sea, choking on a few mouthfuls of water. Lin Xuxia laughed heartily, pointing at Lin Xiaotian. Today, I'm taking you with me to die. Are you crazy? Lin Xiaotian cursed loudly, struggling to turn over. But Lin Xiaotian was after all a young man, more than capable of dealing with a weak woman. He grabbed Lin Xuxia's shoulder and pushed her heavily down on the water. Lin Xiaotian looked down at Lin Xuxia. I advise you to give me the money quickly, otherwise I will kill you. You want to harm me, you fool. Lin Xuxia gritted her teeth. I won't let you off. And you won't get any money. Let me tell you, there is no money at all. You will die here with me. Lin Xuxia suddenly kicked towards Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian dodged to the side, then grabbed Lin Xuxia's slender white neck, took out a knife from his waist, and pressed it against her abdomen. I'll ask you one last time, do you have the money or not? I will never give you the money. Lin Xuxia stubbornly raised her head, her eyes full of hatred. Lin Xiaotian sneered twice. If you won't drink the toast, you'll drink the penalty. He suddenly raised his hand and the blade pierced Lin Xuxia's chest. Blood splattered. Lin Xiaotian let go, and Lin Xuxia fell softly into the water. She widened her eyes, staring at Lin Xiaotian, seemingly not expecting him to kill her directly. Watching Lin Xiaotian's ferocious expression, Lin Xuxia slowly closed her eyes. A tear fell from the corner of her eye. It fell into the water and quickly disappeared. She never thought she would die so miserably. She never expected her life to end in this way, killed by her beloved brother, and caused misery to the one who loved her the most. On the other side, Lin Youyu frowned, her right eye twitching, her heart beating rapidly. She pursed her lips, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. What's going on? The phone rang at that moment. It was her long-lost younger sister Lin Iran, who had been teaching in the mountain village. Big sister, are you free now? Lin Iran's voice, as a top voice actress, was extremely pleasant, like a clear spring in a valley, but for some reason, her voice seemed a bit nervous at this moment. I'm at the company now, what's up? Lin Youyu said gently. Lin Iran's voice trembled. Big sister, I had a serious car accident. Can you come take care of me? Lin Youyu widened her eyes in surprise. What? It's true, big sister, I was driving back, got a bit tired, and had an accident. Lin Youyu held the phone, sounding urgent. Where are you now? Send me the exact location. Soon, Lin Iran sent the location through WeChat. Lin Youyu looked at the remote location on WeChat, furrowing her brows, but still trusting her younger sister. She nodded. Okay, I'll come right away. Lin Iran was her own younger sister. She couldn't just ignore her. She quickly packed up and rushed to Lin Iran's location. It took over an hour to reach the destination. Lin Youyu anxiously got out of the car, looking at the dilapidated house in front of her, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Just then, a force struck her from behind. Lin Youyu felt a buzzing in her head and fainted. Lin Iran slowly stood up, brushed off the dirt on her, and helped Lin Youyu up. Qi Tian, why did you hit her so hard? Lin Iran bit her lip, sat up from the wheelchair, showing no signs of injury. Lin Xiaotian put away the stick, coldly saying, she's the one who harmed our parents, of course I had to be harsh. Let's lock her in the basement first, so she won't cause trouble when she wakes up. Hearing this, a hint of reluctance flashed in Lin Iran's eyes, but quickly disappeared. She believed that betraying the other sisters and their parents for Qi Tian was the right thing to do. Crack, a crisp sound. Lin Youyu opened her eyes. The light in front of her hurt her eyes. She instinctively raised her hand to shield them, then slowly put it down. Lin Youyu turned her head and found herself lying on a wooden bed. Her legs were securely shackled under the blanket. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and she was very puzzled. What is going on with all of this? At this moment, Lin Xiaotian emerged from the shadows and glared at her viciously. Big sister, never thought you'd see this day. Seeing Lin Xiaotian, Lin Xuxia's pupils shrank instantly. Lin Iran stood quietly behind Lin Xiaotian, not saying a word. Lin Youyu bit her lip. Lin Xiaotian, what do you want? Lin Xiaotian snorted coldly, then turned and took out an agreement. Sign this agreement for the transfer of the Lin family, and I'll let you go. Otherwise. His eyes were full of greed and coldness. Lin Youyu backed away in fear. Lin Xiaotian, I'm telling you, I will never sign this agreement, you are delusional. Lin Xiaotian sneered, then dragged Lin Iran out of the basement and locked the door. And so, Lin Youyu was locked in the basement, without food or drink, for a full 2 days. During this time, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Iran did not show up, nor did they send water or food, seemingly wanting to force her to submit. Just as Lin Youyu was about to give up, there was a commotion outside the basement. It seemed that there was not enough supplies, so Lin Xiaotian went out to buy some. Now, only Lin Iran was left here. Although she didn't know why Lin Iran was helping Lin Xiaotian deceive her, she was her sister after all, and she couldn't bear to watch herself starve to death. She crawled to the edge of the bed and made noise with the chains. Iran, come over here. Hearing her cries, Lin Iran hesitated for a moment, then pushed open the door and walked in. Lin Iran didn't speak, remained silent for a moment. You caused harm to our parents for your own selfish gain. You deserve to die. The other sisters have also done wrong and should be punished. Lin Youyu was stunned for a moment. Lin Iran's demeanor seemed off. She frowned and asked, what's wrong with you? She didn't seem like the gentle and kind sister she used to be. Her feelings towards her older sister seemed superficial, as if she had lost many memories. Lin Iran looked at her coldly. You killed our parents, why shouldn't you take responsibility? She frowned and asked, Iran, you. Suddenly, Lin Iran grabbed a syringe from the table and shot it towards her arm, the needle accurately piercing her vein. Iran! Lin Yuyu screamed. When she woke up again, Lin Yuyu felt like she was in a dark space, with the sound of dripping water in her ears. Lin Yuyu blinked and finally adjusted to the light. Lin Xiaotian stood at the door holding some food, taunting her, do you think sixth sister will open the door for you? Now sixth sister is on my side. For a moment, Lin Yuyu didn't know how to react. She could only watch the two of them quietly. To provoke her, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Iran feasted in front of Lin Yuyu, who hadn't had a drop of water for days. Lin Yuyu's gaze remained fixed on them, her throat dry, unable to make a sound. Her heart was filled with endless agony. At that moment, Lin Yuyu only had one thought: if she could start over, she would definitely be the first to kill Lin Xiaotian. Seeing the resentment in Lin Yuyu's eyes, Lin Xiaotian chuckled, stood up, and picked up a cage covered with cloth from the side, staring at her. Looks like you're still not convinced. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Xiaotian lifted the cloth covering the cage. Inside was an extremely terrifying large rat. The rat squeaked and jumped around in the cage, and when Lin Xiaotian opened the cage, it saw Lin Yuyu and immediately pounced towards her. Lin Yuyu screamed in fear, frantically trying to avoid it. Ha ha! Lin Xiaotian laughed heartily. I'll tell you, this is specially for you. These creatures love to bite people the most. Don't worry, when you die, I'll feed your body to the rats every day, so you won't rest in peace even after death. Lin Yuyu was extremely terrified, frantically shaking the iron chains, screaming for help, but Lin Xiaotian would not care about her life or death. Lin Yuyu, even at death's door, you refuse to show weakness? Lin Xiaotian laughed. If you sign the agreement now, I will spare your life. Wow! Lin Yuyu screamed in terror. Let me go. You demon! Lin Xiaotian, however, paid no attention, crouched down, grabbed the limbs of the big rat, stomped on it fiercely, then picked up the enraged rat and threw it onto Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu immediately screamed. Lin Xiaotian coldly snorted, scream all you want, let's see if anyone will come to save you. Lin Yuyu frantically twisted her body, trying to avoid the rat on top of her. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat let out a piercing cry, continuously scratching her with its claws. Help! Help! Lin Yuyu was terrified to the extreme, and finally could only shout, I agree to sign the agreement, please take the rat away. She cried with tears streaming down her face, looking extremely miserable. It would have been better to cooperate earlier, why make things so difficult, Lin Xiaotian muttered. Lin Yuyu was tormented by the rat, trembling all over, she closed her eyes in despair, filled with regret and sorrow. Lin Xiaotian unlocked the chains on her legs. Lin Yuyu sat down on the ground, trembling all over. She couldn't believe it, she had worked hard for the Lin family for so many years, sacrificing her youth and health for it. Now she was being schemed against by her own younger brother and sister, ending up in a complete defeat. She was unwilling. While Lin Xiaotian and Lin Iran were focused on the agreement, Lin Yuyu quickly got up from the bed and ran out of the basement at a speed she never imagined. Damn you! Lin Xiaotian hesitated for a second, then rushed upstairs to chase after her, but Lin Yuyu had already reached the door. He angrily picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it towards Lin Yoyu's leg. However, the blow missed and hit Lin Yoyu's head directly. With a loud bang, the fresh red blood instantly soaked her hair. Ah! Lin Yuyu couldn't bear the excruciating pain, falling to the ground. Lin Xiaotian walked over with a wicked smile, grabbed her collar, lifted her up. Run, why aren't you running? You're so capable, I'll show you today, you're far from a match for me. Lin Yoyu's face was pale, sweat beads on her forehead. If she didn't get help, she would surely die. She hoped in her heart. Luo Luo, if you have a spirit in heaven, please appear to save your sister's life. However, no miracle happened. She was filled with despair, her eyes red, tears continuously falling. Why? We are clearly siblings, I've been so good to you, why would you do this? Siblings? Who said we are siblings? Lin Xiaotian sneered, when you wanted to sever ties with me, kick me out of the Lin family, and take away what rightfully belonged to me, did you think we were siblings? You're lying, you're talking nonsense, it was clearly you who did wrong to the Lin family first. Lin Yuyu was hysterical. Wrong? Lin Xiaotian said disdainfully, it seems like you and Lin Tingqing have been brainwashed by that short-lived ghost. I am the true master of the Lin family. Whatever I want to do, you all have to obey me, otherwise this will be your fate. With that, he dragged the barely conscious Lin Yuyu towards a place outside the warehouse where there was a well. Lin Yuyu struggled with the last bit of strength. You beast. You won't succeed. Lin Xiaotian chuckled, threw her next to the well. Stop pretending. Let me tell you, Lin Chuxia has already been killed by me. You two had a good relationship, right? Now you can go down and join her. What? Early summer died. Lin Yaoyu's heart was full of sadness and pain, but she no longer had the strength to break free. Splash! Lin Xiaotian pushed her into the well. The icy cold well water rushed into her mouth, and Lin Yaoyu desperately tried to breathe, choking on several mouthfuls of water. Luo Luo. Lin Yaoyu struggled to spit out a name. A peaceful expression suddenly appeared on her pain-covered face. I've come to find you. If there is a next life, she will definitely not be so foolish. Not foolish enough to not be able to distinguish between angels and demons. Lin Xiaotian just stared fiercely at the well opening. Sixth sister, you have amnesia, forgetting the evil deeds done by Lin Yaoyu and others, but don't be soft-hearted. Hearing this, Lin Iran pursed her lips and nodded heavily. I understand, so now, I have something to do at the hospital, you stay here for now. Without looking back, Lin Xiaotian turned and left. Lin Iran was left alone, looking at the now silent well opening, her expression filled with extreme fear, but she could only endure it. Lin Xiaotian drove to the clinic where Lin Lulu was. With no one to take care of her, Lin Lulu lay alone on the bed, looking pale and weak. Seeing Lin Xiaotian, a hint of resentment and hostility flashed in her eyes. What are you here for? Her voice was extremely hoarse. Lin Xiaotian smiled slightly. Of course, I'm here to take care of you, seventh sister, have you forgotten how close we used to be? Lin Lulu coldly snorted. I don't need it. Lin Xiaotian was not angry, just sat down on a chair, crossed his legs, and leisurely took a sip of tea. What do you want? Seeing him silent, Lin Lulu frowned, her tone becoming serious. Lin Xiaotian suddenly sighed. Seventh sister, you know, although I am useless, my heart is still good, especially when it comes to these sisters at home. I really want to protect them sincerely, but unfortunately they don't believe me. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Lulu showed a disdainful look. You have the nerve to say that. Every issue in our family is caused by you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Seventh sister, you are not in good health now, so don't argue with me. The doctor said you refused to take your medicine properly. Let me feed you. Once you take the medicine, you will feel better. Lin Xiaotian's gentle appearance made Lin Lulu almost vomit. This man is too disgusting. He even harms his own sister. She will never forgive him in her lifetime. Lin Xiaotian handed the prepared medicine to Lin Lulu. Seventh sister, drink it. Once you finish it, we will go back. You don't have to worry about whether I will deal with you. Sooner or later, you will leave my house. Lin Lulu was forced to drink the medicine by Lin Xiaotian, and as soon as it entered her mouth, a strong fishy smell hit her. Seventh sister, after drinking so much medicine, you should feel much better, right? Lin Xiaotian smiled as he tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing his gaze averted, Lin Lulu suddenly rushed towards the trash can as if going crazy. Lin Xiaotian quickly grabbed her ankle, and in a swift motion, he pulled her down to the ground. At that moment, Lin Lulu felt a burning sensation in her stomach. She bent down in extreme pain, her face turning extremely ugly, and her throat felt like it was being cut by a knife. Vomit! Seeing her in pain, Lin Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a hint of revengeful pleasure, then he quickly hid it, squatting down to support Lin Lulu. Tisk, it seems like the medicine's effect is a bit too much? Lin Lulu felt resentful, and with great difficulty, she uttered a few words, medicine. Medicine. She realized that her voice was hoarse beyond belief. A thought flashed through her mind. The medicine must be the problem. Lin Xiaotian must have put something in it. She couldn't speak. Lin Xiaotian's lips curled slightly, and he casually took out his phone, recording everything that was happening. Alas, I didn't want to do this to you either, but my eldest sister pressured me, so I had to resort to this plan. You are the campus belle of Jing University. Many people should like you at Jing University. Seeing you in such a miserable state, shouldn't your teachers and classmates donate money for you? Lin Lulu stared at him, unable to say a word for a long time. Lin Xiaotian casually posted the video online, causing a huge stir immediately. As the campus belle of Jing University, Lin Lulu was somewhat famous, and combined with her usual tendency to show off and her aloof attitude, online opinions about her were mixed. Lin Xiaotian set up a fundraising account, and within a day, he had collected nearly $1 million. This amount also included Lin Lulu. She was very concerned about her reputation, and when she found out that this incident had been spread online, she felt as embarrassed as a frostbitten eggplant. She sat blankly on the windowsill, staring into the distance with empty and bewildered eyes. She didn't know what to do, but her hatred towards Lin Xiaotian grew stronger and stronger, like an eternal curse engraved in her bones. Lin Xiaotian successfully raised $1 million in donations and quickly turned his image around online, feeling very pleased with himself. However, he didn't forget that his goal was not just to make money but to seek revenge on the Lin family. Next up was Lin Ruyan. According to his work schedule, Lin Ruyan should be filming on set right now. Lin Xiaotian was determined to take revenge on Lin Ruyan, so he immediately rushed to the set. Upon arrival, Lin Xiaotian bribed the assistant director and searched around the set but couldn't find Lin Ruyan. Unsatisfied, he waited outside the studio for a while but still didn't see Lin Ruyan.
Where is Lin Ruyan? Are you trying to deceive me? Lin Xiaotian angrily pushed the assistant director. Isn't she right there?
The assistant director casually pointed to a woman in ragged clothes, looking emaciated, squatting and eating from a lunchbox. Lin Xiaotian was stunned.
She remembered that Lin Ruyan used to be a top actress. How could she? Lin Xiaotian walked up to her with suspicion.
Lin Ruyan glanced at him, then lowered her head to continue eating.
Lin Xiaotian approached her, bent down, and asked, "Hey, what's your name?"
The woman slowly raised her head, revealing a face covered in dirt and tears, gave him a cold glance, and continued eating.
Lin Xiaotian squinted. "Speak."
"Shut up," Lin Ruyan suddenly shouted. The loud voice startled everyone around. Lin Xiaotian was taken aback and instinctively took a few steps back, looking at her in surprise. "You haven't lost your memory after all.
Come with me."
Lin Xiaotian roughly lifted her up and took her out of the set.
Even if she wanted to struggle, Lin Ruyan had no strength and could only stare at Lin Xiaotian with resentment.
They arrived at the Lin family villa. Lin Xiaotian threw Lin Ruyan directly into Lin Xiaoshua's room, which had not been occupied for a long time and was full of dust and clutter.
"What are you trying to do?"
Lin Ruyan stared nervously at the man, her eyes filled with fear and caution.
Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian just coldly chuckled. "What do you think? Of course, I'm going to take down you and your despicable group."
Upon hearing his words, Lin Ruyan sneered disdainfully. "Ha, you're dreaming.
Big sister won't let you get away with this."
Lin Xiaotian sneered. "That despicable person has already been taken care of by me." Lin Ruyan was stunned, her already somewhat manic expression becoming even more frantic. "You're talking nonsense." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiaotian directly tied her to Lin Xiaoshua's bed with a rope. Not only her, but Lin Xuxia is also dead. Lin Ruyan was so angry that she trembled, staring at Lin Xiaotian with fury. Even though she couldn't move, she cursed, "You're worse than a pig or a dog." Lin Xiaotian was furious, but he remembered his plan and could only endure for the time being. He called Lin Xiaoshua, "Third sister, it's been a long time.
I don't know if you still remember second sister. She is in my hands now.
If you don't want her to die, hurry back to the old Lin family mansion.
I'll give you only 1 hour." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaotian pressed the dagger against Lin Ruyan's skin.
"Behave." Lin Ruyan smiled faintly, her eyes unfocused. "My dear brother, the heavens have their own ways.
You will not escape punishment for your deeds." Upon hearing the name Luo Luo, Lin Xiaotian's expression changed. He instinctively grabbed Lin Ruyan's collar. "What did you say? Are you thinking about that useless person again?"
Lin Ruyan sneered. "Haha, you, a beast, dare to mention my Luo Luo." Lin Xiaotian coldly kicked her into the room, gagged her with a white cloth, and then hid in another room. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoshua returned to the old Lin mansion. Once a tall and beautiful woman, she was now extremely thin, almost like a stick that could be broken easily. She entered the room, looked at her sister tied to a chair, and felt a wave of sadness. Her sister used to be a popular actress, elegant and beautiful. How could she be in such a miserable state now? But in a blink of an eye, her sister had suffered so much. Lin Xiaoshua took a deep breath, suppressed her sorrow, and tried to calm herself. She quickly approached her sister, attempting to untie the restraints. When the ropes and gag were removed, Lin Ruyan said loudly, "Don't save me, run quickly, it's a trap." Lin Xiaoshua shook her head. "I won't leave you alone."
Lin Ruyan became anxious. "You fool, this person is not human, he's a beast.
He wants to take over the Lin group's property and kill us to silence us.
Leave now, don't worry about me."
Lin Xiaoshua insisted. "I promised my eldest sister to take care of you."
"I can't break my promise."
"Then neither of you can escape." Lin Xiaotian emerged from behind the door, holding a knife and smiling wickedly. "All right, only one of you can leave this room alive.
Choose." "I won't do anything." Lin Xiaotian's smile sent shivers down Lin Ruyan's spine. "Lin Xiaotian, you beast. You will have a miserable end."
TSK, truly sisters, even your curses are so similar," Lin Xiaotian mocked.
"Why are you doing this?"
Lin Xiaoshua, weak from hunger, managed to discreetly place her phone in her palm while Lin Xiaotian was distracted. "Humph, when our parents died, they bought insurance specifically for you too because of your poor health since childhood.
If you die, I benefit." So, Lin Xiaotian seemed impatient to continue waiting, put on gloves, and moved to attack.
Lin Xiaoshua tried to resist but was kicked to the ground without strength.
Lin Ruyan, still bewildered, was stabbed in the stomach before she could react. "How dare you treat us like this? Aren't you afraid of being caught after this? Don't forget, Lin Xiaoshua has a mental disorder.
If the police ask, she had a psychotic episode and killed you."
What does that have to do with me? Lin Xiaotian laughed maniacally, intensified the stabs with the dagger, and attacked Lin Ruyan again. Intense pain struck, blood splattered on the floor. Lin Xiaoxue stood there in shock, watching Lin Ruyan fall into a pool of blood, eyes wide with despair and fear. She shouted unwillingly, "Ruyan!" Unfortunately, her voice was too weak and was stabbed several times by Lin Xiaotian, so she couldn't hear clearly anymore. Lin Xiaotian withdrew the knife, looked at the two bodies lying in a pool of blood, and a grim smile appeared on his face. "This is what they call karma. You owe me, and now it's time to pay." He hesitated for a moment, pretending to walk out, noticed that Lin Xiaoxue still had a last breath, typed a few words on her phone with her fingers, exerted all her remaining strength, and hit send. When Lin Xiaoxue gasped for breath, he walked over and saw that Lin Xiaoxue had sent a text message to Lin Rong, warning her to be careful. A hint of calculation flashed in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. He was still worried that Lin Rong might run away, but now Lin Lulu was in his hands, so he wasn't afraid that the woman wouldn't come looking for him. With this in mind, he immediately went to the hospital and found Lin Lulu. The other party was sitting in the ward, looking depressed and even worse than before. When Lin Xiaotian walked in, Lin Lulu screamed in fear, clutching her head and curling up. Lin Xiaotian gave her a cold glance and impatiently said, "Enough, stop screaming, it hurts my ears. Hurry up and come with me." Upon hearing this, Lin Lulu trembled uncontrollably. I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere." Lin Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure?" "No. Sob. I'm not going, please. Spare me. I don't want to die." Lin Lulu cried and pleaded, her voice hoarse and extremely pitiful. Lin Xiaotian sneered, "I'm being nice to you. Let's go for a walk." With that, without hesitation, he dragged Lin Lulu out of the ward. Lin Xiaotian took Lin Lulu far away to a hill in the suburbs. Lin Lulu, still in shock, asked, "What are you going to do?" "What am I going to do? Didn't you say you don't want to die? I'll show you a good show." Lin Xiaotian's expression was cold as he looked at the motorcycle lights shining from the foot of the mountain, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Lulu struggled to escape but was firmly held down by Lin Xiaotian. Sitting in a wheelchair, Lin Lulu was shivering from the cold. Lin Xiaotian saw her weak and pitiful appearance but refused to give her an extra piece of clothing. Before long, Lin Rong rode a motorcycle over. She looked exhausted and angry, but still spoke in a low voice. "Lin Xiaotian, what have you done? What happened to the sisters, and why are you holding Lulu and Iran hostage?" "Ha ha." Lin Xiaotian laughed maniacally. "What do you think? Are you crazy? Do you know that what you're doing is illegal? Release Lulu and the others immediately." "Illegal? I'm not afraid anymore. If it weren't for what you did to me, I wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. It's all your fault. Who do you think you are to do this to me? I am the only male heir of the Lin family. Why do you dare to challenge me?" "Shut up." Lin Rong couldn't bear it any longer and shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and let Lulu go." Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian smirked and handed Lin Lulu over to Lin Rong. "Fine, then take her away." Lin Rong gritted her teeth, suspecting that there might be a trick. Lin Lulu's face had turned pale from the cold. Lin Rong took Lin Lulu on the motorcycle. Watching their backs, a sinister smile flashed in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. They sped away. As Lin Rong felt Lin Lulu's condition worsening, she drove faster, but when she was making a turn, the tire seemed to hit a nail, causing the motorcycle to skid and crash. In order to protect Lin Lulu, Lin Rong leaned over and fell to the ground. Lin Lulu, using all her strength, quickly got out of the car to check, only to find that her legs had been cut and trapped in the motorcycle, covered in blood and flesh. She was terrified, quickly called for an ambulance, but found that there was no signal. Lin Rong closed her eyes in pain, her leg almost broken. Lin Lulu was extremely scared, trembling as she held onto Lin Rong. "Fifth sister, what should we do?" Just then, there was a commotion from the snow-capped mountain behind them. It seemed like an avalanche was about to happen. Lin Rong opened her eyes and pushed Lin Lulu. "Go, don't worry about me. I can't leave you." Lin Lulu cried anxiously. "Forget about me, you go first, or neither of us will make it out." With all her strength, Lin Rong pushed Lin Lulu out and shouted, "Go." Lin Lulu staggered out a long way, tears streaming down her face, stumbling in the snow. The car couldn't have been punctured for no reason. All of this was Lin Xiaotian's scheme. "Fifth sister, wait for me, I'll go find help." Lin Lulu secretly made up her mind. Dragging her exhausted body, she slowly made her way down the mountain. But with her body tormented by illness, she had no strength left. She had barely taken a few steps away from the wheelchair when Lin Lulu slipped and fell to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to crawl forward. After climbing for who knows how long, Lin Lulu felt her body devoid of strength, her vision gradually blurring. "Is this how I die?
The wind and snow grew stronger, and although Lin Lulu was filled with regret, her body could no longer hold up. She collapsed weakly in the snow, covered by the snowstorm, with only her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the hazy night sky.
I refuse to accept. Lin Xiaotian. Even if I die, I will curse you.
The next moment, she felt her body significantly lighter. All the painful sensations disappeared. She lowered her head in confusion, realizing she was still lying in the same spot, but a person couldn't see themselves.
After a moment of confusion, she forced a bitter smile. Am I dead now?
A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart.
Since she was now a ghost, could she see Lin Tingcheng? Lualu, where are you? She shouted excitedly. I know I was wrong. Please, come out and see me, okay?
Lualu. The wind and snow continued, and she floated in the air for a long time, but she didn't see the man she wanted to see. Instead, she saw the bodies of herself and Lin Roan. She was in agony, almost going crazy, wanting to close her eyes, but now as a ghost, she couldn't even look away, only able to watch as the snow melted away, and wolves and vultures surrounded their bodies. Then came the rats, ants, and maggots, taking turns gnawing at their disfigured bodies. Perhaps in extreme pain, even her emotions dulled. She watched as a rat crawled out of her eye socket and drifted away from the mountain village indifferently. A ray of sunlight fell, and she raised her head blankly.
Was this punishment from God for her misjudgment of people? Not even her soul could find peace after death?
If so, then this suffering was her just deserts. Drifting with the wind, she arrived at the edge of a well, where a woman's body floated up.
It was Lin Youyu. No!
Elder sister. She cried out in pain, unable to believe her elder sister was dead.
It was Lin Xiaotian. It was him.
He had once told Lin Rong that he would exterminate them all, and he killed her elder sister. Overwhelmed with hatred, she wished to go and demand his life right now, but her soul uncontrollably drifted to an abandoned cemetery, where the bodies of Lin Ruyan and Lin Xiaoxue were wrapped in a tattered cloth, thrown away like trash, not even cremated. Seeing the fatal knife wounds on their bodies, she rushed over, but her soul passed directly through their bodies.
Second sister, third sister, how could you both be gone? She was in unbearable pain, then thought of Lin Xuxia. Could my fourth sister also?
The next moment, her soul appeared at sea. The body of Lin Xuxia, soaked in seawater, appeared in front of her.
Fourth sister, did Lin Xiaotian kill you again? She mourned.
Now, only sixth sister is still alive in this world, but she will eventually be killed by that demon Lin Xiaotian. Boundless despair surged in her heart, and her soul drifted for over half a month before floating to the prison execution ground in a daze.
Lin Iran, you serial killer, you even spared the lives of your own sisters. Several executioners looked at Lin Iran with disdain, saying coldly.
Lin Lulu was stunned, but soon realized that Lin Xiaotian had framed sixth sister for his crimes.
No, I didn't kill them. I didn't kill them.
Lin Iran struggled in pain, but the euthanasia drugs had already been injected into her body.
No!
Lin Lulu roared and rushed forward, but she was just a wandering soul and couldn't change anything.
Dead. All dead.
Everyone in their Lin family is dead.
Is this punishment from heaven for the Lin family? Is it punishing them for their indifference to Luoluo? Oh God, why don't you take away Lin Xiaotian? Why don't you take away that beast?
Anger and regret intertwined in her heart.
She really couldn't accept it.